Chapter 1. The burning sensation deep within his consciousness gradually faded. A gust of slimy, cold air, carrying a stale, moldy smell, drifted into his nostrils. Aizen Sosuke did not open his eyes immediately. The Hogyoku had fallen completely silent, like the burnt-out ashes of a star, curled up in the deepest part of his soul. Only a tiny remnant of its substance remained to prove it had ever existed. To tear through the barrier spanning two worlds, it had exhausted its last shred of power. It also severed Aizen's destiny as a candidate for the Soul King. The price was undoubtedly heavy. That Zanpakuto, which had accompanied him for countless years, was crushed by the spatial turbulence along with his physical body. His soul, which was on the verge of dissipating, finally seized this young body. Having just fused with the young boy's soul, Aizen's consciousness was still in a state of chaos. He only remembered walking on the street, where some hostile people kept approaching him, their mouths constantly hurling insults like Demon Fox and Jinx. So, he had taken action. He mobilized the weak energy within his body to severely wound them. The result was obvious. He was arrested by the local law enforcement and thrown into a cell. This young body was simply powerless to resist. He hadn't felt this helpless in a very long time. This is the price of breaking the world barrier, Aizen thought as he slowly opened his eyes. His surroundings consisted of a cell built from rough stone. There were no windows around, only a heavy iron door with a small viewing slit. He slowly sat up, his movements somewhat sluggish, with marks from being beaten by the law enforcement still on his body. Messy blonde hair topped his head, feeling coarse to the touch, and there were animal-like whisker markings on both sides of his cheeks. Uzumaki Naruto, that was the boy's name. It was also his brand new identity in this world. After regaining clarity, the first thing Aizen did was try to absorb the surrounding erasure. As it turned out, a strange energy was drifting in the air, and the concept of erasure did not exist at all. Conversely, the cells in his body were exceptionally active, squeezing out a life force-filled energy almost by instinct. According to the boy's limited memories, this thing was in existence known as Chakra. The rules of the world are different, so the fruits they bear are naturally distinct. Aizen accepted the change easily. Just then, some sounds came from outside. His overly sharp spiritual sense allowed Aizen to clearly hear the conversation in the hallway. This kid actually dared to wound villagers on the street. An unstable factor like this should be monitored by the root. Lord Hokage is truly getting senile. His soft policy shouldn't be used on a Jinchuriki. Inside the cell, Aizen listened quietly, the expression on his face not changing in the slightest. Through their brief conversation, he was able to deduce some useful information. This boy named Uzumaki Naruto seemed to be viewed by many as a demon fox. It sounded full of ominous implications. Due to a lack of information, Aizen could not determine the meaning of terms like demon fox or Jinchuriki. The only thing certain was that these people harbored deep malice toward him, and the consequences of staying here were predictable. From the conversation just now, a superior named the Hokage adopts a soft attitude toward me. They speak ill of him behind his back, yet still remember to use an honorific, proving this person's status is likely above the root. If I find him, I can resolve this crisis. Aizen was never one to sit and wait for death. Having made a decision, he immediately connected with the nearly shattered Hogyoku. Its energy was almost depleted, and its wish-granting mechanism was on the verge of collapse, but he still intended to wring out the Hogyoku's last shred of energy. Respond to me, Hogyoku. In the darkness, Aizen heard a silent cracking sound. Exhausting its final strength, the Hogyoku triggered a surge of strange red chakra within his body. Under the enhancement of this powerful energy, Aizen's spiritual sense grew wildly, easily finding a path for escape. When he opened his eyes, his pupils had already turned into eerie vertical slits. He pressed his hand gently against the door lock, and a bright white light sparked from his fingertips. Hado number 4, Byakurai. He had instinctively used Kido, but Aizen soon noticed that something was wrong. The chakra in his body didn't seem capable of being converted into elemental attacks. A difference in world rules? Aizen sneered in his heart. The Hogyoku's residual power enveloped his fingertips. Rules are prepared for those who cannot survive without relying on them. A faint burst of pale lightning erupted, silently piercing through the internal structure of the lock. The cell door slid open quietly, and two root ninjas became instantly alert, but that small figure had already rushed in front of them. Facing a king of Wako Mundo who had lived for hundreds of years and possessed rich combat experience, there really wasn't much the two ninjas could do. Aizen cut into their blind spots by a hair's breadth. Bringing his hands together, he accurately struck specific nerve nodes on the sides of their necks. Just because Aizen mostly used Kido and swordsmanship against enemies didn't mean his Hakuda skills were weak. Striking like a thunderbolt, he knocked the two of them to the ground in an instant. Without pausing his steps, Aizen began to flit away using Shunpo techniques. His movement trajectory was erratic, perfectly avoiding the patrol guards along the way as well as the warning traps scattered everywhere. About 15 minutes later, the root ninjas finally discovered someone had escaped. Target escaped, suspected activation of nine-tailed chakra. On the dim stairs, Danzo as single eye stared at his subordinates, his naturally authoritative aura making several of them break into a cold sweat. Are you saying a 4-year-old child knocked out 2 people and is about to escape from the Root's dungeon? Danzo was almost laughed with anger. Is the Root still that organization that made the ninja world tremble with fear? Since when could they not even keep an eye on a small child? If word got out, the major families would probably laugh their heads off. Bring him back to me. Danzo issued a dead or alive order. He was a very rational person. The event had already happened. Now he had to think about how to remedy it. If they could catch the person, this matter could end there. If the Jinchuriki escaped, there probably wouldn't be such a good opportunity in the future. Everything must be handled before he arrives. At the Root base, at a hidden exit, Aizen's figure quietly emerged. Just one more step, and he could vanish into the thick night. Unfortunately, the Hogyoku's power was exhausted at this very moment. Without the guidance of his desires, the red chakra receded like a tide. His speed dropped significantly, and he couldn't even perform Kido normally. Worst of all, pursuers suddenly arrived at this moment. It ends here, Uzumaki Naruto. A ninja wearing a bird beak mask appeared. The opponent wasn't tall, yet his aura was even more terrifying than the previous guards. Losing the Hogyoku's enhancement, Aizen could not fight an enemy of this level. Give up, and you can suffer less. Aizen stopped his steps and slowly turned to face the man. The Hogyoku was shattered, and the red chakra was depleted. His body was just that of a child who had never undergone cultivation. With a powerful enemy ahead and no way back, it seemed like an absolute dead end. Yet Aizen's gaze remained entirely calm. This groundless confidence made the pursuers feel insulted. Do it. The bird-beaked man wasted no more words and directly ordered the capture. 4 Root members rushed forward simultaneously. The target was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It was always better to be cautious. They didn't want to become sacrifices. Being knocked out by a 4-year-old child was something that would be mocked for a lifetime. Coldly watching the rapidly approaching figures, the curve of Aizen's lips deepened. Stop! A roar tore through the night sky. Hiruzen Sarutobi, clad in the Hokage's robes, appeared. Lord Hokage. The group immediately ceased their pursuit. Seeing this, Aizen's mind relaxed, and his already overburdened body caused him to fall into a coma. This is the Nine-Tails Chakra. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart was heavy. Knowing this child must have been terrified. Otherwise, how could the Nine-Tails' power have gone out of control? Looking up at the bewildered Root ninjas, he gave a cold snort and said, "Tell Danzo to come see me in a while." With that, he picked up the unconscious Naruto and left the scene. No one dared to stop him from leaving. Chapter 2. Late at night, Konoha Village, a low-rent apartment. Moonlight filtered through the paper windows, casting cold white grids on the tatami mats. A young Uzumaki Naruto sat kneeling before a low table, a piece of white paper spread out in front of him, holding a crude, homemade bamboo brush. The tip of the brush hovered an inch above the paper, as if he were considering how to start. On the roof outside, 2 Onbu members watched with held breath, long since accustomed to the young boy's behavior. Is he practicing calligraphy again? Crow yawned, his face beneath the mask filled with exhaustion. He was getting a bit tired of this surveillance life. When on field missions, he was always on edge. Now that he lived a stable life, he found it boring. As they say, humans never learn to be satisfied. That grip is more standard than many calligraphy teachers. The other Onbu member remarked in surprise, looking down to record information about the boy on a scroll. Target behavior normal. Continued calligraphy practice after daily running. Duration is gradually increasing. Every so often, the Hokage would look over the records to show his concern for the young Jinchuriki. Indeed, the mission of these two was to monitor the Jinchuriki. On one hand, they had to prevent the target from going berserk. On the other, they had to stop any trouble that came looking for him. In other villages, the identity of a Jinchuriki was usually a top secret, or at least it wouldn't be known to everyone. Konoha village was different. Even a stray dog on the street knew who the incarnation of the demon fox was. The higher-ups had the power to stop it, but they deliberately allowed the news to spread. They shifted the villagers' hatred from the village's inaction onto a young child. To that end, they even specifically concealed Uzumaki Naruto's true heritage. Everything was normal until an incident of street assault occurred 3 months ago. Fortunately, the Hokage was magnanimous and did not punish the two. Had it been the root, their fate would have been worse than death. After that incident, Uzumaki Naruto seemed like a different person. Not only did he become polite and humble, but he also spent his free time reading and writing at home. The third, upon learning of this, was very gratified, thinking that the troublemaking brat was finally starting to grow up. He even believed that the incident was not a bad thing. During this time, the third transformed into a kind old grandfather, visiting him and bringing a large number of books. There were also published books regarding the will of fire. Regardless of whether he understood them or not, the goal was to have little Naruto memorize them first. A lie told 10,000 times becomes the truth. Hiruzen Sarutobi understood the meaning of this phrase more and more. Inside the house, the hovering brush tip finally descended. Aizen wrote 2 characters with exquisite calligraphy, a term whose meaning no one knew. Hogyoku. With strokes as sharp as iron and silver, the force of the writing seemed to penetrate the paper. If one looked closely, a faint, almost imperceptible blue light could be seen at the brush tip. That was the color of Chakra. Who would have thought that a mere 4-year-old brat would use calligraphy practice as a way to train his Chakra control? Still not good enough? Aizen whispered to himself, casually switching to a new sheet of paper. This time, he wrote 4 incomparably beautiful characters. Kyoka Suigetsu. As the brush strokes flowed, a faint glimmer of Chakra seeped into the ink. 3 months had passed since the rude incident. Just as he had predicted, the Hokage was the supreme authority in Konoha village. The moment Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared, he was completely safe. After a brief inquiry, Aizen returned to his previous life, as if the previous conflict had never existed. He finally had time to organize the information he had on hand. This was a brand new world, possessing a magical energy called Chakra. Unlike Reishi, which is absorbed and stored from the outside world, Chakra needs to be refined using one's own cells. The stronger one's inherent strength, the more Chakra they can refine. Of course, the number of human cells is limited, meaning that the amount of Chakra becomes fixed after reaching adulthood. Unless one can break the limits of the human body. Aizen smiled slightly. This was what he was best at. Regarding Chakra, he still needed further research to reach a conclusion. Boldly hypothesize, carefully verify. This was the attitude a researcher should have. Compared to the magical energy, he was more concerned about his current situation. Uzumaki Naruto, a young boy ostracized by the entire village. The reason was interesting. Everyone seemed to treat him as the incarnation of the demon fox. At first, Aizen thought this was nonsense, as he was quite certain he was human, until he examined himself once and finally noticed the seal hidden within his body. As a master proficient in Bakudo, his understanding of sealing Jutsu was second to none. Naturally, he could tell that someone had tampered with his body. Due to the different laws of the world, he could not yet see exactly what the seal was. Aizen only understood one thing. The rumors of the demon fox might not be without foundation. The power triggered by the Hogyoku likely came from that seal within his body. This discovery indirectly proved another thing. Why there were always 2 people lurking outside monitoring him. It seems my identity is very special. Anyone who tries to contact me is secretly dealt with. The root's actions were likely also because of his identity as the demon fox. Of course, That was what the villagers called it. The more professional term should be Jinshuriki. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any relevant clues and didn't quite understand the meaning of the term. Whether it was monitoring or protection, Aizen could understand it all. The only thing that puzzled him was why the village allowed ordinary people to interact with him. Do they think ordinary villagers won't cause me harm? Or rather, do they want to use my existence to give those people's anger an outlet? The smile on his lips remained unchanged, though its temperature was slightly colder. He hated those who tried to control him. The Council of 46, the Soul King, and Uchiha were all like that. His current life reminded Aizen of the Seirete. Back then, he was brilliantly talented, yet he could only be a puppet of the Council of 46. The day he slaughtered them with his own hands was the happiest moment of his life. Perhaps I can experience that happiness again. Having clarified his current situation, what Aizen needed to do was keep as low a profile as possible. Find a way to integrate into this world and investigate what the demon fox meant. Under surveillance, there wasn't much Aizen could actually do. Influenced by his age, the chakra in his body was very limited. In this situation, he had to pursue the most precise control. Use the least amount of energy to do the most things. The method Aizen chose was writing. It wouldn't arouse suspicion and would leave a good impression. I am also someone who has held a teacher's pointer. Calligraphy was originally Aizen's hobby. During his time as a captain, he had also served as a special instructor at the Shino Academy. When he was in the 5th Division, he would open a calligraphy class once a month. The classroom was often overcrowded, and some students would even stand in the hallway to listen. He once deceived the entire Soul Society with his acting, so he naturally knew how to disguise himself. In just 3 months, Aizen had cultivated his chakra to the point where it was as easy to use as his own limbs, allowing him to leave brief marks in the air with the brush tip. This was something others couldn't achieve in 10 years. No matter which world he was in, Aizen was an unattainable genius. During the cultivation process, he unexpectedly discovered 2 things. First, when he condensed chakra, there was always a mysterious force interfering. Aizen surmised that this might be related to the seal in his body. Second, the seemingly mild and controllable chakra could not be directly converted into elements for attack. Byakurai, Shakaho, Hyogase-ran, and so on could not be used. Non-elemental Kido also required a specific way to be guided. The books said this originated from the ninja's hand seals, using this method to reasonably control chakra. This made Aizen realize that the 2 worlds had completely different physical laws. The cultivation methods of a Shinigami could not be applied mechanically. Before gaining the power to break everything, he had to learn to respect the game laws of the ninja world. Compared to the domineering and uncontrollable Reishi, chakra appeared much milder. Not needing to be taken from the outside world meant that the strong would not form absolute dominance over the weak. It was destined that the killing among ninjas would focus more on technique. For specific details, Aizen needed to judge through practice. Unfortunately, he currently had no channel to contact the strong. Those 2 lurking outside. To be sent to watch over a child, one could guess what level of trash they were. Experts of the Hokage level were the subjects worth his research. He casually picked up a book on the table. The contents regarding the will of fire made him scoff. This was no different from the Gote philosophy promoted by the Council of 46. The extreme of self-sacrifice was essentially a mild form of moral tyranny. When the leaves burning becomes the highest moral standard, it establishes an unquestionable ultimate benchmark in everyone's hearts. This caused others' emotions, families, and lives to all give way to the absolute creed of dedication to the village. Selflessness becomes a heavy pressure, prompting you to perform behaviors that the outside world cannot understand. To satisfy the dedication expected by others, one could even turn their blade against their own family. If one did not comply, they would face the judgment of moral flaws. That old man sent the books over clearly to make Aizen accept the concept of the will of fire. Unfortunately, he himself was a master of manipulating hearts. Even the unreasonable Espada would act according to the rules under Aizen's hand. He thought he could brainwash him with a single book? A sarcastic curve flashed across his lips, but Aizen still chose to flip through the books. That old man's status was very high. He was the supreme leader known as the Hokage. To gain trust, he had to make some compromises. For instance, pretending to believe in the philosophy of the will of fire. Aizen was very familiar with such things. Back then, he was the model student in the captain commander's eyes. It was evident how superb Aizen's disguise abilities were. Bang! While he was reading, the door was suddenly kicked open roughly. 3 drunken men barged in, the smell of alcohol wafting towards him, their eyes filled with obvious hatred. He had encountered many such people, but very few dared to barge directly into his home. People hated his identity while simultaneously fearing the deterrent power of the demon fox. They continuously vented their hatred in a state of blind ignorance. Slowly standing up, Aizen caught sight of the empty wine bottle in the bald man's hand. It seemed this was a case of liquid courage. Demon Fox, I've finally found you. Chapter 3. The bald man's eyes were bloodshot, and the beer bottle in his hand swayed unsteadily in the air. 3 months ago, his younger brother had been hospitalized by the demon fox. Today, he had finally found his chance for revenge. After a moment of hesitation, the man's rationality was swallowed by rage, and he swung the bottle down toward the child who was only a few years old. A boring trick. Aizen leaned back slightly, easily dodging the beer bottle. This little trick couldn't hurt him. An eagle fallen to the earth is still no match for a few ants. He was simply curious about the other party's motive. Aizen stared at the man throughout. His calm gaze only made the drunkard even more furious. My brother was the one you put in the hospital. The bald man's voice was hoarse, rage crawling across his face. Why is it that you don't have to take any responsibility and can still sit here reading and writing? I see. Aizen nodded, understanding why the man had come. It seemed he had held a grudge for a long time and had lost control of his emotions under the influence of alcohol. Of course, he couldn't rule out that someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes, hoping to gain something from him through this opportunity. Facing a brand new world, every aspect needed to be taken into consideration. The first thing Aizen suspected was the root organization. Seeing that the boy didn't speak, another man stepped forward angrily and kicked over his table. Thick black ink splashed, staining the tatami mats and the plain sleeves of little Naruto's clothes. When their home is trashed for no reason, ordinary people would either show fear or be blinded by rage. Yet the boy remained calm and composed, as if he were an adult watching 3 children brawling. I acted in self-defense, Aizen said, raising his eyes, his gaze as calm as water. Have you come to my door because you think that I, this little demon fox, have no way of hurting you? The drunkards were somewhat speechless. They knew full well what the situation had been back then. But everyone treats you like this, so why did you have to injure my brother? This sense of unfairness led the drunkard to act irrationally. Feeling the sarcasm hidden beneath the boy's calm expression, the bald man raised the beer bottle once more. Outside the window, an Anbu tensed his body. If he wished, he could stop the fight in an instant. Should we intervene? Wait. Karasu pressed down on his companion's hand, his eyes flickering. Observe his reaction. This is an opportunity to assess his danger level. But the Anbu hesitated. That was the Jinshuri key, after all. What if a major problem occurred? Don't worry, nothing big will happen, Karasu promised confidently. As for what he was actually thinking, only he himself knew. Inside the house, Aizen looked at the men indifferently. If you kill me, will the pain in your hearts be lessened? As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 drunkards were somewhat stunned. They had only come to the door on an impulse. To be honest, they hadn't reached the point of murder yet. They couldn't bring themselves to kill a 4-year-old child. Maybe we should forget it. The man at the back tried to stop them. But the boy's next words were like a poisoned kunai, stabbing into the drunkard's deepest wounds. Or rather, he tilted his head slightly, asking like an innocent child, is the one you truly hate yourselves for failing to protect your family? Shut up. The bald man lost control completely, swinging the beer bottle down toward the boy's head with all his strength. If this hit, even an adult probably wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone a mere 4-year-old child. We can't wait any longer, the Anbu barked, using body flicker technique to rush into the house. However, Aizen's actions were faster than theirs. When he dodged the first time, he had already formed the seal. The moment the bald man raised the bottle, Aizen pointed his index finger toward him. Hado number 1 show? This was an attribute-less attack that could be used without the need for nature transformation. After several months of research, Aizen had already figured out how to combine ninjutsu with Kido. Air compressed at his fingertip, and an invisible shockwave exploded outward with his finger as the center. The bald man felt as if he had been kicked hard. He flew backward, smashing through the door of Naruto's house. The remaining two drunkards froze on the spot, the shock completely sobering them up. The demon fox is killing people. They let out heart-wrenching cries and scrambled out of the house on all fours. The anger they had shown previously had vanished, replaced by a fear that seeped into their very bones. The two Onbu who had just rushed into the room were stunned. In that brief moment, just now, the two of them had lost sight of the interior. Rushing into the room within a tenth of a second, they saw the drunkard who was about to commit violence being sent flying. Who could tell them what had just happened? On the street, the bald man was helped away by his two friends, his mouth constantly muttering the word monster. Under the gaze of the two Onbu, Uzumaki Naruto walked to the doorway. The moonlight fell upon the boy, reflecting a friendly, smiling face. Are you all right? Karasu pretended to be a passerby, looking as if he were completely unaware of what had happened here. Aizen didn't bother to expose the other's disguise. He simply said he was fine and closed the door. Once they were back on the roof, Karasu's teammate could no longer contain himself and decided to report this matter to the Hokage immediately. It'll be trouble if the Nine-Tails loses control. Having said that, his figure vanished instantly. Watching his teammate leave, Karasu remained silent for a long while before muttering to himself helplessly. If the Nine-Tails went on a rampage, Lord Danzo could take over the Jinchuriki. I didn't expect this kind of result. Sighing deeply, his shadow clone left in another direction. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared intently at the crystal ball. He had read his subordinate's report and knew that his old friend's contribution was behind this accident. Considering Danzo's contributions to Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only turn a blind eye. Of course, the cancer within the Onbu still had to be removed. He could use this mistake to dismiss Karasu from his post. It could be considered preserving the man's final shred of dignity. They were all children of Konoha. He didn't want to be too harsh in this regard. Transferring him to Root was still serving the village. Inside the crystal ball, little Naruto was cleaning up the spilled ink. His movements were meticulous, a far cry from his previous boisterous personality. He is a child after all, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, believing that external influences had caused Naruto to change. Finding that pranks didn't work, he now thought about being a good child. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt some heartache, but he could not reveal Naruto's identity. The reason was simple. Konoha was in a critical period of instability. External forces were watching like tigers, and the interior of the village was equally unsettled. The Hyuga were arrogant due to their achievements, and the Uchiha listened to orders but didn't follow them. Sakumo Hatakiage had committed suicide, the Minato Namikaze couple had died in battle, and the Seimin had all left. In such a large village, he couldn't even find anyone who could take the lead. Under these circumstances, Konoha could not withstand any more turmoil. Especially the Nine-Tails incident, which had caused the reputation of the Hokage faction to be severely damaged. The villagers' dissatisfaction with the higher-ups had already reached a breaking point. Revealing his identity as the orphan of the fourth Hokage would not only fail to calm the anger, but would instead draw the fire toward the higher-ups. For this reason, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only choose to hide it, letting a young child bear it all. Only by shifting the conflict could the ruling position of the Hokage faction be maintained. This was also the fundamental reason why he hadn't stopped the villagers' violence. There was another very important factor. Hiruzen Sarutobi hoped that Minato's child could become talented and be a hero of the village in the future. At that time, when the identity of the fourth's orphan was revealed, the villagers would feel a sense of guilt from the bottom of their hearts. Then, the recognition of the Hokage would reach an unprecedented height. This was Hiruzen Sarutobi's true thought, the foresight that a mature politician should have. In the crystal ball, Aizen had finished cleaning. He laid out a new sheet of paper and began practicing calligraphy. After watching for a while, Hiruzen Sarutobi had to admit that this child indeed had talent. That handwriting was truly beautiful. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was the work of some great calligraphy master. He is your child after all. A smile appeared at the corner of Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth. Minato's talent was obvious to all, so it was normal for the child to be outstanding. He called a subordinate to bring some gifts. He planned to go visit in person. While comforting the boy, he would also satisfy his own curiosity. He really wanted to know how little Naruto had sent that drunkard flying. Inside the house, Aizen was reflecting on what had just happened. Most Kido required the completion of Chakra nature transformation to be used. Until then, he needed to make more use of attribute-less Kido for combat. Back when he learned Kido, he needed to master incantations and the arrangement and reorganization of external reishi. Now he needed to practice hand seals and create ninjutsu unique to him based on the different properties of Kido. Aizen, who intended to keep a low profile, overlooked a key problem. What a massive shock it would be to the outside world for a 4-year-old to create ninjutsu. It wasn't that he was being careless, but rather that he couldn't escape the mindset of a genius. Naruto possessed the lineage of the Uzumaki clan and was born with powerful cellular activity, but in his view, this body's potential was only barely passable. Due to a lack of intelligence, his perception had become biased. He had miscalculated the level of acceptance within the shinobi community. What he thought was an appropriate display of talent turned into him being a world-rare genius. At this time, Aizen clearly hadn't realized the problem yet. The rules of the two worlds were different, requiring him to adapt gradually. Kido could be replaced by ninjutsu, so the carrier for Bakudo would be sealing jutsu. He wasn't good at Kaido, but it could similarly be mediated through medical ninjutsu. Hakuda corresponded to taijutsu, and there was even the domain of genjutsu he was most familiar with, interfering through chakra to cause enemies to have various hallucinations. Isn't this the same as Kyoka Suigetsu's ability? Illusion-type Zanpakuto were not common, and most did not possess good combat capabilities. This resulted in the Soul Society not forming an inherent cultivation system for them. This aspect would have to rely on his own research. The activation of Kyoka Suigetsu is essentially using spiritual pressure to interfere with the 5 senses. The principle of activation shares the same wonders as genjutsu. So, would the methods for dispelling genjutsu have an effect on the control of Kyoka Suigetsu? After drawing a large question mark on the paper, Aizen soon gave up his thinking. It was not yet certain whether a Zanpakuto could be forged in this world, so thinking about these questions was fundamentally unnecessary. Then there was the most important Hogyoku. To transcend human limits, it was absolutely indispensable. Compared to a Zanpakuto, reshaping the Hogyoku was actually simpler. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks at the door startled him from his thoughts. Aizen turned his head and confirmed the visitor's identity through chakra perception. Chapter 4. With a trace of unexplainable emotion, Hiruzen Sarutobi knocked on the dilapidated door of the secluded apartment. I'll find someone to fix it for him tomorrow. The door opened, and a blond youth stood at the entrance, his face filled with a heavy sense of vigilance. Seeing that it was this old grandfather who had arrived, the boy visibly relaxed. Is he afraid of the villagers' retaliation? The third Hokage felt even more guilty in his heart. Shaking the fruit basket in his hand, his words were full of hypocritical concern. Naruto, how has life been lately? Have you encountered any difficulties? While inquiring on the surface, his gaze discreetly swept across the room. Not sensing any Nine-Tails chakra, Hiruzen Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing Minato's seal remained stable. As long as there was no life-or-death crisis, it shouldn't go berserk so easily. Aizen, who was skilled at observation, keenly perceived the old man's abnormality. The other party's concern is mixed with a trace of sincerity, but it's mostly worry about my identity as the demon fox. For the dignified Hokage to visit late at night showed just how important his identity as the demon fox was. This couldn't help but make Aizen even more curious. Just what exactly was hidden within the seal inside his body? To know the answer, he had to master the knowledge of sealing jutsu. The hope lay with the person right in front of him. After several interactions, Aizen knew how to get along with the other party. Without waiting for the Hokage to ask, he took the initiative to talk about what had happened previously. Hiruzen Sarutobi acted as if he had just heard about it, hurriedly checking his condition. You aren't injured, are you? It seemed like an expression of concern, but it was actually meant to draw out the follow-up of how he drove away the troublemakers. Understanding this in his heart, Aizen spoke of the small ninjutsu he had created. This is a little trick I figured out myself. Compressing chakra and then releasing it. As he spoke, Aizen personally demonstrated the result. Watching the boy's clumsy hand seals and the released chakra impact sending a chair flying, Hiruzen Sarutobi's amazement grew even stronger. In terms of power alone, this technique could hardly be called a ninjutsu. It could only be used to deal with ordinary people. What was truly precious was the concept behind the ninjutsu. Releasing an attribute-less attack through the fingers had extreme concealment. If used well, it could provide a very good auxiliary effect. It could be used to counter enemy projectiles or even knock weapons out of an enemy's hands. Raising the pipe in his hand, he was about to light it when he saw little Naruto's innocent smile and unconsciously put it back down. Smoking in front of a child was not a habit worth encouraging. Gazing at the youth's smiling face, Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze was very complex. There was surprise and scrutiny in that look, but more of it was a sense of being touched and moved. As expected of your child, to show such talent for jutsu at such a young age. The last kid who had surprised him like this was the eldest son of the Uchiha clan chief. After a moment of silence, the smile on the third's face deepened slightly. Little Naruto can already create ninjutsu. How remarkable. He first affirmed the child's achievement, then changed the subject to voice his hidden concerns. However, you must build a solid foundation now. Blindly fumbling around can easily lead you astray or even cause you injury. Having finally led the conversation to the desired topic, Aizen inconspicuously mentioned some injuries sustained while creating the ninjutsu. He stated that his fingers were still very sore. These words caused Hiruzen Sarutobi to fall into deep thought. Under Aizen's intentional guidance, the third considered the drawbacks of studying ninjutsu alone. There was no way to stop it. A child's curiosity couldn't be quelled by simple reminders. To avoid the worst outcome, the only way was to provide little Naruto with systematic knowledge. Thinking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke slowly. Tomorrow, I will have someone send some things over. Remember, you must be careful when researching ninjutsu. You are very talented. Only systematic learning will allow you to go further. I understand, Aizen replied, appearing very submissive. This stance made Hiruzen Sarutobi very satisfied. He liked obedient children. In contrast, his own two sons were quite a headache. Sigh. If only they were half as obedient as little Naruto, I wouldn't have to worry so much. After a few simple instructions, Hiruzen Sarutobi prepared to leave. He paced away like an elder who had settled a matter of the heart, his figure merging into the night and quickly disappearing. Watching the other's figure vanish, the excitement belonging to a youth remained on his face throughout. His expression management skills could definitely earn a perfect score. Inadvertently glancing at the roof, Aizen closed the door and drew the curtains, completely cutting off any outside prying. The monitor has changed to someone else. Is it because of the previous dereliction of duty? He could clearly sense the monitor's chakra fluctuations. As his body developed rapidly, this perception would become even more terrifying. One could say he was born to be an excellent sensory-type ninja. If combined with the use of Bakudo, he could expand his perception range to the entire Konoha village. Tossing aside the well-worn explanations of basic ninjutsu, Aizen lay on the bed, his mind constantly constructing various plans. The next day, as expected, Hiruzen Sarutobi sent over a large number of books. They included the most orthodox theories on chakra nature transformation, an encyclopedia of basic ninjutsu, and some introductory principles of sealing jutsu. It was enough for him to study for a long time. Knowledge is the most precious wealth. Aizen smiled as he opened a book, preparing to touch the true face of this world. In the evening, the streets and alleys of the Hidden Leaf were filled with the clamor of children after school. Aizen walked along the street. Having just finished dinner, he planned to find a place to cultivate. He also wanted to test the results of his improvements from the past half-month. Having understood the basics of nature transformation, he had spent a great deal of time on the study of sealing jutsu, mainly to figure out the situation with his body. Without finding the truth, it felt like carrying a time bomb that might give him a surprise at any moment. As soon as something happened on my end, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately came uninvited. This shows that this seal possesses uncontrollable factors. The stray foreign chakra within his body would further interfere with his control. If he didn't find a way to resolve it, problems would easily be exposed during combat. Aizen had an extremely strong desire for control and disliked things that exceeded his expectations. If he couldn't even understand his own body's condition, only failure would greet him in the future. Weakness and ignorance do not lead to a person's failure. Arrogance does. This was what Kōchin Ichigo had taught him. Aizen kept this engraved in his heart. Arriving at a secluded forest, Aizen's attention was drawn by a commotion in the distance. In an inconspicuous corner, several older children were gathered in a circle, bullying a young girl with strange white pupils. Mud clung to her snow-white collar, and their insulting words were filthier than the grime. Bullshit Hyuga clan. Isn't it just because of those weird eyes? Putting on that remarkable act all day long. It's disgusting to look at. Fight back if you have the guts. Let me see that gentle fist. Their words were filled with resentment towards the Hyuga name, and the base pleasure derived from bullying the weak. The little girl curled up her body, her shoulders trembling continuously as tears fell one by one into the dust. Her display of weakness further stimulated the bully's arrogance. At that moment, a calm voice cut in. How truly noisy. The group turned to look, finding a blond youth standing not far away at some unknown time, his eyes filled with a bottomless indifference. Who are you? Mind your own business. The lead child turned and cursed. A lackey nearby seemed to recognize him. He seems to be that guy who plays pranks all day? The one who's always being scolded by adults? That's right, it's him. Aizen wouldn't engage in a war of words with a few children. He had better ways to make them shut up. In 1 second, he finished 3 hand seals, and black seal markings spread at an extremely fast speed. Sealing Jutsu, gray rope. The black seal markings acted like ropes, precisely winding around the limbs of the bullying children. The group froze in place with expressions of shock, finding that they couldn't even move a single finger, forced to maintain their ridiculous poses like clumsy puppets. The world instantly became quiet. Bullying the weak to gain a sense of superiority was one of the most prominent characteristics of the weak. Aizen's intervention wasn't out of any kindness. He simply felt that these people's voices were far too harsh. That was all. His gaze fell upon the young girl, and Aizen suddenly felt a trace of interest. Is this the Byakugan of the Hyuga family? A bloodline power unique to this world. He loathed societies ruled by nobility, but that didn't stop him from coming into contact with and understanding them. Approaching the little girl, he crouched down, his gaze falling on her tear-stained face. Are you all right? Little Hinata slowly raised her head and, through teary eyes, met a pair of eyes filled with kindness. Those eyes were full of pity, and the warm smile on his face made her instantly forget her pain. The words of these people have no value. Aizen spoke softly, his tone as level as if he were stating a truth. What they envy is not the Hyuga, but the fact that they themselves do not possess this power. He reached out, his fingertips glowing with a faint light, lightly brushing over the dirtiest mud stain on the girl's collar. Filth can be cleared, but weakness can only be killed by yourself. Aizen withdrew his hand and stood up to look at the children whose eyes now showed fear. At this moment, they were exceptionally quiet, very much like the little girl who had been huddled on the ground earlier. Aizen turned and departed. The restraints on those children were released at the same time. They slumped to the ground, looking at the youth's back with faces full of terror. It was as if they had just experienced a waking nightmare. Hinata sat dazed on the spot, the tear stains on her face not yet dry, but her sobbing had long since stopped. For a long time, until a servant from the Branch family came looking for her, she remained in a state of distraction, her mind filled with that youth's figure. She couldn't quite understand those words, but she felt that this youth was very mysterious. It made Hinata unable to stop her curiosity from growing. She wanted to know who he was. Time flew like a shuttle, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Under the Hokage's arrangements, the 6-year-old Aizen prepared to enter the Ninja Academy. This couldn't help but remind him of his life at the Spiritual Arts Academy. After briefly packing his school bag, he soon arrived at the school gates. Most children were being dropped off by their parents. A pair of brothers with the fan pattern on their backs caught his attention. Sasuke You must listen to the teacher at school. Chapter 5. On the edge of the crowd, a black-haired young man crouched on the ground, straightening the collar for his excited younger brother. The young man had a calm temperament and seemed out of place with his surroundings, showing obvious emotional fluctuations only when facing his brother. The fan pattern on the backs of the two brothers piqued a bit of Aizen's interest. The Uchiha clan. In this world of ninjas, bloodline was a force that could not be ignored. Not only did it involve the transfer of power, but descendants could also inherit the abilities left behind by their ancestors. This was what interested Aizen the most. It was a pity the situation didn't allow for it. Otherwise, he would have loved to capture a few specimens for research. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's movements paused slightly as he keenly caught the gaze coming from behind him. He slowly stood up straight and, with a casual turn of his head, his gaze pierced through the noisy crowd and accurately locked onto the blonde-haired boy. Itachi instantly identified the other person's identity. Among those living in Konoha village, how many did not know this mischievous demon fox boy? Although he had improved in recent years, the things he did back then were still fresh in people's memories. Judging by the boy's appearance, he should be enrolling today and would be in the same class as Sasayh in the future. Their gazes met in midair. Uchiha Itachi's gaze held a hint of scrutiny, while Uzumaki Naruto wore a gentle smile on his face. He looked as bright and sunny as a boy next door, even appearing a bit shy. Yet for some reason, Uchiha Itachi instinctively felt a sense of aversion. Just like that night many years ago, he was the first to sense the turbulent aura of the Nine Tails. Itachi had an almost instinctive intuition for threats. Maybe I've just been too tired lately. Itachi didn't think much more of it, even attributing it to his internal prejudice against the Nine Tails. He looked away and placed his hands gently on his younger brother's tender shoulders. Go on. Remember to get along well with your classmates. Sasuke nodded, only half understanding, his mind filled with the thought of studying hard. When his brother was in school, he was already an expert beyond the reach of others. Sasuke hoped he could achieve the same. On the other side, Aizen walked through the school gates with the flow of people, the sunlight stretching his shadow infinitely. That same gentle smile remained on his face, as if he were wearing a meticulously painted, perfect mask. Inside the classroom, Iruka asked the students to turn their books to page 42. Today's topic was the composite application of ninja tool throwing. He drew several parabolas at different angles on the blackboard, with wind speed, distance, and target types marked next to them. In a headwind environment, use shuriken to hit two moving targets at different distances. The first target is 15 meters away, moving horizontally to the left. The second target is 25 meters away, moving horizontally to the right. Without using ninjutsu for assistance, how can one rely on throwing techniques to complete a double hit? This was a very difficult question, belonging to an extra extension of existing knowledge. It was indeed a bit hard for children who had only been in school for 2 months. The classroom was silent. Clearly, this problem was far beyond the scope of an average student's thinking. Seeing no one volunteer an answer, Iruka-sensei was forced to call on someone. The first one called was Izuka Kiba. After thinking hard for a long time, he scratched his head and said he could hit the first target, and he could let his pup chase the second one. Woof. Akamaru nodded in agreement. You sit down. Iruka waved his hand helplessly and called on the second student. Choji seriously considered the wind speed but completely ignored the variables of the moving targets. Sakura Harano had a solid theoretical foundation and could break down the effects of wind speed and distance, but she felt lost regarding how to manage split attention control and fine-tuning concepts. She hadn't learned this stuff yet. Only Shikamaru ducked his head, praying that the teacher wouldn't call on him. This kind of calculation was very troublesome. He could predict the accurate steps, but the thought process would waste who knows how many brain cells. He had always looked down on such boring questions. It's not as convenient as using the shadow possession jutsu. Finally, Iruka's gaze fell upon the blonde boy in the back row of the classroom. Naruto, you answer this. Uzumaki Naruto stood up calmly, his voice echoing clearly in the classroom. The core of this problem lies in the fact that the shuriken need to hit moving targets in different directions at specific times. The first target is closer and is affected by the headwind. A high-rotation throwing method with a slight backspin should be used. The second target is far away and the headwind effect is significant. A throwing method with a higher parabola and a faster initial velocity should be used. A perfect answer, but the full analysis hadn't been given yet. Under the influence of some inexplicable emotion, Iruka pressed further. How would you ensure the shuriken won't be interfered with by the wind speed? The key point lies in the fine-tuning of chakra. Aizen smiled slightly, his charisma instantly peaking. Chakra gives the shuriken strong environmental adaptability. Instead of calculating static physical parameters, we should utilize chakra's ability to correct the flight trajectory. Of course, this placed high demands on the practitioner, requiring extremely precise chakra control. In a complex battlefield environment, no one has the leisure to calculate wind resistance parameters. The true meaning of this lesson was to tell everyone the importance of control. By the time Aizen sat down, the classroom had long fallen into silence. His classmates turned to look at him, their gazes filled with the admiration one has for a top student. Only Shikamaru yawned. He knew all of this. Though he had a lazy personality, he was never sloppy with things that needed to be done. As early as the eve of enrollment, he had mastered the knowledge in the first-grade textbooks. He hadn't expected someone in the class to have done the same. On the podium, Iruka's expression became increasingly complex. 2 months ago, the Saint-Dame had personally sought him out for a talk, asking him to give Naruto the same care as the other children. At this moment, his heart was churning with complex emotions. Memories of his parents dying on the night of the Nine-Tails incident surged into his mind like a tide. But looking at the Saint-Dame's earnest gaze, it could only ultimately turn into a heavy sigh. He vaguely remembered first standing outside the classroom, looking at Naruto sitting alone in the corner and unconsciously digging his nails into his palm. He forced himself to treat this child with the composure of a professional teacher. He tried his best not to bring personal emotions into his work. However, as time went on, things developed completely differently than expected. This Naruto's performance was simply too perfect. His ninjutsu theory answer sheets were as logically rigorous as academic papers. Every movement in taijutsu practice was as precise as a geometric construction. On rainy days, he would move the bucket catching the classroom leak to the hallway ahead of time. After training, he would silently repair damaged targets. He would even use herbal knowledge to help classmates treat bruises from training. He was gentle and polite to everyone. Even the elites raised by the great clans were far from his level. What teacher wouldn't like such a student? Unknowingly, Iruka's thoughts had changed, though he himself was still unwilling to admit it. The answer is completely correct. Iruka heard his own dry voice say. He really wanted to praise him more, but his pride forced him to keep his mouth shut. It felt as if praising Naruto's excellence was the same as losing. The bell for the end of class rang, and the students all poured out of the classroom. The next class was shuriken throwing, which needed to be conducted outdoors. Theory was, after all, theory. Ninja was a profession that placed extreme importance on practice. Enemies on the battlefield wouldn't show mercy just because you had a perfect score in theory. After the students left, Iruka cleaned the classroom alone and inadvertently saw the handwritten notes on Naruto's desk. They were filled with dense text, all of which were analytical materials on sealing jutsu. Much of the knowledge was things even Iruka had not yet mastered. He knew very well in his heart that Naruto was like a never-saturated sponge, absorbing all knowledge at an alarming speed. Many people called him an incredible genius. In the entire history of the Ninja Academy, only a few could compare with him. The one Iruka was most familiar with was naturally Uchiha Itachi. The two were truly similar. If there was a difference, Uzumaki Naruto was more adapted to group life, unlike the aloofness of the Uchiha genius. Sigh. Iruka sighed, his eyes reflecting the floating clouds outside the window. Maybe I should face his excellence head-on. With such an excellent child, it would be a disservice to the Saint-Daime not to train him seriously. On the playground, the children were working hard to learn basic hand-seal knowledge. Except for the elites raised by the great clans, most students were encountering ninja topics for the first time. Naturally, they had to start from basic knowledge. Even with just basic hand seals, most students could only clumsily gesture with their fingers. Being able to correctly complete 3 seals within 10 seconds could already be called excellent. Forming seals wasn't just about making gestures. A ninja needed to complete multiple steps such as chakra extraction, flow, shape transformation, and nature transformation. This was a huge test of controllability. Most people did not possess such qualities. Because of this, children needed 6 years to complete their studies, and some couldn't even pass the final test. After 6 years of study, they couldn't even use the basic 3-body technique well. Letting such a person become a ninja would be cold-blooded murder. However, there were always geniuses who would break this limit. The record holder was the orphan of the Hōgyoku clan. The meaning of a record's existence is to highlight the difference between mortals and geniuses. Aizen smiled slightly and completed the assessment casually. His seal-forming speed was so fast and his execution so precise that even Iruka, as the teacher, was greatly shocked. Then you go on to the next step. Besides basic hand seals, ninja tool throwing was another major topic for ninjas. For most ninjas, chakra was an extremely precious resource. Moving, punching, defending, parrying, throwing shuriken, etc., all required the use of chakra. It was an energy source that was consumed every moment. To maintain combat effectiveness, one had to learn to save its use. Ninjutsu was powerful, but not everyone could use it without limit. This created the necessity for mutual probing. Finding the enemy's weakness and using ninjutsu to deliver the final blow gradually became the mainstream fighting style. Compared to risky close-quarters combat, throwing ninja tools became the first choice for many. It was also an important benchmark for measuring a ninja's strength. In this regard, Uchiha Sasuke had absolute confidence. The techniques taught hand-to-hand by his brother were definitely not bad. What's the use of just being good at studying? Sasuke's expression held a hint of disdain. Chapter 6. Sasuke stood before the target line, his posture as textbook perfect, as if he had been carved right out of one. While his surrounding classmates were still struggling with how to make their chakra flow, he could already hit the bullseye from 25 meters away. This sense of accomplishment left him in a state of high excitement. Raising his hand, flicking his wrist, and throwing. His movements were concise and fluid, drawing a series of gasps of admiration. The kunai sliced through the air with a short, sharp whistle before thudding. Thwack. Precisely into the dead center of the wooden target, the ring at its tail vibrating slightly. Several girls instinctively covered their mouths, looking at Sasuke with eyes full of worship. Iruka also nodded in approval. Very good. Your form and power delivery are very standard. Sasuke suppressed his excitement, his dark eyes reflecting a certain person's figure. He seemed very eager to see how the other would perform. This hostility did not stem from the rumors about the demon fox. Sasuke even felt some disdain for those who merely parroted what others said. From their time spent together, Uzumaki Naruto didn't seem like the rumors at all. On the contrary, this person was so outstanding that even he felt a sense of pressure. He could let the academic classes go. He admitted he wasn't as good as the other. But shuriken throwing was a technique his brother had taught him. Little Sasuke would never allow anyone to surpass him in this. His elder brother was one of the undisputed legends of the Ninja Academy after Kakashi, the benchmark for a good student in the mouths of all teachers. He was also the son that Sasuke was doing his best to chase. He would never allow anyone to be more outstanding than his brother. The Uchiha are the strongest. Many times, he had wanted to personally teach the other a lesson, but every invitation was ignored by that guy. Now that they had finally reached the practical class, Sasuke looked at Naruto immediately after hitting the bullseye. He wanted to confirm just how much weight this guy, who was being compared to his brother, actually carried. However, what Sasuke saw was still that infuriating calm. Perhaps noticing his gaze, Aizen chuckled inwardly, having gained some understanding of the Konoha village's clan model. Even young children have the glory of their family etched into their hearts. This couldn't help but remind him of the noble groups in the Soul Society. Compared to maintaining the safety of the Seirete, they cared more about the interests allocated to their families. Everyone kept their eyes on the seats of the Council of 46, and because of this, many loathsome stories were born. Utterly hideous. That was the evaluation Aizen gave these people. He took out a most ordinary shuriken from his tool pouch. Without any posture of building momentum, his wrist gave an extremely steady flick, and the tip of the blade embedded itself into the target without the slightest error. It didn't hit the bullseye, but with an almost mathematical precision, it formed a vertical T shape with another shuriken. A coincidence? Or intentional? Sasuke didn't feel the joy of victory. He always felt as if this guy was deliberately hiding something. Beside them, Iruka opened his mouth and finally spoke a word of encouragement. Not bad. Just keep practicing diligently from now on. To this, Aizen merely gave a polite response and then began to silently practice hand seals on the side. This was a process of familiarization. He had to let his body develop muscle memory. Once he dealt with the matter of the seal inside his body, Aizen would begin to work on the nature transformation of chakra. According to his assessment, the activity level of the wind attribute chakra in his body was very high, meaning he was born with a strong affinity for the wind attribute. He would be able to master it perfectly with just a little cultivation. The other attributes would need to be developed bit by bit. This process was somewhat lengthy. Even for him, it would take several years to complete. The basic wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water were easy to develop, but yin and yang attribute chakra would be more troublesome. He currently had no lead on them, only knowing that medical ninjutsu was an application based on yang attribute chakra. Catching a falling leaf, his palm trembled slightly, and a crack suddenly split open at the corner of the leaf. With his current level, this was all he could manage. Once the problem inside his body was resolved, perhaps the efficiency of his training would speed up considerably. On the other side, Sasuke remained unreconciled. Just you wait. In half a month, the ninja sparring will begin. You won't be able to run then. To achieve his wish, he decided to have his brother help him with extra training when he returned tonight. Thinking about practicing under his brother's guidance, a happy smile spread across little Saichi's face. Konoha Village, evening. Aizen returned to that cheap apartment, gently closed the door, and placed his school bag on the chair. By now, the intensity of the high-level surveillance had decreased a lot. Only one ninja remained outside, and most of the time, they didn't keep their eyes on him. In a few more years, perhaps the surveillance could be withdrawn entirely. This was directly related to Aizen's excellent performance. As long as he was stable enough, his activities within the village wouldn't be too restricted. As for the threats from the villagers, they had almost vanished since he entered the ninja academy. The reason was simple. No matter how weak a ninja was, they were not in existence that ordinary people could threaten. Faced with someone who could lash out and injure them at any moment, many people would start to think rationally. They are only bravest when they are safe. After a simple wash, Aizen went to the mirror and took off his shirt. As his chakra surged, the skin around his navel began to glow slightly. Soon, a sealing jutsu formula resembling a bagua pattern emerged. It has finally manifested. Touching the glowing skin with his fingertips, Aizen could feel the power of the sealing jutsu. It would take at least a Bakudo in the 80s to compare with it. This couldn't help but make him a little curious about the caster. Through his understanding during this period, he had gained a clearer perception of the profession of ninja. He had thought his physical talent was average, but seeing the state of the other students, he realized how powerful the chakra Naruto possessed was. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason why he was sealed. Closing his eyes and letting his spirit sink, he soon arrived outside a dark cage. Sensing his intrusion, a literal wave of hatred crashed toward him frantically. Every strand was enough to make an ordinary ninja's mind collapse. Unfortunately for Aizen, the thing he feared least was spiritual attacks. Though his physical body was gone, his soul remained. A Shinigami was a spiritual body to begin with. The difference between a spiritual attack and physical damage was negligible. Through the endless darkness, he saw the demon fox lying prone inside the cage. So it really was sealed inside my body. He just didn't understand why a living creature could enter a human body. His chakra slowly seeped in, and although it was quickly snuffed out by the demon fox, he still keenly perceived the other's nature. This was a product composed of chakra. In essence, it was very similar to the spiritual body of a Shinigami. Though it appeared to have flesh and blood, it was still fundamentally different from a living person. Of course, compared to a Shinigami, Aizen felt this thing was more akin to a hollow. And it was a Manos Grande that surpassed the Vasto Lorde level. This chakra is truly astonishing. Aizen couldn't help but remark with emotion. He had finally encountered the high-end power of this world. Through a brief assessment, the energy contained in this thing was not much different from his own during the Great Battle of Karakura Town. It was far inferior to himself during the period of fighting the Von Denreich. Of course, Aizen was merely measuring the raw chakra value. The combat methods of beings like Shinigami and Quincy leaned more toward rule-based abilities. Purely destructive means were actually not that numerous. If it were just a matter of powerful energy, Aizen had many ways to subdue this demon fox. He just wasn't sure what level it occupied in this world. Aizen instinctively reached out his hand, as if touching the hatred flowing in the air. Since it is a collection of energy, it means I can directly absorb and mobilize the chakra possessed by the demon fox. By erasing its consciousness, the energy could be applied elsewhere. For example, the soul substance needed to construct a Hogyoku. After his preliminary investigation, the chakra and soul of the people in this world could be said to be almost merged into one. To put it another way, every person's chakra was unique. If there was reincarnation, it could entirely be viewed as the reincarnation of chakra. Then the problem of the core raw materials for the Hogyoku could be solved. The demon fox before him was the best material. I wonder if existences like it are rare. It would be even better if there were a few more. Inside the cage, the Ninetales opened its eyes, its blood-red vertical pupils comparable in size to a house, reflecting Aizen's tiny figure. "Brat, what are you doing here?" It moved its tail slightly. Red chakra swarmed forth, like an abyss instantly extending to Aizen's feet. However, Aizen never retreated, nor did he even assume a defensive stance. He allowed the red chakra to envelop his body and lift him slowly into the air until he reached a height where he could look the demon fox in the eye. "You're not afraid?" The Ninetales' pupils shrank slightly, sensing that this child was completely different from before. "Why should I be?" Aizen smiled, staring into the demon fox's eyes. "I am just quite curious about your existence." Hearing this, the Ninetales immediately sneered. Curious? It was nothing more than wanting to harness its power. Why bother finding such high-sounding excuses? Unfortunately, it didn't think this brat could pull it off. But thinking of the other's age and his extraordinary talent for sealing Jutsu, the Ninetales suddenly felt an unprovoked surge of worry. It felt that this was a Jinchuriki even harder to handle than Kushina. Sensing the other's resistance, Aizen was not prepared to continue the conversation. He was currently weak in power and had no capital to negotiate. Could it be that if he released the demon fox one day, this guy would devotedly work for him? After a brief contact, he felt that the demon fox was not such a naive creature. How could a creature full of hatred easily believe the promise of a human brat? Under the Ninetales' gaze, black seals suddenly appeared beneath Aizen's feet. He cut off the other's prying and then withdrew from the world of the seal within his body. The failure to reach a cooperation meant that the interference from the demon fox's chakra still existed. But it was not without a solution. What Aizen needed to do was to reinforce the seal, or rather, to apply an additional lock to suppress the demon fox. Once the interference from the foreign chakra was eliminated, his control would see a leap-forward improvement. At that time, many of his methods could be applied. His survivability would perhaps increase significantly. Time reached late at night, and only when he sensed the monitors starting to doze off did Aizen sit up from his bed. Chapter 7. Late at night, everything was silent. It was the perfect time to do things that shouldn't be seen by others. Aizen pulled back the covers and walked to the center of the room, bare-chested. Moonlight slanted in through the window, cutting a cold boundary across his small, thin frame. Around his navel, the black lines of a seal emerged as the demon fox's chakra swirled through various pathways in his body. Whenever he made a move, interference would occur at any moment. A pathetic counterattack, Aizen whispered to himself, his fingertips lightly touching the edge of the seal. He raised his hands and slowly began performing hand seals, chakra gathering frantically with his movements. Sealing Jutsu Fuzuki. Chakra exploded in his palm, the black seal markings as thin as hair, containing a complex sealing formula. With my order, I define thy chaos. With my calm, I overwrite thy waves. This place is a mirror that cannot be peered into. He who reflects shall be consumed. The incantation automatically surfaced in his mind. This was the 50-second Bakudo, specifically used to isolate the intrusion of energy. It was also the limit of what Aizen could currently perform. He had to admit, compared to the long incantations, performing hand seals was much more efficient and concise. An expert could perform multiple hand seals in a second, but no matter how fast you spoke, an incantation would take a long time. Even if one abandoned the incantation, the casting speed was roughly on par with hand seals. The seal markings burrowed into the surrounding skin like living snakes, winding in the opposite direction along the lines of the Bagua seal. It wasn't an overwrite, nor a reinforcement. What Aizen intended to do was construct a second set of sealing circuits. A mirror seal completely independent of the original, driven by his own chakra. By the time the demon fox noticed something was wrong, the threads of Fuzuki had already formed a large net. Once the seal was complete, the alien chakra within Aizen's body vanished instantly. It was as if the entire world had fallen silent. The demon fox's chakra was still boiling, but it could no longer leak out even a fraction. Nor could it peer into the outside world through his chakra pathways. It was like placing a layer of one-way glass over the abyss. He could see the abyss, but the abyss could not see him. It's finished. Aizen opened his eyes, his face wearing its usual calm. He raised his hand, and the chakra condensed at his fingertips was as docile as a kitten. His control precision had improved at least several-fold. Attaching chakra to his fingertip, he gave a gentle swipe, and a corner of the wooden table was instantly sliced off. This was a basic application of Wind Nature Chakra. Without the demon fox's interference, Aizen had easily completed the nature transformation. With this level of control, he could now begin strengthening his power. The four basic skills of a Shinigami are Zanjutsu, Ho-Ho, Hakuda, and Kido. He was currently too young to use swordsmanship effectively. Kido needed to be developed slowly, combining with the ninja system to create ninjutsu suitable for him. To strengthen his power, he would have to work on Hakuda and footwork. Ninjas are skilled in taijutsu, the power of which mainly depends on technique and the amount of chakra. Technique aside, Hakuda had derived numerous moves. Though Aizen hadn't specifically studied them, nothing stopped him from realizing them one by one. When a ninja fights, every punch and kick is infused with chakra. Given equal chakra, whoever has stronger control will hold an absolute advantage. The same applies to physical strength. A strong body can always withstand more energy. As for Shunpo, it is a high-speed movement technique. By using spiritual pressure to construct platforms underfoot and utilizing the recoil of reishi bursts, one achieves ultra-high-speed movement. Not only can it increase speed, but it also allows for free movement in midair. Aizen had once asked a teacher and knew that ninjas who could fly were very few and far between. If he completed his Shunpo training, he would essentially be innate ly invincible. The problem was that reishi did not exist in the atmosphere, so he couldn't easily construct platforms. To accomplish this, using the chakra in his body required extremely fine chakra control. Any strong person must have fantasized about similar things, using chakra to build platforms to achieve flight. Why was it that almost no one could do it? It was because the difficulty of realization was far too high. Aizen possessed ample experience and understood advanced movement techniques like Shunpo. Unfortunately, his attempt still ended in failure. Building a platform in the air was easy, but accurately generating reaction force and having it work continuously to ensure the body could sustain flight. The difficulty increased exponentially. After several failures, he clearly recognized the problem. The difficulty of this task was simply not something a 6-year-old body could handle. Aizen settled for the next best thing and began trying the application of Shunpo on the ground. Since his feet were on solid ground, there was no need to consider the stability of a reishi platform. He only needed to control the reaction force for a burst of speed. The difficulty suddenly dropped dozens of times. After a brief trial, he perfectly grasped the Shunpo belonging to ninjas. But a new problem emerged. He looked down at his sprained right foot. This was the price of forcibly performing high-speed movement. Spraining it after 3 uses meant he could not yet use Shunpo frequently. This was not beyond his expectations. At the Spiritual Arts Academy, Shunpo courses were only open to senior students who were about to graduate. In other words, if one's physical strength was insufficient, using Shunpo was an act of harming the enemy while suffering nearly as much damage oneself. What the Shinigami emphasized was not mutual destruction, but striking down your enemy from behind. In this regard, ninjas seemed slightly different. These ninjas who moved through the darkness were more like tools discarded at will by those in power. Everything could be sacrificed to complete a mission. This was the knowledge Aizen had gathered from books. Those in power promoted this heavily, calling it a model of professional ethics. Those who broke the rules would inevitably incur hostility. Even as the detested demon fox, he had heard of the tragedy of the White Fang of Konoha. This was a place even more pathological than the Soul Society. Let me be the one to change all this. Aizen looked out the window, his gaze seemingly able to pierce through the walls to see the vast world beyond. Struggling within the rules is the behavior of the weak. The winner dictates how the world should exist. One day, he would stand alone in the heavens, looking down upon the entire ninja world like a god. Saturday, 10 a.m., Konoha's southern commercial street. The sun was shining today, and the streets were bustling. Women bargained while carrying vegetable baskets, and children played, chasing vendors selling goldfish. Even the ninja tool shop had a sign outside announcing new arrivals. This peaceful atmosphere experienced a subtle stagnation the moment the boy stepped into the commercial street. Aizen stood at the street entrance, wearing a jacket with a childish pattern. What an unpleasant color scheme. Looking down at this standard Naruto outfit, Aizen's brow furrowed imperceptibly. In the past, he had focused on improving his strength and understanding the structure of the ninja world as quickly as possible, neglecting the external packaging of this body. When he looked in the mirror this morning, he finally reached his limit and wanted to change his terrible past image. The figure in the mirror, looking like a mobile warning light, stood in stark contrast to the pure white haori he wore on the throne of Wako Mundo. This had already crossed the line of aesthetic tolerance. Considering he was in a period of dormancy, the hairstyle could be tolerated for now, but he didn't want to wear these clothes for another day. Image is also a part of one's weaponry, Aizen whispered to himself, stepping into the crowd. The surrounding whispers followed him like a shadow. Look, it's that kid. Keep it down, don't let him hear you. Seems like he's become a ninja. Don't go looking for trouble. We vented our anger enough anyway. The third really is getting senile. How could he let someone like that into the Ninja Academy? TCH, it's not even certain if he can graduate successfully. The seemingly harsh words could not hide the fear lurking behind them. Aizen's lips curled slightly into a mocking arc. Soon, he arrived deep within the commercial street, at a clothing store called Fujiwara Textiles. The storefront was small, with a few plain kimonos displayed in the window. The shopkeeper was a gray-haired old woman, sitting behind the counter mending clothes. As he pushed the door open, the wind chime jingled, instantly drawing the old woman's attention. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto's figure, the old woman's movements paused imperceptibly. Then she greeted him with a beaming smile. I want to custom order some clothes, Aizen said, describing the white haori he wanted. In addition, he needed a pair of plain glasses to shield his eyes from the prying of outsiders. Managing facial expressions was easy, but eyes would always inadvertently reveal one's true thoughts. To maximize his concealment, Aizen decided to wear glasses again. His experience in this area could be said to be very rich. After choosing for a while, he picked up a pair of silver-rimmed glasses and put them on. Walking to the full-length mirror in the corner to observe carefully, he found that the gaze reflected in the mirror had indeed softened significantly. Not bad. Aizen was satisfied. This wasn't something that could be faked. It was simply an application of visual psychology. As for the white haori he wanted, the old lady said she needed to go to the shop next door to get the fabric. Ordinary material was difficult to use for ninja attire. Therefore, various shops would prepare qualified materials. However, the shopkeeper used the lack of materials as an excuse to temporarily borrow some fabric from a shop on the next street. I'll be right back, the old lady said, hurrying away. Before leaving, she even asked the boy to help watch the shop. It was as if she didn't want him to leave. Aizen turned his head as if sensing something, easily seeing through to the heart of the problem. However, he did not leave. A 6-year-old child should not have such insight. If he left now, it might expose many issues. The Anbu monitoring from outside were still there. No one should dare to lay a hand on him so brazenly. Aizen also wanted to see who would dare to cause trouble right under the noses of the Anbu. With his mind made up, Aizen stood quietly by the counter. His gaze seemed to wander, but in reality, he was constantly observing the movements outside. Soon, a set of footsteps approached the shop. When the shop door was pushed open, the wind chime did not sound. This indicated that the visitor possessed excellent control over their strength. It was a middle-aged man with no distinguishing features. His steps were silent, and his eyes were like two dry wells, devoid of any superfluous emotion. Uzumaki Naruto. The man's voice was dry, as if reading from a document. Lord Danzo wishes to see you. Chapter 8. 2 years later, Aizen heard that name once again. After the last incident, he had thought the root would have received severe punishment. Now it seemed he had been too naive. Either Danzo's foundation is so deep that even the highest authority cannot easily move against him, or the Hokage is too weak to allow the existence of a subordinate who openly defies him. Regardless of the reason, it proved that Hiruzen Sarutobi was someone incapable of achieving great things. Konoha would surely decline in his hands. Aizen recalled that book on the will of fire. Beautiful words alone cannot change the world. Seeing the Jinchuriki unmoved, the man's aura immediately became sharp and threatening. The other party did not use the word please, nor did he offer any extra explanation. This was a command that brooked no refusal. It meant Naruto had no right to say no. Lord Danzo, Aizen repeated softly, a hint of confusion surfacing on his face at the right moment. I don't know him. Is Hokage-sama looking for me? His performance was very much in line with common sense. For a child who had just started school to instantly see through the identity of the root's leader would be the anomaly. Aizen acted as if he knew nothing about high-level politics. He seemed no different from any ordinary child who only knew of the Hokage. Hearing this, the root ninja replied in a low voice. It is not the same daime. Lord Danzo is responsible for the roots of Konoha. He believes it is necessary for you to go and undergo an evaluation. Evaluation? Aizen frowned slightly, a flash of unease crossing his eyes at just the right time. I'm just a student. Why evaluate me? Does Iruka-sensei know about this? Unfortunately, the innocence he displayed failed to deceive the man before him, who specialized in intelligence. Root operations require no reporting to anyone. Lord Danzo has taken an interest in your talent. You will receive the best training in the root. With that, the man began to promise him various benefits. Things like Jonin instructors, countless ninjutsu scrolls, and even joining a research and development team if he was interested. Specifically, work dedicated to the development of new ninjutsu. These were exactly the kinds of assistance Aizen urgently needed. They could effectively accelerate his progress, especially that R&D team. Many of his ideas could be realized there. This was a stroke of good fortune that others could only dream of. Unfortunately, Aizen disliked being restrained. Any existence that attempted to control him would eventually become a soul lost to his blade. Even if he were to force himself to agree, who could guarantee that Danzo would keep his promises? Aizen never pinned his hopes on others. I refuse. He gave a direct answer. The Anbu were monitoring from outside. If any commotion broke out here, they would immediately come to support him. At that moment, Aizen suddenly sensed something unusual. It seemed as if something had come into contact with his body. Instinctively looking down, he saw a large swarm of flying insects enveloping his body. This was a powerful type of spirit-binding insect. They could inject complex neurotoxins through their mouthparts. Don't worry, you'll just have a little sleep, Aburame-chiki spoke in a low voice, his tone carrying a sinister aura. You got away last time, but it won't be so easy this time. He was the root ninja who had been responsible for capturing Uzumaki Naruto 2 years ago. Having failed the mission, he had suffered severe punishment. Had it not been for his clan brother's plea, Danzo would not have easily forgiven him. To make up for his failure, Aburame-chiki had come to execute this mission. The spirit-binding insects he released weren't very lethal. They were poisonous insects specifically prepared for capturing enemies. They possessed a very powerful paralyzing effect. Usually, by the time he spoke, the enemy would have already lost the ability to resist. However, Aizen remained standing there perfectly fine. Not so easy is it. A smile curved his lips, and a faint blue technique seal suddenly lit up beneath his clothing. Sealing Jutsu, repelling countercurrent. The moment the technique activated, all foreign objects touching his body's surface were repelled by Chakra. The spirit-binding insects that were about to inject their venom bore the brunt of it. They were like hitting an invisible wall, sent flying back the way they came the instant they made contact. This was a technique Aizen had inscribed on his skin beforehand. It was so that if someone restrained him at close range, he could use Kido-based ninjutsu to repel them. The technique's lethality wasn't high. It was a preset sealing barrier that, at most, could push back an opponent of similar level some distance. It was a completely different story when the target was a swarm of flying insects. What? Aburame Chiaki's pupils suddenly constricted. He had never encountered such a situation, and he hadn't even seen the target perform any hand seals. A preset sealing technique. The man's face was filled with shock. What kind of child from a normal family would have sealing techniques inscribed on their body? What an insecure thing to do. Yet, he had witnessed it today. Recalling that this brat had managed to escape the route before, Aburame suddenly felt that today's preparations were not sufficient. He threw a smoke bomb at his feet, and thick smoke instantly filled the clothing store. A second later, the Anbu who had heard the commotion burst in, standing before Aizen like a wall. To prevent a sneak attack from the enemy, the Anbu quickly completed his hand seals. A large amount of water condensed out of thin air, enveloping them both. Water release, water encampment wall. Aizen suddenly became interested. It was his first time experiencing the ninjutsu of this world at close range. The water, which appeared still, was actually moving at high speeds. This method enhanced its endurance, allowing it to withstand high-intensity offensive ninjutsu. If a human hand touched it, it would be injured by the high-speed water. It had to be said that the ninjutsu system of this world indeed had its merits. This guy responsible for guarding him wasn't as weak as he had imagined. The two remained calm, waiting quietly for the enemy's next move. Once the smoke cleared and the attacker had completely vanished, the Anbu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. The young man wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to look with some helplessness. Are you okay? In his heart, he thought Naruto was truly lucky. If the boy hadn't made some noise, he probably would have been abducted by now. In fact, the commotion had been caused by Aizen himself. He just couldn't be bothered to explain to the other person. Compared to the potential threat, he had suddenly developed a strong interest in the local ninjutsu. It would be nice to have a chance to study it. Not long after, members of the policing force cordoned off the clothing store. During the process, Aizen met the current head of the policing force, who was also Uchiha Seiichi's father and one of the most powerful figures in Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku. Is everyone all right? Fugaku walked in, his gaze instinctively falling upon the Jinchuriki. Given his rank, he knew many things that outsiders did not. So this is him, the orphan of the Yondaime. Thinking of that man who was like sunshine, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but sigh. There weren't many people he admired, but Minato Namikaze was definitely one of them. If possible, he could show a little care for young Naruto. The problem is the Sendaime's side. Forcing his emotions back, the Uchiha clan chief looked at the young boy before him. You must be Naruto. Sasuke has been mentioning you quite often lately. Hello. Looking at this polite child, Fugaku's brow furrowed slightly. He felt the boy was quite different from the rumored troublemaker. Far from looking like an orphan, he appeared to be well-bred. Ultimately, Fugaku could only attribute it to the Sendaime's secret care. Get along well with Sasuke. Fugaku gave a few brief instructions before leaving the clothing store alone. His subordinates remained in the shop to continue gathering information. As for the fleeing culprit, to dare attack the Jinchuriki, and to do so right under the Anbu's nose. Coupled with the shop owner who had vanished without a trace, he could tell what was going on without even having to think. Fugaku couldn't do much about this game between the high-level officials. He would leave the judgment to the Hokage-sama. Inside the shop, the Anbu went back into hiding. Aizen looked at the mess and sighed softly. I already paid the deposit. Who's going to give me a refund? Of course, it was a joke. At a time like this, no one cared about his loss. Compared to the missing shop owner, Aizen was more interested in the conversation between those Uchiha members. Who do you think did this? Is there any other candidate besides Danzo Shimura? Humph. The Shimura family has been getting more and more arrogant lately. They even dared to openly resist arrest last time when we were making arrests. What can we do? They have a powerful backer. Do you think the Sarutobi clan is any better? Just wait. The Uchiha will show them sooner or later. Sensing someone eavesdropping, they stopped talking. One of the men waved his hand impatiently, shooing the victim, Uzumaki Naruto, out of the shop. Before leaving, Aizen swiped a few sets of clothes, considering it compensation for his financial loss. His current finances were too tight. He had to pinch every penny. He didn't know when he could start his research. There were many projects Aizen wanted to research. First, the conversion of Kido into ninjutsu and sealing jutsu. This was the foundation of his strength and required long-term research. Second, the refusion of the Hogyoku. The demon fox was powerful. It might be impossible in the short term. Aizen wanted to experiment on ordinary people to see if his theories were correct. If the soul were truly bound with chakra, the process of creating the Hogyoku would be countless times simpler. Once the Hogyoku was complete, not only would his strength increase, but he could also conduct further brand-new research. on Carification, Shinigumiification, and so on. Perhaps he could come up with more appropriate new names. Third, finding materials to create a Zanpakuto. Aizen had conducted research in this area. As long as he had the right materials, he could reforge an Asoochi. By slowly nurturing it with his soul, he would gradually awaken the Kyoka Seietsu sleeping deep within. This was a relatively long process. After all, Aizen Soci was not a professional swordsmith. His skill level was certainly inferior to Namaya Aoetsu. From the current situation, no suitable forging materials had been found yet. Only when he obtained enough resources could he search for different materials on a large scale. Coming to the next street, Aizen finally bought suitable clothes. By the time he returned home, it was already around 2 in the afternoon. Aizen prepared to begin practicing the Hakuda techniques he had neglected for so long. Speaking of which, it was Yamamoto Jinrasai who had taught him personally back then. Chapter 9. Similar to his swordsmanship, Yamamoto Jinrasai's Hakuda techniques were full of violent fury, compressing the ultimate refined power into a single point and releasing it instantly through the knuckles. This was the move the captain commander had taught him back then. It was a form of extreme physical destruction, very much in line with the old man's explosive personality. The difficulty of practice lies not in the scale of energy, but in the absolute unification of compression and release. Like a precision laboratory instrument, Aizen analyzed the potential difficulties he might encounter during the cultivation process. This was a necessary process to enhance his strength. Back then, he had also progressed bit by bit, no different from any other squad member. At most, his cultivation speed was just a tiny bit faster. Having clarified the principles of the practice, Aizen began his attempt. Using his body as a furnace, he aimed to complete the entire process at the moment of the punch, gathering chakra from his whole body, refining it into a single point at the tip of his fist, and finally letting it diffuse and pour out from that point. Any trace of energy dissipation, rhythmic misalignment, or muscle tremor would reduce Ikkotsu to a mere ordinary heavy punch. Slowly raising his right arm, he closed his fingers into a fist, and the chakra compressed and condensed at several specific points under his control. The meridians under his skin bulged slightly, and a subtle stinging sensation came from his arm. Aizen knew he couldn't continue condensing. Otherwise, he would injure himself before he could hurt anyone else. On the first attempt, the chakra lost its restraint 3 inches in front of him and erupted prematurely. Bang! The air let out a muffled boom, and the upper half of the wooden post exploded into a cloud of wood chips. The cracks on it were rough, with obvious signs of energy dissipation. The moment the chakra leaves the body, it immediately loses its restraining force. Aizen summarized the reason for the failure. His hard work and cultivation left the Onbu hiding in the shadows quite impressed. For a child with such outstanding talent, to also know how to work desperately hard at cultivation, his future achievements would surely be limitless. The third's judgment was correct. This child will surely become a pillar of Konoha. While he was filled with such emotions, little did he know that the Konoha higher-ups were also arguing incessantly over Uzumaki Naruto. In the Hokage office, the faint scent of tobacco smoke filled the air. The crystal ball glowed, reflecting several faces with varying expressions. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the main seat, smoke rising slowly and veiling some of the emotions in his eyes. Advisors Homura Mito Kado and Utane Koharu sat on either side, with a stack of reports spread out before them. These were assessment documents summarizing Uzumaki Naruto's performance over the past 6 months in school, the training grounds, and even the undisclosed root contact incident. Excellent in all theory classes, excellent in basic taijutsu, superb chakra control, and possesses an astonishing talent for ninjutsu creation. Utane Koharu fell silent. For a moment, she seemed to see a second Minato Namikaze. No, this little guy was also skilled in sealing jutsu, something the young Minato didn't have the ability for. Reaching out to push her glasses, Utane Koharu's gaze revealed appreciation. Setting aside his background, this child's talent is indeed rare. Iruka's report also mentioned that he is calm, self-disciplined, and almost never causes trouble. At this point, she paused slightly and looked at the figure directly opposite her. That's why I find it even harder to understand why you would treat him in such a manner. Humph. Danzo gave a cold smile, his voice as chilling as an ice cellar. A life of playing house is a despicable waste of such talent. What can those trash teach him? How to use a shuriken, or how to form hand seals for the clone technique faster? This retort left Utatane Koharu speechless. She admitted she had similar thoughts. Such a good prospect should be cultivated with focus, but the instructor certainly couldn't be Danzo. He's still a child, Danzo. Her words won the agreement of the other two. A child? Danzo leaned forward slightly, his one eye staring at the silent Hiruzen by the crystal ball before turning to sweep over the two advisors. A true ninja needs the tempering of life and death. Only through the baptism of blood can one understand survival. Warm classrooms will only dull their sharp edges. Seeing that everyone remained unmoved, Danzo added a cold verbal jab. Have you forgotten what happened 3 years ago? The Hidden Cloud Village even dared to look down on us, all because of your weakness. Using fabricated charges, a group of Hidden Cloud envoys dared to demand that Konoha hand over the clan chief of the Hyuga clan. 20 years ago, they wouldn't have had the guts to make such a request. It was clear how severe the drain of talent in Konoha had become. In such a large village, it still required a few old-timers to act as the main pillars. Now the Uchiha clan was restless, and no matter how it was handled, the village's origin chi would be greatly damaged. In such extraordinary times, extraordinary methods should be used. Unfortunately, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not agree with his ideas. Slowly putting down his pipe, the third Hokage gently tapped the table with the stem. I can understand your feelings, but Naruto is a resident of Konoha. He should enjoy learning in the sunlight and building bonds with others, rather than learning slaughter and obedience in the darkness. This was Hiruzen Sarutobi's true thought. Naruto's talent was beyond doubt. He was a complete replica of Minato Namikaze. Because of this, someone was needed to light the path ahead for him. Hiruzen Sarutobi was willing to play that role. Perhaps in your view, school life is inefficient, but it is a necessary step for him to build bonds and identify with the village, rather than becoming a cold tool for killing. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at his old partner and said word for word, all arrangements regarding Naruto, including his education, guardianship, and future guidance, will be the direct responsibility of the Hokage office. Any private contact without my permission will be regarded as a serious challenge to the Hokage's authority. For the mild-mannered Hiruzen Sarutobi, this statement was already quite severe. If he continued with his little tricks, Danzo would likely lose his leadership over Root. Over the years, this was only the second time he had heard such an explicit warning from Hiruzen. The last time was regarding the White Fang of Konoha incident. The consequences of that matter were very serious, and it was one of the few things over the years that Danzo felt regret for. Thinking of that day and the disappointed look Hiruzen gave him, Danzo subconsciously tightened his grip on his cane. Fine, have it your way. Letting out a short, cold snort from his throat, Danzo looked away and didn't speak up to argue further. This meant he accepted the Hokage's order and would no longer harbor designs on Uzumaki Naruto. So what if he had extraordinary talent? In the end, he was just a little brat who wouldn't affect his succession as Hokage. When he ascended to the position in the future, the boy would naturally become a weapon at his command. Thinking carefully, it seemed nothing had changed. At least Danzo never believed he would fail. He just needed to wait for the right opportunity to successfully replace him. Alright, let's end the discussion on this matter here. Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped his pipe, quite satisfied with his old friend's concession. This was the tacit understanding the two had maintained for years. One light and one shadow together protected Konoha. Everyone's original intention was to make the village better. He firmly believed in this. The matter of Uzumaki Naruto was a temporary discussion. The main theme of today's meeting was how to handle the Uchiha clan. There are some documents here. Take a look at them first. A new week began, and life at the Ninja Academy was picking up pace. A group of students stood on the playground, preparing to complete the first practical combat class of their lives. Theory was, after all, just talk on paper. Applying what one learned was a process every ninja had to go through. Finally, this day has come. Sasuke looked very excited. His big brother had given him special training for half a month. The two brothers had done practical combat drills. He was already familiar with battles between ninjas. That guy was just a commoner with no one to guide him. In this aspect, he held an absolute advantage. First match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Uzumaki Naruto. Iiruka announced the match list. Picking the most outstanding students in the class made it easier for him to provide professional guidance. In the process, the other students would gain enough experience. The so-called ninja education was about mastering knowledge through practice. On the field, the students cleared an open space, and the atmosphere instantly became serious. Everyone was discussing who would win the sparring match. It's definitely Sasuke. He's from the Uchiha clan. That's right. I heard Sasuke has already mastered fire release ninjutsu. Wow, that's amazing. Then isn't Naruto doomed to lose? Great clans are naturally powerful. We don't even have the right to visit their residential area. Humph. The policing force is arrogant and unreasonable. I bet the Uchiha clan are all like that. The noise in his ears couldn't affect Sasuke at all. His mind was entirely focused on how to defeat this rival. Compared to his classmates' eagerness, Aizen appeared very calm. In his eyes, Sasuke was no different from anyone else. If anything, he was interested in those few who used secret techniques. Nara Shikamaru was one of them. This guy hid himself well, but he still couldn't escape Aizen's observation. He possessed an extremely intelligent brain, yet his personality was very lazy. Every time he saw him, it reminded Aizen of an unpleasant fellow. Naruto-kun, good luck. At that moment, an extremely faint cheer came from the side. Without even looking, he knew it was that little girl he had met before. She was called Hyuga Hinata, right? For such an unimportant character, Aizen found it hard to muster any interest. Even though he could tell the little girl harbored unusual feelings for him. Admiration is the emotion furthest from understanding. Opposite him, Sasuke suddenly lunged forward, his speed somewhat extraordinary. This caused bursts of exclamations from the students on the sidelines. But in Aizen's eyes, the seemingly powerful attack was riddled with openings due to a lack of experience. These were gaps that only a veteran of 100 battles could see through. Bang! After a simple 2-round exchange, Aizen sent him flying with a kick. Sasuke, having rolled twice on the ground, had a face full of disbelief. He hadn't expected the gap between them to be so large. A surge of humiliation filled his heart, and he subconsciously began the hand seals for the great fireball. Only when the flames spurted out did Sasuke suddenly snap to his senses. This wasn't something he should use on a classmate. Dodge it quick. Sasuke shouted with a face full of terror. Chapter 10. Oh no, Iiruka's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously pulled a ninjutsu scroll from his robes. There was no other way. His skill level was far too low, so he could only stop it by using a pre-sealed scroll. He flashed to the center of the field and pressed one hand onto the scroll marked with the character for Earth. Stimulated by Chakra, a large amount of liquid mud fell to the ground, beginning to absorb and gather the surrounding earth. Earth release, Earth-style wall. As the wall built of mud rose, it finally blocked Uchiha's great fireball. If an accident had occurred, he wouldn't have known how to explain it. Phew, luckily I noticed in time. Relieved, Iruka ran over and gave the student a stern scolding. At a time like this, he didn't care about the Uchiha name anymore. While Iruka lacked strength, his professional ethics as a teacher were beyond reproach. At the very least, he treated everyone equally. Knowing he was in the wrong, Uchiha Sasage obediently lowered his head and admitted his mistake, not even resisting the demand to apologize. Aside from being a bit tsundere, Uchiha Sasage was a good kid with a strong moral compass. Unfortunately, being born into the Uchiha, he was destined never to find peace in his life. I didn't do it on purpose just now. Uchiha Sasage walked over to apologize, only to find that the other person's attention wasn't on him at all. Under his bewildered gaze, Uzumaki Naruto walked onto the field and reached down to pick up the discarded scroll. What is he doing? Even Iruka's eyes betrayed his curiosity. Having taught him for several months, this was the first time he had seen such an obvious emotional fluctuation. Ignoring the gazes of others, Aizen rubbed the scroll with his fingers, a hint of excitement gradually surfacing in his eyes. Iruka-sensei. Aizen calmly accepted the apology and then asked about the object in his hand. Can this thing seal ninjutsu? Hearing his student's question, Iruka couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. No matter how mature he seemed, he was still just a child curious about the unknown. So, he briefly explained the principle of sealing scrolls. Under the teacher's explanation, Aizen roughly understood the purpose of the item. Through special processing, this type of scroll could seal specific ninjutsu. It had played a significant role in past wars. For most civilian ninjas, they might not learn many ninjutsu in their entire lives. Combined with their scarce chakra, which mostly had to be used for combat, traveling, or defense, using ninjutsu against enemies was actually a very luxurious thing. Thus, the ninjutsu scroll was born. These were top-tier strategic materials. The quantity of them could sometimes determine the outcome of a war. Clearly, the control over these scrolls must be very strict. They couldn't be bought outside at all. They were supplies uniformly distributed by the village. I see. Aizen feigned regret, and with a few casual questions, he managed to fish out the distribution location. It was an administrative building located in the western part of the village. Large quantities of sealing scrolls were produced there every month, which were then uniformly distributed by the Hokage office. This wasn't a secret. Most ninjas knew about it. Take Iruka himself. He had already stockpiled quite a few ninjutsu scrolls. If he ever went to the battlefield in the future, these would be life-saving items. After asking for the teacher's permission, Aizen tucked the discarded scroll, which should have been thrown away, into his robes. Then, as if nothing had happened, he focused his attention back on the field. That night, upon returning home, Aizen immediately took out the damaged scroll. In the eyes of others, this discarded scroll was worthless. And indeed it was. It could no longer carry new ninjutsu. Aizen had taken it primarily to study its material. Pulling out some simple research equipment, he placed the scroll on a stand and observed it repeatedly. During this time, he also used chakra to stimulate it, discovering that the object indeed possessed excellent energy absorption properties. It was for this reason that it served as the raw material for sealing ninjutsu. In Aizen's hands, it might have even more wonderful uses. As his fingers brushed over the charred patterns, Aizen couldn't help but recall events from over 100 years ago. At that time, Urahara Kisukei was still the director of the Department of Research and Development. That fellow had developed tools capable of perfectly masking spiritual pressure. Not just spiritual pressure, but even sense could be concealed, and it could even distort the projection of light to a certain extent. It was the ultimate equipment for hiding one's existence. Following Urahara Kisukei's flight from the Soul Society, this black cloak fell into Aizen's hands. By deeply studying its principles, he had once replicated two identical pieces of equipment, which he later bestowed upon Tosin and Umarugin. Its core reishi waveform interference technology required special materials to achieve, much like the energy-absorbing scroll in his hand. He had originally thought that this technology could not be reproduced for the time being, but he never expected an accident would reveal a substitute material. Aizen's eyes were incredibly bright. It was the light of a researcher discovering a viable path. From any perspective, Aizen was not the type to behave obediently. To cause trouble in the shadows, the first thing he needed to do was hide himself. The importance of this reishi cloak might even surpass that of his Hogyoku research. Even if it meant taking a slight risk, he had to get his hands on the raw materials. The storage location for the scrolls was bound to have many guards, and with his current abilities, he was simply unable to confront them. This matter needs to be planned carefully. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. For Aizen, this was an accumulation period for perfectly mastering nature transformations. His chakra now possessed the sharpness and piercing qualities of wind. Next, he turned his sights toward the polar opposite, fire. The fire attribute focused more on explosion, burning, and sustained destruction. For non-dominant attributes, the development speed would be much slower, but fortunately, Aizen was in no particular hurry. This involved complex insights that couldn't be achieved in a single day. By comparison, he had put more effort into the localization of sealing Jutsu. This was the field where Aizen invested most of his energy. Next was the study of Hakuda. Considering the fighting style of ninjas, taijutsu would play a very high proportion, so he wouldn't slack off on his cultivation in this area either. Gently pushing up the plain glasses on his face, Aizen looked at the battles on the training ground. Today was the final graduation assessment, and the school had arranged for upperclassmen to serve as opponents. Most of the students were somewhat at a loss. Only a small portion could gain the upper hand. Aizen didn't hide his talent, but he didn't show his true strength either. Only after the fight had lasted for 1 full minute did he win through a technical knockout. Compared to the calm on his side, another battle was much more intense. An upperclassman won decisively against 5 opponents, which piqued Aizen's interest significantly. Through this battle, he recognized the fighting style of the Hyuga clan. By cutting off the flow of chakra, they drove their enemies into complete despair. When fighting someone like that, one must never choose close-quarters combat. Besides the startling talent, Aizen sensed a hint of hard-to-conceal hatred in the tall, upright youth. The object of that hatred was none other than the somewhat timid Hyuga Hinata. Holding a towel in her hand, she spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Neji Ne-san, here's a towel for you." Hyuga Neji turned his head, his expression switching in an instant. From overwhelming hatred to extreme respect, he even used both hands to take the towel. "Thank you for your concern, Lady Hinata." His etiquette was impeccable. Anyone who saw him would think he was a youth who strictly observed the duties of the branch house. Unfortunately, the boy's emotions could not hide from Aizen. The Hyuga clan carves a curse mark on the branch house members to prevent their bloodline from leaking out. These things weren't hard to find out. During class breaks, classmates would occasionally mention the Hyuga's caged bird seal. In Aizen's eyes, the boy before him was covered in shackles. Seemingly free, he was actually like a puppet controlled by strings. Every move was subject to the control of the main house. If he ever displeased them, what awaited Hyuga Neji was pain comparable to a mental execution. In such a situation, how could he not feel resentment in his heart? The members of the branch house were merely angry but dared not speak out. Once the curse mark fails, the main house will be torn to pieces by the enraged clansmen. Aizen smiled slightly, a plan forming in his mind. He didn't continue watching. Hyuga Neji was merely an observation subject worth recording. He revealed that the great tree of Konoha was filled with a decaying system and invisible cracks within. Just one spark would ignite the suppressed rage. Caged bird seal, Aizen muttered to himself, feeling an urge to study it deeply. The Hyuga clan's curse mark was definitely not that easy to break. This was an inevitable fact. Otherwise, the clan would have perished long ago. Even though Aizen was proficient in sealing jutsu, at his current stage, the probability of him breaking the caged bird seal was infinitesimal. Unless he was willing to use the power of the Hogyoku. After the rude incident, the Hogyoku had been drained of its last bit of power. Now it could only barely maintain its basic form. What Aizen needed to do was provide the food it required, allowing the Hogyoku to gradually move away from the brink of total destruction. That was why he needed the help of the reishi cloak. Over the past 3 months, Aizen had finally figured out the details of the transport carts. He learned that on the 22nd of every month, a train would quietly enter Konoha through the south gate. According to his investigation, that south gate was unknown to the villagers and was an exclusive passage for ninjas going out on secret missions. Aizen couldn't leave the village and had no way to act inside the facility, so all he could do was intercept them on the street, kill the transport members, and seal away the raw materials for the scrolls. This was the only way. This move was somewhat risky, but he felt it was necessary to try. The existence of the Hogyoku was crucial, yet he couldn't move freely within Konoha village. To repair it, he had to find another way. The reishi cloak was the best solution. At the very least, no one would ever suspect a 6-year-old child for this. Tomorrow is the 22nd. Aizen calmly reached toward his chest. There lay the potions he had concocted. Killing and looting wasn't hard. The difficulty lay in how to evade the search. These 2 bottles of potion existed for that very purpose. One to erase scents, the other to destroy all traces of a corpse, ensuring that no one could ever know of his existence. Chapter 11. At Konoha's southern gate, the morning mist had not yet dispersed. The sound of wheels crushing the ground echoed through the silent streets. Finally back. This errand has practically rattled my bones loose. The younger ninja stretched his arms, a weary smile on his face. What he wanted most right now was to go home, to visit his newlywed wife. Once the mission was over, he planned to use his family savings to buy the shop right in front of their house for his wife. It would serve as an extra source of income. When the child was born next year, he would resign from his current job and find a relaxed position in the village to take care of his family. Be content. At least nothing major went wrong. The man with the scar on his face puffed on his pipe, squinting at his young teammate. This time we met a few blind, stupid thieves. Next time it might be ninjas. Speaking of those stupid thieves, the ninja driving the carriage subconsciously grinned. When they saw our headbands, those little punks almost wet themselves. Ordinary people and ninjas lived in completely different worlds. In places that weren't ninja villages, an ordinary person might never encounter a jonin in their entire life. Most of the time, a chunin represented absolute authority, causing wariness among various factions wherever they went. This band of thieves was very unlucky, yet also very lucky. Unlucky because they ran into a team led by 2 chunin. Lucky because Konoha ninjas were relatively lenient. In other hidden villages, it wouldn't have been as simple as being sent to law enforcement. Enough. The captain waved his hand, a look of relief on his face. Small fry like that aren't even worth using for practice. Stay sharp. Let's finish this last stretch of the road. Despite his words, everyone had already relaxed. Once they turned in this mission, the team would go to an izakaya for a good drink and find some popular geisha for company. Within the village, they could walk back with their eyes closed. What could possibly happen? They didn't know that fatal attacks are often born in the moments of greatest laxity. 3 dark purple, beak-shaped beams of light tore through the morning mist without warning. By the time the captain reacted, his 3 teammates had already been pinned to the wall by the beams. The binding effect of the sealing jutsu stifled their resistance and cries for help. Enemy attack. The captain's pupils shrank as he instinctively pulled out a kunai and held it before him. He and his remaining teammate formed a back-to-back defensive posture. He never imagined that after entering the village, they would still suffer a ninja ambush. Bastard, come out. The young ninja roared. Calm down, the captain said, being more experienced. While shouting a reminder to his teammate, he scanned the surroundings, trying to find the attacker's position. Suddenly, he noticed the air in front of them seemed slightly distorted. He threw a kunai, but it vanished into thin air halfway through its flight. Under their astonished gazes, the air seemed to be torn apart as a black curtain appeared out of nowhere. As the curtain was pulled aside, a figure wearing a black cloak and a mask stepped out. Who are you? The captain tried to interrogate him, buying time for potential reinforcements. Since the person dared to strike, there was a high probability they could take them down. Therefore, waiting for rescue was the safest option. The attacker naturally knew this, so the moment he appeared, his figure vanished into thin air. He reappeared behind the captain, directly in front of the young man. What a fast body flicker jutsu. The captain was startled and instinctively turned around. In that split second of delay, his young teammate's heart had already been pierced by a kunai. What? He was in disbelief. This young man had good talent and was among the top even for a geinin. Even if the captain fought him personally, he couldn't take him down in such a short time. Yet he was insta-killed before the enemy. Incredible speed and ruthless strikes. This was the most troublesome enemy he had ever encountered. Retreating rapidly, he looked at the enemy's hands. There was a chain formed by seal markings. It was what had restricted his teammates' movements, allowing him to be killed in an instant. An expert specializing in sealing jutsu? He cursed wildly in his mind, wondering why reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. At that moment, the masked attacker suddenly spoke. In a battle of equal strength, maintaining distance has meaning. The implication was to mock his action of actively pulling away. Just as he was about to retort, the attacker charged forward, turning into a series of afterimages. The Anbu will be here soon. You won't escape. The captain roared, condensing chakra into his arm. While counterattacking, he didn't forget to use words to try and shake the enemy's heart. The moment they were about to collide, the attacker suddenly stopped, letting the punch miss by a hair's breadth. Oh no! The captain was shocked. He hadn't expected the enemy to see through his punch's trajectory. He felt more and more that the opponent was definitely no ordinary person. Without sufficient combat experience, one simply couldn't achieve this. The attacker's right hand was pulled back to his waist, fingers clenched into a fist, giving off a solid feeling as if even space was being compressed into it. Under the teammates' terrified gaze, the attacker threw a short, precise, and trajectory straight to the point of coldness punch. Ikkotsu. The fist struck the ninja's chest. There was no loud bang, no flesh and blood flying everywhere. The flesh on the man's chest simply showed a posture of shattering. When the attacker withdrew his fist, a bowl-sized hole appeared in the captain's chest. Without giving the opponent another glance, the masked Aizen walked straight to the carriage, a faint blue chakra light glowing at his fingertips. Sealing jutsu box lock. Complex formula patterns flashed and vanished, and the materials inside the crates that emitted special fluctuations were all sealed away. Having finished this, Zankensoki put away the sealing scroll and took out 2 bottles of specially made potions to begin cleaning the scene. He only chose to leave the area when the urgent sound of windbreaking came from afar. Before leaving, he manifested the Hogyoku and absorbed all the souls of the corpses, which were mixed with a large amount of chakra. Just as he had envisioned, the souls of the inhabitants of this world were indeed bound to chakra. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Zankensoki got up and left the scene. A moment later, a team of Anbu wearing animal masks cordoned off the area. These people moved swiftly and silently, like precision-operated machines. A ninja from the scene investigation team knelt on one knee, carefully examining the traces of battle. The holes on the wall pierced by beak-stab triple flash became a focus for investigation, unable to determine the specific chakra nature. It seems to be a type of sealing formula. As for the corpses, they had long been severely corroded, making it almost impossible to identify the remains of the deceased. To prevent tracking, the attacker used some kind of strongly acidic substance. This proved the opponent was definitely a member from within the village, perhaps even one of high status. The strikes were clean and efficient, with extremely strong counter-reconnaissance awareness. The Anbu sub-captain's gaze was extremely solemn. Intuition told him that finding the opponent would not be easy. At this time, a female ninja followed by a greyhound arrived at the scene. If they couldn't start from ninjutsu, they could try scent tracking. The Inuzuka family was best at this job. At its master's command, the giant gray dog twitched its moist nose and began to carefully sniff every inch of the ground at the scene. At several key locations, the ninja dog showed clear reactions, appearing to have found certain clues. Just as it tried to move in a certain direction, a cloud of purple mist suddenly erupted from under an inconspicuous mat. The ninja dog let out a painful whimper, jumped back suddenly, and frantically clawed at its nose. Kuromaru, what's wrong? Inuzuka-tsuma ran over anxiously. As an experienced ninja, she quickly judged that this was a man-made trap. The purpose was to eliminate one's own scent and cause the searching ninja dog to lose its sense of smell. This person was not only meticulous, but also exceptionally familiar with Anbu tracking methods. Either they were one of the Anbu themselves, or they had closely observed Anbu members handling cases. Either way, it proved how troublesome the attacker was. Inuzuka-tsuma stood up and shook her head at the Anbu sub-captain. Scent tracking is out. This is a very cunning fellow. Hearing this, the sub-captain sighed. knowing the clues had completely broken off here. If even tracking failed, relying on door-to-door investigations was even more impossible. How could someone so meticulous easily let others see through their movements? What about the cargo? The sub-captain turned to the subordinate responsible for inventorying the scene. The raw materials were all taken. It seems the opponent came specifically for them. The scene fell into a brief silence. The attacker's goal was clear. The raw materials for secretly transported ninjutsu scrolls. They just didn't understand why the opponent would steal these things. For now, it seems conventional investigation methods won't work. The sub-captain's voice came through his mask, his tone cold. Report the situation immediately. Notify the patrol and policing force to raise the alert level and watch for abnormal individuals and energy fluctuations. After a short pause, the sub-captain adjusted the direction of the investigation. Focus on the black market, underground Kinkisho, and special material circulation channels. Monitor for any transportation or trading information regarding similar materials. Yes, the opponent had taken these things. Whether for personal use or resale, they would eventually show their hand. When that time came, they could follow the vine to the melon and catch the target. He couldn't have used them all himself, right? The division chief took off his mask and took a deep breath of fresh air. Family matters were already enough to trouble him. He hadn't expected to encounter such a troublesome case tonight. If he couldn't catch the opponent, he, as sub-captain, would surely be condemned. Thinking of the corresponding consequences, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but sigh. If there's time, I'll go ask him during the day. There was only one person in the entire Konoha village from whom Uchiha Itachi would humbly seek advice. Uchiha Shisui, the strongest of the new generation and a powerful contender many saw as the next Hokage. There were rumors in the village that perhaps even the third lord was no match for Uchiha Shisui. One could see how famous the name Shisui the teleporter was. The Anbu continued their respective work, while Aizen Sosaichi, the perpetrator, had already returned home. By now, that monitor had long since relaxed his guard and could not detect Aizen Sosaichi's traces at all. Once he preliminary repaired the Hogyoku, he could freely enter and leave Konoha village and complete those planned scientific research projects. For now, what he needed to do was create a reishi cloak. Combined with his unique bakudo, no one would be able to see through his identity. With the help of the hazy moonlight, Aizen Sosaichi leaned over the table and began to analyze the raw materials bit by bit. Chapter 12. Late at night, Konoha village shed its daytime hustle and bustle. In the thickets at the edge of the street, the figure of a person clad in a cloak could be vaguely seen. After about half a month, Aizen had finally completed that reishi cloak, which had exhausted his heart and soul. Its effectiveness was being verified, and the subjects were the members of the policing force patrolling the streets. A squad of Uchiha members was walking along a path not far away. Passing through this area meant a high probability of noticing movement in the bushes. No matter how skilled one was, it was impossible to mask one's presence at such close range. However, as several people passed by, their prideful powers of perception proved useless. Their gazes swept over Aizen's hiding place several times, but unfortunately, they only sensed a mass of harmless air. Unless he took the initiative to expose himself, he would not be detected by anyone. Even the Anbu members hidden in the shadows were no exception. For this point alone, Aizen's risk had not been in vain. Aizen remained standing still, the conversation of those patrolling personnel reaching his ears. The pressure on Captain Fugaku is getting greater and greater. A somewhat young man spoke with a tone of dissatisfaction. When have the higher-ups ever trusted the Uchiha? The policing force looks prestigious, but in reality, it's just a cage, keeping us pinned in the village to handle trivial public security incidents. Exactly. When do truly important missions ever fall to us? Trust? Another older Uchiha sneered, his voice filled with suppressed resentment. They only need obedient dogs. Just look at what happened to Sakumo-sama. Mentioning the white fang of Konoha, the two lowered their voices a few more notches, yet their tone became even more agitated. The strong are respected wherever they go. During his peak, the White Fang's prestige could suppress the legendary Seinin at the height of their fame. He could be said to have been the best candidate to succeed as Hokage. Unfortunately, he was not part of the Hokage's direct lineage. With roots that weren't right and a background that wasn't red, how could the higher-ups let such a person take power? And so, the incident of being blamed by teammates occurred. Compared to the merits Sakumo Haich had earned, this matter was nothing major. If it weren't for people with ulterior motives pushing behind the scenes, how could he have ended up being condemned by everyone? Of course, the higher-ups only wanted to strike at the White Fang's prestige. They never thought of actually doing anything to him. To put it bluntly, it was just a single mission failure. No one would take the life of a Kaga-level powerhouse because of that. Even the Akatsuki organization wouldn't do something so insane. At that time, the celebrating higher-ups completely failed to realize one thing. The upright and unyielding White Fang of Konoha was completely different from this group of villains who toyed with power. The White Fang of Konoha committed suicide. A powerhouse invincible on the battlefield ultimately died at the hands of his own people. Upon hearing the news, the higher-ups suddenly felt as if the sky had fallen. It was too late to make amends. Their methods could fool others, but they could not fool the various clans of Konoha village. Danzo, the two advisors, and even the revered Hokage-sama all played dishonorable roles in this. This incident led to a significant decrease in the prestige of the Hokage faction. Combined with the incident involving the Hyuga clan back then, it could be said that Hiruzen Sarutobi's rule was in jeopardy. This was the reason why the third Hokage would indulge Danzo without limits. Hiding Uzumaki Naruto's identity was to allow hatred to be shifted away from the higher-ups. Everyone only remembered that the demon fox brat had harmed Konoha. Who remembered why the tailed beast appeared in the village in the first place? I've really had enough of this kind of life. The young Uchiha was emotional. The elder beside him did not dissuade him. The family needed to be united now. Many in the clan feel the same way. Are we doomed to always be suspected, marginalized, and used, only to be kicked aside like Sakumo-sama when we have no more value? The group fell silent, the sound of clenched knuckles cracking softly in the night wind. When the elder spoke again, his voice carried a near-desperate ruthlessness. The clan chief is working hard to mediate, but some people are already impatient. If the village won't give us respect, for the future of the Uchiha, some paths must be considered, no matter how dangerous. He did not explicitly say the word rebellion, but the resolution of an impending storm in his words was already clear. Then, can we succeed? The young man was somewhat uncertain. To this, the elder replied, whether we succeed or not, this is the Uchiha's choice. We will fight with one heart for the 1,000-year honor of the family. What if we fail? Then we face it together, dying without regrets. I understand. From beginning to end, they never realized one thing. This secret talk, which could be regarded as treasonous, was heard by Aizen, word for word. Only after the group had walked far away did Aizen emerge from the bushes, a faint sneer curling the corners of his mouth beneath his mask. I've certainly heard something extraordinary. The Uchiha were secretly plotting a coup d'etat. The reason was long-term oppression by the village and being excluded from the center of power. It seemed there were still some circumstances he didn't know about. Interesting. So this is the will of fire you promote. Aizen's face was full of a playful smile. A hero driven to suicide by rumors, a meritorious clan marginalized by suspicion. This revealed the true nature of Konoha's higher-ups under their polished veneer better than any flowery words. Aizen didn't find it strange at all. In his eyes, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others were no different from the Council of 46. Just being near them, he could smell the scent of decay on them. As for this matter, Aizen had no intention of getting involved. From the perspective of strength on paper, the Uchiha's probability of a successful rebellion was close to zero. Setting aside the existence of the Anbu, the clan itself was not necessarily a monolithic block. If he were to handle it, the first step would be to sow division, letting the Uchiha clan descend into internal chaos first. Acting as one is easy to say, but how many can truly achieve it? Aizen had lived for so long. What kind of person had he not seen? For personal desire, some people would swing their blades at their own kind. They might even find some high-sounding reasons for it. These were internal problems. The external pressure was even more terrifying. Those ninjas retired from the battlefield would be armed immediately with just a single transfer order. Walking on the street normally, Aizen always encountered fellows with massive chakra. Seemingly ordinary people, They were actually ninjas the moment they picked up a kunai. According to his calculations, if Konoha carried out a full war mobilization, the number of ninjas it possessed could likely exceed 10,000. No matter how strong the Uchiha were, they would be powerless to resist. The Uchiha would naturally take into account what he already knew. Even so, these people still decided to stake everything on one throw. Aizen admired their courage. If given the chance, he would step in to help preserve a few pairs of Sharingan. It would be a pity for such an excellent bloodline to disappear just like that. Better to become his experimental subjects. At least the power of the Sharingan would not vanish. Brushing the dead leaves off his cloak, Aizen turned and walked toward the street where he lived. Tonight's wandering was mainly to confirm the effectiveness of the reishi cloak. The results were pleasing. This cloak could perfectly shield his presence. The next step was to find a way to leave Konoha village and set up an experimental base of his own outside. First activate the Hogyoku, then he could find a way to stay outside for long periods. To this end, Aizen needed a body that could move freely to take his place at the Ninja Academy. His understanding of this world was not yet sufficient. Defecting from Konoha at this time would bring him no particular benefit, and he would no longer be able to enjoy the superior resources of a ninja village. Just like back in the Seirei, Aizen needed to absorb enough nutrients. Only when the forces he built outside were strong enough would he consider leaving Konoha village entirely. Since he didn't want to leave yet, but still wanted to move freely in the ninja world, Aizen needed someone to take his place at school. That was when he would need an artificial body. This thing was originally designed for Shinigami, staying in the human world. Its organizational structure could simulate human physiological functions. It allowed a Shinigami in a spiritual state to gain the ability to act in a physical form. Aizen possessed the knowledge in this area. Given a few months, he was confident in creating an artificial body from scratch. He would ensure that no one could distinguish the real from the fake. The artificial body was easy to manufacture, but there were still two problems before him. First, he needed materials and an experimental base. Now that he had the reishi cloak, slipping out secretly was much more convenient. Using transformation jutsu to change his appearance and wearing the reishi cloak over it, surely no one would recognize his identity. After school, every day, Aizen could perfectly well run out in the open. People entering the village would be strictly checked. Conversely, for ordinary people leaving the village, it wasn't so rigorous. It would be a bit tiring, but for the sake of his experiments, he could make a few more trips. The base was easy to build, but how to obtain money became a problem. He would have to study this carefully during this period. Good grief, I didn't expect that I would also worry about money. Aizen laughed at himself. Second, once the artificial body was manufactured, it would just be a shell that looked identical to him. To endow it with a soul, he had to rely on the power of the Hogyoku. To revive the Hogyoku, he needed to absorb a large amount of chakra. Relying solely on ordinary people was not enough. It would be best to have some powerful ninjas. Such people were not easy to find. Whether he would encounter them depended entirely on luck. It was a bit too late today. After school tomorrow, Aizen planned to try leaving the village. He was not an Onbu member and did not know much about the passages in and out of the village. The only choice he had was to go through the main gate. Leaving would be easy. He could just blend into the flow of people. How to return became a problem. Avoiding the eyes and ears of ninjas was easy, but how to break through the village's barrier became a difficult problem. After thinking hard for a long while, Aizen suddenly woke up as if from a dream, feeling that his thoughts had gotten a bit stuck in a dead end. Why must he leave Konoha village? He could carry out experiments in the village just as well. He just had to be a little careful when acting. Due to the changes in residential areas over several generations, there were many abandoned houses and yards in the corners of the village. Finding a suitable place, he could build his own laboratory. The funding issue would require help from several large companies in Konoha, especially companies dealing in electrical appliances, ninja tools, and catering. They were all suitable candidates for Aizen to borrow from. Once the funding was settled and the equipment problem solved, his experiments could officially begin. As for how to fill the Hogyoku's energy deficiency. Chapter 13. Late at night, the Hokage office. Smoke swirled around the desk, making Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression somewhat indistinct. It was impossible to discern the thoughts of Hokage-sama from his face. However, The heavy atmosphere in the room remained unchanged. The ninja kneeling on the ground didn't even dare to take a deep breath, with the sound of fingers tapping on the desk echoing in his ears. In summary, as of this month, there have been 21 missing persons cases in the village. Among them are 17 villagers, all young adults who either lived alone or went out at night, and 4 ninjas, including 2 geinin, 1 chunin, and 1 peripheral member of Root. Besides that, there were no obvious signs of struggle at the scenes. Either someone launched a sneak attack, or the difference in strength between the 2 parties was too great. As for the attacker's motive, the victims' bodies were shriveled, with some even showing signs of weathering. He had reason to suspect that the attacker used some method to drain their chakra. Even knowing this, the Anbu still couldn't find any effective clues regarding the culprit. The methods were clean, efficient, and extremely cruel, showing not a shred of mercy for the victims. Such a person is too terrifying. If they aren't caught soon, they will surely cause even more horrific destruction to the village in the future. Using villagers for experiments. Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured in a low voice, a hint of regret flashing in his aged eyes. These events reminded him of his most beloved disciple. Orochimaru had once used villagers for human experimentation. That genius who walked the forbidden path had committed many crimes that incensed both gods and men. Yet, he simply couldn't bring himself to strike down his own disciple. The cases Orochimaru committed back then bore an unsettling resemblance to the current situation. Could it really be that he has returned? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened, his mind filled with frustration. If not for his soft-heartedness back then, how could there be such a hidden threat today? As the Hokage, this was his dereliction of duty. It seems I really have grown old. Taking a deep breath, the third's gaze became firm once again. Issue the orders. First, raise the alert rank across the board. Strengthen surveillance on those living alone, remote areas, and nighttime hours. Dispatch additional sensory ninjas to assist in patrols. Second, establish a special investigation team led by experienced jonin to fully investigate this series of cases. Focus on screening all suspicious personnel, abnormal energy fluctuations, and underground intelligence channels from recent times. Third, contact Jiraiya, who is out on a mission, inform him of the situation, and ask him to keep an eye out for intelligence related to Orochimaru or his affiliated forces. Fourth, strictly monitor medical facilities, medicinal materials, and institutions or individuals that may be involved in the study of life energy. Issuing 4 consecutive orders meant that Hiruzen Sarutobi would personally intervene in the command. The perpetrator must be caught in the shortest time possible. To give the villagers an explanation, the orders were quickly dispatched, and the war machine known as Konoha began to grind into motion. With the participation of the Hyuga clan, more than half of Konoha village was under the surveillance of the Byakugan. Any hint of abnormality would be detected. To draw the snake out of its hole, the village did not implement a curfew. It appeared as though they didn't place much importance on these disappearances. Only a few people knew that even Hokage-sama was using his crystal ball to search for clues. It meant he would not stop until the killer was caught. In the ruins of the southern courtyard, the underground laboratory. Through clever camouflage and the protection of multiple barriers, even if a normal person entered the cellar, it would be difficult for them to detect the laboratory hidden by sealing Jutsu. Combined with the application of Kido, the noises made here would not leak out. Aizen could conduct his experiments with peace of mind. Standing before the central workbench, he held the Hogyoku in his hand, once radiantly brilliant, now covered in countless cracks. A faint blue light slowly swirled within the Hogyoku, like a candle in the wind, threatening to collapse completely at any moment. Of course, the situation wasn't that dire. After his efforts over several days, he could at least temporarily stabilize its crumbling form. It's just that the restored power was too little. The chakra of ordinary people simply wasn't enough. Trained ninjas were chewier and could satisfy the Hogyoku's growing appetite. Walking to the other side of the lab, several creatures of special construction were on display. These were the artificial bodies he had attempted to create using the materials he could access. The results were failures without exception. Differences existed between the 2 worlds, and finding substitute materials wasn't that easy. The Hogyoku hadn't recovered enough to temporarily change the properties of the materials. Its function is to grant wishes, but there is a prerequisite. You must possess the capability to realize them. It's like tossing a coin. The Hogyoku can make it land heads up 100 times in a row. But if you throw a stone, it's impossible to produce the effect of a coin no matter what. This is the limitation of using the Hogyoku. Wishes must also be made within a reasonable scope. To create an artificial body, Aizen needed to find suitable materials. This was a long process that couldn't be completed in a short time, especially since the Konoha higher-ups had already begun targeted deployments. The quietly increased patrol intensity might fool others, but it certainly wouldn't fool sensory-type ninjas. In such an environment, the risk of continuing to acquire experimental samples was too high. Aizen needed to pause his external operations, shelve the artificial body experiments, and continue accumulating his own strength. This level of alert cannot be sustained. Even if the higher-ups are willing, it depends on what the Uchiha clan thinks. For a clan about to launch a coup, Konoha's actions could be interpreted as a precaution against the recurrence of the cases. It could also be understood this way. The higher-ups used the disappearances as a pretext to mobilize personnel and secretly surround the Uchiha compound. This move would certainly exacerbate the conflict between the two sides. Either war would break out immediately, or the blockade would be lifted after a period of time. Regardless of the outcome, the impact on Aizen would be minimal. He could leisurely conduct his experimental research. At the end of the year, light snow began to fall in Konoha village. The ninjas welcomed a brief New Year's break. For Aizen, this was the third year he had spent in this world. As a Shinigami, the concept of time meant little to him. His true focus was on the turbulent undercurrents of the situation. The brief New Year ended, and life returned to its normal track. He re-entered his life at the Ninja Academy. His experiments were temporarily dormant, as he was unwilling to take risks in this situation, but research into the Reishi cloak did not stop. By a chance opportunity, he met the young miss of the Hyuga head family after school. With her help, he tested the actual observation of the cloak by the Byakugan. In the Byakugan's field of vision, only a blurred shadow of chakra light could be seen. The chakra pathways were indistinguishable, so naturally, it was impossible to tell who was wearing the cloak. The test results perfectly met expectations. The Reishi cloak's interference effect on the Byakugan was significant. Aizen thanked Hinata for her help. Looking at the young girl's slightly reddened cheeks, there was not a single superfluous emotion in his heart. Easily guided by words, her emotions were too pure, and she repaid any kindness from the outside world with doubled trust. This was the Hinata Hyuga in his eyes. Purity isn't a fault, but given her status, her path ahead was destined to be rocky. Gazing at the girl's blushing cheeks, Aizen couldn't help but think of that child who saw him as her light, Hinamori Momo. The same dependence, the same fragility. She could be easily exploited by him. Emotion, at times, is the most effective tool. It is also the sturdiest of shackles. So-called trust has the same meaning as dependence. In Aizen's eyes, that was a behavior belonging only to the weak. Such people are destined to never get close to him. They are unqualified even to serve as tools. On the other hand, perhaps because the investigation was too taxing and consumed too many human resources, he keenly noticed that the surveillance that had lingered near his residence for years had completely vanished. At least on the surface, there was no longer any Anbu surveillance. It could be that Aizen's excellent camouflage had taken effect. Or it could be because he had become a ninja, and the higher-ups were worried he might sense the outside prying, and thus develop unnecessary resentment toward the village and the Hokage. Even at only 7 years old, Uzumaki Naruto was a ninja. It meant he was completely demarcated from ordinary people. No matter how many troublemakers came, they wouldn't be able to threaten his safety. All of the above were Aizen's speculations. He didn't know the specifics. The removal of surveillance was a good thing. There were many things he no longer had to do stealthily. However, Aizen remained very cautious and had no plans to head to the experimental base for the time being. It wasn't until a month after school started, when the village withdrew its high-intensity surveillance layout, that he was able to return to the underground laboratory. This happened not because the higher-ups had given up on finding the culprit, but because of a shocking piece of news from half a month ago. According to rumors on the street, not long ago, that genius youth of the Uchiha, Shii the teleporter, whom many saw as their hope, had died unexpectedly for unknown reasons. The official statement was vague, but even he could feel the grief and indignation permeating the Uchiha clan. Shisui's death became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Having lost this strongest pillar, the fragile trust between the Uchiha and the Konoha higher-ups completely shattered. In Aizen's calculations, they would face one of two scenarios next. First, the Uchiha, having lost their strongest combat power, would choose to submit under the immense pressure. Second, driven by anger, they would launch a military coup in the near future while the clan's combat power had not yet been further weakened. Based on his observations of the Uchiha, the probability of the second scenario exceeded 70%. Konoha village was about to face a massive upheaval. Regardless of the outcome, it would deal a fatal blow to the village's stability. Aizen could feel that the shackles placed upon him were beginning to loosen. Late at night, after finishing his day's classes, Aizen prepared to sneak to the experimental base to practice Kido. He donned his reishi cloak and, like a ghost of the night, headed silently toward the underground laboratory in the south. Once his cultivation was over, he had to rush back to his nominal residence before sunrise. This kind of life couldn't help but remind him of his days in the Gotai-Jusan. That was how he operated back then. He didn't expect it to be the same, even in another world. Just as he was about to head to the lab, Aizen suddenly stopped in his tracks while walking. His powerful spiritual sense had captured a hint of abnormality. Something isn't quite right. Chapter 14. Under normal circumstances, there would be at least 3 alternating squads of ninjas patrolling the streets. He was prepared to dodge, but the other party didn't appear on the established route. In addition to the squads on the surface, the Anbu also maintained fixed surveillance posts. Under the eaves of District East 7, in the shadow of the water tower in District West 4, within the canopy of the 3rd ancient tree on the South Main Road, and so on. These were the 7 long-term observation points summarized by Aizen. However, he didn't sense any chakra fluctuations in the tree canopy today. The entire village was in a state of relaxation, almost completely defenseless. This was definitely not a normal duty rotation or the negligence of a particular squad. It was more like the mesh of the surveillance net had been intentionally enlarged. When things are abnormal, there must be something strange afoot. Aizen cautiously stopped his pace, hiding under the cover of the shadows of the houses. This artificially created sense of a vacuum carried a very strong sense of purpose. It doesn't feel like it's targeted at me. If his affairs had been exposed, he would have been surrounded the moment he stepped out of the ruins. It would be impossible for him to walk aimlessly on the street. The village's active removal of the hidden sentries meant they were condoning the occurrence of something. At the very least, they didn't want the patrol teams to interfere, or for anyone to notice what was happening. Combining this with the recent situation, some conjectures gradually formed in Aizen's mind. Whether it is or not, I will soon know. His hands quickly formed hand seals as he drew an eerie pattern on the ground with his finger. As his chakra surged, his spiritual sense spread throughout Konoha village like tentacles. Bakudo 77, Tentei Ikura. A moment later, Aizen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze looking toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Tonight was indeed related to the Uchiha clan. Chaos was breaking out over there, and strangely, there was no surveillance for several kilometers around. This indicated that it was an action condoned by the village. After a brief hesitation, Aizen, clad in a black robe, decisively turned around. With such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he had to get involved. If he didn't act tonight, the Uchiha bloodline might completely disappear from the world. He wanted to preserve a few experimental samples. And while he was at it, replenish some energy for the Hogyoku. The massacre at the Uchiha territory was nearing its climax. The masked Uchiha Obito stood on the eaves, quietly watching the joys and sorrows playing out below. Deep within the clan territory, Uchiha knelt on the ground with a face full of pain, his arms trembling as he spoke with his parents. Even though he had long since made up his mind to help the village eliminate the Restless clan, he still hesitated when it came time to execute the plan. He could strike down the ordinary clansmen, crying infants, familiar friends, loving elders. Uchiha Itachi could cruelly swing his blade at them all, but he found it difficult to strike his own parents. Unfortunately, Uchiha Madara was observing from outside, so he could only force himself to break out of his sorrowful state, telling himself over and over again that this was right, that slaughtering his family was for the peace of the village. Perhaps this self-persuasion worked, as Uchiha Itachi's hands gradually stopped trembling. At least you didn't fail me. Uchiha Obito sneered, then suddenly whispered to himself, how is the situation at the entrance? A clone of white Zetsu emerged from the soil and spoke about the root ninjas handling the aftermath. While swinging their blades at the survivors, they were also collecting the Uchiha's most precious legacy. They were extremely busy. Hearing this, an undisguised mocking laugh came from under the mask. That old dog is truly impatient. Mama, we should understand him. After all, he is transplanted. White Zetsu suddenly stopped and turned to look into the empty night, as if sensing something. After a moment, it spoke hesitantly. Uchiha Obito, it seems something strange is coming. This sentence caused Uchiha Obito's attention to shift away from the main house. What do you mean by something strange? Is there anything in this world stranger than you? I don't know. White Zetsu's voice was somewhat airy. The other party's chakra is a bit strange. I can't sense it accurately. If this person hadn't scanned the Uchiha territory, it probably wouldn't have even noticed the guy's existence. The single eye under the mask narrowed slightly, as Uchiha Obito developed a strong interest in the newcomer. He knew White Zetsu's sensory abilities well. Someone this guy called strange was definitely no ordinary ninja. Things are getting more and more interesting. The darkness of the night provided perfect cover for Aizen. He no longer worried about any remaining surveillance, increasing his speed to the limit that wouldn't compromise his stealth. With the reishi cloak, it was impossible for others to detect his identity, so there was no need to worry too much. If he didn't hurry, he might not even get a sip of the soup. After a human body dies, cell activity rapidly fades. After a while, even absorbing energy would be useless. What the Hogyoku wanted was not chakra, but the soul closely connected to that energy. So he had to pick up the pace. Soon, he arrived at the outskirts of the clan territory. While still several hundred meters away, he could smell a heavy scent of blood. Only large-scale slaughter could produce such a prominent aura. It was almost like an open-air slaughterhouse. Getting closer, Aizen could hear sporadic, ear-piercing screams, proving that this slaughter was far from over. Because it was so far from the main part of the village, sounds from the clan territory were difficult to transmit. In other words, it provided natural protection for the perpetrators. Arriving at a high platform, Aizen looked ahead and immediately saw corpses strewn across the streets. Most were wearing Uchiha clan clothing, and in the distance, a group of masked figures was searching for survivors. They acted efficiently and with tacit cooperation, their sharp blades precisely harvesting the remaining lives. Occasionally, they met resistance, but unfortunately, the sporadic bursts of fire release were quickly overwhelmed by more dark figures. This wasn't a coup at all, but a bloody purge from the Konoha high-level leadership. Konoha had chosen to strike first. Before the Uchiha could launch a coup, they wiped out their core strength with thunderous methods. The secrecy level of this operation must be very high. One could tell from the surveillance vacuum outside. As one of the two founding clans of Konoha, the Uchiha clan could be described as having performed great service. Once such methods were exposed, they would surely trigger intense suspicion among other clans. The so-called when the rabbits are killed, the hounds are cooked. Everyone feeling in danger was not the result the Konoha high-level wanted. Aizen could understand the hidden implications. He just couldn't figure out how the high-level would shift this point of conflict. If he were to do it, the best way would be to find a scapegoat. Just like when he created the Hogyoku in Rukongai, eventually making Hiroko Shinji and the others the scapegoats. Perhaps the Konoha high-level had similar ideas. But for him, the most important thing right now was to get a share of the spoils. The Sharingan was an excellent bloodline. Those ninjas specifically searching the corpses were likely collecting the Uchiha's final legacy. Besides that, he seemed to have discovered the presence of others. It seemed that those collecting Sharingan weren't just the root ninjas. The clan that had enjoyed glory for a millennium was now like a piece of fragrant meat, left to be devoured by external enemies. If anyone were lucky enough to survive, pain and hatred would accompany them for the rest of their lives. The ninjas' operational efficiency was very fast. Some were dragging and centrally processing the Uchiha corpses. Others were trying to cover up the left-behind traces. The killer could only be Uchiha Itachi alone. They couldn't let rumors damage the village's glorious image. Humph, a bunch of arrogant fools, they deserve such an end. Along with a cold snort, Aburame Chiaki slit a woman's throat with a kunai. As he acted, he felt a twisted sense of pleasure in his heart. A clan that had dominated for a millennium was finally destroyed by his hands. This sense of achievement fascinated the man. This is something even the first Hokage couldn't do. Aburame Chiaki fell into a deep intoxication. For someone like him who had lost even his freedom, the pleasure of trampling a great clan was exceptionally intense. Suddenly, a sharp scream broke his reverie. What happened? Aburame Chiaki was slightly dissatisfied. Someone helped with the preliminary work, so why were there casualties while cleaning up the battlefield? If Lord Danzo found out, he would be blamed for incompetence again. Giving a subordinate a look, the nearby figure in the ghost mask instantly vanished. This was his most capable assistant. No matter who it was, they wouldn't escape the harvest of his blade. But Aburame Chiaki soon noticed something was wrong. There was no movement over there at all. It was as if no unexpected situation had occurred. The scream just now was very clear. Something must have happened for it to occur. Realizing there was a problem, Aburame Chiaki waved his hand slightly and called several subordinates to his side. It seems we've run into a tough nut. He sneered inwardly, and a large number of venomous insects flew out of his sleeves. No matter who the opponent was, his insects could find them. After all, it was the Uchiha clan. There would always be some hidden experts. Or perhaps they had awakened those eyes under the crisis. The purpose of their existence was to prevent such accidents. The venomous insects enveloped the area, but the feedback was unexpected. Nothing found. Aburame Chiaki frowned deeply. If even the venomous insects found nothing, it could only mean the opponent had already left. No matter where they fled, they had to be found. You few, go look for them. After his subordinates left, Aburame Chiaki walked toward that area, stepping through the bloodstains on the ground. He prepared to check the corpses, thinking he might be able to determine the attacker's identity. Entering the house, he indeed saw the corpses of several subordinates. Almost all were killed in one hit. It looked like they had been ambushed from the shadows. Logically, this shouldn't have happened. They were all battle-hardened ninjas. They wouldn't be ambushed so easily, unless the opponent possessed extremely strong concealment abilities. Being right in front of them and still undetectable, just like right now. A layer of cold sweat suddenly broke out on Aburame Chiaki's back. Without thinking, he spun and jumped, as venomous insects enveloped him like a cloud, just in time to block a kunai attacking from the shadows. Oh, Aizen hadn't expected this person's reaction to be so fast. It seems root ninjas aren't all mediocre. Hearing the other party's light chuckle, Aburame Chiaki felt it was very familiar. Unfortunately, the situation was urgent and didn't allow him much time to think. If he didn't handle the situation here soon, he might very well become Uchiha Itachi's accomplice. Chapter 15. Enemy Attack. Enemy reinforcements appeared from the rear. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, threw their kunai almost simultaneously. Aburame Chiaki continuously released poisonous insects. As long as the insects caught the target, the battle would end instantly. However, Aizen would not give the enemy a chance to strike. His spiritual sense was so powerful. How could he not sense the opponent's reinforcements? Just as the kunai were fired, an impact force field covered the two of them. Bakudo number 8. Seiki. The attack effect of Bakudo wasn't strong, but it could form a brief and effective delay field. It not only interfered with the flight of the kunai, but also significantly slowed the movements of the two reinforcements. Shunpo. In the instant the enemy's bodies lagged, Aizen closed in on one of them like a phantom. This person's muscles were bulging, clearly possessing impressive taijutsu cultivation. Seeing him attack, the man immediately delivered a heavy, powerful side kick. The power was quite good, and the current Aizen didn't dare to take it head-on. Fortunately, an attack launched in haste is difficult to hit the target. Ducking to avoid the man's sweep, Aizen held his fingers together like a blade, with extremely sharp wind-released chakra swirling at his fingertips. Using his superb movement prediction, he accurately stabbed into the man's calf while dodging. The root ninja let out a muffled groan, feeling his entire calf lose sensation. Damn it! The man grew ruthless, using the momentum to spin his body, and stabbed a kunai in his other hand fiercely toward the enemy's ribs. Unfortunately, what met him was a palm held flat in front of Aizen. Wind release, gale palm. Among the scrolls the third Hokage gave him, several ninjutsu with low lethality were recorded. Aizen had already mastered them, and using them in conjunction with Kido yielded excellent results. Low-level Hado had almost no wind attribute, so he had to learn the wind-release ninjutsu of this world. The body of the Uzumaki clan granted him chakra comparable to a jonin. This was only his state at 7 years old. In a few more years, when his body fully developed, he would leave everyone far behind in terms of chakra. Even so, the gale palm delivered with full force formed a sky full of wind blades. In an instant, it let the enemy experience the pleasure of 1,000 cuts. The entire house was destroyed, and a large area of poisonous insects was swept away in the process. This scene pained Aburame deeply, making him wish he could grind this bastard's bones to ashes. You bastard. The other person formed hand seals, wanting to use a high-power ninjutsu to finish off the opponent. However, he was stopped by Aburame's reaching hand. Tonight was a secret operation. The principle was to try not to make a big scene. If you fired off a ninjutsu like that, wouldn't the whole village know? The brief exchange of looks between the two was keenly captured by Aizen. The Anbu didn't dare to use ninjutsu, but he had no such scruples. Taking advantage of the opponent's hesitation, he immediately completed the hand seals, and his chakra transformed into 3 beak-shaped beams of light, firmly pinning the opponent to the wall. Bakudo number 30, Shitotsu Seinsen. It's you. Aburame Chiaki recognized the opponent. The Anbu had been searching for so long that they had long since memorized the characteristics of that attacker. Seeing the bizarre sealing jutsu now, he immediately saw through the identity of the cloaked man. You realize too late. Aizen casually threw a kunai, which stabbed fiercely into the enemy's throat. In a matter of moments, he had killed 2 root members in succession. Only one ninja using secret techniques remained. Aburame Chiaki, an outstanding ninja deeply trusted by Danzo, had strength far beyond that of the 3 team members just now. Dealing with him wouldn't be so easy. Accompanied by a buzz, countless Rinkaichu, as fine as dust, spread out like a mist. They silently drifted over to cover this area. These insects could not only interfere with vision and erode chakra, but also carried a strong neuroparalytic toxin. Aizen instantly retreated, preparing to use his old trick against the man. 3 beak-shaped light beams were fired at the opponent in a triangular formation, attempting to lock down his movements. However, Aburame Chiki merely gave a cold snort, and a layer of insect armor composed of shells suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. The light beams hit the insect armor, and after a brief stalemate, they exploded into a flash of purple light. Clearly, such means could not affect the opponent. Whatever other skills you have, use them all at once. Aburame Chiki walked toward him step by step, the surrounding poisonous insects gathering into a mass, forming a black tornado. Secret technique, poisonous erosion tornado. This black tornado was terrifying. Wherever it passed, plants quickly withered and turned black. Even a slight touch was enough to be fatal. Aizen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he used Shunpo to dodge the tornado's range. Boom. Several houses were eroded by the poisonous insects and collapsed one after another. The opponent's strength far exceeded his estimation. He suspected this person possessed Jonin-level combat power, speed, strength, and methods. He surpassed him in every aspect. In the end, his body was only 7 years old, and he couldn't fully exert his advantage in taijutsu. It was difficult to win relying only on immature Bakudo. At this moment, Aizen seemed to be pushed to a dead end. This inevitably made Aburame Chiaki, on the opposite side, even more arrogant. Meeting me is your misfortune. Controlling a large swarm of flying insects and gathering them around him, Aburame Chiki prepared to end this battle with the next strike. Facing a seemingly unsolvable crisis, Aizen suddenly gave a light smile. Do not speak such arrogant words lightly. It only reveals your weakness. Before his voice finished, A layer of red chakra suddenly emanated from within his body. His consciousness delved deep into his mental world, communicating with that crack-covered Hogyoku. Using the Hogyoku as a bridge, he briefly pried open a sliver of the Bagua seal, and, amidst the Ninetales' roar, forcibly requisitioned its chakra. A violent, scorching, and destructive aura emerged on his body. It instantly triggered Uchiha's vigilance. Before he could speak to ask, he saw a flash of light pass through the black-robed man's palm. At this moment, the insect swarm instinctively felt fear. Uchiha himself experienced a dramatic change in expression. He felt the threat of death. He let out a roar, injecting all his chakra into the insect armor. At the same time, his feet moved quickly, trying to dodge the impending attack. Unfortunately, his movements were completely captured by his opponent. Hado number 90, Kurohitsugi. Aizen pressed his hand forward, and that deep, dark energy shot out, transforming into a black rectangular coffin around the enemy. The scale wasn't large, and when it was cast, there was only a heart-palpating silence. Only by listening carefully could one hear the movement coming from inside the Kurohitsugi. It was an extremely dense sound, as if countless sharp blades were cutting through metal. Interspersed within was Uchiha's brief, miserable howl. The Ninetales chakra provided the energy, and the Hogyoku broke through the restrictions, allowing Aizen to successfully cast Kurohitsugi. Were it not for this, he currently wouldn't be able to master Kido of this level, and he hadn't even figured out how to convert the laws yet. This was the reason why he wanted to repair the Hogyoku. Only this thing could ignore the laws and allow him to use the methods belonging to a Shinigami. If he couldn't find suitable materials, forging a Zanpakuto would also require the Hogyoku's help. Kurohitsugi lasted for less than 2 seconds before it suddenly disintegrated into black light fragments drifting through the air, just as it had appeared. In its place was a puddle of unrecognizable flesh and blood mixed with broken insect armor. Uchiha's body was repeatedly pierced by countless blades, and even the insect swarm he relied on for survival was buried along with him. Aizen panted slightly, forcibly closing the channel for the Ninetales chakra. The stinging pain coming from his body let him know the price of using forbidden power. Even with the Hogyoku, some cost still had to be borne by him personally. He materialized the Hogyoku from his mental world and absorbed the soul fragments of several ninjas, as well as the rapidly dissipating chakra. Uchiha alone was enough to make up for the consumption of the past few months. Absorbing this one wasn't enough. Aizen prepared to absorb the souls of the other 3 as well. The first 2 were fine, but when he pushed aside the rubble and found that muscle-bound man who excelled in taijutsu, what appeared before him was actually a strange object. It was a peculiar white creature. Its entire body was composed of a white substance that was somewhere between plant and flesh. Aizen cautiously examined it and confirmed that it had completely lost its life aura. His intuition told him that this white object was the root ninja from earlier. Either root possessed some kind of strange secret technique, or this person had been temporarily swapped by an unknown existence. Considering Uchiha's attitude, Aizen thought the latter possibility was more likely. Looking up at the night sky, he always felt that there was a third party involved. When he performed Tenteikura earlier, he had sensed a peculiar chakra fluctuation. When Aizen searched carefully, he found that the other party had long since disappeared without a trace. True, since it involves the Uchiha clan, relying on one person's strength is clearly not enough. He knew the perpetrator was Uchiha Itachi. The opponent hadn't hidden his traces at all. It was as if he was afraid others wouldn't know. He had seen too many instances of this kind of internal strife. Aizen didn't find it strange at all, just curious about what kind of promise the higher-ups had made. Looking down for a few moments, Aizen took out a specially made sealing scroll and sealed this strange white corpse inside. If his guess was correct, this thing should have turned into the appearance of the root ninja. There were many types of transformation jutsu. The advanced ones were hard to distinguish from the real thing. But he had never heard of anyone being able to mimic the opponent's ninjutsu. Whether his guess was correct or not, this body had research value. After doing all this, Aizen began to search the surroundings continuously. He would use the Hogyoku to absorb the chakra that hadn't completely dissipated and sealed a few corpses along the way, hoping to take this opportunity to study the Uchiha's bloodline power. After being busy for over 10 minutes, during which Aizen also saw Uchiha Sasage running home in a hurry, watching the other party leave, he then left the Uchiha clan's territory as well. Tonight's harvest was bountiful. There was no need to be greedy, and given his current condition, he couldn't fight for a long time. Aizen understood the principle of quitting while ahead. This was a necessary quality for an infiltrator. Not long after he left, a spiral-shaped ripple suddenly appeared above the ruins. Obito, wearing a mask, appeared there. In fact, he had arrived a long time ago and witnessed the entire battle process of the black-robed man. Even the part where the other party sealed the white Zetsu clone was seen by him. Interesting. Obito chuckled. He hadn't expected an unexpected harvest tonight. Others might not know, but how could he fail to recognize the Nine-Tails aura? Things are getting more and more interesting. Chapter 16. The cold light of the underground laboratory shone evenly on the operating table. The strange corpse, which had been sealed and brought back, was currently submerged in a special life-sustaining fluid. He had secretly borrowed these materials. He couldn't help it. Since he severely lacked research funds, he could only seek help from the corporate organizations within the village. The technology in the ninja world was relatively backward, still far from the popularization of television. Especially the transportation system, which still used the most primitive methods, likely related to the normalization of ninja presence. In such a world, airplanes were definitely the most dangerous mode of travel. A single lightning release technique could cause a catastrophic air disaster. Technological development cannot happen without research. He observed that research institutions in Konoha village were few and far between, indicating that true civilian technology was located in places like Daimyo City. If given the chance, Aizen would be willing to visit, perhaps finding some scientific research talents. After several days of analysis, he had preliminarily grasped the characteristics of this corpse. The cellular structure was exceptionally flexible and possessed a high degree of energy adaptability. Its energy metabolism differed from ordinary people, appearing more similar to plant photosynthesis. In other words, this thing was completely unrelated to humans. It belonged to a completely unknown new species. The most crucial discovery was a certain signal remaining between the corpse's cells. Aizen suspected that it might have been part of some kind of collective consciousness during its life. This connection was completely severed upon the individual's death, but the imprint of the collective consciousness structure remained. Perhaps he could trace it backward through research, but his current scientific equipment couldn't achieve that yet. Furthermore, this thing was the perfect materials for creating an artificial body, capable of easily simulating his chakra and complete appearance. The original artificial body plan, constrained by conventional biological materials, had never been perfectly realized. With this corpse, the difficulty of simulating chakra fluctuations could be solved, because it could not only mimic the external appearance but also imitate his chakra, life rhythm, and even subtle mental fluctuations at the cellular level. Based on this, I can create a perfect substitute, allowing the artificial body to remain hidden in Konoha long-term. Aizen smiled faintly, a strange sense of nostalgia welling up in his heart. What he was doing today was just like when he secretly constructed Las Noches outside the Seirete in the Soul Society years ago. The two were very similar, and naturally, the outcome would be no different. This time, he would not allow anyone to destroy his plan again. Those who tried to control him would ultimately become the Mukuro beneath his throne. Having set a complete plan, Aizen immediately dedicated himself entirely to the work. First, he extracted the cellular tissue of white Zetsu, using the power of the Hogyoku as a catalyst, and began modifying every inch of the artificial body of Uzumaki Naruto. The process was exceptionally complex and would take a long time to complete. During this period, he also had to maintain his persona as a good student. Half a month passed in a flash. The news of the Uchiha clan massacre swept across the entire ninja world. Initially, everyone thought it was false news. How could the dignified Uchiha, a prestigious clan from the Sengoku period, be eliminated within their own village? It wasn't until the funeral was held, attended collectively by the somber Konoha high-ranking officials, that everyone truly realized the news circulating outside was completely true. The Uchiha were truly annihilated overnight. The perpetrator was none other than Uchiha Itachi, the genius youth whose talent was said to be no less than Shisei the teleporter. Immediately, the outside world became turbulent. The forces of Hidden Cloud Village began to stir, adopting a posture of striking while the iron was hot. Before they could take further action, Iwagakure dispatched a delegation to Konoha to express condolences and learn from the situation. This action was a warning to the Raikage. If you dare to move, I will hit you. Once upon a time, various nations, fearing Konoha's strength, simultaneously raised armies to attack it. This was a necessary measure for maintaining survival. Now, Konoha's talents were dwindling, and those in power were weak and incompetent. It was no longer the dominant force it once was. The renowned powerhouses were fading one by one. Facing the Raikage's aggression, they even had to use the life of the Hyuga clan chief to appease his anger. All these signs were proof of its decline. While attracting the covetous gaze of foreign enemies, people no longer regarded Konoha as the greatest threat. In comparison, the militaristic Hidden Cloud Village was more noteworthy. Over the years, Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, and the Land of Rain had all suffered losses at their hands. How could Ono-ki stand idly by and watch Kumogakure slowly devour the Land of Fire? In short, what I cannot obtain, you, Raikage, should not dream of getting either. Under the strong intervention of the Tsuchikage, Hidden Cloud Village gradually quieted down, and Konoha safely weathered the turmoil of the Uchiha clan massacre. They held funerals, mourned the deceased, and praised the Uchiha clan for their outstanding achievements over the years. Of course, these were the public appearances. In private, they constantly spread negative rumors about the Uchiha. Rumors included brutal and unreasonable law enforcement, the unreasonable occupation of land, frequently pressuring the high-ranking officials, and the intent to force the fourth Hokage to step down back then. With 3 truths mixed with 1 lie, ordinary villagers couldn't distinguish fact from fiction. Everyone only understood one message. The people of the Uchiha clan were not good people. In this environment, Uchiha Sasuke, as the sole survivor, faced a situation highly similar to that of the young fox demon boy back then. Unlike Naruto, who yearned for recognition, Sasuke was more obsessed with revenge. To achieve this, he began to cultivate desperately day and night. As for the gossip from villagers and classmates, he completely ignored whatever those people said. Sasuke was a highly goal-oriented person and was not easily disturbed by outside factors. At the same time, it was difficult for him to accept advice from others. Therefore, even Hiruzen Sarutobi had few good options and could only instruct Iruka to take extra care of him. Aizen witnessed all of this, further understanding the hypocrisy of Konoha's high-ranking officials. They were even worse than those scoundrels in the Council of 46. Like Sasuke, he was confined by the cage of the will of fire. The only difference was that he was about to break it with his own hands. In the laboratory, Aizen materialized the Hogyoku. The completed artificial body lay before him, its appearance identical to his own, a perfect, one-to-one replica artwork. As the Chakra activated the Hogyoku, a hazy light gradually enveloped the artificial body. A strange sense of extraction struck him, as if a stroke of color was being carefully peeled, copied, and adhered from a complete painting, finally transferring it onto this soulless body. As his consciousness transferred thread by thread, the artificial body's originally hollow eyes gradually lit up with a spark of life. The entire process lasted 2 minutes, and the energy consumption was astonishing, several times greater than a battle involving the mobilization of the fox demon's chakra. Indeed, creation from nothing consumes more energy than merely fulfilling a wish to become stronger. When his experiment concluded, there were 2 Uzumaki Narutos present. One was Aizen's true body, still maintaining an aura of profound calmness, though his eyes showed slight fatigue. The other stood beside the operating table, his deep blue eyes slightly bewildered. After a brief moment of adaptation, the face of Uzumaki Naruto naturally displayed the slightly aloof, calm expression he usually wore. He moved his fingers, stretched his neck, and his movements were smooth and natural. He quickly grew accustomed to this new body. The creation of the perfect artificial body gave even Aizen a sense of accomplishment. If he had such a perfect artificial body in the Soul Society back then, his secret activities would not have been so easily exposed. Signaling it to lie on the platform, Aizen carefully checked all parameters and confirmed its operational stability. I will observe it for a few days first, and then let it out when the time is right. Under Aizen's command, the artificial body fell into slumber, and there would be no unnecessary activity during this period. When stripping his own consciousness, he performed selective filtering. He perfectly replicated the personality, behavioral patterns, and thought patterns, and even transmitted all the techniques he currently mastered. But Aizen did not completely trust the artificial body. He sealed away his past memories and concealed the existence of the Hogyoku. To Uzumaki Naruto, the true body was an extremely mature youth whose mind did not possess the centuries of experience in the Soul Society. Those incredible ninjutsu were also the result of a genius's creation. This was a precaution. Aizen would not allow a true other self to appear. The artificial body only needed to play the role of Uzumaki Naruto. Knowing too much could easily cause unnecessary trouble. Although the probability was small, he also factored in the possibility of the artificial body betraying him. Without the key memories, this body was just a tool capable of simulating everything, unable to cause any trouble. After taking one last look at his perfect creation, Aizen turned and left the laboratory. He needed to prepare for his next move. While the artificial body infiltrated Konoha, his true body needed to leave the village to seek new development. Establishing his own faction might allow him to recreate the former glory of Laws No Chess. To this end, he needed to accomplish three things. First, make money. Without money, it would be difficult to take a single step, let alone build a personal faction. Currently, he had no great ideas and could only proceed one step at a time. Second, gather talents. Aizen needed true subordinates, excellent ninja capable of handling things independently. This was a lengthy process, but fortunately, the one thing he didn't lack was time. Third, find a suitable base. Finding a headquarters was the foundation for establishing an organization. With a secure rear base, his ideal laboratory could be constructed. All three things needed to be completed, and each would take longer than the last. Finally, he needed to repair the Hogyoku as much as possible. He could feel the power of the fox demon. Even so, the fox demon was still forcibly sealed. This meant that high-level powers existed in the ninja world, powers he had not yet encountered. Improving his own strength was one aspect. On the other hand, the Hogyoku could help him break through the limits of a ninja. This was the foundation for constructing everything. It would be even better if I could find materials for forging a Zanpakuto. After Aizen left, the laboratory plunged back into darkness. Lying on the operating table, the artificial body, which resembled a lifeless object, suddenly opened its eyes. That gaze was so bright, like shining stars twinkling in the dark night. Chapter 17. At the Ninja Academy, life in the new semester had gotten back on track. Inside the classroom, Uzumaki Naruto sat in a seat by the window, the sunlight gilding his hair with a soft golden edge. He was focused during lectures, raising his hand at the appropriate times when Iruka-sensei asked questions and giving answers in clear, well-organized language. He was neither overly flashy nor did he hide his talents. That perfectly measured excellence drew many admiring glances. During breaks, he would patiently explain knowledge to the students sitting near him, his attitude always humble and gentle, with a reassuring faint smile on his lips. When some cast complicated looks his way due to the rumors of the demon fox, he did not avoid them, but chose to look back calmly, his eyes clear and peaceful. That gentleness won Naruto the favor of his classmates. Especially when the Hokage personally visited to promote the will of fire, Naruto's performance made the third Hokage extremely pleased. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall also burn. This is not just the spirit of sacrifice of our seniors, but also a responsibility of inheritance. The firelight must not only illuminate the village, but also warm every companion. As future ninjas, we need strong power to protect this inherited warmth. I am willing to become that firelight that illuminates others and nourishes the new leaves. There were no impassioned slogans, Yet Uzumaki Naruto's sincere emotions shone through. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes grew moist from those words, and he couldn't help but remark that Naruto was a rare, good child. To be able to consider problems with the mindset of a Hokage at such a young age, he is truly worthy of being your son. He had once used similar praise for another child. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. That youth who was wholeheartedly devoted to the village eventually chose to walk a difficult path. This time, he would protect Naruto no matter what. This was the true foundation of the village. At night, Uzumaki Naruto returned home and saw Aizen, who had long been waiting there. As soon as he opened the door, there was no communication between the two. Aizen used the Hogyoku to directly peer into the memories of the artificial body. Aizen saw the perfect performance of the artificial body, and Hiruzen Sarutobi's hypocrisy made him even more disgusted. Fortunately, the artificial body was able to handle all of this properly. After observing for a few more days, he could leave with peace of mind. Very good. I am very satisfied with your performance. Placing his hand on the artificial body's head, Aizen decided to grant it greater freedom. This body was composed of special cells and had a strong foundation, but it lacked growth in a true sense. However, a genius who did not grow would easily arouse suspicion, especially since he had already displayed astonishing talent. In order to allow the artificial body to better fulfill its role-playing, he decided to use the Hogyoku to modify its body, to give Naruto a true capacity for growth. At the same time, he also wanted to see just how far this body could grow. The other party possessed the same will as him. It felt as if Aizen Sosuke were truly living in this world. He wondered what he would become if he didn't have the memories of the Soul Society. Wasn't this unknown growth also a very interesting experiment? It was just like when he observed Kosuke Ichigo's growth in the past. This was a special quirk unique to scientists, and Aizen was completely immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. The Hogyoku's modification was quickly completed. It endowed the artificial body with a life growth cycle, cellular metabolism, and even the growth of chakra pathways was taken into account. It could be said that the artificial body had become a special construct closest to a human. It had truly mastered the ability to learn. Even its appearance would show traces of growth consistent with its age. After several days of continuous observation, he confirmed that this growth mechanism was running stably, with no abnormal logical conflicts. The artificial body's cultivation results were bit by bit transforming into detectable improvements in strength. From then on, Uzumaki Naruto's identity was flawless, and no one could see through the artificial body's disguise. It is time, Aizen whispered to himself in the night, his voice quietly dissipating in Konoha village. The land of fire, eastern border. On a winding road, a small caravan was slowly moving forward. The journey was somewhat dull, with the creaking sound of wheels rolling over gravel being the only melody. Times aren't peaceful lately, the driver whispered, his tone revealing trepidation. Bandits often appear in the mountains around here, specifically targeting caravans like ours. Everyone needs to be a bit more alert. Someone nearby asked why they didn't hire ninjas to handle it. To this, the driver replied in a disdainful tone. Where would ordinary people get the money to hire ninjas? As for the caravan owners, everyone is just waiting for someone else to spend that wasted money. Many caravans had been victimized, yet no one was willing to fund a solution. The underlying reason was that the cost of hiring ninjas was too high, and even if this group of mountain bandits were dealt with, a second and third group would appear before long. The root cause lay in the instability of the times. That was what gave rise to so many bandit problems. How could those high and mighty big shots care about our lives? During the conversation, the caravan turned into a narrow valley path, and ear-piercing whistles immediately rang out from the slopes on both sides. Over a dozen mountain bandits wielding sharp blades appeared, blocking the caravan's path from both front and back. The leading burly man shouldered a large blade and grinned cruelly. Leave the goods, and I can give you a way to live. Everyone in the caravan turned pale with fear, and the driver was so scared he went limp. At the critical moment, the man who had temporarily joined the caravan stepped forward, appearing before several mountain bandits as suddenly as a weightless drifting leaf. Everyone immediately recognized that this person was the traveler who had been silent throughout the journey. Since they were going the same way, the caravan leader had generously accepted the stranger. No one expected this person to take the initiative to attack. Hado number 31, Shakaho. Crimson flames suddenly exploded, instantly wiping out more than half of the mountain bandits. These people died miserable deaths, with severed limbs flying everywhere, and the few survivors suffered varying degrees of flame burns. The people in the caravan were also stunned. They hadn't expected the unremarkable man to be such a ruthless character. This person was, of course, Aizen, who had left Konoha. He had used transformation jutsu to blend into the caravan specifically to find these rampant mountain bandits. Limited by resources, this was the only thing he could do for now. On one hand, he would seize the bandits' funds, and on the other, he also wanted to use this to repair the Hogyoku. In just 2 short months, he had wiped out 12 mountain strongholds, and the bandit forces in the eastern land of fire were nearly cleared by him. The battle ended quickly, and the valley path was littered with the corpses of mountain bandits. Ignoring the caravan's thanks, Aizen walked over to a survivor and, after a simple interrogation, learned the specific location of the mountain stronghold. After absorbing the dissipated chakra, he moved, his figure already soaring into the high sky. Leaping between trees, he sped toward the mountain bandit camp deep in the mountain range. What excellent vegetation, Aizen thought with emotion. Such a sight could not be seen in the Soul Society. The specific reason might be that the air in this world was always permeated with a current of energy full of life. Unlike the violent reishi, this special energy possessed a powerful life force. By absorbing just a little, vegetation could grow to an extremely exaggerated degree. On a sudden whim, Aizen had tried to conduct research on it, but unfortunately, he felt something strange in his body as soon as he absorbed a little. Later, he simply gave up on the research. Again, only when experimental equipment was complete could he truly begin many of his studies. Currently, most were in a conceptual state. Only practice could verify scientific truths. After 2 months of effort, the Hogyoku's condition had improved slightly, and the spiderweb-like cracks on its surface showed subtle changes. The chakra of ordinary people is impure, and their life essence is limited. It can only restore a small amount of the Hogyoku's energy at most. Aizen sighed inwardly, knowing he should set his sights on ninjas. However, ninjas were not easy to find, and the risk of dealing with large hidden villages was too high. For the time being, he did not have a particularly good solution. The Hogyoku could draw upon the Nine-Tails chakra, but his body was too fragile, and the energy it could withstand was extremely limited. It would be troublesome if he truly encountered a master. While thinking, he arrived at the outskirts of the mountain stronghold and easily sensed the signs of life moving within. Taking out a kunai from his robes, he dealt with the gate guards without a word. About 10 minutes later, Aizen walked out with his black robes stained with blood. In this battle, he had killed a total of 27 mountain bandits, and a crack on the surface of the Hogyoku was repaired by 1/5 of its size. There was still a considerable distance from complete restoration. Throughout the killing process, Aizen had always maintained the transformation jutsu, mainly out of concern that his young physique would bring trouble. Under the influence of the Hogyoku, the duration of the transformation jutsu was very impressive, enough for him to maintain an adult's physique and appearance for a long time. It was just that his physical functions would not increase accordingly, unless he was willing to consume a large amount of the Hogyoku's energy. Looking down at the blood on his collar, Aizen smiled self-mockingly. My level has dropped too much. Even treading on a few ants results in being stained by their blood. Truly an unpleasant experience. Just as he was about to leave, 3 figures suddenly leaped out from the woods, blocking the only path down the mountain. Aizen had discovered them long ago. The reason he hadn't acted was simply that he wanted to see what these people were going to do. The leader was a thin man with a cross-shaped scar on his face. Several forehead protectors from different ninja villages hung from his waist. They were clearly trophies regarded as a source of glory. This scene actually piqued a bit of Aizen's interest. TSK, I didn't expect to be a step late. The man licked his lips, his gaze falling on the stronghold that had turned into a purgatory. The bandit leader, One-Eyed Viper, a rogue ninja from the grass village, with a bounty of 1.8 million ryo at the Kinkisho. He's definitely a tough nut to crack, but your methods are quite clean. First came a word of praise. Then his tone shifted as he looked at Aizen with ill intent. But these goods belong to us, the Bloodbeak brothers, now. The other party's hostility was not concealed in the slightest, but Aizen cared more about the information revealed in the man's words. Kinkisho. It sounded like some kind of underground organization. Judging from the man's words, the bandit leader he had just dealt with was likely a bounty target. Bounty hunters? Aizen's interest was piqued. For him at this moment, 1 million Ryo was an incredibly generous reward. No matter what, he had to get his hands on it, and, while he was at it, inquire about information related to the Kinkisho. Chapter 18. Seeing Aizen remain silent, the three thought he had backed down. In their eyes, this person was just a guy who used some strange tricks. He might have some strength, but he was certainly no match for them. Where's the Kinkisho? Aizen asked directly. The scarred man froze for a moment, then sneered. What? You want to collect the bounty yourself? I suggest you give up on that idea. Since the other party was stubborn, there was nothing more to say. Before his voice had even faded, the three had already dispersed in coordination, lunging toward their target in a triangular formation. Their movements were swift and their coordination skillful. They were clearly accustomed to such treacherous backstabbing. One of them threw a poisoned shuriken. The venom was lethal upon contact with blood. Many powerful ninja had died at his hands. Another drew a machete and swung it with heavy force toward the opponent's neck. The strongest of them, the scarred man, lurked behind the other two, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Nice coordination, Aizen praised. To an outsider, it might have looked like a friendly sparring match. Bakudo 9, Geiki. A shockwave of vacuum pressure erupted, deflecting all the incoming poisoned kunai. Dodging the sweep of the machete, Aizen instantly appeared in front of the man who had thrown the shuriken. His shunpo was so fast that it was beyond anything a rogue ninja like this could compare to. The man instinctively raised his arm to parry, but unfortunately, Aizen was faster. It wasn't until the kunai pierced his throat that the fear in the man's eyes fully bloomed. You bastard. The scarred man tried to counterattack, but his movements were too stiff and his attacks lacked any discipline, making him even worse than a young Uchiha Sasage. At this moment, Aizen finally realized that outside ninjas were far inferior to the elites trained by Konoha. It seems I overestimated your strength. A flash of light flickered in his hand as Aizen released the strongest Bakudo he could currently use. Bakudo 62, Hyaporon Kon. Several pillars of light descended from the sky, pinning the two who attempted to approach to the ground. Stepping in front of the leader, Aizen looked down at him. You still haven't answered my question. The scarred man's face was filled with terror. After a moment's thought, he remembered that the man had just asked for the trading location of the Kinkisho. His eyes darted around as he tentatively asked, if I tell the truth, can I trade it for my life? Seeing this, Aizen showed a gentle smile. Remember, you are in no position to bargain. How could the man not know? He was just hoping against hope to survive. Cough, cough. The nearest Kinkisho is in an abandoned public restroom 30 kilometers to the west. He then explained the specific trading process, how to hand in missions, and other relevant precautions. In the shadow of death, the scarred man held nothing back, wishing he could even tell him the color of his underwear. He hoped this would earn him a chance to live. Very well. Aizen thought for a moment and waved his hand to release the Kido restraint. Saito, having narrowly escaped death, stood up shakily. His hideous face was covered in a fawning smile. If you want to go, I can lead the way for you. This was the reason Aizen spared him. The Kinkisho sounded dangerous. Before understanding the situation, it was best to have an old hand explain things personally. Before attaining power that transcends everything, Aizen would follow a cautious style of conduct. Sparing him offered a much higher return than killing him. Glancing at the guys struggling on the ground, Aizen asked indifferently, what about your brothers? Hearing this, Saito bowed and scraped as he spoke. Benefactor, you can deal with them however you see fit. What brothers? I don't have any brothers. How come my parents don't know about this? His resolute attitude lacked any of the previous dominance he showed when shouting about the Bloodbeak brothers. Since the man didn't care, Aizen naturally wouldn't hesitate. He disposed of the enemies cleanly and efficiently, absorbing their chakra. In moments, Two mummified corpses lay on the ground. This terrifying scene scared Saito out of his wits. He certainly didn't want to end up the same way. "Benefactor, just follow me this way." Saito eagerly led the way. Following silently behind, Aizen curiously asked why he used the title Benefactor. "The grace of sparing my life." "You have done me a great favor," Saito said solemnly. After this encounter, Aizen realized how thick-skinned this guy was. It was probably not much less than Danku. However, he didn't dislike such people. Only someone with a strong desire to survive could serve him better. Aizen was a man who pursued order. Even in Wako Mundo, he would establish rules for the Espada. What he hated most were brainless people. Those who wouldn't listen to reason and only knew how to hack away with their zanpakuto. Such brutes would not be used by him. Following Saito's guidance, the two arrived at a secluded forest. In an inconspicuous corner, traces that looked natural were carved into the rock wall. This was the Kinkisho's exclusive method of contact. The appearance of these marks proved that there was a branch of the Kinkisho nearby. As an assassin organization, they must have branches everywhere. They can't have us traveling long distances every day. Saito led the way, eventually arriving at an abandoned public restroom. Carefully avoiding years of filth, Aizen felt somewhat dissatisfied with the Kinkisho's trading location. He didn't want to frequent such places. Even when living in Las Noches, Aizen would create a fake sky and enjoy the service of personal maids, showing that his standards for quality of life were actually quite high. It was only because he was broke now. Otherwise, after finishing his daily cultivate, he really should reward himself with a cup of coffee. Half of the Espada group only grew to like drinking coffee because they were by Aizen's side. If there was a problem with the upcoming transaction, he wouldn't mind completely destroying this place. Robbing the intermediary seemed much easier than completing missions. Sensing his subtle mood, Saito whispered a reminder. "Benefactor, there might be a great power behind this Kinkisho. It's not to be trifled with." Aizen glanced at him and signaled for him to continue. Legend has it that in an era 1,000 years ago, the Kinkisho already existed in the world, and it was involved in the rise and fall of dynasties throughout history. Take now, for example. Which of the great nations doesn't know about the existence of the Kinkisho and the fact that they put bounties on their own people's heads? So why does this foul-smelling public restroom still exist? Aizen understood what he meant. It meant that even the various hidden villages didn't dare to deal with this institution. To achieve this consensus, they must have suffered significant losses in the past. This led various powers to tacitly allow the Kinkisho's existence. This further proved that the Kinkisho was definitely not just an assassin organization. Quietly dismissing the idea of robbery, the two walked to the innermost stall. After tapping on a brick a few times, a tunnel leading underground quickly appeared. Before entering, Aizen's spiritual sense perceived the situation inside. Feeling confident, he followed Saito down the steps. A cold, damp air rushed toward them. The walls of the passage were embedded with low-quality fluorescent stones, barely lighting the way forward. The air was filled with the smell of rust. Low conversations and suppressed sinister laughs could be heard faintly from the depths. This way, Saito continued to lead, appearing full of humility, with none of the arrogance he showed back at the mountain stronghold. It had to be said that he was someone who knew how to adapt to circumstances. He had originally thought the other man might set up some surprises along the way, but unfortunately, Saito was even more cautious than expected. At the end of the passage was a heavy ironwood door. Two guards wearing demon masks stood on either side with their arms crossed. Glancing coldly at Aizen, the one on the left asked in a muffled voice, "Is this a newcomer you brought?" "That's right," Saito nodded calmly. Facing outsiders, he seemed to have switched back to the style of the Bloodbeak brothers. With at most the level of a Genin, he forced himself to put on the air of a Jonin. After eyeing him closely for a few moments, the guard tapped an inconspicuous copper ring on the iron door with his scabbard. "A newcomer is here." The iron door slid open silently, and a wave of noise surged out like something physical. Behind the door was an unexpectedly vast space. The arched rock ceiling was over 10 meters high, reinforced with thick logs and metal supports. In the center was a huge stone bar, where several staff members in black vests were handling business. Seeing this, Saito explained in a low voice, "The layout of every Kinkisho is different. Some only allow one-on-one interactions, while others are like taverns where a large number of bounty hunters gather. This place clearly belonged to the latter. Rather than an intermediary exchange, it was more like a gathering place for bounty hunters. Not only could one receive and hand in missions, but one could also find like-minded partners to complete those troublesome tasks together. Reportedly, Saito's Bloodbeak Brothers was founded here and lasted about 11 days before announcing its dissolution. Is that so? That's quite a pity. Aizen offered a half-hearted consolation, completely unaware that he was the culprit. Most of his attention was focused on the various ninjas with gloomy eyes around the bar. Some were wrapped up tightly, their appearance very similar to Aizen, wearing his reishi cloak. There were also those who were quite open, not caring at all about exposing their identities, with Hōgyoku headbands hanging from their waists, featuring a very obvious scratch across the center. Upon seeing a new face, everyone's gaze remained wary. Some also emitted unfriendly vibes. It wasn't until Saito threw the corpses onto the ground that everyone's attention was drawn over. After a simple identification, the intermediary readily handed over 1 million in compensation. Aizen himself went to the bulletin board and browsed the recently posted missions. Assassination, looting, behind-the-line scouting, and some more mercenary missions. There were many types, satisfying the needs of all kinds of people. As long as one was brave enough, one could earn a significant amount of money here. Saito patiently explained everything to him, with no intention of leaving. It was clear that this guy had the idea of clinging to a powerful figure, yet he had no idea who he was really facing. Aizen happened to need an assistant, and seeing that the man was quite clever, he planned to keep him around for now. After taking a suitable mission, the two turned and left the Kinkisho. Half a year passed quickly. Chapter 19. Land of Lightning Waters, Feist Island. This is the largest entertainment island, where countless wealthy people come to spend their leisure time every day. It is world-renowned for its luxury casinos, hot springs, and gladiatorial performances. The brightly lit docks are lined with all sorts of vessels, from luxury yachts to inconspicuous cargo ships. Among the constant stream of people, a man draped in a black cloak stands out particularly well. I say. Saito scratched his head and asked cautiously, "Would you like to change your outfit?" After half a year together, Saito had a rough understanding of the other man's personality. He seemed gentle but was actually cold, with an arrogance etched into his very marrow. It was just that all of it was covered by the gentle facade used by Lord Kaio. In just 6 short months, the name Kaio had resounded throughout the entire underground world. Any prey targeted by the Lord had only one path: death. A 100% mission success rate made him the most sought-after bounty hunter in the Kinkisho. Coming to the Feist Island this time was, naturally, for a bounty mission. The target was a super-wealthy individual whose movements were hard to pin down. It had taken a great cost to track him here. Kurohitsugi, one of the actual controllers of this island. This man rarely made public appearances and acted with caution, possessing a deep interest in only 2 things. First, watching high-level ninja deathmatches. The ninja fighting arena existed for this very purpose. Second, recruiting outlaws with special talents. Don't be nervous. Aizen's gaze shifted toward his companion, who wore a bitter smile. The target has many powerful subordinates. He won't be scared away so easily. All right. Saito nodded and said no more. Although Lord Kaio's personality was indifferent, spending a long time together had allowed Saito to figure out some tricks. As long as one didn't defy his will, the man was actually quite easy to talk to. At the very least, he would listen to advice most of the time. This was also a major reason why Saito could remain by his side. As a rogue ninja of humble origin, Saito had been struggling in various cities since he was 7 or 8 years old. His wealth of experience could definitely serve as an asset. Without Saito's constant reminders, Aizen's mission efficiency wouldn't be so high. To find the target, the two decided to split up and investigate. Unfortunately, they remained empty-handed. No one knew Kurohitsugi's whereabouts. True, if everyone knew, he would have died in some unknown corner long ago. Since the method of searching for him wasn't working, they could only resort to the backup plan. Intelligence indicated that this man loved collecting powerful individuals with special talents. By making a name for oneself in the fighting arena, Kurohitsugi would send people to make contact. As long as the target appeared, the remaining problems would be simple. Then let's execute the second plan. They found a place to stay, and it wasn't until nightfall that Aizen, draped in his black robe, walked out of the inn. Saito had already entered the fighting arena and had surely arranged everything. In this regard, he had never let Aizen down. To overthrow the corrupt rule, Aizen needed all sorts of talent. Combat power was one aspect, but talents like Saito were also very important. Using his available funds, Aizen had built a simple experimental base. If there were no suitable missions, he would lock himself in the laboratory. Usually, he would only show his face once every 10 days or half a month. The next step was to find a steady stream of funding, something that could support the long-term operation of an organization. His initial idea was to develop technology and quickly accumulate capital through consumer products. Once the organization grew strong, perhaps they could become a mercenary army, handling trouble for small nations and small hidden villages. Many agencies had similar businesses. After half a year of mingling, Aizen had gained a deeper understanding of the entire ninja world. Following the waiter's guidance, he arrived at the center of the island and saw a building shaped like an inverted sea bowl. This was the Purgatory fighting arena, where ninjas fought in pairs every day. It could be called the greatest gladiator performance in the ninja world. The entrance was crowded with people, and scantily clad waitresses were constantly greeting guests. Declining the invitation for a girl's company, Aizen soon spotted his subordinate inside. "Lord, I have already paid the entry deposit." Saying this, Saito brought over a life-or-death arena contract. Only after signing it could one truly perform on stage. "Well done." Aizen smiled and signed his name, then was led by a waiter to the contestants' locker room. It was like a restless animal cage, crowded with all sorts of fighters. There were giants with bulging muscles, rogue ninjas with cold eyes, and a freak wrapped in bandages. Everyone checked their weapons in silence, with occasional low-voiced curses. Aizen's arrival didn't cause much alarm. There were too many shady characters like him here. What normal ninja would come here? More than half of those present carried heavy sins. It was said that there were even a rank rogue ninjas from Konoha village. It was just impossible to tell exactly which one was which. It won't be Uchiha Itachi. I remember his rating was S rank. Aizen withdrew his gaze and stopped observing the crowd. Coming all this way, besides dealing with Kurohitsugi, he had another hidden motive. That was to see if there were any usable talents in this fighting arena. Unlike the Soul Society, ruling over ninjas couldn't rely solely on force. At least there was no existence like the Soul King here. To rule the world, Aizen needed a group of excellent helpers who could share the pressure from various aspects. Combat power accounted for a high percentage, and perhaps this fighting arena could provide suitable targets. Sitting there in silence until the broadcast called his name, Aizen slowly opened his eyes. He didn't catch his opponent's name, but the expressions of the others seemed full of schadenfreude. Following their gazes, Aizen saw a gloomy, bare-chested man. "Hey, newcomer, I advise you to surrender and admit defeat immediately." The man made a throat-slitting gesture at him and turned to walk out. "If you dare to step up there, I'll personally break your limbs." "I mean what I say." However, the childish threat did not affect Aizen. Stepping through the curtain that separated the backstage, the clamor hit him like a physical wave. The spotlights were somewhat blinding, and under the multicolored lights, his black-robed figure looked so unremarkable. The stands on both sides were stacked high, and as far as the eye could see, there were nothing but distorted faces. The wealthy, who usually called themselves high society, had completely torn off their masks at this moment. They hissed, roared, and cursed loudly. Watching the death struggles of the prey on stage, people let out nearly spasmodic cheers from their mouths. Stopping in the center of the field, Aizen's gaze calmly swept across the circular stands. There was no anger, no excitement, only a cold scrutiny, as if he were in a gathering place for noisy vermin. What a noisy scene, projecting their own unbearable, base desires onto the life and death struggles of others, using the pain of others to satiate a tiny bit of pathetic pleasure within their barren souls. Wearing the cloak of civilization while performing an act more wretched than beasts tearing at each other. The corner of Aizen's mouth was full of mockery. Beasts are at least honest, but these people try to paint over it with ridiculous colors like appreciation and taste. In Aizen's view, any form of killing had nothing to do with aesthetics. If one couldn't even recognize that, they were just a brainless fool venting violence. On the stage, the man with killing intent lunged toward him. A hideous smile was still plastered on his face, anticipating the cheers that would erupt once he tore his opponent apart. Only in Aizen's eyes, he was no different in essence from those shouting spectators in the stands. All were inferior beings driven by low-level desires, destined to struggle and perish in chaos. The man's body flicker technique was fast, proving his strength was indeed extraordinary. One moment he was in front, the next he appeared behind Aizen. His short sword was held high above his head, the hideous smile on his face twisted to the extreme. He was certain the other party could absolutely not avoid this strike. Die! The sharp blade was about to hit when, at the critical moment, a blue chakra shield appeared out of thin air. It directly blocked the man's attack. The chakra shield was adapted from the original Reishi shield. Through a special compression technique, layers of energy shields were stacked together. The protection level was very high, almost allowing one to ignore attacks from blind spots. There were two main drawbacks. First, the chakra shield had to be preset in advance. The more layers stacked, the stronger the protection, leading to a longer preparation time before battle. Second, the duration was short. Once activated, it could usually only last for one battle. Its utility in surprise encounters was almost zero. The time spent resting at the inn and during the voyage on the ship had mostly been used to stack chakra shields. The Hogyoku's effect was indeed powerful, but its repair was nowhere in sight, and the demon fox chakra was somewhat corrosive to the body. Unless absolutely necessary, Aizen still had to rely on his own power to fight. Bouncing the enemy's attack away, he took advantage of the other's unstable posture and open chest to quickly complete a series of movements. Sidestepping, stepping forward, and punching. Bang! By the time the man hit the ground, his chest was nothing but countless shattered bones. No one had expected beforehand that this unknown newcomer could insta-kill his opponent with one punch. The noise at the scene froze for a split second. Then came an even more boiling, distorted roar of excitement. They loved this kind of clean and decisive crushing. The opponent in the second match was a guy who specialized in using shuriken. Unfortunately, his technique was far inferior to Aizen's. After a few rounds of trading projectiles, he was struck in the throat. In the third match, the opponent was a rogue ninja who could use earth release, hardening technique. Curious about the opponent's ninjutsu, Aizen chose to spar with him for a while before finally piercing the man's heart with a sudden, accelerated attack. 3 wins in 3 battles. This newcomer showed immense potential. It was exactly the kind of performance that would attract Kurohitsugi. Sure enough, as he returned to the backstage to rest, a tall, thin man in a well-tailored suit walked over. With a professional smile on his face, he said, "Congratulations, our boss is very interested in your performance." As he spoke, the man handed over a pure black card with only a gold-embossed animal emblem on it. "The boss is in the top-floor VIP room and would like to chat with you about future cooperation. Of course, the compensation will satisfy you." Chapter 20. In the top-floor VIP room, Kurohitsugi was looking down at the fighting arena below. "Good luck today." He looked very happy because he was able to get another good hand. These top wealthy people often used ninja battles to gamble. Those participating in the death matches were called hands, and the rules were roughly winner takes all. Not only could negotiations be completed, but the opponent's ninjas could also be won. The hands were all implanted with cursed seals, so there was no possibility of rebellion. These were invisible benefits provided by the authorities to the wealthy. Being able to discover that contestant before anyone else was naturally something worth celebrating for Kurosawa. "Yes, you've had good luck lately." A light chuckle came from the side. It was an exceptionally striking man who still wore sunglasses while sitting indoors, seemingly wanting to use the lenses to hide something. Being able to be so casual in front of Kurosawa indicated that both parties held equal status. Oyakujo Homura, the president of Kusabi Real Estate, controlled an astonishing amount of industry and was definitely one of the top big shots on the Feist Island. This could be seen from Kurosawa's attitude. When Aizen stepped into the room, he noticed this man at first glance. His excellent spiritual sense could feel the amazing chakra hidden within the man's body. According to his judgment, it was probably only slightly inferior to the third Hokage, ranking in the top 3 among the people he had met. According to the local world's terminology, this was a Hokage-level powerhouse. Even with the help of the demon fox's chakra, it would be difficult to deal with. The other party's stance was unclear, and acting now was too risky, so Aizen immediately abandoned his original idea. He calmly completed the conversation with Kurohitsugi. It was nothing more than a recruitment of interests. He feigned agreement and was then asked to go to the players' off-field lounge. In fact, it was a prison for ninjas. After completing the cursed seal transplantation there, he would become Kurohitsugi's hand. Go, I look forward to your performance. Kurohitsugi waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to take him away. Aizen remained silent throughout the process and soon arrived at the area where the ninjas were imprisoned. The air here was filled with despair, and behind the iron bars were nothing but numb faces. The cursed seals controlled the slaves. Once triggered, it would be a fate worse than death. If someone could help them break the seal, the anger accumulated over the years would burn down the entire fighting arena. Seeing a new face arrive, the slaves showed an indifferent attitude. But in the next second, a splash of crimson bloomed in the prison area. Looking at the corpse on the ground, everyone's expressions were a bit stunned, and they all looked at the other person with unbelievable gazes. Aizen threw away the kunai in his hand, stepped over the corpse of Kurohitsugi's subordinate, and his calm voice echoed in everyone's ears. I can erase the cursed seal. Are you willing to punish those perpetrators? He was met with a moment of silence. Without seeing an established fact, no one would easily agree. Seeing this, Aizen said no more. He walked up to a burly slave and looked at the complex spider-like cursed seal on his neck. You will soon have your freedom. Aizen reached out his finger, and the deep, faint light of the Hogyoku glowed at his fingertip as he lightly tapped the center of the cursed seal. The power of the Hogyoku quickly invaded, like the most precise key, instantly destroying the core patterns of the cursed seal. The spider-cursed seal twisted, squirmed, and faded like a living thing, finally dissipating into several wisps of black smoke. The slave's eyes widened, and he touched his neck in disbelief, then showed a look of wild joy. Needless to say, this was the best proof. Seeing that he really had the ability to remove the cursed seal, everyone present loudly declared that they would definitely make those people pay once they got out. It was unknown how much of it was sincere. Everyone just understood one truth. If they didn't kill those bastards, they would be caught again even if they ran out today. It was better to gather their strength and completely finish those guys off. Aizen followed suit and quickly removed the cursed seals of all the slaves. Looking at the group of howling guys, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Go, vent your anger to your heart's content. With so many ninjas rebelling, it would definitely cause a huge stir on the island. Once the situation became chaotic, he would have the chance to kill Kurohitsugi. With a bounty of a full 26 million, the severely cash-strapped Aizen would absolutely not allow failure. Soon, the slaves rushed out of the prison area and began a killing spree near the fighting arena. Under his perception, Kurohitsugi in the VIP room began to move, seemingly planning to evacuate from the port. The other person was very strange. He didn't seem to make any special movements and still stayed in the room without moving. That's right. The strength of these ninjas poses no threat to him. At this time, a crisp voice sounded from behind. Hey, thanks for helping me remove the cursed seal. Aizen turned around and saw a little girl who was only 8 or 9 years old. Her face was stained with dust, but her pupils were exceptionally bright. She was currently watching him with a calm gaze. You liberated them and let these fools go to their deaths. I won't charge in blindly. It's safer to stay by your side. Aizen really didn't expect such a small girl to see through it. Sure enough, hardship makes a person grow up quickly, not to mention that the children in this world are already very precocious. So, Aizen smiled slightly, his eyes fixed on her. Why should I take you with me? He was very curious about this little girl. If she showed value worth utilizing, he wouldn't mind bringing her along. I'm very familiar with this place. Chino patted the dust off her body and said in a certain tone, I know several secret passages and the small vaults of those old foxes, if you need them. Just as she finished speaking, Another young man who had stayed behind walked over. And me. His voice was low, and his eyes were full of a gloomy aura. I'm quite good at killing people. You'll need me. Yes. Chino nodded and mentioned that the young man possessed a bloodline limit. She stated that in the entire prison area, the young man's strength could safely rank in the top 3. After asking a few questions, Aizen agreed to let them follow. Currently in need of manpower, he was happy to recruit capable ninjas. Let's go. We'll first check out Mr. Kurosawa's little vault. On the other side, Kurosawa began his retreat. He didn't understand at all why such a thing would happen out of the blue. Go ahead and riot. I'll catch you all back sooner or later. The order of the island began to collapse, while he advanced toward the pier under the cover of his subordinates. As for the assets left on the island, he didn't care about that small amount of money. What about that guy Oijo Homura? He asked. He seems to still be in the VIP room. Hearing this, Kurosawa nodded without speaking. He knew some inside information and knew that guy wasn't someone easy to deal with. The facts were just as he expected. The VIP room had already turned into a living hell. All the ninjas who rushed in were dead. Blood smeared the walls, and only Oijo Homura was still quietly tasting red wine. Looking closely, one could see that the blood around him seemed to be slowly squirming, as if it had been given life itself. Sorry for disturbing your interest. Oyakujo Homura spoke in a low voice, his tone full of apology. I originally wanted you to pick a few good prospects. It seems this matter will have to wait a little. No rush. An answer came from the empty room. But besides Oyakujo Homura himself, there was no one else in the VIP room. On the west side of the island, there was a hidden port here. Surrounded by several trusted guards, Kurosawa passed through a secret passage and prepared to board a speedboat that had already been started. But when he passed through the small woods, he immediately saw a figure already waiting there. The familiar black cloak immediately made him realize the other party's identity. It's you. Kurosawa was so smart. How could he not understand that everything today was caused by this person? It was probably for his head. Where are you going in such a hurry? Aizen's voice was calm and steady. Standing next to him were Chino and that taciturn young man. Kurosawa's pupils shrank, and he immediately signaled the guards around him to step forward. Seeing this, the young man stepped out, ready to demonstrate his value. Remember, my name is Shinya. The young man formed hand seals, and in an instant, he turned into an afterimage and disappeared from the spot. His speed was even faster than Aizen's Shunpo. This is his bloodline limit. Chino shook her finger with a smile and explained softly. Except for the yellow flash of back then, Shinya's speed won't be inferior to anyone. The fact was just as she said. Shinya bypassed the 2 guards in the front, his speed so fast that the other party could not react at all. His figure appeared beside the target, and he reached out to firmly grab Kurohitsugi's throat, lifting him up directly like a chicken. Ugh! This wealthy man struggled desperately, but he couldn't move the other's fingers at all. Seeing this, Chino introduced the young man's ability. Swift Release, a bloodline limit that can achieve high-speed movement. Its effect far exceeds most body flicker techniques. It was precisely this unpredictable speed that allowed Shinya to sit firmly in one of the top 3 positions in the fighting arena. However, no one understood better than Aizen that being simply fast wouldn't make one a top powerhouse. And you? Looking down at the little girl beside him, he knew this little one was no ordinary person either. One could see the clues from Shinya's attitude toward her. Chino didn't answer directly, seemingly not wanting to reveal the secret of her ability yet. Seeing this, Aizen did not press too hard. There were some things he would know sooner or later. On the other side, Kurosawa's guards were quickly taken down. How could these guys, who had been away from killing for years, be Shinya's match? Firmly clutching his enemy's neck, the young man's palm was gradually increasing in force. When you were torturing me, you didn't think today would come, did you? Kurosawa's old face flushed red, his eyes filled with fear, and it looked like he would soon be unable to hold on. Just as Shinya was about to strike the killing blow, a palm pressed against his arm. I believe I said that he can't be killed for the time being, right? Aizen's figure appeared to his left. Chapter 21. Let go? Shinya's expression became somewhat dangerous. He had initially turned to this person because he saw they had the means to help him escape this living hell. Now that his goal was achieved, No one could stop him from seeking revenge. Those eyes, filled with hatred, stared fixedly at Kurosawa, with undisguised killing intent swirling within. Back then, he had been framed and reduced to a slave for people's amusement in the fighting arena, even having a shameful cursed seal branded upon him. Now, though the cursed seal was lifted, the fire of his trampled dignity burned ever hotter. Aizen could understand the boy's feelings, but he would not allow anyone to defy what he had decided. "Did I give you permission to move?" The moment the words fell, the hand gripping Shinya tightened slightly. Under the influence of powerful chakra, his grip strength far exceeded that of most taijutsu-type ninjas, easily compensating for the disadvantage of his age. At the very least, it was not something a ninja of this level could contend with. Shinya let out a short scream, instinctively trying to break free from the restraint. However, the lightning flickering at the other's fingertips made him abandon the idea. With his speed advantage gone, he was not confident in defeating this man. To dare cause such a stir in the fighting arena, the man's spirit was far beyond what he could compare to. It could also be interpreted as absolute confidence in his own strength. If he acted blindly, he might just die here. On this point, Shinya was still quite self-aware. "I understand." Seeing this, Aizen let go of his hand, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. The three of them boarded the speedboat Kurosawa had prepared and left that island of sin together amidst the howling sea breeze. This place brought back some unpleasant memories for Aizen. Similar places existed in the Soul Society, where nobles toyed with others at will. Aizen had had brief contact with such scenes by chance once. It was from that time on that he vowed to end it all, to overthrow all existences that sought to control him and let the world run according to his own will. With his talent, the Soul Society would surely become better. The ninja world is the same. Inside the cabin, Kurosawa was tied to a chair with a cloth stuffed in his mouth, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Chino sat opposite him, her blood-red eyes staring at him. To prove her own value, she had volunteered to interrogate the information the boss needed. Aizen readily agreed. He was very curious about how this little girl managed to survive in the fighting arena. "Look into my eyes." Kurosawa instinctively looked over, and the girl's blood-colored eyes suddenly lit up with an eerie red light. The man's body stiffened slightly, and then his expression became dull, like a puppet that had lost its control, sitting there blankly without any reaction. Aizen suddenly became interested. From the looks of it, this little girl seemed to possess some kind of ocular technique. Unfortunately, his knowledge was not yet sufficient to know the specific name. "Let's start with something simple." Chino stared at him, red light flickering slightly in her ketso again. "Tell me, where is the vault where you keep your valuables?" Kurosawa, like beans spilling from a bag, incoherently spat out a string of addresses and the technique code to open the vault. Without this, even slight external interference would cause internal destruction. This was a method many wealthy people adopted. It was to prevent anyone from stealing things secretly. Chino's methods were skillful and cold, not at all like a child, but rather like an experienced interrogator. It seemed the fighting arena was indeed a place that cultivated talent. Kurosawa confessed everything, including a recital of all the valuable items within the vault. One piece of information caught Aizen's attention. According to him, the vault within the Land of Lightning contained an extremely rare associated mineral called star-pattern steel. This was no ordinary conductive metal. It was a rare mineral that only formed naturally in extremely cold lands after being washed by ley line energy for hundreds of years. It possessed weak energy memory characteristics, and its effect was much stronger than ordinary conductive metals, making it the best material for forging divine weapons. Energy memory. Aizen's eyes brightened slightly, as if realizing something. According to his understanding, the core material needed to forge an Asaochi, Sensaku, possessed energy memory as one of its properties. Only then could a symbiotic Zanpakuto reside within the blade's body. Although the mechanism might be different, this star-pattern steel was very likely the closest substitute. "I must get my hands on this thing." The interrogation ended, and Kurosawa slumped on the ground like a pile of mud. Looking at Shinya, whose face was written with desire, Aizen smiled and nodded. "He is yours." Ignoring Shinya's cruel revenge, Aizen turned his gaze toward the young girl. He was quite curious about this person's abilities. Seeing this, Chino spoke in a low voice. I come from the Chinoike clan. My family was once a famous clan in the Sengoku period, but was eventually destroyed by the Uchiha. The ability I just used is called the Ketsuoigan, a bloodline limit unique to our clan. The meaning of her survival was to one day have her revenge and personally destroy the Uchiha clan. Looking at her face full of hatred, Aizen knew the little girl was poorly informed and likely did not yet know what had happened in Konoha. The Uchiha have already been exterminated. A single, faint sentence made Chino jump up instantly. Exterminated. Chino's face was full of disbelief. After being dazed for a while, she asked urgently, "Is everyone dead? There is one survivor." Hearing this, Chino immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was a target for revenge, her life still had meaning. Picking up Saito, who was waiting on the other side of the island, Aizen prepared to take the two of them to a temporary base first. After a period of rest, they would set out to find the treasure. Sailing on the sea was always so monotonous. Aside from necessary course adjustments, most of the time was spent in silence. Since that display of intimidation, Shinya had become exceptionally obedient, silently handling chores by himself. "Chino," Aizen suddenly spoke, "use your eyes to cast a genjutsu on me." He wanted to witness the effects of the ocular technique. Speaking of which, he knew a lot about the genjutsu of this world and wanted to take this opportunity to catch a glimpse of its essence. Really? Chino was somewhat eager to try. Upon receiving permission, the blood-colored light between her eyes suddenly flared up. Peculiar chakra fluctuations spread out, beginning to interfere with Aizen's chakra through visual transmission. Ketsuoigan, Valley of Hell. Even though Aizen was prepared, he still inevitably fell for it. The surrounding scenery spun. The speedboat, the sea, and the sky all disappeared. When he regained his senses, a narrow and deep blood-colored canyon appeared around him. The scene was incredibly lifelike, and the wails echoing in his ears sounded like the cries of the dead. An illusion that could break an ordinary person's will, yet Aizen was like an outside observer, quietly experiencing the power of the ocular technique. He tried to mobilize the chakra in his body, attempting to break it with absolute power. He thought he could succeed in one go, but the scene before him only fluctuated slightly, like ripples on the water's surface, and quickly regained stability. It could be seen that advanced ocular techniques like the Ketsuoigan could not be completely ignored simply by having powerful chakra. Interesting. Aizen had verified his hypothesis. Without control over external reishi, absolute energy suppression does not exist in battles between ninjas. According to a rough sensing, his chakra was more than 10 times that of Chino's. If it were in the Soul Society, he could nullify an opponent's abilities with overwhelming spiritual pressure, but under the chakra system, it was impossible. This was the difference in world rules and the variation between different energies. This was Aizen's first time experiencing genjutsu, but he had learned related knowledge from books. He knew the correct way to handle ocular techniques. I need a bit of interference from a foreign energy. With a thought, Aizen communicated with the Hogyoku inside him. The Hogyoku vibrated slightly and quickly responded to his wish. Like a precise valve, it once again pried open a sliver of a gap in the Bagua seal. Amidst the unwilling roar of the demon fox, red chakra began to spread through his body, instantly disrupting the ocular technique's control over his chakra. A sound like glass shattering rang out, and the lifelike blood canyon suddenly cracked and collapsed, until it finally turned into a scream from Chino. "Ugh, my head hurts so much." She held her head, her small face pale, as she sat down on the deck. She was still so young. How could she withstand such a crude impact from a man? To be able to hold back her tears already counted as having a tough heart nature. Of course, Chino only looked young. Not counting mental age, she was actually much older than Naruto. She could fully deserve being called an aunt. Of course, Chino never corrected anyone. She didn't want people to know her true age unless necessary. I see. Aizen slowly stood up, having a deeper understanding of genjutsu in his heart. Transmitted through vision, the chakra released by the ocular technique disrupts the sensory system, simulating and replacing part of the real sensory signals. At the same time, it constructs a mental cage maintained by chakra. From this point of view, The basic principle of Genjutsu is very similar to Kyoka Suigetsu. The only difference is that Kyoka Suigetsu can place a target within an illusion at any time. Of course, the corresponding way to break it should be effective. But even if they break free, it's useless. He can make the opponent fall into the illusion world again at any time. Witnessing the Shikai of Kyoka Suigetsu is actually equivalent to looking directly at someone's ocular technique. It seems many principles are interconnected. Blind people cannot be affected, and those like him who have foreign chakra in their bodies might also escape the control of Kyoka Suigetsu. As for the specific effect, he would have to wait until he forged his Zanpakuto to find out. After completing this, Aizen planned to establish an organization, and as for the name, he might as well call it the Espada. It would serve as a memento of the past. He would use the confiscated funds to maintain the organization's initial operations. He would recruit and train children of appropriate age from the outside, and could also use the connection of those two to recruit ninjas who had escaped from the fighting arena. There were still 5 years until graduation from the Ninja Academy, enough time for him to manage the Espada organization. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was graduation season. 5 years had also made the Espada organization somewhat famous in the ninja world. Chapter 22. Deep within the mountains, an underground base had been constructed within a natural limestone cave. This place was once the hideout of a mercenary group, but after being cleaned 5 years ago, it became the base for an organization called the Espada. In the core area of the base, inside an office carved from rock, Saito was buried under a mountain of scrolls. His fingertips traced across rows of numbers. Personnel salaries, material procurement, intelligence purchase fees, death pensions, base maintenance wear and tear, and so on. As the financial officer appointed by Lord Aizen, he knew better than anyone how difficult it was to maintain this operation. 5 years ago, Lord Aizen had taken his initial gains, the spoils obtained from Kurosawa, and established this underground organization focused on war for hire. Recruitment had gone fairly smoothly. With Chino as active efforts, they had gathered a group of desperate individuals from all over. Some of them were ninjas who had escaped from the fighting arena. On the other hand, Saito had established an orphanage. On the surface, it was to adopt stray children, but in reality, it was to secretly screen children with potential. Anyone who passed the assessment would be sent to a secret base for special training, where they could become a combat force after 3 to 5 years of cultivation. Currently, the first batch of children had already graduated, and many had joined the action groups, starting to execute tasks issued by the Espada in various locations. From this, one could see that the mysterious leader's ambitions were definitely not small. Aizen did not just want a mercenary organization. As for how grand the ultimate goal was, Saito did not dare to think too deeply about it, and could only do his best to handle his own duties. He was the manager of the Espada organization in name, but 2 people held higher priority than him. Those were Chino and Shinya, who possessed powerful secret techniques. Both had been appointed as official members of the Espada by Lord Aizen. They held exclusive numbers and had the authority to lead some of the action teams. Their existence itself was also a form of motivation for those who came after. Saito knew in his heart that with his abilities, he would never be able to squeeze into their ranks. The only thing he could do was manage the others well. However, the organization's development was by no means smooth sailing. Maintaining such a secret group involved immense expenses. Kurosawa's legacy alone was far from enough. As the scale expanded and the number of personnel increased, daily consumption became like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. For 5 whole years, Saito could be said to have exhausted his mind and body, barely managing to keep the income and expenditure curves on the ledger close to balanced. Bang! The office door was pushed open rather rudely, and Chino came skipping in. Her height and appearance had not grown at all, still looking to be around 7 or 8 years old. Her true age had always been a mystery within the organization. Some said she was 15 or 16, while others guessed she was at least in her 20s. Coming to the desk, Chino slapped a report on Saito's table. The dispute over the mineral deposits has been handled. The few troublemakers have all been dealt with, and the local Chamber of Commerce has agreed to increase the protection fees in the future. After briefly reporting on the mission status, Chino immediately complained. Aren't the missions lately scheduled too tightly? I need time for vacation and training. The girl rubbed her temples, her face showing clear dissatisfaction. It was one thing for the workload to be heavy, but Lord Aizen had also disappeared to who knows where. The last message sent back was just for them to keep an eye on the movements of a certain mercenary group. Chino was very curious about his identity, but unfortunately, she couldn't find a single trace. It felt as if he had vanished into thin air. Shinya had once told her that Lord Aizen was likely a ninja from the 5 great villages, as only those places could cultivate such a powerful existence. Saito smiled bitterly and put down the ledger in his hand. He expressed great understanding of Chino's complaints. Lord Aizen's movements were elusive, and he would often leave the base for long periods to conduct special research that only he knew about. After a few brief complaints, Chino skipped away. Although her current life was tiring, it was much more interesting than her time at the fighting arena. At least she had gained precious freedom, and a place similar to a family-like place. For Chino, this was already a warmth she hadn't dared to hope for in the past. Konoha, Ninja Academy. The setting sun dyed the training ground a warm orange-red. Uzumaki Naruto crouched on the ground, facing a lower-classman who was drenched in sweat. It was clear that the other party was still in the state of condensing chakra. This was a prerequisite for becoming a ninja. If one couldn't even do this well, they might as well announce their withdrawal from school. Look, when refining chakra, don't just think about squeezing it out from your stomach. Imagine it as water, naturally gathering from your whole body into the palm of your hand. Under Naruto's patient guidance, a smile gradually lit up the young boy's face. It worked. Thank you, Naruto Sr. Several other lower-classmen who were also practicing nearby cast admiring glances. Naruto Sr. is so amazing. His explanations are even clearer than the teacher's. Uzumaki Naruto stood up and encouraged them with a few smiles. Under the setting sun, his whole being seemed to glow. Let's stop here for today. Everyone, remember to consolidate what you've learned when you go back. Keep up the good work tomorrow. Yes, Naruto Sr. The children responded in unison and soon dispersed happily. Over the past few years, Uzumaki Naruto had become a star figure at the Ninja Academy. Impeccable theoretical grades, solid and steady combat skills, and that gentle, humble, and helpful personality. All of these had made him into an almost idol-like existence. Naruto perfectly practiced the part of the will of fire regarding legacy and mutual assistance, winning the high trust of teachers like Iruka. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi had publicly praised him many times, and those influenced by the Demon Fox rumors gradually changed their views on this pure-hearted youth. When walking on the street, people had already started greeting him, many of whom were the parents of those children. As night fell, Uzumaki Naruto returned to that small apartment with his usual expression. He pushed open the door and took off his shoes naturally, even placing the buns given by an auntie on the table. This was the impact his good deeds had brought him. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto's movements paused. He noticed the figure sitting on the sofa. The faint moonlight seeping through the window illuminated that slightly youthful face. In just 5 years, the village has changed quite a bit. Aizen gazed out the window, a flicker of thought passing through his eyes, before his gaze fell upon the artificial body that had performed excellently. He had observed the other party for the entire day and found that the artificial body had indeed strictly executed his orders. It had even done better than expected, as if it truly were a kind and gentle person. This excellent acting was worthy of praise. You're back. The artificial body spoke, its voice identical to Aizen's original body, and even its tone of voice was not the slightest bit different. No, to be precise, there were still some differences. Over 5 years, the growth trajectories of the two sides had differed significantly. If one listened closely, Aizen's voice was deeper and more resonant, while Naruto's was a bit softer. The subtle changes could be explained by growth. With the return of Aizen's original body, everyone would soon become accustomed to these things. Aizen, who was gazing out the window, slowly turned around. The moonlight illuminated his profile, and his gaze seemed to hold deep meaning. You've worked hard. I am very pleased to see your growth. His words conveyed gentleness, but Uzumaki Naruto knew in his heart how cold this man's heart truly was. This was just a habitual disguise. As the artificial body, he understood it better than anyone. He slowly crouched down and knelt on one knee, allowing his master's finger to touch his forehead. It was a wisp of soul split off by Aizen, an existence created using a certain special method. It couldn't remember the specific details, but it only knew that Lord Aizen had the ability to peer into its memories. It was like the feeling of reminiscing about the past. This process lasted for about 10 minutes. Aizen closed his eyes, quickly browsing through the information of the past few years. He ignored daily life and focused his attention mainly on the parts involving contact with others. Excellent. Aizen summarized the artificial body's efforts in one sentence, especially its practice of the will of fire. Even he himself might not have done better had he been here. Overall, Aizen was very satisfied with the artificial body's performance. Besides maintaining the persona, the artificial body's strength had also grown quickly. Through several years of simulated growth, this body was indeed constantly becoming stronger. Physical functions were optimized, Chakra was steadily improving, and even nature transformation had achieved excellent results. The artificial body had completed the nature transformations for the earth attribute and water attribute. Its level of mastery was not the slightest bit inferior to the original body. Even without the memories of another world, it still belonged to a part of Aizen, and its talent far exceeded that of the vast majority of ninja. Furthermore, that strange corpse itself possessed cell-level simulation technology. Researching nature transformation was not an issue at all. You can rest for a while. Aizen ordered it to lie down, preparing to send it to the underground laboratory in the south of the village for storage. It wouldn't be too late to unseal it whenever it was needed again. Compared to life at the Ninja Academy, Aizen was more concerned about what was happening in the village. The Uchiha incident was officially classified as internal strife. Uchiha Itachi had personally massacred the clan and was currently one of the few S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha village. Since the coup was nipped in the bud, the higher-ups had no intention of pursuing the matter further. At least the honor of the founding family was preserved. As the sole survivor, Uchiha Zetsu was listed as a key observation target. The artificial body could clearly feel the youth's emotions of hatred. Perhaps he can be utilized. Aizen fell into deep thought. Currently, the Espada was in its nascent stage, and he needed to find more members to fill its ranks. In terms of talent, Konoha's elite reserves were countless. What Aizen had to do was bring them under his command one by one. As he performed the sealing jutsu, the artificial body's eyes slowly closed, a standard Uzumaki Naruto smile still hanging on its face. It was as if it didn't care about Aizen's actions at all, feeling as though it didn't possess any emotions. However, a dead thing without emotions could not have disguised itself so well as to make Naruto the idol of the entire Ninja Academy. Only by understanding the human heart can one utilize it. Just as the artificial body was gradually losing consciousness, a soft inquiry suddenly reached its ears. Do you want to completely replace me? Chapter 23. Do you want to completely replace me? Hearing this sudden question, the smile on the artificial body's face did not change in the slightest. It opened its mouth, preparing to give an answer consistent with absolute loyalty. Just as the first syllable was about to be uttered, Aizen's sealing jutsu formula ended. The smile on the artificial body's face froze, and its consciousness instantly fell into chaos. It collapsed onto the ground like a doll whose power had been cut. The entire process was silent, demonstrating Aizen's excellent mastery of sealing jutsu. Gazing at the dormant artificial body, Aizen's eyes held a hint of anticipation. During the long years in the Soul Society, artificial body technology had long matured. However, the more sophisticated the creation, the easier it was for problems to arise. Many artificial bodies developed a sense of self, attempting to resist their predetermined fate and yearning to become independent souls. This was not a rare occurrence. Uzumaki Naruto possessed his will, making him, in a sense, another mirror image of Aizen. He hated people who tried to control him. So to the artificial body, wasn't Aizen playing the role of the controller? Granting it the ability to grow was essentially providing a breeding ground for variables. Aizen was well aware of this, yet he still proceeded. The reason was simple. He wanted to see just how far the artificial body could go. He wanted to know what kind of changes his other, nascent self could make under these circumstances. This in itself was a very interesting matter. The overly similar situation reminded Aizen of a venomous man. He is very much like you. I just wonder what method he will use to kill me. A smile of anticipation on his face, Aizen turned and left the underground laboratory. The opponent would only have one chance to strike. If they failed to kill him, their fate would be the same as that person's. The person Aizen spoke of was Ichimaru Gin. The opponent came very close to succeeding, but unfortunately, ultimately failed at the last moment. It seemed like they were only a hair's breadth away, but the reality was an insurmountable chasm. Even 10 more chances would result in failure. I look forward to that day, Aizen said, remaining calm and composed as always. He completely disregarded the threat posed by the artificial body. For him, a sense of anticipation was inherently a rare thing. That was why he allowed the artificial body to grow unchecked. Could an ephemeral insect gazing up at the well's opening pose a threat to the deity looking down from the bottom? The answer was, of course, no. After Aizen left, the basement plunged completely into darkness. Not until the sound of footsteps completely vanished did the artificial body, which should have been unconscious, suddenly twitch a finger. In the corner of the basement, a thin, dried vine suddenly blossomed with an extremely faint hint of green. Like a seed buried deep underground, it pushed aside the boulder pressing down on it in the unknown darkness. It was filled with an indescribable aura of life. On the stone platform, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes slowly opened in the darkness. The gap is widening, Naruto muttered to himself, yet it also seemed like he was speaking to an unknown entity. He raised his eyes to the pitch-black wall, seemingly able to penetrate layers of obstruction to see the figure walking on the street. Allowing me to grow freely? You will pay the price for this arrogance. Lying back down, he decided to continue playing his role well. Before having absolute certainty, the artificial body would strictly adhere to the rules. This was his nature. In this regard, the master and servant were astonishingly similar. As graduation approached, a tense atmosphere permeated the school. Failure to pass the examination meant repeating the year. For most young people, this was a very embarrassing matter. Many couldn't bear it, and simply chose to abandon the ninja life. This was a very correct choice. If they couldn't pass this small test, taking to the battlefield would only lead to death, and they certainly wouldn't become excellent mission executors. Compared to the anxiety of others, Aizen played the role of the model student, as always. His theoretical scores were impeccable, and graduation was a certainty. The only question was whether he could achieve a breakthrough in practical application. Theoretically, completing the three-body technique was enough to graduate, and Konoha wouldn't be too strict about this. The Ninja Academy couldn't afford to accommodate too many students. Underperforming students only needed to complete the three-body technique, but genuinely good students faced more rigorous tests. These included general knowledge classes, ninja sparring, ninja tool throwing, and so on. If one applied for early graduation, they also had to spar with a genin examiner. Kakashi Edge only needed 3 strikes to end the fight, which is why he became the fastest graduating genius in the history of the Ninja Academy. Many people looked forward to Uzumaki Naruto's performance, but his personality was too peaceful, and he had no intention of showing off. Because of this, Iruka personally counseled him, hoping Naruto could adapt to the ninja life sooner. Unfortunately, he was still ruthlessly rejected. The day of graduation finally arrived, and many wanted to seize the opportunity to probe and see the true limits of this top student's strength. Having finished the day's classes, Aizen prepared to find a place to eat. The human body is such a hassle, he said with a smile, making it impossible for anyone to perceive his true thoughts. The cozy scene in the classroom stood in sharp contrast to the Espada base. To forge a mature organization, he needed a more stable rear base. Ideally, he would seize political power in a region and use it as a core to rapidly expand his influence. The 5 great nations were out of the question. In the short term, he did not possess the strength to fight against large hidden villages. Before understanding his opponent's hidden cards, Aizen would not rashly start a war. He was accustomed to planning thoroughly before acting. He won victories through an endless stream of countermeasures. Naruto. A familiar call came from behind him. It was a teacher with a weak presence who, for some unknown reason, had been appearing frequently near Aizen recently. It seemed he had developed a strong interest in him. Stay for a moment. The teacher has something to discuss with you. Mizuki stopped him, apparently intending not to let him leave. Seeing this, Aizen agreed without batting an eye. He looked exactly like a simple-minded child. This only made Mizuki more satisfied. Only people like this would allow themselves to be manipulated by him. Meeting the student's gaze, Mizuki confidently began. Graduation is approaching soon. I'd like to treat you to a meal today. Consider it an early celebration. The man's tone was casual, conveying a sense of care for an excellent student. Unfortunately, his small intentions could not be hidden from Aizen. The other party was deliberately approaching him with a strong, specific objective. He certainly knew this person. He was still mediocre among the teaching staff, the kind who would be impossible to pick out in a crowd. The fact that he suddenly sought him out was definitely not just for a simple celebration. Aizen was very curious about this person's motivation. Aizen readily accepted Mizuki's invitation, and the two arrived at a private room in the restaurant. It was clear the other party had prepared in advance. The observant Aizen also noticed that the surrounding private rooms were all empty, yet the two of them were in the innermost partition. Clearly, Mizuki was about to discuss something very important. After much build-up, he suddenly brought up Naruto's childhood experiences. On the surface, he was defending him against injustice, but in reality, he was hinting that the villagers had a reason for their actions. Uzumaki Naruto had suffered so much injustice. He surely wanted to know the truth. Mizuki pretended to struggle for a bit, then reluctantly chose to compromise. Leaning closer, Mizuki's voice held a seductive quality. The Nine Tails is sealed inside your body. Years ago, it attacked Konoha and caused countless casualties. Iiruka's parents died at the hands of that monster. After speaking, he carefully observed Naruto's expression, expecting to see scenes of collapse, shock, and pain. Aizen's acting was flawless. As his pupils widened, his face instantly turned pale. Even the chopsticks in his hand dropped onto the table. That pitiful appearance was perfectly that of a collapsing youth unable to accept the truth. Mizuki was very satisfied with Naruto's reaction. He thought if Naruto didn't feel guilty, how could he follow his instructions? Seeing that the groundwork was laid, Mizuki finally revealed his true intentions. If you want true recognition, your current strength simply isn't enough. You must possess immense power, powerful enough for them to forget your past and only revere your present. This was Mizuki's complete explanation. Whether it succeeded or failed depended on fate. Immense power, Aizen murmured distractedly. A glimmer of hopeful yearning lit up in his blank gaze. Yes, power. A sharp glint flashed in Mizuki's eyes as he mentioned the scroll of forbidden techniques left behind by Konoha's founder. It recorded countless powerful forbidden techniques. Once acquired, one could gain tremendous strength. Of course, this wasn't Mizuki's goal. What he truly wanted was to curry favor with Orochimaru. By trading the scroll of forbidden techniques, he believed Lord Orochimaru would surely take him in. For the sake of the person in his heart, Mizuki was willing to risk his life, perhaps truly believing he could bring the scroll back. If I succeed, Lord Orochimaru will surely be pleased. The seinin held great influence, and Orochimaru's accomplishments far surpassed the other two. Even after becoming an S-rank rogue ninja, he still had the ability to infiltrate Konoha village and absorb ambitious individuals like Mizuki. Orochimaru would provide the stage. How long the target could sing and dance depended on their own abilities. Learn the ninjutsu on that scroll, and no one will ever dare look down on you again. Mizuki continued to psychologically manipulate him, attempting to make Naruto risk everything to steal it. Despite his outward enthusiasm, once Aizen successfully obtained it, this scoundrel would surely turn hostile immediately. Iruka will look at you with new respect, and all of Konoha will acknowledge you. Perhaps this sentence moved Naruto, as he subconsciously began to ask about the detailed plan. All right, then I'll go get the scroll back. Tonight would be the time when defenses were most relaxed. Mizuki believed him and began to proceed with his next step. It wasn't until he left the restaurant and was walking home that the expression on Aizen's face receded like a tide. A calm smile mixed with a hint of coldness remained. I found another interesting matter. It was the correct choice not to leave Konoha back then. If he had left, where would he find such entertaining things? As for this scroll of forbidden techniques, Aizen was quite interested. He could also take the opportunity to understand the strength of the previous Hokage. The few people carved into the rock face might not be inferior to Hiruzen Sarutobi in strength. Chapter 24. On the day of the graduation exam, the atmosphere in the classroom was slightly tense. A glance revealed faces full of worry, with only two people maintaining a state of writing furiously. One was Sakura Haruno, and the other was Uzumaki Naruto. The tips of their pens almost never stopped. The obscure and difficult questions could not stump the two of them. Matters such as chakra nature transformation, ninja tool maintenance, mission code, a brief history of the Sengoku period, and so on. Even questions involving basic medical knowledge seemed as if they had been practiced 1,000 times before Aizen. When turning in the exam, even Sakura Haruno, who was always known for her theory, looked at him with a trace of complexity in her eyes. It's one thing for this guy to be strong, but how are his grades so good too? Even Sakura lamented so, let alone the others present. After everyone turned in their papers, Aizen obtained a perfect score without any surprise. His excellence in theory was already common knowledge, but such a comprehensive score still caused a wave of amazement. The following practical exam field was the true focus of everyone's attention. First was the three-body technique assessment. The Kage Bunshin no Jutsu was solid and stable. The transformation Jutsu had no obvious flaws, and the substitution Jutsu was launched swiftly and accurately. These basic requirements, for Aizen who had completed the nature transformation of all 5 elements, were simply like playing house with children. Perfectly passing that, it was then the test of hand seal's speed. This aspect was even more of Aizen's strength. Under his intentional control, the speed of 3 seals per second still shocked the examiners. His movements were swift and stable, more like a battle-hardened veteran ninja. For the final shuriken throwing, Aizen concluded with a perfect performance. The final results were announced. Perfect scores in all practical items, becoming the 7th student in the Ninja Academy's history to get a perfect score in practicals, and the 2nd to graduate with perfect scores in all subjects. When the teacher announced the results, thunderous applause rang out at the scene. Many were from lower-grade students. Seeing the senior who had helped them become such an excellent ninja, everyone couldn't help but cheer loudly for him. Senior Naruto is so amazing. I said it. Nobody can compare to Senior Naruto. I wonder if Senior has a girlfriend? I believe Senior will soon become a chunin. Meeting everyone's admiring gazes, Aizen remained as gentle as ever, smiling and waving to his supporters. Amidst the frantic praise, a cold, aloof gaze, like a poison-dipped blade, locked onto Naruto. The owner of that gaze was Uchiha Sasuke. The innocent and tsundere boy from years ago was gone. Now, Sasuke's expression was full of gloom. Deep within those black eyes, a never-extinguishing fire of hatred burned, almost consuming all other emotions. He stood alone at the edge of the crowd, his whole body emitting a chill that warned others not to approach. Over the years, the artificial body had communicated with him many times, imperceptibly guiding the boy toward the abyss of revenge. Naruto's words were like slow-acting poison, letting Sasuke's obsession with revenge grow quietly. This was a subtle change. Let alone others, even Sasuke himself hadn't noticed. His exam results were also excellent, but there was still a significant gap compared to Naruto. My efforts are still not enough. Sasuke clenched his fists, the fire of revenge burning in his heart. In terms of strength growth, he far exceeded his peers, but there was still a distant gap between him and that man. Seeing the assessment end, Sasuke hurriedly took his forehead protector and turned to leave. He didn't want to waste any time. Only in this way could he catch up to Uchiha Itachi's footsteps. Watching him leave, Aizen recalled the experiments of recent years. The Sharingan is a very powerful bloodline with extremely high growth potential, and Aizen suspected that the 3-Tomo Sharingan was not its end. On the night of the clan massacre, he had harvested many eyes. Perhaps he could try transplanting them for his subordinates. Unfortunately, his research into biology was insufficient. If he could replicate the Sharingan, the Espada organization's basic combat power would rise several levels. Aizen's idea was to recruit talent, to search for qualified scientific research personnel within the ninja world. He had currently established a small group specifically for research into genetic biology, hoping that one day he could replicate the Uchiha bloodline, allowing all basic personnel of the Espada organization to be equipped with the Sharingan. By then, he would have the ability to go toe-to-toe with the great hidden villages. This matter could not be rushed. Science does not happen overnight. Only through long accumulation can a technical breakthrough be achieved. If suitable talent could be found, perhaps the progress could be accelerated many times over. Naruto. A shout suddenly came from behind. Without even turning his head, he knew the newcomer must be that teacher, Mizuki. Perfect scores in all subjects. You've proven your potential. Mizuki complimented first, then lowered his voice and said, "Your talent is so excellent. As long as you get the scroll of forbidden techniques, no one will ever look down on you because of your status as a tailed beast." Subsequently, he indicated that they could take action tonight. It was said that a foreign diplomatic mission was visiting, and all the high-level officials needed to entertain them. Even the Anbu had deployed a large number of personnel. Through his cover and cooperation, there was a high probability of obtaining the scroll of forbidden techniques. Even if it failed, it didn't matter. Anyway, Mizuki was already about to leave Konoha village. By the time the Anbu pried the brat's mouth open, he would have already thrown himself into Lord Orochimaru's embrace. Patting the boy's shoulder hard, Mizuki's tone was full of seduction. "Remember the route I told you. Once you get the scroll, leave immediately and wait for me at the abandoned training ground on the back mountain. Once you learn the techniques on it, you will have the power to make everyone shut up." "I understand." Seeing the fire in Naruto's eyes, Mizuki smiled with satisfaction and turned to leave the campus that made him feel disgusted. "I am clearly so excellent, yet they make me a teacher at the school. Humph, Sendaime, you really are a senile old fool. Lord Orochimaru can see my value." Mizuki kept muttering, his whole being filled with an abnormal fanatical zeal. It wasn't until his figure completely disappeared that Aizen finally withdrew the smile from his face. Mizuki's clumsy acting could not hide from him at all. Aizen was simply going along with it, thinking of taking this opportunity to glimpse the contents of the scroll of forbidden techniques. Besides, another benefit of this matter was that it let him know about the events of that year, including the existence of the tailed beasts, the name of the demon fox, and the other 8 equally powerful energy aggregates. These peculiar creatures possessed unparalleled destructive power. In terms of energy alone, they had already surpassed most captain-class Shinigami. He just didn't know what their combat methods were like. If it was just a simple pouring out of energy, under equal power, a captain-class Shinigami would find it very easy to deal with a tailed beast. From the Ichibi to the Nine Tails, there was a strong commonality between them. Aizen could hardly help but suspect that they might come from the same place, or were the descendants or split bodies of some powerful existence. If such an existence truly existed, its degree of strength would be somewhat beyond the norm. It didn't seem like something a ninja could reach at all, unless the other party possessed the means to break through the limits of the human body, achieving transdimensional growth through proliferating cells. It seems this world still has many secrets. In his spare time, Aizen would try to understand the history of the ninja world, including the establishment of the hidden villages, the chaos of the Sengoku period, and the man once known as the god of shinobi. That period was based on families as units, with various clan chief-level powerhouses constantly fighting one another. Tracing back even further in time, the information that could be consulted was very scarce. This in itself was not reasonable. Even if it were forged through some means, those in power would be willing to let history be passed down. Through clues, some truth could be reconstructed. It was evident that someone had intentionally erased history, unwilling to let certain things be known by people. Aizen could only find some ambiguous fragments, such as Shinobi sect creating ninjutsu, the Rakdo Sennin saving the world, and so on. As for who the members of Shinobi sect were, and from whom the Rakdo Sennin saved the world, these were all unknown matters. Either it was pure fabrication, or it was deliberately covered up. If it was the latter, the one covering it up was definitely not a member of Shinobi sect. There was no need to specifically hide this kind of karma, unless there was a compelling reason, or the enemy had already made a comeback. In the eyes of others, the Rakdo Sennin and such were just mythological stories. But in Aizen's eyes, those people might not necessarily not exist. At least the traces of Shinobi sect still remained in the world. Of course, to him, no sage was important. Those were just slightly stronger individuals. All living beings will believe in an existence superior to themselves. Those who are trusted, in order to escape pressure, will seek an existence at a higher place. The existence at the higher place will crave a powerhouse even more worthy of trust. In this way, all kings are born. In this way, all gods are born. He was like this once. Believing in the so-called Rakdo Sennin was also the same. At midnight, there was a hint of tension in the quiet environment. Aizen was like a ghost blending into the night, silently avoiding the guards. Following the route provided by Mizuki, he easily bypassed several non-lethal warning traps. The entire infiltration process was so smooth, it was almost boring. Arriving at the shrine where the scroll was stored, there were messy footprints at the door. It looked like the guards had been successfully led away by Mizuki. No seal, nor any traps. Aizen obtained the scroll of forbidden techniques in a very simple way. It felt like playing Spy House. The arrangement is not dedicated at all. Carrying the huge sealing scroll on his back, Aizen prepared to turn and leave. Suddenly, he felt a sense of being peered at, knowing that someone was hiding in the dark monitoring him. He had experienced that feeling countless times. It should be from that brat, Hiruzen Sarutobi. His movements paused slightly, then returned to normal as he set off for the meeting point provided by teacher Mizuki. But halfway there, Aizen pretended to be tired and stopped, slowly opening the huge scroll with a face full of curiosity. All these scenes were faithfully recorded by the crystal ball. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed on his pipe, his aged face appearing and disappearing in the thick smoke. It made his expression completely unreadable. Thus, it was impossible to know exactly what kind of mood this ruler was in. He still opened it. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi whispered to himself. Chapter 25. The entire process of Naruto stealing the scroll was under the surveillance of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Or rather, he knew about it from the very beginning. If Mizuki's frequent private contacts hadn't been noticed, the Anbu might as well have been disbanded. Upon receiving the news, the third Hokage did not stop it immediately, but chose to wait and see how things developed. He wanted to see with his own eyes how this boy, whom he held in high regard, would choose when faced with such temptation. Would he be blinded by lies? Or would he be able to stick to his heart nature? The final result made him very gratified. Having sensed Mizuki's conspiracy, Naruto communicated with him at the first opportunity. This child did not disappoint him. Under the third Hokage's arrangement, Naruto chose to beat them at their own game, seeing if he could bait out Orochimaru, who was the one pulling the strings. As long as one was determined, Mizuki's information was not difficult to find. Hiruzen Sarutobi knew he was a fanatical supporter of his disciple. According to reliable intelligence, that defected disciple seemed to be particularly interested in certain forbidden techniques of Konoha recently. In particular, the first Hokage's Mokuton seemed to have become Orochimaru's research topic. This ambitious small character with very limited strength was likely the bait thrown out by Orochimaru. If the operation succeeded, there was a certain probability of tracking down Orochimaru's whereabouts. This time is an excellent opportunity. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe, his gaze gradually becoming sharp. To make up for my mistake of letting you go out of soft-heartedness back then, he continued to observe Naruto in the image. This child has extraordinary talent and an even more steady and reliable heart nature. He will definitely become a pillar of the village in the future. Not handing him over to you was the right choice, Danzo. As for the scroll little Naruto obtained, this thing was originally a stripped-down version, mostly containing forbidden techniques of low importance. Even if it were taken, Orochimaru wouldn't get what he wanted. Konoha's back mountain, abandoned training ground. Aizen arrived at the agreed-upon transaction location. He arrived a bit early, and Mizuki was nowhere to be seen. This was exactly the effect Aizen wanted. Only by proactively creating an opportunity would he have a suitable reason to peek at the scroll. If anyone asked afterward, he could brush it off by saying he had waited for the target for too long. With a plausible excuse, the higher-ups wouldn't be able to hold him accountable for his private browsing. Finding a clean place to sit down, Aizen began to flip through the scroll, finding that there were actually not many forbidden techniques recorded on it. There were only a few, and their power was quite average. He suspected that Hiruzen Sarutobi had replaced the core content. Skipping several offensive forbidden techniques, he looked at a clone-type ninjutsu. The Kage Bunshin technique creates physical entities by equally dividing chakra. They can exist for a considerable amount of time and belong to a more advanced type of clone technique. The clone possesses the original body's memories and can perform independent long-range actions. The disadvantage is that when the clone is released, the fatigue accumulated during that period will be fed back to the original body. It can easily cause unnecessary damage, or even cause the mind and body to collapse. For an ordinary ninja, the Kage Bunshin is a double-edged sword. If one makes a mistake, they might even end up losing themselves. Aizen has a lot of chakra, and his body's endurance far exceeds that of an ordinary ninja. If the number is small, he might be able to maintain Kage Bunshins for a long time. In this way, he wouldn't have to run back and forth frequently. He could just dispatch Kage Bunshins to the Espada base. Of course, the strongest point of the Kage Bunshin is not in combat. In Aizen's hands, those clones could completely engage in scientific research. Each person expands in a different direction, and upon returning to the original body, the knowledge will be inherited along with them. Once the existing knowledge is digested, the scientific research level of the next wave of Kage Bunshins will also improve. Over time, the problems currently troubling him would be resolved one by one. Using Kage Bunshins requires massive chakra and tough nerves capable of withstanding pain. He happened to possess both of these. Soon, Aizen completed the cultivation of the Kage Bunshin. The remaining forbidden techniques were utterly useless. He was never lacking in offensive means. Putting the scroll away properly, Aizen began to attempt the cultivation of the Kage Bunshin. With his current level, a mere clone technique was not a problem at all. Soon, another version of himself appeared in front of Aizen. This couldn't help but remind him of the sleeping artificial body. The functions of the two were somewhat similar. The difference was that an artificial body could be maintained for a long time, while a Kage Bunshin could not persist no matter what. Especially since Uzumaki Naruto had already taken root in Konoha, many things still needed to be completed using the artificial body. Kage Bunshins were more suitable for short-term, specialized high-risk tasks. At least in the short term, Aizen had no intention of discarding the artificial body. Stepping over the fragmented moonlight, Mizuki rushed to the agreed location as fast as he could. When Mizuki saw the boy's figure, wild joy almost clouded his mind. "You really did it." The man stepped forward quickly, his face full of hypocritical praise. Aizen slowly turned around, a perfectly measured sense of fatigue on his face. "Mizuki-sensei, I brought the scroll." Mizuki snatched it away impatiently and quickly confirmed the ancient style of the scroll. The last trace of doubt in his eyes completely dissipated. "You did very well." He suddenly looked up, the mask of false kindness on his face instantly tearing apart to reveal a hideous countenance. Only a true idiot would believe such words meant for fooling children. "Do you really think that by learning a few forbidden techniques, you can change the fact that you were born as a symbol of calamity? That you can make those people whose parents died and whose families were broken forgive you?" Mizuki vented his emotions to his heart's content. In his words, there was hatred for the Jinchuriki, but more so, a kind of jealousy regarding talent. Clearly a fellow loathed by everyone. Why should he receive the favor of the third Hokage? Just because his grades were a bit better? If he were the one studying, he could have done the same. That regret of being born at the wrong time caused Mizuki's reason to be completely burned away by the fires of envy. In fact, he never considered that there were countless ninja with experiences similar to his. Why was it that talents could emerge from among those people? Perhaps he understood in his heart, but was simply unwilling to admit it. In order to draw out the other party's true thoughts, Aizen lowered his head, looking as if he had been struck down by the words. This scene made the man even more excited. This feeling of hurting a genius gave his twisted psyche a sense of satisfaction. He felt he was in control of the situation. This tool had lost its final value. Now it was his turn to harvest the fruits of victory. With a malicious smile as if showing off a secret, Mizuki whispered, Thank you for helping me get the scroll. With it, I can go and curry favor with Lord Orochimaru. He's different from Konoha. He will definitely recognize my talent. One day, I will also become a world-renowned powerhouse in the ninja world. He didn't realize that this smug confession transmitted the key information that Orochimaru himself was unaware of this. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, an extremely complex bitter smile appearing on his face. It seems Orochimaru isn't coming. The big fish he expected had not taken the bait, and Mizuki was not a pawn carefully placed by Orochimaru. He might not even count as an outer member. He was just an opportunist who thought himself clever, trying to cling to Orochimaru to satisfy his personal ambitions. Perhaps Orochimaru had never even heard of Mizuki's name. To arrest Orochimaru, the Anbu had dispatched 33 ninja, setting up an inescapable net in the surrounding area. Whoever stepped in would face certain death. Now knowing the truth, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only let the Anbu leave, leaving 2 people there to watch. Mizuki's strength was at most at the Genin level. Otherwise, how could he have ended up teaching at the school? Don't be fooled by Naruto's young age. He was a genius who could be ranked among the top in the history of the Ninja Academy. There was simply no comparison between the two. The third Hokage believed that little Naruto would definitely not lose. Once the fight was over, he would just let the Anbu do the cleanup. As the Hokage's order was given, the Anbu on the periphery of the training ground began to retreat in an orderly fashion. Only a few gazes remained locked on the field from afar, preventing Mizuki from doing something desperate, like using a technique to take his opponent down with him. Minato was completely unaware of all this. With his abilities, he simply couldn't detect it. Aizen knew very well in his heart that since the big fish didn't take the bait, Hiruzen Sarutobi had lost interest in continuing to pay attention. Then there's no need to waste time. Looking at the fellow immersed in his fantasies, Aizen suddenly raised his head. The expression of pain on his face receded like a tide, leaving only a bottomless calm. Aizen spoke, his voice terrifyingly calm. Have you finished talking? Without waiting for the other party to react, Naruto's hands quickly formed hand seals in front of his chest. Kage Bunshin technique. For clouds of white smoke exploded beside him, and as the smoke cleared, 4 clones identical to him appeared on the scene. At first, Mizuki didn't care much. He didn't take such petty tricks seriously at all. It wasn't until the 2 sides clashed that he discovered things were not as simple as he had imagined. Feeling the force of each punch and kick, Mizuki hurriedly pulled out a kunai to parry. Unfortunately, his taijutsu abilities were poor. He could bully Iruka, but he was completely outmatched before this Ninja Academy genius. The clones, cooperating with tacit understanding, attacked one after another, making the enemy's resistance look clumsy and ridiculous. A heavy punch smashed into his ribs, making Mizuki groan, and then he was struck hard in the knee by a clone's sidekick. The fellow who had been so arrogant earlier could now only stumble and kneel on the ground. His face bruised and swollen, Mizuki reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with an expression of disbelief. He had completely unexpected such a result. He was clearly a genius, so why couldn't he even beat a genin who had just graduated? Impossible, this isn't right. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he pointed at the boy and shouted angrily. You must have learned the forbidden techniques from the scroll. This was indeed true. Aizen had indeed been trying out a new ninjutsu just now. However, the gap in strength between the 2 sides was not something a single forbidden technique could bridge. If it had to be described, their perceptions of the word power were different. Looking at Mizuki rushing over frantically, Aizen didn't panic at all, but simply placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. A flash of light passed, and Mizuki instantly froze in place. It wasn't until a spray of blood erupted from his chest that he slowly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 26. After knocking out teacher Mizuki with a single slash, the Anbu appeared beside the 2. Hand the person over to me. Aizen didn't kill him. He merely inflicted severe injuries using his Zanjutsu. He never forgot the importance of maintaining his persona. If even an artificial body could manage it, there was no reason for Aizen himself to fail. After also handing over the scroll of forbidden techniques, he returned home as if nothing had happened. He untied the restraint at his waist, placed his weapon horizontally on the table, took out a silk cloth, and quietly wiped the blood from the blade. Through the legacy of that great merchant, Aizen successfully found the primary substitute material for the Zanpakuto. Even so, it took a full half a year before he could truly begin forging. During this period, he needed to find the remaining materials and locate a highly skilled craftsman, both of which were time-consuming and laborious tasks. Fortunately, after relentless effort, Aizen, who had been away from the village for 2 years, finally forged an Osoochi. What followed was a lengthy task. Only by regularly nurturing the blade with mental energy could he awaken the true power belonging to the Zanpakuto. This process could be long or short. Some could achieve it in just a few months, while others couldn't learn their Zanpakuto's true name even after 10 years. Aizen didn't have this worry, of course. He already knew the name Kyoka, Suigetsu. He thought it would be easy, but 3 years passed in a flash, and he still hadn't managed to truly form the Zanpakuto. The specific reason was unknown. He could only attribute it to differences in the world's rules. Knowing that impatience was useless, the only thing Aizen could do was continuously nurture it with mental energy, hoping that one day he would see Kyoka Suigetsu reappear. After half an hour of communion, Aizen rehung the Osoochi at his waist, draped on a black cloak, and vanished from his residence. Soon, he arrived at the underground laboratory. Glancing at the motionless artificial body, he then used the Kage Bunshin Jutsu, preparing to begin experiments using clones. For the first attempt, he simply created 3 Kage Bunshins. Watching them each busy themselves, efficiently advancing different research projects, Aizen increasingly felt that the trouble with the scroll of forbidden techniques hadn't been in vain. The 3 Kage Bunshins didn't interfere with each other. Only when encountering something they didn't understand would they tentatively seek help. Compared to that artificial body, their behavioral patterns were essentially no different from Aizen's. With the Kage Bunshin Jutsu, efficiency has increased by more than just a few times. Aizen couldn't help but marvel. If he had obtained this technique a few years earlier, projects like optimizing the Hogyoku energy absorption path, simulating cellular energy, AHR-on-car technology, and soul extraction could all have progressed much faster. Of course, he was also aware of the limitations of Kage Bunshins. They couldn't create knowledge beyond the original. Their thinking was essentially an extension of the original's thoughts. Therefore, he needed to frequently dispel the Kage Bunshins, integrate the research insights from each clone, digest and absorb them, so that the next clones could base their research on this foundation. This meant he couldn't leave casually. Kage Bunshins only sped up research. They couldn't completely free Aizen. The tasks that needed to be done couldn't actually be reduced at all. After one last glance, Aizen left the basement reassured. About 6 hours later, when it was time to go to school, he proactively dispelled the Kage Bunshin Jutsu. The moment the jutsu was dispelled, an intense wave of fatigue instantly washed over him. It felt like he had worked continuously for over 20 hours. Nothing like someone who had just woken up. Not to mention, there was a large amount of complex information in his mind that needed processing. For his first attempt, Aizen inevitably felt somewhat unaccustomed. It took him half a minute to barely sort through the thoughts in his mind. He could endure it with his body. This level of fatigue couldn't cause any fundamental impact. But considering what he had to do today, he ultimately chose to use the Hogyoku to heal his exhaustion. Before leaving, Aizen performed the Kage Bunshin Jutsu again, this time directly summoning 6 clones, which could probably increase research efficiency by about 1/5. With the help of clones, he didn't want to waste any time. While his main body went out to handle matters, the clones conducted experiments at the base. Once he fully mastered this jutsu, the number would continue to increase in the future. Simply summoning clones was easy. He could create hundreds at once. The problem was that he had to balance research, which was far more complex than mere combat. In cultivation, doing something 100 times might evolve into a bodily instinct. In scientific research, doing something 100 times was just foolish. What he truly needed to do wasn't to pursue quantity, but to absorb, integrate, and redistribute knowledge at the appropriate times. This was the correct method to improve efficiency. Aizen needed a long time to find the rhythm that best suited him. The morning sunlight shone through the window, casting bright spots of light, in the classroom. The students who had passed the graduation exam wore varied expressions, and even the air was filled with a mix of anticipation, nervousness, and restlessness. Aizen sat quietly in his chair, wearing his usual gentle smile, his gaze sweeping over the young faces. Sakura Haruno clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, her eyes constantly darting toward Uchiha, her cheeks slightly flushed, occasionally glancing his way. Who should I choose? Uchiha Sasage had a gloomy expression, arms crossed, his eyes coldly looking out the window, completely indifferent to what was happening around him. Perhaps for him, it didn't matter who his teammates were, as long as they didn't hold him back. Most importantly, the Jonin instructor had to be strong enough to help him grow faster. Hyuga Hinata lowered her head, her fingers anxiously twisting together. As the young miss of the Hyuga clan, she had already met her instructor half a month ago. The other party had personally visited her home, requested permission from her father, and was granted approval to become her instructor. To be honest, Hinata didn't like this, but she lacked the courage to say no. The Iino, Shika, Cho trio had similar experiences. These were clans close to the Hokage's faction and couldn't be separated. Their instructor would definitely be personally assigned by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Thus, Asuma Sarutobi was the best choice. While Aizen observed others, many classmates were also secretly watching him. As the undisputed top student, his destination was something everyone cared about. Who would become his teammates, who the instructor would be. These matters tugged at every classmate's heart. Even Uchiha Sasuke glanced over a few times. At that moment, teacher Iruka walked in, holding the assigned list. As names were called out one by one, the number of people in the classroom rapidly decreased. It wasn't until Team 7 was called that everyone heard those names. Uchiha Sasuke, Sakura Haruno, and Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura let out a suppressed gasp, perfectly illustrating what it meant to be overjoyed. Both teammates were highly attractive and each possessed considerable strength, capable of providing some protection during missions. Of course, Sakura still had the pride of a top student. She believed that with effort, she might not necessarily be inferior to those two. Sasuke only frowned imperceptibly. He didn't dislike this method of assignment. Staying by Naruto's side and gradually surpassing him could be interesting. Aizen observed the reactions of both teammates. One was the last survivor of the Uchiha, the other the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Both were key observation targets. Thus, the Jonin instructor's strength must be considerable. Most likely, it was someone the higher-ups trusted completely, guiding cultivation while also implementing supervision. Ordinary Jonin didn't have this capability. This was Konoha's system. Beneath the veil of warmth lay a precise, cold operational logic. Of course, Aizen could understand. If it were him, he would make the same choice. Based on his observations, Sakura Haruno had good talent, with top-notch chakra controllability. Unfortunately, her personality was too weak, lacking even the value to be used by him. In contrast, Uchiha Sasuke was quite promising. Having suffered a great tragedy, such people were usually easily manipulated. The only difference was whose hand was pulling the strings. As long as he could be given hope for revenge, Uchiha Sasuke would likely be willing to sacrifice everything. This was also the fundamental reason why the artificial body occasionally guided him. It was to strengthen that hatred in his heart. With proper nurturing, he might become a good assistant in the future. The prerequisite was to completely change Sasuke's naive ideas. Aizen was very skilled at this kind of work. Time passed minute by minute. Students were gradually picked up by their teachers, leaving only the members of Team 7 still in the classroom. Sunlight slanted in, dust floating slowly in the beams of light, seemingly mocking the trio's foolish waiting. Uchiha Sasuke leaned against the wall, eyes closed as if resting, appearing calm, but his slightly twitching eyelashes betrayed his inner restlessness. Sakura Haruno sat in her chair, initially trying to start conversations with Sasuke, but after being ignored, she finally quieted down. Her gaze occasionally flickered toward Sasuke, then toward the door. It was clear she was starting to resent the late teacher. Aizen sat in his seat, relaxed, completely unaffected by the teacher's tardiness. The agreed-upon time had long passed, yet the other parties still hadn't appeared. Considering the special nature of Team 7, the Jonin instructor must be an elite. Forgetting was basically impossible. Thus, there was only one reason for the delay. The other party wanted to use this opportunity to observe the trio's heart nature. With sufficient understanding, it would be easier to tailor teaching methods in the future. Just then, the classroom door was finally gently pushed open. A young man wearing a Jonin vest walked in. Silver hair paired with a black mask, only revealing lazy, dead fish eyes. In terms of appearance, this person was highly distinctive. Even Aizen had heard his name before. The copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake, the most outstanding Jonin of Konoha Village's younger generation. Also the record holder for the fastest graduation from the Ninja Academy. While wandering the ninja world, Aizen had also heard of Kakashi's reputation from others. Right, if it's him, he certainly qualifies to lead Team 7. Looking at the make-out paradise in the teacher's hand, Aizen smiled faintly. He could see the deliberate disguise on the other. Laziness was just a facade. The other was intentionally imitating something. Typically, only those who had suffered major trauma exhibited such behavior, trying to commemorate certain events or people. Sorry. Kakashi lifted his listless eye, his tone casual and insincere. I got lost on the path of life. Chapter 27. Sakura had an expression on her face that said, "You've got to be kidding me." The team members had been waiting anxiously, only to receive such a lame explanation. Only a fool would believe that. Even Sasage opened his eyes, his sharp black gaze coldly staring at Kakashi. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes from being slighted. Aizen maintained his gentle expression, even nodding politely to Kakashi. Deliberate tardiness, an excuse so lame it was practically an insult to their intelligence, and holding a book unsuitable for reading on such an occasion. These contradictions were too obvious. They were certainly not the oversights a qualified Jonin should have. Just as he had guessed previously, these were all tests from Kakashi Hatake. Testing everyone's patience. Testing reactions to unexpected situations. This was a simple and effective stress test, particularly suitable for these young ninjas who had just graduated. Under the gaze of the three, Kakashi slowly closed his novel. If one looked closely, they could see his finger was still tucked between the pages. This was a sign that he would flip it open and read at any moment. That one exposed eye quickly scanned the three students, each with a different demeanor. He could clearly feel Sakura Haruno's anger. Extroverted personality, emotions easily fluctuate. Her heart nature needs careful polishing. Then Kakashi looked at the cool-faced boy. This is Uchiha Sasuke. Those eyes are filled with coldness, hatred, and pride. He's scrutinizing me intensely, likely concerned about my leadership abilities. People like this are generally self-centered, lack team cooperation awareness, and sometimes might even reject the team. Kakashi also felt that Uchiha Sasuke's heart seemed even darker than imagined. It seemed the impact of the clan's massacre had never faded. Instead, it had become deeper as time passed. This was all thanks to the artificial body, which would provoke Sasuke with words from time to time, making the boy constantly remember the events of that night. For Kakashi, these were all points that needed attention. He certainly wanted to resolve his subordinates' hatred. It might as well start with this test. Finally, his gaze fell upon Uzumaki Naruto. This is Sensei's child. Kakashi remained outwardly calm, but a flicker of sadness passed through his eyes. Due to the Sendaime's orders, those who were once close to Minato-sensei were not allowed to contact Naruto at will in private. This would disrupt the village's plans. Speaking of which, this was the first time Kakashi had met Naruto. The two sides should have established a very close relationship. To say there was no resentment at all would definitely be a lie. But fortunately, Kakashi had long since grown accustomed to carrying pain. As a Jonin, he could understand the village's decision. If he truly wanted to do something, he wouldn't have waited until today. He had already tried to resist on that afternoon many years ago. Ultimately, he chose to accept his father's philosophy. Excessive actions would cause the remaining prestige of the Hatake family to be completely obliterated. Thoughts swirled in his mind, but on the surface, Kakashi remained lazy in appearance. On this child's face, he saw a gentle and calm smile. No anger, no impatience, no anxiety from the wait. This was basically consistent with the description in the report. A genius who is nearly perfect in every aspect? Kakashi sighed, thinking of himself in his youth. During that period, he had shocked everyone with even more frantic performances. However, only he himself understood what he had truly gone through. To be honest, Kakashi would have preferred to experience his student years in their entirety. He didn't want to have his hands stained with blood at the age of 5 or 6. It was only because of his resilient heart nature. Anyone else would have been twisted beyond recognition long ago. It was precisely because he understood this that these two subordinates were assigned to Kakashi. Besides basic guidance, the plan was for the sunny Naruto and the youthful Sakura to help Sasuke together. To let the last Uchiha become a positive person. All right, don't be so angry. Kakashi waved his hand, still in that lazy tone. In any case, from today on, I am your Jonin instructor, provided you can pass the final test. Hearing there was still a test, Sakura Haruno's expression changed noticeably. Sasuke was calm at first, until he heard that failure meant returning to the academy to repeat a year. The ice-cold face he had been maintaining almost shattered. He could not accept such a punishment. Studying at the Ninja Academy was a complete waste of time and would not help his great cause of revenge in the slightest. If he really failed the assessment, Sasuke would simply choose to give up. I don't need you to help me. I can become strong just the same. This confidence of his stemmed from the assets left behind by his parents. Although most of it had been confiscated, he had still forcibly kept some. Cultivating alone was better than going to school and attending classes all day. At this point, Sasuke's thinking was even more extreme, and the darkness in his heart was deeper than Kakashi imagined. If forced, the last Uchiha might leave the village prematurely. Of course, no party would allow such a thing to happen. Kakashi's test was more like an inspection. He would find ways to make his disciples pass. Reopening the make-out paradise in his hand, Kakashi spoke flatly. Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, meet at the 3rd training ground. Remember not to eat breakfast, or you'll vomit. After saying that, Kakashi's figure instantly vanished. The terrifying speed left Sakura in a state of shock for a moment. This unreliable teacher seems to be quite strong. Sasuke, on the other hand, had a composed look, not one to be surprised by such a small thing. He was a Konoha Jonin, after all. This level of performance was within the normal range. Turning his head to glance at his smiling companion, Sasuke turned and left, preparing to meet tomorrow's challenge. Hey Sasuke, wait for me. Sakura chased after him. Compared to the ninja assessment, she cared more about her love life. Now that she had the advantage of being close, she definitely had to beat that Ino pig. Aizen stood up composedly, feeling a bit of anticipation for tomorrow's events. What he cared about was not the assessment, but the true strength of a Konoha Jonin. In these past few years outside, the ninjas he encountered were all very ordinary, incomparable to Konoha with its mature education system. Only through a real exchange of blows could he know what kind of position his own strength held. Calmly packing his things, Aizen returned home, placed his Aso-chi in front of him, and let his mental energy slowly permeate into it like fine rain. He had a premonition in his heart that the awakening of Kyoka Zetsu would not be long now. With a Zanpaku toe in hand, his strength could be elevated by a large margin on his current foundation. At that time, there wouldn't be many people in the ninja world who could pose a threat to him. Time soon reached late night, and Aizen released the summoning of his Kage Bunshins. A large amount of information instantly merged into his mind. These were all the experimental results from the Kage Bunshins. He integrated, categorized, and understood them in his mind. After completing all this, the refreshed Aizen performed the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu again. This time, the number of clones was 2 more than before. It feels manageable. This time, I'll extend the duration to 24 hours. He was still looking for a balance. Just piling up numbers wasn't enough. Research required continuity. If they were released at a critical point in time, all previous efforts might go to waste. This time he wanted to delay the time as much as possible to see exactly how long the limit of a clone's existence was. Watching the clones disappear into the dark night, Aizen put on a cloak and went to a nighttime convenience store on the west side of the village. He had left the Espada organization, but news from there would be transmitted periodically. The seemingly unremarkable Saito was the informant he had left in the organization. There was more than one such existence. This convenience store would restock from outside. As long as the supplier was found, it was very easy to pass messages this way. After purchasing the designated items, Aizen ate while walking, looking just like someone who came out to buy snacks because they were hungry. Little did anyone know, the encrypted information was hidden in the small card given with the product. After reading carefully, Aizen's expression changed slightly. There was only one sentence left on it. Not long ago, the organization suffered an attack, and the intruder was clearly targeting Shinya, one of the Espada. This person's strength was terrifying. Shinya was no match and was taken away by the enemy after a fierce battle. Chino had left blood on the attacker, which could emit a scent only she could sense. Currently, a secret investigation is being conducted based on the trail. They would wait for Aizen's return before deciding specifically what to do. Slowly chewing on the potato chips, he thought of the strength of those two. Although not at the top, the trickiness of a bloodline limit is something ordinary people cannot handle. One has a body flicker technique effect for regular movement, and the other can control blood and has mastered very good genjutsu. The two of them working together were enough to rival an ordinary jonin. In the ninja world, where one could dominate a region as a chunin, they were definitely considered top-tier hands. Even so, they still failed, and the attack happened right at their doorstep. It proved the enemy's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary jonin, perhaps a powerhouse at the Kage level. Aizen suddenly felt some interest. Such experts are not easy to find. Perhaps he could go pay a visit in person. After this is over, let the artificial body take my place for a while. The next day, before the morning mist had fully dissipated, the 3 members of Team 7 arrived at the training ground on time. However, as the jonin instructor, Kakashi Haichi was, unsurprisingly, late again. This unreliable behavior made Sakura extremely furious. Sasuke leaned against a tree, his face so gloomy it could drip water, while his stomach let out a rumble. Clearly, he hadn't eaten breakfast, and might not have eaten much last night either. Only Aizen remained calm. How could Kakashi's little tricks hide from him? Not allowing them to eat was likely an attempt to verify certain things using hunger. No matter what it was, at least he wouldn't let his body suffer. Being in a rapid growth phase, not eating enough could very well affect his development. This had a certain relationship with raising the ceiling of his strength. The Hogyoku could break body limits, but to replace even normal nutritional intake with the Hogyoku would be a bit too extravagant. Urahara took 100 years to create the Hogyoku. I wonder how long it will take me to repair it. After more than 1 hour, a yawning Kakashi Haichi finally appeared. Sorry, I got lost on the path of life once again. Chapter 28. Looking at the teacher holding Make-out Paradise, Sakura chuckled inwardly, already starting to get used to his lazy style. None of you have eaten yet, right? Kakashi's gaze swept across them one by one. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, he announced the requirements for today's assessment. They had to snatch the 2 bells at his waist. Only those who succeeded would be eligible to eat. The losers would be tied to wooden posts, and those who performed too poorly might even be sent back to the Ninja Academy. Sakura's face instantly turned pale with fright as she pondered how she could possibly grab a bell. The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became, completely doubting her ability to outcompete her 2 teammates. Sasuke, on the other hand, grew interested. He wanted to test the strength of this instructor. Well then, let the assessment begin. Kakashi held Make-out Paradise with a nonchalant expression. He didn't take the trio's attack seriously at all. The battle began, and Sasuke took the lead, rushing toward the left flank. Shuriken flew out like raindrops, completely sealing off Kakashi's evasion space. Having been influenced by the artificial body for a long time, his various attributes had improved rapidly. He knew that Shuriken alone wouldn't be enough to deal with the opponent. Ninja tools were just a feint. Fire release ninjutsu was his finishing move. He unleashed the great fireball technique, and the scorching flames roared forth. Unfortunately, he miscalculated the timing and underestimated the combat experience of a jonin. Kakashi gave a light leap, dodging the fireball by a hair's breadth. During the process, his eyes didn't even leave the pages of his book. Too naive, Sasuke. You need to learn how to conceal your offensive intent. Sakura tried to flank him, but her taijutsu was full of openings in front of Kakashi. She was easily tripped and ended up face down in the dirt. Aizen didn't step forward immediately. He was observing Kakashi's movement patterns. Dealing with Sasuke and Sakura's joint attack required almost minimal footwork from Kakashi, and most of his attention seemed to remain on the book. First, cooperate with Sasuke to create chaos. Aizen wouldn't go all out. This was just a performance. Perhaps what Kakashi truly wanted to test wasn't strength. Under these circumstances, he wouldn't reveal his true level. He performed the newly learned Kage Bunshin Jutsu, throwing kunai from different directions. These attacks weren't very threatening, but they could effectively interfere with Kakashi's movement rhythm. After several probes, he finally managed to shift Kakashi's field of vision onto the two of them. The battle continued. Sasuke's attacks were relentless, and his excellent chakra reserves made Kakashi quite envious. This kid is only 12, yet he can use so many ninjutsu in succession. At this age, he was just entering a growth spurt. His future strength would skyrocket, and it was normal for his chakra reserves to multiply several times over. How could Kakashi, who was always low on mana, not be envious? While calmly dealing with the duo's attacks, Kakashi constantly updated his assessment of the team. As for Sakura Haruno, in this situation, aside from throwing some shuriken, she could barely provide any effective interference. In a moment of inattention, she was knocked down by a hand chop. Meanwhile, Sasuke tried to touch the bells multiple times, but always missed by a hair, creating an illusion that success was possible with just a little more effort. When Sasuke failed once again, the Kage Bunshin that had been slacking off suddenly rushed forward. Its speed took Kakashi by surprise. Finally, something interesting. Still holding Makeout Paradise, he prepared to resolve these three clones using taijutsu. Their cooperation was barely passing. Next was the most important character assessment. Therefore, he couldn't let the children take the bells. At the moment the Kage Bunshin was about to make contact, one of them completed hand seals at high speed. Bakudo number 9, Geiki. Sensing an invisible threat, Kakashi's expression instantly became serious. Is this the talent for techniques that the Sendaime mentioned Naruto has? The shockwave hit him accurately, sending Kakashi's body flying into the air. But in the next second, he turned into a broken wooden log. The substitution jutsu is the ultimate performance of battlefield anticipation. It is only effective at the moment an attack lands. Most of the time, it's used against weaker opponents. Ordinary substitutions are almost never seen in high-level matches. Using a substitution to respond showed that Kakashi still didn't take the trio seriously, until he realized one thing. His movement trajectory seemed to have been seen through by Naruto. Just as he landed, 3 pointed beams of light were accurately fired at his landing spot. Bakudo number 30, Shitotsu Seinsen. The timing was grasped brilliantly, indicating that this had been the plan from the very beginning. Most importantly, Kakashi had never seen this peculiar ninjutsu before. Young people these days are really something. His figure vanished in an instant. Kakashi finally brought out his true strength. This use of the body flicker technique fully demonstrated the terrifying dominance of a Jonin-level ninja. However, Kakashi had not completely escaped the danger. Sensing the sound of breaking air behind his head, his heart tightened. He never expected his subordinate to predict his movements in advance. A coincidence? Or was all of this part of Uzumaki Naruto's calculation? If that's the case, this kid's combat intelligence is terrifying. Kakashi exerted force in his waist, forcibly twisting his body in midair and using a kunai to block the opponent's swift thrust. The two separated upon contact, each landing in different positions. His gaze fixed on the boy, and the book in his hand had been tucked away at some point. This proved that Kakashi was starting to take this test seriously. Dingling. The crisp sound of a bell rang out, making Kakashi vaguely remember something. He was supposed to be conducting a test, not a real battle between teacher and student. In that preemptive ambush, just now, Aizen's goal was to snatch the bell. Otherwise, he would have greeted him with a high-power Kido long ago. That would have certainly cured Kakashi of his bad habit of reading books during battle. Of course, he wouldn't do that. This battle wasn't a life-and-death struggle. Like Kakashi, he was also secretly observing his teammates, wanting to see if Uchiha was worth his full effort to cultivate. For now, he was barely passing. He was still quite a distance away from being truly excellent. On the night of the clan's massacre, Aizen had seen the tragic state of the Uchiha clan. With Sasuke's current talent, he was far from being able to kill that man. I'll observe him for a while longer then. On the other side, Kakashi remained silent for a moment before finally announcing that Uzumaki Naruto had passed the test. What was that technique just now? Kakashi's voice was calm, but his eyes revealed a very complex emotion. Aizen couldn't tell what he was thinking, so he explained the principles of the sealing jutsu exactly as they were. As expected of Sensei's child, Kakashi could only remark generously. Minato and Kushina were both masters of sealing jutsu. It seemed this talent had been well inherited by Naruto. Even the gentle side of the couple had been passed down. All in all, Kakashi was very satisfied with Naruto. By comparison, the gap with the other two was quite large. Well done. Kakashi spoke slowly, his tone returning to its previous laziness. You snatched the bell, so according to the rules, you may eat. Sasuke had provided significant help, so he also earned Kakashi's leniency. Only Sakura's performance was abysmal, and she was ruthlessly tied to a wooden post. She needed to be tied up for 3 hours as punishment. During this time, anyone who dared to release her or secretly give her food would be sent back to the ninja academy. Remember, a ninja who breaks the rules is trash. Kakashi said this with a smile, then vanished into smoke. It had been a Kage Bunshin from the very beginning. Aizen knew this, and he also knew that Kakashi's main body was hiding in the distance. For a sensory type like him, finding the other party wasn't a difficult task. Time passed minute by minute. Aizen, who was already full, never picked up his chopsticks. According to him, he couldn't enjoy it alone. If they were to eat, everyone had to eat together. That was the meaning of a team. After saying the polite words, Aizen recalled the battle just now. Although it was a Kage Bunshin, he could roughly assess Kakashi's strength. He was still a formidable expert at the Jonin level. If he used the Hogyoku, he could easily defeat the opponent. If he relied on his own abilities to fight, without his Zanpakuto, his win rate would be around 70%. Of course, that was assuming Kakashi didn't have any special hidden abilities. If there was some hidden power or a sufficiently excellent trump card, this win rate comparison would fluctuate somewhat. In terms of chakra volume, combat experience, and other aspects, Aizen almost completely crushed him. The main problem currently was that his physical development was not yet mature. Strength, speed, reaction, and durability were at a complete disadvantage. These were the biggest factors restricting his progress and strength. If both sides were at the same level, even if Kakashi had hidden abilities, his win rate would be 20% at most. Knowing his own flaws, Aizen wasn't worried at all. These things would be acquired automatically over time. There was no need to pay special attention to them. In 3 years at most, once he matured, he would possess strength comparable to a Kage. If Kyoka Sigetsu awakened, his combat power couldn't be calculated with simple numerical values. However, the areas where he needed to work hard could not be ignored. Kyoka Sigetsu was by no means invincible. Its strength largely depended on his chakra. He would eventually encounter people he couldn't control, and then it would depend on Aizen's own skill level. With the Hogyoku, I can achieve infinite cell proliferation. Once my body develops to its limit, I can begin breaking through the limits of a ninja and becoming an existence comparable to a god. He was very familiar with this process. He just needed to follow it step by step. The only problem to consider was how to restore the nearly shattered Hogyoku to perfection. By the time Aizen finished his thoughts, Sakura Haruno on the wooden post was already dizzy with hunger. She hadn't eaten in the morning and had just gone through a soul-stirring battle. It was almost noon, and her stomach could no longer hold out. Here you eat. Aizen smiled and handed over the lunchbox, and with a few words, he got the two to accept his feeding. Hiding in the shadows, a flash of relief appeared in Kakashi's eyes. He knew Sensei's child would definitely not let him down. Considering his disciple's talent, he suddenly felt a hint of anticipation for his future life leading the team. Chapter 29. 3 days passed after the disturbance at the training ground, and Team 7 began taking on missions under Kakashi's leadership. Most of them revolved around simple D-rank missions. Finding cats, weeding, babysitting, and so on. Trivial and tedious, this was the path every newly promoted genin had to take. I see. I know what to do. The entrance to the underground secret room opened, and the awakened artificial body changed into the same outfit. When the original body left Konoha, he, as the stand-in, needed to step up. This was the purpose of his existence. So naturally, there was no reason to refuse. The next mission is simple. Aizen's original body spoke, his voice flat. Continue to fulfill Team 7's daily missions as Uzumaki Naruto. Maintain normal relations with all parties in Konoha, and focus on Uchiha Sage's growth. The artificial body nodded slightly, indicating he was already very familiar with this business. Looking at the original's back, the artificial body asked with some curiosity, "May I ask why you want to keep this identity?" He knew a bit about what the original was doing. It seemed he had cultivated an organization outside, and it was currently developing quite well. Insisting on staying in Konoha must mean there was some scheme afoot. Knowing this, his own style of conduct would need to be adjusted accordingly. At that moment, Aizen slowly turned around, staring at the artificial body's identical face. We know very little about this world. The tailed beast inside me contains terrifying energy, and there are many such existences. Why were they born into this world? Who created these tailed beasts? And the strange substance that makes up your body, why was it involved in the Uchiha clan's massacre? These were all things he hadn't figured out yet. Every single one could potentially threaten his own existence. Only by leaning against the great tree of Konoha could he avoid risks to the greatest extent, just like when he had lurked in the Soul Society back then. While disguising himself, he investigated information regarding the 13th Division, the Zero Division, the Soul King, and other related matters. Only when he had sufficient certainty did Aizen choose to establish his own house. There were many unknown mysteries in the ninja world, and he had felt many threats over these years. Setting other things aside, through multiple contacts, Aizen had gained a deeper understanding of the Nine-Tails' existence. He had discovered something. The Nine-Tails' soul seemed incomplete. That feeling was similar to the artificial body he had created. Aizen had reason to suspect that the nine-tailed beasts were originally one entity, cut apart by someone for unknown reasons. Just like the part of the soul he cut when creating the artificial body. The chakra of the nine-tails individual was already terrifying. If it were made whole again, the energy it possessed might be even stronger than his spiritual pressure at its peak. If Aizen's guess was correct, the danger of this world was not low at all. It was far from something a 12-year-old child could rule. Fortunately, he had enough patience. Establishing the Espada organization was for the sake of dealing with risks in the future. Witnessing Uchiha's failure firsthand had made Aizen realize once again the importance of subordinates. Kosaki Ichigo, the Quincy father and son, Tsukishima Shukuro, and the royal guard around Uchiha, plus the assistance of Kyoka Shigetsu. Had even one been missing, they might not have been able to defeat Uchiha. This couldn't help but make Aizen recall the final battle in Karakura town. If the first three Espada had been by his side, Kurohitsugi would have had no chance to plant the Kido. When Kosaki Ichigo lost his power, there would have been no one left in the entire world who could stop him. Aizen had to learn to take lessons from the past. To that end, he needed subordinates who could truly be of help. Uchiha Sasuke was a talent he favored. He was currently too naive and needed further guidance. Monitor him at all times. Aizen continued to give precise instructions. At the right moment, use words and actions to strengthen his desire for power and increase his obsession with revenge. Making Sasage's heart darker was the only way to lure out the Sharingan's true power. This was the result he had derived from studying literature. Emotional fluctuations were conducive to the evolution of the Sharingan. Indulging too much in the game of playing ninjas would likely waste Uchiha Sasage's excellent aptitude. Understood. The artificial body nodded, his voice indistinguishable from Aizen's original. Watching the many Kage Bunshins busy at work, he suddenly looked toward the pitch-black night sky. Can you feel it? Where the dead of this world ultimately flow. The artificial body's expression was somewhat confused. He gazed into the void realm, but could see nothing. He had no memories of the Shinigami world, so naturally, he didn't know the original's former identity. In the artificial body's perception, when a person died, it was like a lamp going out. Those worlds after death were all fabrications from folk tales. But hearing the original's meaning, It seemed such a place truly existed. Aizen did not provide much explanation for this. He could only vaguely perceive some things and had no way to investigate for the time being. Since souls had a destination, there must be corresponding laws. These were the cornerstones of building a world, no matter which world it was. He just didn't know what the soul king of this world actually looked like. It could be an unconscious, dead object, or perhaps a high-dimensional existence with consciousness, just like those existences in hell. A secret is a secret only because I am not standing high enough. When Aizen possessed the strength to dominate the ninja world, these secrets would automatically reveal their true forms. Therefore, what he needed was to maintain patience, quietly waiting for that day to arrive. Having completed the handover of identities, Aizen did not linger. He draped the reishi cloak over himself, and his figure vanished into the night. After years of research, he was already familiar with Konoha village's protective net. The village's barrier was like a mere decoration, and he could enter and leave at will without hindrance. Shinya had been abducted, and he needed to investigate this matter. If it wasn't resolved well, it would easily affect the organization's morale. Why were so many strong individuals willing to advance and retreat with him? The reason was simple. These people believed he could solve all problems. This was a responsibility Aizen had to shoulder as a leader. Besides that, his research on bloodline limits had just begun. Swift release was an excellent power. If he could start from genetics and completely crack the secret of bloodline inheritance, he could mass-produce ninjas in the future. For that reason alone, he had to investigate this matter. Watching the original leave, the artificial body walked to the mirror, carefully adjusting the forehead protector and the white coat he didn't like. What secrets are hidden in those memories I don't have? In the empty laboratory, there was only his own murmur. The artificial body had not forgotten the words the original had asked before his last slumber. Have you ever thought about replacing me? He had fallen into a slumber before he could answer. Waking up this time, he had been prepared to answer, but the other party never asked again. It was as if the matter had never happened. But the artificial body knew very well that the original was wary of him. Only natural. He smiled slightly, the expression on his face exactly like Aizen's. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly, making a movement as if listening. After a long while, the artificial body slowly shook his head and whispered to himself, I think he hasn't discovered it yet. The proof is that I am still alive. Yes, I know. I will play my role well. Not standing high enough meant many things couldn't be seen clearly. The artificial body fully agreed with this statement. But standing too high, sometimes one overlooks the wonders beneath one's feet. He sat on the bed with a smile. He slowly extended a finger, and a fresh sprout completed its cycle of growth and wilting within seconds. A circular mark condensed in his palm, only to vanish into nothingness after a brief moment. It's not enough yet. I need more time. The thick night enveloped him, masking the low murmurs in the room. Espada, organization base. Saito stood in the intelligence room, the latest report spread out before him. Chino stood lazily to the side, a hint of curiosity in her blood-red eyes. Where on earth did you go? Aizen didn't answer her. This little girl's mouth was too loose. Telling her was equivalent to informing the whole world. One day, he would not hide his situation, but unfortunately, he couldn't tell them clearly now. Just as he had to maintain the transformation jutsu. Most people would not be willing to pledge loyalty to a 12-year-old boy. This had nothing to do with the level of strength. Opening the latest report, it described in detail the process of his subordinate's disappearance. Not long ago, Shinya had gone alone to the border of the land of hot springs to follow a lead about rare metals circulating in the black market. This was a task Aizen had requested, to search for rare materials in the ninja world as much as possible. If a suitable substitute could be found, perhaps one day, he could forge Zanpakuto for his subordinates, completing the Shinigamification research for ninjas, fundamentally changing the way this group grew stronger. This was a very difficult subject, and it likely wouldn't be effective in the short term. Even with the help of Kage Bunshins, he needed equally excellent brains to assist him. To that end, his subordinates would also look for suitable scientific researchers. Once found, they would use threats or inducements to find a way to make them work for the Espada organization. According to plan, he should have sent action reports every day. By the time we noticed something was wrong, we only found some traces of a fight where he disappeared. He pointed to a marked remote valley on the map. This should be the location where Shinya encountered the attack. There are residual traces of energy at the scene. One type of chakra has a very violent characteristic, suspected to be a Jonin-level lightning release user. A lightning release user? Aizen pondered for a moment, then turned his head to look at Chino. This little girl could manipulate blood. If there were residual bloodstains at the scene, she could perform a reverse tracking. Seeing this, Chino immediately understood his meaning, hands on her hips, proudly stating she had already locked onto the general location. If Saito hadn't stopped me, I would have brought him back already. Between the lines, she expressed dissatisfaction with this manager. However, Aizen said his subordinate's choice was very correct. The enemy's situation is unknown, and they were able to subdue Shinya in a short time. This is not an existence you all can face. Slowly rising from his chair, Aizen felt curious about that unknown attacker. His intuition told him that this operation might yield some good results. Chapter 30. Relying on the clever abilities of the Ketsui Gan, the group tracked their target all the way to the rugged mountains on the border of the land of hot springs. They eventually arrived at a secret valley cleverly concealed by thick fog. Strange buildings were constructed deep within the valley, clearly a secret base that had been operated for a significant amount of time. A strange, pungent odor permeated the air. Aizen knew very well that this was the preservative necessary for human experimentation. It could effectively slow down the decay rate of corpses. It seemed someone was conducting some kind of research here, the very bloody and cruel kind. Of course, he had no right to criticize others. Aizen had done many similar things himself. It's here. Chinoa's pupils contracted slightly as she pointed deep into the valley. The lingering call from Shinya comes from that direction. Her expression didn't look good. Judging from the blood information, Shinya's injuries were not optimistic, and they needed to be mentally prepared. Enemies have appeared, a sensory-type subordinate shouted as a warning. As soon as he finished speaking, several hidden doors slid open silently on the rock walls on both sides of the valley entrance. Over a dozen ninjas dressed in uniform clothing with fanatical looks in their eyes leaped out. The appearance of these people proved that Chinoa's guidance was correct. The culprit who kidnapped Shinya was inside this base. Intruders, stop! The leading ninja barked coldly, his attitude extremely aggressive. However, Aizen didn't even bother to look at them directly. With a gentle wave of his hand, the organization members behind him immediately charged forward to kill. Since their hostile positions were already established, there was no need for nonsense. He still preferred to beat the opponent into submission before talking slowly. That way, the opponent would be much more rational. Hell, watch me. Chino could no longer restrain herself. Although she wasn't close to Shinya, he was still a member of the Espada organization. Lacking affection since childhood, she had long since regarded the organization as her home and would never allow anyone to deliberately destroy it. Her Ketsui again glowed with an eerie red light. She formed hand seals and forced several drops of bright blood from her fingertips. The fresh blood transformed into over a dozen long, sharp arrows, rushing toward the targets with piercing shrieks. During the process, Chino even deliberately adjusted their direction, making the enemy's attempts to dodge completely futile. In the blink of an eye, she killed nearly half of the enemies, her efficiency far exceeding that of the other organization members. This was the strength a formal member of the Espada should possess. The organization was divided into three types: formal members, preparatory members, and peripheral members. The peripheral members were responsible for intelligence gathering, obtaining funds, and other tasks. Most of the trivial matters were handled by them. The focus of preparatory members was on war and cultivation, hoping that one day they could obtain a formal number. Formal members were all personally granted a number by the leader himself. The top 10 Espada were the highest leaders and could give orders to others, with their level of authority ranked according to their number. For members with numbers beyond 10, their power dropped significantly. The only benefit was that they wouldn't be killed by a single word from a top 10 member. What they had to do was put in every effort to knock down those ahead of them. As the organization continued to develop, there would be more and more members with numbers. Only through fierce competition could the truly strong be determined. This was the path Aizen had walked, and he had transplanted the system from Las No Chess exactly as it was. He hoped to build a powerful team. On the field, Chino moved through the enemy ranks like a ghost. Anyone who met her gaze would fall under a Jinjutsu. With just a small wound, the affected ninja would transform into a human bomb. Boom. The power of the explosion was extremely formidable, equivalent to the effect of 7 or 8 explosive tags stacked together. The advantage wasn't obvious in one-on-one combat, but if she went to a battlefield, little Chino would definitely be an excellent destroyer. Ha, come on. Chino's face was distorted, completely lacking her usual cute and well-behaved demeanor. She thoroughly enjoyed the brilliant fireworks of the human bombs. This scene couldn't help but make the other members feel a chill in their hearts. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have thought the usually soft and sweet little girl would be so violent? Is this the strength of a formal member? Having dealt with the blockers, Chino took the lead and walked toward the enemy base. She trusted her judgment. Shinya must have been taken by the people here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attacked as soon as they arrived. If this isn't a guilty conscience, then what is it? 2 ninjas pounced from the flanks. One held a poisoned short blade aiming for her heart from behind, while the other spat out a purple toxic mist with a foul stench. They were attempting to kill this terrifying little girl on the spot. After a brief exchange, they realized they couldn't look directly into her eyes, which would prevent them from being controlled by Jinjutsu. However, Chino's Ketsurogan was powerful, and moreover, she was a ninja willing to pay the price. She cut her wrist, letting the blood flow freely. Amidst screams of agony, the 2 attackers were pierced through by the blood. As the number of dead increased, the amount of blood she could control also increased. She almost single-handedly dominated the entire field. Aizen was very satisfied with her performance. If this ability continued to be developed, she might even be able to control the blood inside others' bodies from a distance. By then, Chino's ability would be enough to make anyone wary. Even if she couldn't achieve it alone, it didn't matter. Aizen could help a little, using the Hogyoku to accelerate the evolution of her abilities. For that reason, he needed to absorb more chakra. Chino stretched, quite satisfied with her performance. Having received Lord Aizen's approval, she directly attacked and destroyed the base's main gate. The goal was to force the mastermind out. Perhaps sensing how troublesome she was, the person behind the kidnapping finally appeared. Different from what everyone imagined, the person who walked out had long, grayish-white hair. It looked like it hadn't been trimmed in years. Wearing a high-collared coat, he looked like a boy of 11 or 12. But in Aizen's eyes, the opponent was at least 40 years old. Appearances could be deceiving, but certain details on his face had already betrayed him. I didn't expect guests to come knocking so soon. The man's voice was somewhat shrill, carrying a condescending tone of inquiry. To be able to defeat these idiots so easily, it seems your bloodline Limite is quite excellent. He mentioned the bloodline Limite as soon as he spoke. This indicated that he had kidnapped Shinya for his swift release. Seeing that Lord Aizen didn't speak, she knew the leader didn't want to waste words with the opponent. If they wanted to talk, the best way was to defeat him first. Experience it for yourself then. Chino's battle intent was already boiling. Her Ketsurogan flared with red light, and the chakra around her began to boil violently. Secret technique, blood river burial. Her hands quickly completed the hand seals. The blood on the ground seemed to be summoned, transforming into a blood-colored river composed of countless rotating blood blades. This was a secret technique with extreme destructive power, enough to instantly shred an ordinary jonin into mincemeat. Chino might look young, but she had actually experienced countless life and death battles already. Her strength was currently at the peak of her life. Such an attack instantly terrified the organization members who had followed along. However, the grayish-white-haired man showed a look of interest. I see. So this is the power of the Chinoike clan. He raised one hand, his expression calm, not taking the terrifying river of blood seriously at all. Forget resisting. He didn't even bother to dodge. He allowed the countless blood blades to strike his body, producing a metallic clinking sound like striking metal. What kind of ability is this? Chino's pupils shrank. She hadn't expected the enemy to tank her attack head-on. Before she could strike again, the man's figure instantly turned into a series of afterimages. Come, take a look at my latest little toy. What the opponent was using was no ordinary body flicker technique. That explosive movement was smoother, lighter, and completely ignored the hindrance of physical inertia. She was very familiar with this way of moving. It was exactly the swift release that Shinya possessed. There was no time for much thought. The enemy had already appeared on her left side. Chino as Ketsuorai again warned her frantically. She twisted her body with all her might, controlling the blood to condense into a small blood shield at her side. Bang! Under the man's bare-handed attack, the blood shield was shattered like paper by a hand-sword strike, which continued with undiminished momentum to strike Chinoa's hurriedly blocking arm. Ugh! Chino let out a muffled groan, her body quickly retreating backward. That strike almost broke her arm. It didn't feel like physical contact. It felt more like being hit head-on by a solid iron bar. If she hadn't kept her body covered with chakra to improve her durability, this single exchange would have made her completely lose her ability to resist. However, compared to the enemy's attack, she was more concerned about the swift release this person was using. Why do you have the swift release? Chino truly couldn't understand. Why would Shinya's bloodline limit appear on an enemy? Was it a coincidence, or was it related to this person's act of kidnapping? In the distance, Aizen observed the entire process. The moment the enemy used the swift release, he already understood in his heart. This isn't simple imitation. That fluidity is more like the instinctive use of the body. He had reason to believe that the opponent could seize others' bloodline limits and integrate them into himself. That would explain why Shinya was kidnapped. At this very moment, his subordinate was likely already dead. This was a scientist's intuition. Seeing the girl looking wary and afraid to move, the man shook his hand, dusting off a bit of dirt that had gotten on him. It was a full display of contempt for the girl. Looking toward Aizen, the man's smile became even more eerie. Your subordinate isn't very good at fighting. As the leader, what kind of surprise can you bring me? His words, through and through, revealed his disdain for the Espada organization. Since the opponent had explicitly called him out for a challenge, Aizen naturally wouldn't remain indifferent. He was very curious about the opponent's research and decided to step in personally to end this battle. Aizen slowly took a step forward. Terrifying chakra swirled around his body, instantly causing the man's expression to change. Those calm eyes gazed at the opponent, like a deity looking down at an ant, carrying absolute indifference and a sense of judgment. Tell me your name. Perhaps sensing how troublesome he was, the man restrained his arrogance and finally revealed his identity. You can call me Hiruko. Chapter 31. Hiruko was once a jonin of Konoha village. He was a ninja from the same era as the legendary seinin and was also their close friend. However, Hiruko's aptitude was limited. After reaching jonin, he stagnated and gradually fell behind his former friends. Unwilling to accept this, he secretly began researching a peculiar forbidden jutsu to compensate for his innate deficiencies. The Kibira jutsu. This was a terrifying forbidden jutsu of the body integration type, capable of fusing ninjas or summoned beasts with one's body. After years of research, he could now fuse the bloodline limits of others. During his research, Hiruko conducted numerous human experiments, which were eventually discovered by the third Hokage, who dispatched the legendary seinin to hunt him down. Hiruko, who narrowly escaped, went into seclusion to focus on researching the Kibira jutsu. He captured Shinya to seize his swift release ability. Aizen was unfamiliar with this name. He knew little about the affairs of the older generation and naturally was unaware of the other party's grudge with Konoha village. Even if he knew, it wouldn't change his determination. Either submit or die by his blade today. There was no third option. Aizen took a step forward. Though his killing intent wasn't visible, a terrifying pressure had already arrived. This was a spiritual pressure deterrent he simulated using chakra. It didn't have much substantial effect, but could impose intense mental pressure on the enemy. Those with insufficient willpower would falter before the fight even began. Hiruko's pupils contracted as he finally realized the terror of his enemy. He had thought they were just materials delivered to his doorstep, but now it seemed this organization indeed had some skills. After years of dedicated research and fusing different bloodline limits, he now possessed Kage-level strength. Concentrating his chakra with full force, he actually managed to contend with the pressure deliberately released by Aizen. Arrogant brat, let me show you the true ultimate power. Hiruko shrieked, taking the initiative to attack. Activating his newly acquired swift release, Hiruko's figure instantly transformed into dozens of afterimages that were difficult to distinguish between real and illusory. They looked like clones, but in reality, they were just afterimages formed by rapid movement. With just this move, anyone whose strength wasn't at least Jonin level didn't even have the qualification to fight him. Seeing the enemy motionless, Hiruko, who had flashed to the rear, formed hand seals and spat out several lava balls wrapped in magma. Lava release, scorching stream rock technique. His combat experience was rich, seizing the moment when the opponent was unable to dodge. No matter how he moved, it was impossible to avoid the semi-encircling lava balls. Turn to charcoal, you fool. Hiruko smiled at the corner of his mouth, as if seeing the moment the opponent was killed. In contrast, Aizen remained unmoved. The boiling chakra on his body formed seal patterns that quickly severed heaven and earth. Bakudo 81, Danku. A nearly transparent giant light wall instantly erected behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The lava balls violently crashed against the Danku wall, erupting in blazing flames. The light wall trembled violently, holding for 2 seconds before shattering. That brief time was enough for Aizen to escape over 10 times. His chakra is very strong, causing the ninjutsu he uses to far surpass ordinary people's. Aizen flashed to the side, his gaze fixed on the figure in the distance. Ninjutsu differs from Hado. Its rank classification only represents learning difficulty and has little relation to its actual power. With sufficiently strong chakra, even an ordinary fire release can possess overwhelming power. Hiruko was such an existence. Having stepped into the Kage-level ranks, every move he made had immense power. Among past opponents, he could be considered the strongest, perfect for testing his current strength. Humph, proficient in sealing jutsu? Hiruko's true body appeared to the side, using his speed advantage to quickly close in on the enemy. His right arm suddenly gleamed with a metallic luster, completely ignoring the kunai casually thrown by the opponent. Steel release, steel arm. His right arm transformed into an indestructible alloy hammer, tearing through the air with a sharp shriek as it smashed down toward Aizen's head. The force was strong enough to split mountains and crack stones. A body-hardening ability. Aizen sidestepped and drew his blade. Supported by his terrifying chakra, his explosive power was no less than his opponent's. The two exchanged a full-force clash, the resulting shockwave kicking up dust and stones, causing the onlookers in the distance to instinctively squint. For the next dozen seconds, everyone could only hear continuous collision sounds, unable to see the figures moving within the smoke. Damn it, who exactly is this guy? Hiruko appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was in turmoil. After years of research and fusing 5 bloodline limits, he believed his strength wouldn't be inferior to the legendary Seinin. Even if there was a slight gap, he was at least a master on the same level. Once he perfected his jutsu in the future, he would let the ninja world witness his prowess. That was indeed the plan, but he never expected that a random person who jumped out could fight him to a stalemate. Have I been in seclusion for too long and fallen behind the times? Hiruko suddenly felt old. He could sense that his opponent possessed a vast amount of chakra, slightly surpassing even the combined power of multiple fused individuals. His control was even more exquisite. Despite not having an advantage in physical strength, he managed to confront him head-on with that chakra manipulation. Hiruko could fight at medium range, but doing so would be admitting that the combination of swift release plus steel release was inferior to the opponent. If I can't even beat this little punk, how can I challenge the legendary Seinin? Hiruko hardened his heart, deciding to adopt a riskier fighting style. Seizing the opportunity, he charged into the fray, prepared to withstand the enemy's slash to crush him. This was a very shameless fighting method. Once strength reaches a certain threshold, one can break through the conventional fighting styles of ordinary ninjas. In this regard, Aizen had a lot to say. Naive. Raising his Zanpaku toe, a layer of condensed, extreme azure light gathered on its surface. He highly compressed his chakra, forming a nature transformation of wind and lightning mixed together, attaching it to the blade. It had the sharpness of wind and included the high-frequency vibration and cutting power of lightning release. Relying on his formidable chakra, This slash could easily break through the Danku he himself cast. This was an excellent display of Aizen's control. The blade traced an arc, lightly sliding along the side of the steel release arm, instantly slicing off a large piece of the enemy's flesh. Actually, he had intended to sever an arm, but steel release indeed had its unique aspects. He had seen related records in various texts. Failing to kill the enemy with one slash, Aizen drifted back, standing in the void realm like a deity. This scene stirred the onlookers' hearts, silently thinking they hadn't followed the wrong person. With Lord Aizen, the fame of the Espada organization would eventually resound throughout the ninja world. Being able to use multiple bloodline limits alone isn't just personal effort. There must be some method of seizing bloodlines. He grew even more curious about this guy. On the other side, Hirukoa's thoughts were somewhat chaotic. He even began to doubt whether his steel release ability was overrated. No, it's not that I'm weak. It's that this guy's methods are too bizarre. Looking up at that figure, while harboring resentment, Hiruko couldn't help but feel a trace of curiosity. How was this guy flying? Why did it feel like the opponent's bizarre methods were even more outrageous than his own? Who exactly was the mad scientist here? Hado 63, Raikoho. Before he could adjust his thoughts, the opponent released a terrifying lightning release. A deep blue lightning pillar instantly shot toward him. Hiruko sneered and raised his left hand, determined to show the opponent his own methods today. A pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared in his palm, completely absorbing the incoming lightning pillar. Dark release, absorption hole. Swift release, steel release, lava release, and now this dark release. He had already displayed 4 different types of bloodline limits. The energy of the Raikoho was like mud sinking into the sea, absorbed completely, without even a ripple. This scene greatly surprised the atmosphere group in the rear. Wow, who exactly is this guy? Chino swallowed her saliva, finally understanding why Shinya had been defeated. Even if she went up, she wouldn't be able to defeat him. If she felt this way, let alone the ordinary combatants. Watching the two figures in the distance, it felt like watching gods fight. Was this still the ninja world they were familiar with? Useless. Hiruko let out a wild laugh, his gaze revealing blatant show-off. Dark release can absorb all ninjutsu attacks, including your sealing jutsu, which won't work either. He laughed for a long time, but seeing that the other party ignored him, he reluctantly closed his mouth. Such a boring person. Or are you too shocked by my magnificent abilities to speak? The absorbed energy could be converted into pure chakra and replenished into his body. Hiruko now felt an excess of energy and naturally needed to vent it properly. Attacking with the strongest storm release, countless dense light beams covered the enemy like a rainstorm. This attack combined penetration and controllability. Even if the enemy used that strange sealing jutsu, it could circle to the rear and attack from a blind spot. What you're experiencing now is called helplessness. Hiruko laughed maniacally, witnessing the laser beams piercing through the opponent's body. Who told him to arrogantly fly into the sky? Now even the soles of his feet became a weakness. In Hiruko's words, this was called reaping what you sow. Just as he was about to celebrate his victory, the opponent, pierced by countless lasers, suddenly disappeared, leaving only tattered clothing behind. Shunpo 4 Maple Style 3, Empty Cicada. By the time Hiruko sensed something was wrong, Aizen had already flashed to him, delivering a fierce slash downward. Damn it! Hiruko hastily used Steel Release while activating Dark Release, attempting to absorb the chakra attached to the blade. Without the nature transformation of wind and lightning, mere slashes couldn't hope to break through his defense. Just as he predicted, the opponent's deliberate thrust was still neutralized by the dual bloodline limits. I am the invincible one. No one is my match. Hiruko completely entered a self-hype state. He didn't notice at all that an incredibly terrifying amount of chakra was gathering on the opponent's body. Indeed, with my current body, dealing with such a Kaga-level powerhouse is too difficult. An ordinary Kaga level would be one thing, but this was a mad scientist with numerous bloodline limits. He had no choice but to rely on the power of the Hogyoku. Chapter 32. The Hogyoku guided the Nine Tails chakra, instantly elevating Aizen's strength by a level. As for the secret footwork he had just used, It was something he had accidentally learned many years ago when visiting the Shihoin family. He had specifically replicated it during his previous cultivation. According to the terminology of this world, it could be considered an advanced substitution jutsu. Terrifying chakra enveloped the blade as Aizen took a step forward, instantly appearing before his opponent. This battle should end now. Hiruko instinctively activated his bloodline limit, but his expression changed drastically the moment he touched the blade. The absorption of the dark release encountered unprecedented resistance. This indicated that the opponent's chakra was too vast to be completely erased in an instant, causing the absorption efficiency of the dark release to plummet. What? Hiruko's face was filled with shock, but it was already too late to retreat. The blade pierced through the defense of the steel release, leaving a deep, bone-exposing wound on his shoulder. If not for holding back at the last moment, this strike would have severed his arm. Unfortunately, Hiruko failed to appreciate Aizen's mercy, as he was still trying to find a new chance for victory. Unwilling to submit, Aizen steadily guided his chakra. No matter how fiercely the Ninetales roared, it was futile. Due to his frail body, he could only absorb a small portion, yet it still greatly boosted his lethality. He continuously compressed the violent energy within his body, transforming it into wind attribute chakra attached to the blade. During his time living in the Seirei, Aizen was the perfect student in everyone's eyes. Not only did he receive countless resources, but even the captain commander, Jinrasai Shikamamoto, had personally instructed him. This allowed him to master the advanced swordsmanship known as kendo. It was not a flashy swordplay performance, but a killing art that concentrated all power, spirit, and will into the blade, pursuing absolute slaughter. One slash, cleaving through a sea of lava. One slash, severing a beam of storm release. One slash, repelling a swift release assault. With each slash, even the air groaned under the unbearable strain. Hiruko's steel release defense was monstrous. Ordinary slashes could only leave faint white marks. It could be described as indestructible. However, in Aizen's view, the very existence of such a thing was to demonstrate the strength of those who could shatter its defense. It's useless. You can't break my full defense. Hiruko was still struggling in his death throes. Aizen did not reply. He simply raised his blade high with both hands, forcibly concentrating all energy onto the thin edge of the blade. Kendo, one bite, 10,000 calamities. This was a kendo technique taught to him by the captain commander. Using it now inevitably evoked a flood of emotions. The long blade descended. There was no loud clang of metal, only the miserable scream of the blade tearing through flesh. The steel release, hailed as an absolute defense, was ultimately defeated by a slash condensed to its utmost limit. Ugh! Hiruko vomited a mouthful of blood, his aura immediately weakening. The arrogance on his face froze completely, replaced by disbelief. It seemed he had never imagined that he, who possessed multiple bloodline limits, would be defeated by this unknown powerhouse. Defeated so thoroughly, so helplessly. Aizen slowly sheathed his blade, stepping over the mess on the ground, walking toward the man struggling in the ruins. He finally stopped a few steps away, calmly looking down at him. Cough, cough, who are you? Hiruko coughed up bloody foam, his eyes filled with unwillingness and a trace of confusion. He had never heard of such a figure in the ninja world, nor had anyone ever used swordsmanship to such an extent. Oh, there had been one, but unfortunately, that person had been harmed by the rumors of Konoha. Could this person be Sakumo Hatake? Did he fake his death back then? Hiruko's imagination ran wild, with all sorts of conspiracies surfacing in his mind. Aizen did not answer the question, instead asking in a flat tone, I am very curious, what technique were you using? With his life and death in another's hands, the unwilling to die Hiruko could only explain the Kibira Jutsu. He even recounted his past experiences, including the time he fought alongside the Seinin. Upon learning that it could fuse with summoned beasts and even the bloodline limits of others, Aizen couldn't help but acknowledge that the man before him was an exceptionally talented researcher. The main reason for his failure lay in the insufficient strength of his bloodline limits. They were functional, but none reached the pinnacle. They were enough to deal with weaklings, but in the eyes of true powerhouses, they were full of flaws. If he couldn't even handle the current Aizen, there was no way he could defeat powerhouses of the Seinin's level. The concept is good, but your execution is not yet sufficient. The current Kibira Jutsu is merely a patchwork of power. The concept is narrow, the methods crude, and the energy conflicts pose huge hidden dangers, preventing you from truly unleashing the power of the bloodline limits. Aizen's words were like a scalpel, precisely dissecting the flaws of this research. Hiruko wanted to refute, but opening his mouth, he found himself speechless. It had nothing to do with strength. What the other said was indeed the truth. As of now, he couldn't resolve these flaws. After a moment of silence, Hiruko suddenly realized that ordinary people probably couldn't see the issues with the Kibira Jutsu. Looking up at the other, he vaguely saw another version of himself. These problems are not difficult to solve. Aizen raised his hand, his fingertips glowing with a deep, faint light, gently tapping Hiruko's forehead. As a stream of pure life energy slowly infused into him, Hiruko's injuries were restored in the blink of an eye. This scene greatly shocked the man. He hadn't expected this guy's medical ninjutsu to be so excellent as well. Kido was divided into Hado, Bakudo, and Kaido. He hadn't practiced the latter much, relying more on the power of the Hogyoku to heal the other now. To become an excellent scientist, medical ninjutsu is a power you must master. Do you know why? Hiruko shook his head, gradually falling under the other's control. The reason is simple. Aizen smiled faintly, his tone filled with cruelty. It will make your experimental subjects last longer. These words seemed simple, but only researchers could truly resonate with them. No matter where, human experimentation was strictly forbidden. Every time Hiruko sought materials, he had to do so secretly, fearing detection and subsequent pursuit by Konoha Village's Anbu. Aizen's words inadvertently resonated with him. Coupled with the recent healing act, Hiruko's psychological defenses were significantly lowered. Aizen continued to instill his own philosophy. True power lies in knowledge, vision, and more systematic research. Effectively integrating resources will make your research twice as effective with half the effort. In his description, the Espada organization existed for this very purpose. He could share research data with companions, provide rich technical support, and even utilize the research teams cultivated by his subordinates. If you had such a team, today's battle might not have ended in defeat. These words stirred Hiruko's heart greatly. After an internal struggle, his thirst for knowledge overcame his vanity. Just as Aizen said, once he perfected the forbidden technique, everything he had lost in the past could be reclaimed, including the dream of trampling the Seinin underfoot. I understand. Hiruko spoke hoarsely, his voice filled with determination. I wish to join the Espada, and am willing to contribute the research I currently possess. Aizen nodded, signaling Chino, who was watching from afar, to handle the matter. Grant him an official identity and number. For now, he will temporarily occupy the position of the first Espada. No one dared to raise an objection. They had witnessed Hiruko's strength. Within the organization, aside from the leader, no one could claim to defeat him. Such a person naturally deserved to be the first Espada. As for how long he could hold the position, that remained to be seen. After a brief understanding, Aizen considered him more of a researcher, rather than a ninja who would stake everything in a life-or-death battle with an enemy. Otherwise, his surrender earlier wouldn't have been so swift. Aizen had never made any promises, merely outlining the benefits the Espada organization could bring. Not just to Hiruko. He hadn't promised anything to anyone else either. It was just that people instinctively trusted the strong, completely forgetting Aizen's usual teachings, which told them to trust no one but themselves, including him. Unfortunately, few strong individuals could achieve this. Chino was like this, and so was Hiruko. The same went for that guy soaking in a container, whose corpse had already begun to rot. But who would care about him? The organization had gained a Kaga-level powerhouse and an outstanding scientist. This news was enough to boost morale. Lower-ranking members would work even harder, believing the organization would one day grow strong. Then their lives would change accordingly. In reality, no matter how much the organization developed, their status, work, and lives wouldn't change much. The strong remained strong, while the weak could only provide basic services. This was the truth of their existence. Cruel, isn't it? Aizen didn't think so. Without the Espada, these people's lives might be even worse. Aizen had merely given them a sense of purpose. Where was the cruelty in that? True cruelty lies in those who shatter this hope, but cannot bestow a new meaning upon it. In Aizen's eyes, humans only called facts that benefited them the truth. In reality, for most of the powerless, those facts unsuitable for affirming themselves were the real world. Just like Hiruko, obsessed with defeating the Seinin. Without external interference, he could never be a match for the Seinin in his lifetime. To expose this fact would be to erase his entire life. Aizen disliked doing something so cruel. The Hogyoku existed precisely to create miracles. As its master, he should act accordingly. This is the meaning of a god's existence. Watching the base being emptied by the Espada, Hiruko destroyed it with a blast of storm release. Along with that person's corpse and the laboratory waste, it was ultimately buried under the collapsing rubble of the mountains, as if they had never existed. Soon, everyone returned to the base, and Aizen immersed himself fully in experiments. Hiruko took charge of the research team, focusing not only on his forbidden technique, but also on some foundational technological research, hoping to earn substantial profits through patents. Days passed, and during an experiment, Aizen sensed a faint feeling of being watched. Chapter 33. The Espada Organization Base, in the experimental area specifically allocated to the new member. Hiruko's eyes were filled with fanaticism. A madly growing thirst for knowledge had him completely immersed in his research. The Kibira Jutsu had significant flaws. For years, he had been dedicated to improving it, but with little success. It wasn't until joining the Espada, with Lord Aizen's help, that he achieved a key breakthrough. The essence of swift release lies in ultra-high-speed flow. It can be combined with the high-heat penetration of storm release to derive a special mode that possesses both speed and destructive power. Aizen's voice was flat, pointing the way for the research like the most precise formula. Dark release can absorb external energy. Try combining it with the defense of steel release to construct an energy-absorbing adaptive defense layer. What you need to do is find the resonance points within the different bloodline energy wavelengths. The key to this forbidden technique lay in complementary structures. Forcing a fusion would only accelerate the body's collapse. Hiruko absorbed the knowledge hungrily. He was indeed a rare genius. No one else in the ninja world could create such a powerful ninjutsu. The problem was that he was simply too young. In terms of experience, there was a gap of centuries between him and Aizen. The difference was that the latter could always see through to the essence of a problem at a single glance. Hiruko, on the other hand, required long experiments to achieve even a small epiphany. Now, with Aizen's help, the research into the Kibira Jutsu would accelerate countless times over. According to Aizen's ideas, the key was not the sheer quantity of bloodline limits, but the pursuit of a logical internal and external connection. Making 1 + 1 greater than 2 was the logical direction for the research. This unique philosophy opened the door to a new world for Hiruko. For the first time, he realized how shallow his past idea of collecting was, always thinking that having enough types of abilities would allow him to deal with all kinds of powerful enemies. Little did he know that the line between balance and mediocrity is sometimes very thin. To defeat the Seinin, he had to make choices and sacrifices. Looking at the hard-working Hiruko, Aizen nodded with satisfaction, feeling that this fellow was somewhat salvageable talent. After a bit of his guidance, Hiruko's combat strength could increase by 30% out of thin air. The current Hiruko could now pose some threat to the Seinin. Of course, it was only a threat. There was still a long way to go before he could surpass them in all aspects. As long as he was obedient enough, Aizen would help him realize his dreams step by step. Suddenly, Aizen's eyes flickered slightly. The reconnaissance devices he had set up on the perimeter sent a special warning. Are they here again? He had developed an improved version of Kido reconnaissance based on his deep research into artificial bodies. Bakudo number 73, Mimicry Spiritual Silk. This technique wove mimetic reishi into invisible threads, laid out like a spider web in specific areas around the base. It had no reaction to conventional ninjas. But once a creature carrying the same origin or highly similar artificial body cell characteristics appeared, it would immediately produce an extremely weak energy resonance, feeding back directly into Aizen's consciousness through a preset link. At this moment, the alarm was unmistakable. That unknown existence had arrived outside the base, seemingly monitoring him. The moment he knew the other party had a hive mind, he understood that what he was doing in Konoha probably couldn't be hidden from them. Sooner or later, the person behind it would surely come knocking. The only thing he could be certain of was that the other party was definitely not from Konoha. At least, their personal stance contradicted the will of fire. Showing no outward sign, he gave Hiruko a few more pointers and then left the laboratory with a calm expression. On the base's perimeter, the white Zetsu main body merged into a tree trunk, its aura indistinguishable from the tree itself. In terms of infiltration ability, there was no stronger existence in the entire ninja world. Moreover, the one who had come was the white Zetsu main body itself. White Zetsu's eyes widened. It felt the target's chakra vanish into thin air. Similar things had happened in the past, and after multiple investigations, it had confirmed that what shielded the chakra was a cloak. This made White Zetsu very curious about what kind of clothing could have such an effect. Compared to his strength, he is more like a research genius like Orochimaru. Someone was standing next to White Zetsu. To be precise, it was one of its special clones. It possessed a unique consciousness and a shitty personality that even the original couldn't stand. Like Orochimaru, Tobi sucked his finger and said with some conflict, "Then does he also not need to poop?" The white Zetsu main body lowered its head helplessly, not wanting to deal with this guy at all. Tobi had a big problem with Orochimaru because that scientist had modified his body, making his metabolic system completely different from a normal person's. He could go without eating, so naturally, there was no excretion process. Therefore, he couldn't provide the answer Tobi had been seeking his whole life. Why are you always obsessed with this question? White Zetsu sighed, not understanding how it had produced such a clone. Could it be that it also hid the same genes? Just as it fell into its dilemma, danger had already quietly approached from behind. It wasn't until a slight sound of breaking air rang out that White Zetsu suddenly realized something was wrong. By then, Aizen, clad in a black robe, had already appeared behind them, his shunpo far exceeding an ordinary body flicker technique. His right hand, fingers like hooks, snatched toward White Zetsu's neck like lightning. It instinctively dodged backward, but its speed wasn't fast enough. In the blink of an eye, its neck was seized by the enemy's palm. Black markings spread across its body, cutting off all its connections with the outside world. This was another Kido developed by Aizen, specifically designed to deal with creatures of this characteristic. Without its terrifying concealment ability, it was nothing more than a thing he could kill at will. MF. White Zetsu let out a strange grunt, its body struggling violently, its eyes filled with horror. It had never encountered such an opponent. To subdue it so precisely, instantly cutting off all means of escape and communication. He was right. This was a terrifying guy. Ariri. Tobi turned his head, trying hard to look angry. How dare you attack the main body? Don't underestimate our bond, you bastard. White Zetsu. Aizen didn't care at first, until the other party used the cutting technique. Only then did he realize the origin of this thing. Mokutun. Aizen used shunpo to dodge, unwilling to let that thing touch his body. He had read many books. Whenever they explained categories of ninjutsu, there was one name that could never be avoided. That was the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. For this reason, Aizen had specifically gone to the Valley of the End to see it. That abyss-like chasm was what it looked like when those two statues fought back then. In terms of pure destructive power, only Ryujin Jaka could achieve that effect. Chakra was a docile energy that could be kneaded like dough into any desired shape. This was the truth behind why top-tier powerhouses had such startling destructive power. Reishi was very domineering and difficult to control. What Shinigami could do was only absorb and release it, far inferior to Chakra in terms of manipulability. Even so, destructive power on that scale was somewhat off the charts. According to Aizen's calculations, no matter how an ordinary human body cultivated, it was impossible to reach that level of power, unless the two possessed means to break the human boundary. At that moment, Aizen suddenly realized that it was very likely that certain special existences had been born in the history of the ninja world. The power they left behind created powerful ninjas who far surpassed ordinary humans. To trace it carefully, he needed to investigate the past of the Uchiha and Senju, but Aizen's information access was limited, and he had never been able to touch upon the relevant secrets. Perhaps this thing is a breakthrough point. Last time he had captured a corpse. This time, he would take a living specimen back directly. Controlling white Zetsu with one hand, he drew his Zanpakuto with the other, shattering all the incoming wooden spikes with a gentle swing. This act immediately caused Tobi to cry out in surprise. Wow, his strength is even greater than what's recorded in the files. The shouting caused it to be severely distracted. By the time it saw the surrounding light, it was too late to react. Bakudo number 61, Six-Rod Light Prison. The light bound it tightly. No matter how Tobi struggled, it was to no avail. In the blink of an eye, they were captured by their surveillance target, yet they didn't feel the panic they should have. This indicated they weren't worried about being taken away by the other party. There are other enemies around. Aizen remained alert. Unknown threats always added an extra layer of uncertainty. Wait a moment before you act. A low voice suddenly came from the left. Aizen stopped his movements and turned to look at the sky above. The perfectly normal sky suddenly began to ripple, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, oscillating with circles of vortex-shaped waves. Aizen truly hadn't expected that there were people in this world who mastered the power of space. Strictly speaking, scroll sealing is also a basic application of space. Aizen was attempting to analyze it. Once he understood the enemy's background, dealing with them would naturally be much easier. Under his gaze, a figure emerged from the center of the vortex. He wore a black trench coat embroidered with red auspicious clouds and an orange, single-eyed vortex mask on his face. Through the mask's hole, Aizen saw a gaze full of indifference, aloofness, and an endless darkness. The pupil had an irregular shape that was slowly rotating. It looked very much like a Sharingan, but he had never seen a similar pattern. Based on the materials he had studied, Aizen had a bold idea. This person likely possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Though he hadn't seen it, the great name of Uchiha Madara often appeared on the streets. That was the symbol of ultimate destructive power. Especially when the war was tight, many villagers fantasized about such a person appearing again. After so many years, the Uchiha had never produced such a stunning figure again. He hadn't expected to encounter one here today. The other party appeared before Aizen just like that. His gaze first swept over the captured white Zetsu main body, then landed on the indifferent Tobi. After looking around, that indifferent gaze finally fell on Aizen. The silent confrontation between the two was filled with pressure. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Inside the base, members of the Espada organization kept appearing. They wanted to act, but were stopped by Aizen raising his hand. If the other party truly was proficient in spatial abilities, they couldn't be kept here with just these few people. Besides, he didn't sense any overly obvious hostility. At the very least, he had to figure out the other party's identity first. Who are you? Chapter 34. Hearing the other party claim to be Uchiha Madara, Aizen did not show any particular surprise. Whether it was true or false, the fact that the other party possessed the Mangekyo was undeniable. He just hadn't heard that Uchiha Madara was also proficient in space-time ninjutsu. Perhaps he faked his death, or perhaps someone is impersonating him. Aizen chose to remain silent, waiting for the other party's further probing. At that moment, the masked man suggested changing locations, stating that his identity needed to remain confidential for the time being. Aizen pondered briefly, then released his grip on white Zetsu. From the earlier battle, he could tell that these people were not here to kill him. Listening to what the other party wanted would help him learn more about this Uchiha Madara. Watching the masked man disappear into a swirling ripple, Aizen signaled his subordinates to stay alert and headed alone to a canyon far from the base. Beneath his feet was a bottomless chasm, with fierce winds howling between the cliff walls. A place so remote was perfect for a secret meeting. The moment he stopped, the masked man reappeared before him. Distance was meaningless in the face of space-time ninjutsu. A very interesting ability. Aizen spoke first, his gaze fixed on the masked man. Mr. Madara, I don't seem to recall ever hearing that you were skilled in space-time ninjutsu. For such doubts, the masked man had long prepared his explanation. That battle cost me a great deal, including my eyes. According to his account, these Sharingan were borrowed from someone else. This perfectly avoided any suspicion about his identity. Lacking further understanding, Aizen could only drop the question. Then I'd like to know why you and your subordinates are here. I'm curious about you. The masked man chuckled darkly. What I do is for peace and for war. Next, he began his usual spiel. He spoke of how this world was bound by hypocritical rules, the endless hatred between nations, and so on. The existence of the Akatsuki organization was to create true peace. Breaking the old order and establishing a new world will inevitably come with growing pains. His words were filled with despair for reality and a fervent depiction of an ideal world. Aizen could tell that the masked man saw himself as a savior. A madman alone wasn't frightening. A madman with a twisted ideology, convinced that everything he did was justice, was a headache for anyone. Aizen's assessment of this rhetoric was simple. Hollow ideals, wrapped in extreme lust for power and resentment toward reality. Only I am right. Only I can save the world. This in itself was an idea of utmost arrogance. Absolute peace does not exist in this world. It's a matter of human nature. If he couldn't even realize this Madara's ideals were completely baseless. No sane person would support it, meaning the Akatsuki organization was full of madmen. A very moving ideal, Aizen commented noncommittally, then shifted the conversation sharply to the core issue. What does any of this have to do with me? Hearing this, that Sharingan fell upon him. Aizen could easily see that the man behind the mask was putting on airs, trying hard to mimic the traces of Uchiha Madara. Over hundreds of years, Aizen had seen too many people. Few could deceive him in this regard. He was, after all, a schemer skilled at manipulating hearts. The other party's little tricks weren't hard to see through. Because I see something different in you, the masked man lowered his voice, adopting an I've seen right through you attitude. You've suffered bullying and chose extreme means to resist. If it's you, you'll surely understand the Akatsuki's ideals. Perhaps to control this Jinchuriki, he slowly revealed the intelligence white Zetsu had gathered, such as how Aizen had seized power and established the Espada organization. How he used Konoha villagers for experiments, including the matter of killing Root Ninja. All were clearly known. The implication was that if Konoha learned of these things, they would spare no effort to eliminate the Jinchuriki. Others could betray, but a Jinchuriki absolutely could not. No matter where he fled, Konoha would hunt him down with all its might. The other party didn't outright threaten him, merely laid out the pros and cons. In this way, he was told that if he joined the Akatsuki organization, these matters would naturally be kept secret for him. If he dared refuse, they had no obligation to keep the secrets. A low but effective tactic. Aizen remained silent for a moment, a faint flicker of hesitation appearing on his face. This was, of course, his act. Aizen was not so easily threatened. He was merely considering whether to take this chance to engage with the other party, to see what the Akatsuki organization was made of, and buy time for the Espada's development. And there was his own personal curiosity, to use this opportunity to learn more about this world. Obito keenly noticed the other's hesitation and decided to add fuel to the fire, dropping another bombshell. You seem to have some attachment to staying in Konoha. As a gesture of sincerity in my invitation, I can tell you some hidden truths. This piqued Aizen's interest. He had always felt there was something off about his identity. Perhaps he could get answers from this man. But the first sentence left him greatly surprised. You are called the incarnation of the Nine-Tails Fox, scorned and abused by the villagers for years. But did you know, you are actually the child of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze? The fourth Hokage? This was something Aizen had never considered. Seeing him remain silent, Obito continued. Your mother is Kushina, the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Both sacrificed themselves to protect the village. To resolve the Nine-Tails rampage, they sealed the tailed beast inside you, Naruto. You should have been Konoha's hero. Clearly, the masked man wanted to provoke his anger. Aizen simply obliged, using extremely convincing acting to express his emotions. Seeing this, the masked man went on. How did the Konoha higher-ups treat you? They hid the identity of the hero's orphan, shifting the villagers' resentment toward the higher-ups onto a child who had just lost his parents. He described how Naruto had been isolated, discriminated against, and maliciously slandered since childhood. He blamed all this on the cowardice and selfishness of the higher-ups, accusing them of letting the hero's child grow up in humiliation for the sake of so-called stability. A hero sacrifices himself, yet his child must bear the malice of the entire village. This is what they call the will of fire. The masked man's words were highly inflammatory. If it were someone else, they might have been swayed. Unfortunately, Aizen cared nothing for the Naruto identity. Not only was he unmoved, he even found the rhetoric somewhat familiar. He felt he had said something similar to someone before. Its purpose was to shake people's hearts and achieve results favorable to himself. Once this was clear, what the other party said didn't matter. Of course, on the surface, he gave some feedback. Aizen's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of appropriate gloom flashing in his eyes, as if angered by the injustice he had suffered. Seeing the boy's reaction, Obito nodded inwardly, believing that seeds of hatred had been planted in the other's heart. Then, Aizen, who had been silent, suddenly asked, "How do you know all this in such detail?" Obito fell silent for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. Of course, with some embellishment. "I was there during the Ninetales attack years ago. I wanted to take the Ninetales, but your father stopped me." He briefly described the battle between them, sighing that Minato Namikaze was the most outstanding ninja he had ever seen. If he hadn't died, Konoha would never be what it is now. 3 truths mixed with 1 lie. Unless the man himself was here, no one could expose his falsehood. Looking at the silently bowed boy, Obito chuckled inwardly. How could he not be familiar? "I even held you when you were little." He had said all he needed to. Now it was time to show their shared ideals. With a common belief, the Ninetales Jinchuriki could be brought in. The talent the other displayed was astonishing. If left unchecked, years later, he might become another perfect Jinchuriki. Perhaps even worse than that. Better to recruit him directly and solve the most difficult step in collecting the tailed beasts. With patient guidance, perhaps Uzumaki Naruto could become a more useful blade than Nagato. With this in mind, Obito recounted how he had founded Konoha, only to be ruthlessly abandoned by those people. Still mixing truth with lies, no one in the world could expose his falsehood. Believing it or not didn't matter. Obito just wanted to tell the other that his situation was exactly the same as his. With this sense of identification, the next steps would be easier to discuss. This world needs change, needs someone to break the old shackles. Obito extended his hand, his eyes filled with sincerity. "Join me. The members of the Akatsuki organization are all companions weary of this hypocritical world." The ideals sounded good, but upon closer inspection, they felt somewhat empty and grandiose. Despite all the descriptions, he still hadn't clarified exactly how to break the old world shackles. Relying on a few people to challenge the ninja world? This wasn't the soul society, where having higher spiritual pressure could render all methods ineffective. To put it bluntly, if thousands of ninja used ninjutsu together, even the Ninetales unsealed within him couldn't withstand such an attack. After a moment of silence, Aizen asked softly, "What do you need me to do?" Seeing him finally relent, Obito revealed the Akatsuki organization's ultimate goal. By collecting tailed beasts scattered across the world, they would gain power enough to overturn the ninja world structure. Then, create a new world without pain or war. Capturing tailed beasts was likely true, but Aizen knew the others still hadn't revealed the most crucial information. He understood better than anyone that tailed beasts weren't so easy to use. Without the Hogyoku's help, he could only mobilize a small portion of their power. If it were as easy as he claimed, Aizen would have used it to feed the Hogyoku long ago. Staring into the masked man's single eye, he asked a key question. "Do you want the Ninetales inside me?" Chapter 35. This was a very important question. Stripping away a tailed beast was equivalent to taking the Jinchuriki's life. Besides, Aizen would not hand over his property. He was still waiting to let the Hogyoku swallow the demon fox. Joining the Akatsuki organization was merely to save some effort and let these people help him collect the tailed beasts. If the condition was to hand over the Ninetales, he would likely have to find a way to keep the other party here today. Obito had long since prepared a response for this question. No need to worry. Only half of the Ninetales chakra is inside you. The other half is within Minato Namikaze. I will find a way to extract it. This information instantly piqued Aizen's interest. The Nine-Tails Chakra was incredibly powerful, almost like an infinite energy chakra reactor. The fact that such power was only half of its peak indicated that the top-tier combat power of this world was even stronger than estimated. Knowing such secret information, Aizen could almost conclude that this guy was the one behind the Nine-Tails incident years ago. Combined with the annihilation of the Uchiha, this person seemed to be targeting Konoha, whether intentionally or not. As for creating a new world without pain, such words could only fool children. Aizen would never believe in such concepts. He could also save the world, provided the world operated according to his will. The more he learned, the stronger his interest in Akatsuki grew. Through their conversation, he understood that the organization consisted of powerful individuals who were not bound by old customs. To put it bluntly, they were rogue ninjas from various villages, and their strength should not be weak. This was an opportunity to observe top-tier experts up close. The masked man's true intentions were still unclear, but at least the Akatsuki organization had something worth utilizing. Risks certainly existed, as the other party could turn hostile at any time, but they likely wouldn't act in the short term. Otherwise, there would be no need to specifically mention the tailed beasts. The other party invited me mostly because of my hatred for Konoha. The masked man seems to want to use that for something. I can play along and delay the Akatsuki organization's timeline. Having made up his mind, the hatred on Aizen's face slowly subsided, replaced by a look of careful consideration. As long as I can have my revenge, I can join Akatsuki. Seeing the look of hatred on little Naruto's face, Obito let out a silent, light laugh, feeling an indescribable, twisted pleasure in his heart. Do you see this, Sunsei? You entrusted the Nine-Tails to him, hoping he could be used against me in the future. You never imagined Naruto would join my ranks. This is the truth of the world. As long as you are alive, you will be enveloped by hatred, pain, and regret. Uzumaki Naruto's joining further solidified Obito's convictions. It made him realize that only the Eye of the Moon plan could achieve permanent peace. To that end, he would not hesitate even if his hands were stained with blood. With both sides reaching a cooperative intent, even the wind above the canyon seemed to soften considerably. Aizen released his restraint on white Zetsu and watched as it merged into the earth like mud and disappeared. He was very interested in this peculiar movement technique. It would be nice if I could catch a few living specimens. Aizen's eyes flickered slightly before returning to normal. Now was not the time to act. When he truly began his move, he would obtain everything he wanted. Until then, let the Akatsuki organization use him to their heart's content. Come with me, new comrade. Ripples appeared around Obito as he reached out a hand toward the newcomer. I'll take you to see Akatsuki's base. Aizen nodded slightly and stepped into it without hesitation. Although he did not understand space-time ninjutsu, he could use his Zanpakuto to open a spatial passage. This was one of his research results from the past few years. The chakra consumption was immense because he needed to constantly maintain the stability of the passage. Unlike in the other world, where external reishi could perform this step for him. Due to the high consumption, the space-time passage currently had little tactical value, only ensuring he wouldn't be trapped by the opponent's ninjutsu. For anyone else, the consequence of being exiled into space was death. No matter how strong you were, it would be to no avail. Seeing Naruto enter the Kamei space without any hesitation, Obito finally felt truly at ease regarding him. He knew the boy's hatred for Konoha was incredibly intense. It had reached the point where as long as he could have revenge, he didn't care about his own safety at all. He felt more comfortable using someone like that. Standing within the void of the Kamui space, Aizen quietly observed his surroundings, gaining a new understanding of the Sharingan's power. Breaking through a certain boundary awakens special abilities. The rules are somewhat similar to a Zanpakuto. The two worlds had many commonalities. What Aizen needed to do was find perfect alternative solutions. He already had a plan now, but the research work still required a bit of time. After about 2 minutes, the masked man reopened the vortex passage. When the group stepped out, the surroundings were already a completely different world. Dark clouds hung low, and a continuous drizzle pattered against the cold steel buildings. Pipes towering into the clouds cast long shadows, and even the air was permeated with a sense of oppression. By their ears, the city's drainage system roared. In the entire ninja world, only the Land of Rain possessed such a peculiar sight. Aizen was well-read, and at the top of the building was a massive sculpture with its tongue sticking out of its mouth, and a man in similar attire seemed to be sitting on it. Even from hundreds of meters away, Aizen could still feel considerable pressure. That feeling was exactly the same as the masked man beside him. This person is also a powerhouse of the ocular technique lineage. Considering the clan annihilation plan the masked man had executed, he suspected there were many Sharingan users within the Akatsuki organization. This matter wasn't exactly a secret. Besides, Aizen had once accidentally stumbled upon the scene of the massacre, so Obito chose not to hide it in this regard. That person is Pain, the public leader of Akatsuki. As for the Sharingan owners you mentioned, there are only two. One of them was naturally Tobi, who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Who the other person was remained unknown. Up there is where the main members gather. The masked man lowered his voice and introduced the basic situation of the Akatsuki organization to him. Leading Aizen into the building through a side door, Obito began to introduce the identities of the members one by one. Perhaps because the previous performance was too realistic, the masked man's attitude toward him had improved greatly. Not only did he introduce the current members, but he also mentioned the fact that a member had defected previously. Defected? Aizen asked at the right time. Those who joined were all S-rank rogue ninjas who faced daily pursuit from their villages and bounty hunters. They could barely survive in the ninja world, so betraying Akatsuki was almost like blocking one's own path to survival. They were either a madman or had other means. At first, Aizen only suspected until he heard the name Orochimaru, and then he had a realization. A scientist named Orochimaru. Obito's tone carried obvious disgust. That guy didn't have good intentions when he joined the organization. He spent all day staring at his teammates and even wanted to make a move on Pain. Unfortunately, he was taught a harsh lesson. Besides his improper conduct, this Orochimaru also loved conducting disgusting forbidden jutsu experiments, sometimes even using Akatsuki members as experimental subjects. Finally, Pain reached the limit of his patience and issued an order to capture Orochimaru, but unfortunately, that disgusting white snake had long since vanished without a trace. Now that you've joined, it's most suitable for you to inherit Orochimaru's codename. With that, the masked man pulled out a ring. He was naturally not proposing. The meaning of this ring was primarily for identity verification. Non-official members needed to follow orders unconditionally. Speaking of which, the operation model was very similar to the Espada. Reaching out to take the ring, he examined it closely and found the character Ku written on the surface. The symbol of the Kūchin star, meaning Aizen had officially become a member of the Akatsuki organization. On ordinary days, aside from special missions, official members possessed considerable freedom. They are all S-rank rogue ninjas. It would clearly be inappropriate if the management were too strict. As seen from the Orochimaru incident, the Akatsuki organization was not a monolithic block. A place full of ambitious people was destined to be filled with conflict. To be able to intimidate them, that guy named Pain must have quite the capability. As they walked along the stairs, they talked about the organization's leader. The rain you felt just now came from him. To be able to maintain such a large-scale barrier, based on this point alone, the opponent possessed at least the strength of a Kage-level ninja. Perhaps he is even more powerful than you imagine. Soon, the two reached the top of the tower and saw the man standing by the window overlooking the Hiden Rain Village. We have a new comrade. The masked man's voice came through. When Pain turned his head, he revealed the purple ripples in his eyes. Aizen, who had been somewhat indifferent, was instantly intrigued. Chapter 36. So this is the Rinnegan? Aizen's interest was piqued instantly. He could sense a pressure originating from a spiritual level. It was the manifestation of an excess of ocular power, several degrees stronger than the masked man beside him. It didn't affect him much, but for any other ninja, even moving would likely have become a struggle. Such a display was truly fitting for the legendary ocular technique of the immortals. It seems the waters of the Akatsuki organization run deeper than I anticipated. A trace of vigilance rose in Aizen's heart. He was truly coming into contact with the pinnacle of power in the ninja world. Even with the incomplete Hogyoku as his trump card, this was a risk he had to handle with caution. A newcomer? Pain looked over expressionlessly. His stiff facial muscles made him look like a living corpse. Even so, his dissatisfaction was revealed through his gaze. Without any prior discussion, Madara had brought this so-called newcomer directly before him. The relationship between the two parties was merely that of collaborators. The Akatsuki organization was Yahikoa's lifeblood, and no one would be allowed to take it away. Recently, he had noticed that Madara's reach was extending a bit too far. Fortunately, Pain had a magnanimous spirit. As long as the person had sufficient strength, joining the Akatsuki organization was no issue. With the Rinnegan in his possession, he was the destined savior of the world. He didn't care for Madara's little tricks at all. After a few brief instructions, Pain left the area, preparing to process several newly delivered corpses to replace the previously destroyed Hellpath puppet. Once his figure had completely vanished, the masked man whispered a reminder. There will be a gathering soon where you'll meet the others. Unless you intend to completely sever your ties with Konoha, you should hide your identity well. Aizen understood. From the moment he left the village, he had been using his real name. No one would associate him with Uzumaki Naruto. The masked man's words were not just a reminder, but a subtle threat. He was reminding Aizen in this manner that he controlled this secret and could ruin his reputation at any time. Pretending not to hear the underlying meaning, Aizen indicated he would handle it carefully, his face appropriately showing concern about his identity being exposed. As long as you understand, Obito said, satisfied with his reaction. People with weaknesses are easier to control. He was also afraid of another person like Orochimaru appearing. If it weren't for their mutual wariness, Orochimaru would likely have leaked information about the Akatsuki organization. If that happened, the difficulty of capturing the tailed beast would increase by several ranks. The reason he hadn't done so was mainly due to fear of being hunted down by the full force of the Akatsuki organization. Dealing with one or two people was fine, but if they moved collectively, Orochimaru didn't have enough lives to survive their onslaught. At that moment, an Akatsuki service staff member appeared, ready to lead the new member to his quarters in the base. Supposedly everyone had one, but no one actually lived there. The reason for this was quite thought-provoking. Mutual distrust? Aizen easily guessed the answer. A group of fellows who had abandoned their villages, each harboring their own schemes. Their cooperation was based solely on shared interests. Talking about trust was far too extravagant. On the way to his room, he asked about the Rinnegan. It wasn't a secret within the Akatsuki organization. Many members regarded Pain as a god. Aizen's curiosity fell within the normal range. It would be stranger if he didn't ask. Whether the existence of the Rinnegan meant the legends of the Rakdo Sennin were all true. That was what Aizen cared about most. Hearing his inquiry, the masked man suddenly changed his style. He shifted from a somber tone to an extremely flighty state. He sounded just like that clone who could use Mokutan. It seemed this was the persona he maintained within the organization. Mr. Aizen has asked a truly profound question. Tobi scratched his head, acting as if he were very troubled. The Rakdo Sennin probably existed, but as for those events, who knows if they're true or false? He tried to brush it off with this vague statement. In truth, Obito didn't know much either. When Uchiha Madara entrusted the plan to him, he mostly told him what to do rather than explaining the details of why. He hadn't even seen the stone tablet that recorded the secrets. He suspected Uchiha Madara had destroyed it or hidden it away. As for the details of the Ten Tails and the infinite Tsuyumi, those weren't things Uzumaki Naruto needed to know. Concealing the key details, the masked man briefly explained about the Uchiha stone tablet. He stated that it was after reading the contents of the tablet that he decided to leave Konoha village and embark on a path completely opposite to the Senju. Stone tablet? Aizen caught the keyword. The legends regarding the Rakdo Sennin dated back at least 1,000 years. It was truly remarkable that a stone tablet could have survived until now. Hearing that the tablet's contents required a Mangekyo to decipher, Aizen couldn't help but have two doubts. First, Uchiha Madara surely wasn't the first person to awaken the Mangekyo. In 1,000 years of history, had no one else ever seen the stone tablet? That was clearly unrealistic. Second, assuming someone had seen it, could the contents left behind have been tampered with? Thinking to the extreme, who could prove that the method of salvation came from the hands of the Rakdo Sennin? If it were really that easy, why didn't the Rakdo Sennin use it himself? Why wait for future generations to complete it? There were too many suspicious points that were hard to explain. At the very least, the original purpose of collecting the tailed beasts was likely different from what was being told to the outside world. Keeping his doubts to himself, Aizen arrived at his temporary quarters, and Tobi then found an excuse to leave. The Akatsuki organization's constraints were not strong. Outside of special periods, they did not restrict the personal freedom of organization members. If he wanted to, Aizen could return to the Espada right now to continue his experiments. It was just that he didn't want to leave yet. An organization full of rogue ninjas, the eyes of an immortal, Uchiha Madara, an unknown salvation plan. All of this was full of fatal temptation, making him want to explore further. During the waiting interval, Aizen did not sit idly. He put on the Akatsuki black cloak with red clouds, donned his mask, and began to familiarize himself with the environment within the permitted activity range. The architectural structure of the Hiruzen Rain Village was extremely complex, mostly based on the operation of a waterproofing system. Ninjas of the water release type could exert 120% of their power here. Truly damp air, Aizen walked at a steady pace, his spiritual sense like the finest of tentacles, quietly extending into every corner. He soon discovered something unusual. Pedestrians on the street were sparse, most of them in a hurry, with a kind of numbness in their eyes that came from strict discipline. This was by no means the mundane vitality that ordinary people should have. Seeing his clothes, pedestrians would bow respectfully. This was a treatment Konoha village certainly didn't offer. This situation occurred because the Akatsuki organization had completely seized the political power of the land of Rain. There was no daimyo, no kage. Pain was the ruler of this country. He used a fictional divine right to manage everyone, allowing the entire country's resources to flow into the Akatsuki organization. In terms of members, influence, funding, and logistics, it far exceeded the Espada organization. Control of a nation's political power. Aizen was somewhat moved. If a country served the Espada, its development speed would surely far exceed what it was now. This was worlds apart from the Espada organization's model of staying in a corner, relying on black market missions and sporadic looting to maintain operations. Number of members, capital reserves, technical equipment, intelligence networks, logistical support. These were all-around leads. Aizen conducted his analysis calmly. He never belittled himself, but he also never avoided the reality of the gap. If it wasn't good enough, it wasn't good enough. What he should do now was not deny everything, but think about how to imitate the Akatsuki organization's operational model. Seizing the political power of a small country was easy to say, but in practice, it was fraught with difficulties. A direct assault wasn't hard. What was hard was how to make the citizens accept the change in regime. Relying on force could only maintain stability for a time. If someone requested outside help, the 5 great nations would have a suitable reason to intervene. At that point, the territory won with such effort would just be handed over to others. This matter should be considered over the long term. For the next few days, Aizen basically spent his time observing the situation in the Hiruzen Rain Village. The formal members of the Akatsuki organization were already elusive. A new face quietly observing didn't seem out of place in this oppressive environment. Until the 3rd day, when vortex-like ripples appeared beside Aizen without warning. Found you Tobi's signature voice rang out. Still the orange spiral mask, still the flighty behavior, a huge difference from his previous image. Aizen stopped his pace and looked at him calmly. Something the matter? The other party then indicated that the Akatsuki organization's routine meeting was about to begin. Not just Aizen, but all the other core members were to participate. This actually gave Aizen a bit more interest. If everyone was participating, perhaps he could see the other members. But he soon learned that things were completely different from what he had imagined. See this ring? Tobi had him take out the ring and pointed to the symbol on it. This thing isn't just a decoration. We can use it for long-distance communication and even project our consciousness across thousands of miles. This thing was pure black technology. Aizen didn't even understand how such a communication product could be built given the backward technological level of this world. He understood the value of the ring very well. It wasn't just covert communication. It was the key to maintaining the organization's unified command and team cohesion. No matter how far away they were on a mission, members could gather regularly, ensuring the organization's pace remained highly synchronized. Caressing the cold ring, Aizen really wanted to crack its secrets. He wasn't worried about the technology, but he feared it involved certain specific procedures. For example, needing to borrow a certain technique or some function of the Rinnegan to use it. If that were the case, he would have no way. Truly an exquisite design. Aizen rubbed the ring, a trace of genuine praise in his tone. The masked man fully understood his reaction. In the eyes of outsiders, Aizen was a research fanatic similar to Orochimaru. Being curious about unknown things was only natural. That was a scientist's instinct. Let's go. Don't keep the leader waiting. Chapter 37. At noon, the assembly hall in the deepest part of the Hiden Rain Village. Unlike a normal meeting hall, this meeting of the Akatsuki organization was arranged within a limestone cave. The surroundings were filled with illusory light and shadows. Something in the darkness seemed to be watching everyone. What is that? Aizen's gaze focused on the wall. He felt a strange fluctuation of energy. Before he could investigate further, Pain's figure appeared on a stone pillar, his eyes gleaming in the darkness as he looked over. Stand up here, the woman beside him suddenly spoke. This was his first time seeing her. The woman must be the Lady Angel mentioned by the villagers. Konan, the Bayako of Akatsuki. She appeared to be in her 30s, with wings made of paper condensed behind her back, currently looking at him, the new member, with a scrutinizing gaze. Seeing this, Aizen rose and leapt onto the stone pillar. Just as he was about to offer a greeting, he saw that peculiar object in the darkness. It was a giant demonic statue emitting a terrifying aura. The stone pillars everyone stood upon were actually its fingers held up in front of its chest. Its exaggerated size was comparable to the Nine Tails. It wasn't just its size that was eerie, but also the strange fluctuations it emitted. In Aizen's perception, this thing was like a shell that had its soul hollowed out. If he had to describe it, it was like an artificial body without a soul injected into it. It appeared to have life signs, but in reality, it couldn't be viewed as a living being. The energy field here was chaotic, preventing further perception. If possible, how he wished he could place this thing in his laboratory. Are you the newcomer he brought in? Konan's voice suddenly rang out. Snapping back to reality, Aizen smiled and greeted her, his etiquette so perfect that not a single flaw could be found. Yet, the more perfect he was, the more uncomfortable Konan felt. Simply because this newcomer's style was completely out of place with the others. No matter how righteously the masked man spoke, it couldn't change the fact that Akatsuki was a terrorist organization. One could tell what kind of people joined just by thinking with their toes. Someone who appeared gentle and elegant on the outside was far more dangerous than those brainless or irritable fools. Not to mention, he was personally invited by Uchiha Madara. After a few brief pleasantries, Konan chose to remain silent. Once the meeting ended, she had to remind Nagato that they absolutely could not allow Uchiha Madara's actions to go unchecked. The Akatsuki organization was the life's work of the three of them. It must never fall under the control of someone like that. A very vigilant person, Aizen withdrew his gaze and looked toward the other fingers of the demonic statue. The air there distorted slightly as illusory scenes continuously condensed, appearing one after another. Presumably, the other members of the Akatsuki organization had activated their rings. These phantoms also wore trench coats with red clouds on a black background and the signature bamboo hats, though their features could not be clearly seen. While Aizen was observing others, the other members also noticed him, the newcomer. Some observed secretly, while others were dismissive. The meeting began in an oppressive silence. Without any normal pleasantries, Pain's emotionless voice slowly rang out. First was a series of administrative announcements. Strengthen the recruitment of new members and fill the roster of those killed in action as soon as possible. He stated that there were already targets under consideration, and personnel would need to be organized to recruit them later. If they agreed, so be it. If they refused, they were to be killed on the spot. Secondly, Pain requested that they quickly wrap up matters in the Land of Rivers, as they would next need to handle a war mercenary contract from Iwagakure. This commission involves seizing secret techniques, disruption behind enemy lines, and targeted assassinations. It likely won't be finished in a short time. Pain briefly described the mission content. This was not for capturing tailed beasts and was not a mandatory order under the agreement. Anyone who wanted to go could sign up with him directly. At this moment, a hunched phantom sneered. Ono-ki is a crafty old fox, wanting to use us to strike at Kumogakure. His mission won't be so easy to complete. The current situation in the ninja world was very clear. Konoha's decline had become irreversible. With the annihilation of the Uchiha, it had long since dropped out of the race for the strongest. Although it would attract the prying eyes of foreign enemies, it also avoided the awkward situation of being besieged by the other four nations. Currently, the Land of Lightning had instead become the most powerful. The new Raikage was boastful and militaristic, never having given up on invading other countries over the years. The first to bear the brunt was the Land of Earth. During the last Great Ninja War, the Raikage's home base was nearly raided by the Tsuchikage, directly leading to the death of the third Raikage. There was no way the fourth Raikage wouldn't seek revenge for this. Being excessively targeted made the Tsuchikage miserable, so he thought of using external forces to share the pressure, making the Akatsuki organization the best choice. Aizen quietly observed every phantom, attempting to capture fragments of their personalities from subtle movements. Some appeared lazy, while others impatiently tapped their fingers, seemingly unconcerned with the tasks Pain assigned. This indicated that the leader could not fully control the members of the Akatsuki organization. This group was more like a collection of interests, hunted by their respective villages. Only by huddling together for warmth could they resist the threats. As for Pain's motto of being a savior, it was hard to say how many actually believed it. At this point, the phantom on the left suddenly spoke. Ono-ki's commission is difficult, but he has always been generous with payments, and we also need the political support provided by the Land of Earth. Correct. Pain nodded, indicating there was no room for refusal in this matter. The time was not yet ripe. It wasn't yet time to wage war against the 5 great nations. To continue developing the Akatsuki organization, money was an indispensable resource. Seeing this, the hunched phantom said no more and brought up another matter. I have tracked down Orochimaru's hiding place. When I have time, I will go handle this traitor. He heard Orochimaru's name once again. According to the fragmented information Aizen had obtained, the other's flight from Konoha might be related to human experimentation. Combined with the masked man's testimony, Aizen preliminarily judged that Orochimaru should be a research-oriented talent. If there's a chance, I can try to make contact. It would be even better if he could be brought under his command. However, considering the other's character, recruiting Orochimaru seemed to carry a certain level of risk. While Aizen was still weighing the pros and cons, Pain's gaze fell upon him. Finally, let me introduce a new member. Pain's voice remained flat. Aizen, a rogue ninja from Konoha. He will fill the vacancy left by Orochimaru. Pain did not know his true identity. The external story was simply that he was a rogue ninja from Konoha village. He couldn't exactly tell others that the person standing before them was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If he didn't want to leave Konoha completely, he had to keep his identity a secret. He needed to be careful whenever he used the Nine-Tails Chakra. It would be bad if any clues were discovered. Sensing the gazes of others, Aizen stood there with calm composure. With the spiritual chi cloak worn underneath, he didn't have to worry about his identity being seen through. Replacing Orochimaru, someone suddenly spoke, the phantom of a strangely shaped scythe on his back, swaying slightly. He won't be another trash who plays petty tricks, will he? Konoha is full of such hypocritical people. This was a very clumsy provocation. Aizen wouldn't go so far as to get angry at an untouchable phantom. The other party also noticed this. The newcomer's excessive calmness made his provocation seem somewhat ridiculous instead. Boring. The man seemed a bit displeased, but he didn't speak further. The others were long since accustomed to it, indicating that this person's personality was naturally so arrogant. With the introduction of the newcomer finished, Pain didn't waste any more words. He immediately announced the end of the meeting. As his words fell, those phantoms faded and vanished like erased ink marks, leaving only Pain, Conan, and Aizen in the cave. There is a matter you need to handle. Pain looked at him and spoke about recruiting new members. No matter where you are, the demand for top-tier experts is the same. When suitable talent is discovered, one must strive to get them. If they truly aren't willing to join, even if they must be killed, they cannot be left for others. Considering what the Akatsuki organization intended to do, it would inevitably become an enemy of the entire ninja world in the future. In Pain's eyes, anyone who wasn't with him would become an enemy. Either accept the invitation or be killed on the spot. This was also a kind of test for the newcomer. If he couldn't even handle this, he deserved to die at the other's hands. Conan pulled out a stack of documents, placed them in his hand, and turned to leave. Taking one last look at the giant demonic statue, Aizen turned and left the cave, returning to his temporarily assigned residence. Opening the documents, he saw the target's basic information. Datara, a rogue ninja from Iwagakure, proficient in the explosive clay secret technique, possesses a fanatical pursuit of art, and is currently active in the border region between the land of earth and the land of grass. This person is extreme and arrogant, making him difficult to persuade with words. Aizen was responsible for contact and assessment, and if he proved valuable, recruitment. To ensure the safety of the operation, the organization would dispatch a member as a temporary partner. Though called a temporary teammate, it was actually someone to monitor him. Through subtle observation, Aizen had basically confirmed one thing. The group led by Pain didn't quite get along with that masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara. To be more precise, the two sides were not of one mind. Otherwise, there would be no need to deliberately conceal identities. From this, another matter could be deduced. There must be two factions within the Akatsuki organization. One part relied on Pain, while the other was loyal to the masked man. Of course, such things were common. There were also factions within the Espada organization. This was an inevitable result of organizational growth. The only difference lay in how the managers viewed it. Compared to the internal conflicts of Akatsuki, he was more concerned about the teammate to be assigned tomorrow. The Espada was short on soldiers and generals. He wondered if he'd have a chance to poach someone. Aizen didn't dwell on it too much. Regardless of who his partner was, he needed to complete this mission. In the process, he also needed to demonstrate methods that met Akatsuki's expectations. Poaching people was something to be considered later. The next day, at noon, Aizen arrived at the border wasteland of the Land of Rain. Having left the core area, the sky was no longer filled with continuous drizzle. Here, the sky was vast, and the sun scorching. A dry, hot wind kicked up endless dust, requiring one to be constantly careful lest their bamboo be snatched away by the elements. Standing atop a giant rock, Aizen waited for his teammate's arrival. I hope it's not another Kakashi. He still wore the Akatsuki trench coat and a sharp-edged white mask, his aura restrained like a stubborn rock in the desert. Outsiders could not glean any useful information at all. The person is here. Chapter 38. Under Aizen's gaze, a figure slowly approached. Wearing a black trench coat with red clouds, wind chimes hung from the edge of his bamboo hat, emitting a crisp ringing sound with every step. Most of the man's face was hidden, yet one could still notice those calm and deep eyes. So it's him. Aizen recognized the other person's identity. This person was none other than Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja, the culprit who destroyed the entire Uchiha clan. Sasuke's greatest dream was to kill him with his own hands. He had disappeared for a long time after the night of the clan's extermination. It was unexpected that he would join the Akatsuki organization. First there was Orochimaru, and now Uchiha Itachi appeared. It seemed this organization truly turned no one away. As long as one had sufficient strength, they didn't care even if the 5 great nations besieged them, daring to let anyone join the organization regardless. This confidence to ignore the rest of the world was precisely the secret behind the Akatsuki organization's gradual growth and expansion. Of course, it would also bring endless trouble. Some people might have harbored unfriendly thoughts from the moment they joined. It was precisely because he understood this that Pain would have an old member monitor him, the newcomer. Choosing to partner with Uchiha Itachi undoubtedly increased the complexity of the mission significantly. It meant that every move Aizen made would be carefully observed and analyzed by those Sharingan eyes. It looks like this will be an interesting journey. Aizen smiled slightly and greeted the other party. Uchiha Itachi watched the newcomer quietly, his gaze under the bamboo hat as calm as ever, seemingly secretly assessing his teammate's strength. After a brief silence, Uchiha Itachi spoke slowly. "This is a test for you. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not provide any assistance in this battle." His voice remained in that cold and calm tone, making it difficult to detect any emotion within it. "Fine." Seeing that the other party was unwilling to talk much, Aizen pulled out a map, identified the direction, and set off immediately. On the way, Uchiha Itachi felt strange. He always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from his teammate. He never doubted his own intuition. The reason he didn't recognize him was likely because this person was using the transformation jutsu. Once he suffered a heavy blow, the transformation jutsu would immediately dispel, and then there would be an opportunity to observe this person's identity information. To be recognized by Madara in terms of strength, such a person is definitely not a mediocre hand in the village. It meant he had very likely come into contact with the other party. Even if he hadn't, he must have heard of him. An expert of this caliber would not appear for no reason. If this was a supplement to the undercover plan, the third should have given him word. Having received no intelligence proved that this person was indeed a traitor. Allowing such a person to exist would inevitably threaten the safety of the village. For a split second, he almost thought it was Kakashi Hayate who had joined the Akatsuki organization. However, as his observation continued, Itachi quickly dismissed this guess. "I must have come into contact with this person." Uchiha Itachi constantly guessed the other's identity, while his surface remained as calm as a light breeze. He didn't even glance toward his side. The one he truly served would always be Konoha village. Any threat detrimental to the village would be immediately erased by this man walking in the darkness. Sensing the gaze from behind, Aizen knew he was very curious about his identity. But with the reishi cloak present, it was impossible for Uchiha Itachi to see through his identity. Of course, Aizen had to be careful with his moves, and could not use his signature Kido-style ninjutsu. This was undoubtedly a test of his combat effectiveness. According to the intelligence, the target was hiding in a place called the Wind Howl Canyon. The terrain here was complex and the air currents were chaotic, which was very beneficial for the special ninjutsu used by the enemy. Since he couldn't use Kido, it was best not to use sword techniques either. Thus, the methods left to Aizen were few. The two figures, one in front and one behind, were like two black arrows shooting toward the treacherous canyon in the northern land of grass, where the wind howled all day long. Soon, the two arrived at their destination. Wind Howl Canyon lived up to its name. The violent air currents were like invisible giant hands, tearing madly between the jagged rock walls. The deafening whistling sound made the two lose their ability to track positions by listening to the wind. Ordinary people would find it difficult even to stand firm here, let alone move. Uchiha Itachi looked up at the canyon and reached out to steady his wildly swaying bamboo hat. With contact with the target imminent, he would soon see Aizen take action. Appearance could be hidden, but memories etched into the bone could not be changed. As long as the other party fought, he would surely be able to see some clues. Relying on his own keen perception of energy fluctuations, Aizen locked onto a leeward area deep in the canyon. It was backed by a steep rock wall, and the entire terrain was recessed to resist the erosion of the strong winds. An ancient, dilapidated temple stood in the center. Most of the buildings in the temple had collapsed, leaving only a few ruined walls covered in wind erosion marks and half of a precarious roof. Aizen could sense a fresh aura with a very vigorous energy reaction. Presumably, it was that user of the explosion release bloodline limit. "Proceed as planned?" Aizen asked his teammate. According to their previous discussion, he would lead the attack and make contact in this battle. If there were no objections, Aizen wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible and return to the Espada organization to continue his research. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly, his gaze under the bamboo hat bottomless. "Let me see your capacity." Aizen said no more, leaped down from the rocky platform, and landed silently in the courtyard like a falling leaf. The wind was blocked by the rock walls, and the threat was much reduced, but it still swirled the dust in the air. In this environment, one had to be extra careful of those hidden attack methods. Do we have guests?" A young, arrogant voice rang out. It carried unconcealed surprise and an eagerness that was not understood by others. Under his gaze, a blond youth walked out. His left eye was covered by bangs, while his right eye sparkled with a wild and uninhibited light. A sickly smile hung on his face, as if he had seen some novel toy. Wow, this outfit isn't bad at all. Deidara tilted his head, sizing up Aizen's mask and clothing. Facing the two uninvited guests, not only was he not afraid, but he became even more excited. The Akatsuki organization, right? I heard you guys specifically recruit powerful fellows. You came here because you took a fancy to my art, HM. He spoke extremely fast, filled with a frantic desire to show off. Dealing with this kind of person, verbal persuasion alone was useless. Only if your fist was bigger than his would he possibly listen obediently. You can understand it that way, Deidara. Aizen's voice passed through the mask and steadily reached the other party's ears. Akatsuki appreciates talented people. Your art has piqued our interest. Judging by his chakra, the person in front of him was at most a jonin. He just didn't know how the actual combat performance of explosion release would be. To be able to attract the attention of the Akatsuki organization, this guy's methods should be decent. Interest? Deidara grinned, his hands quickly kneading a lump of clay. My art is an explosion, a fleeting brilliance. If you want to recruit me, then come and experience it for yourself first, HM. Without even waiting for the other party's answer, Deidara's hands suddenly swung to both sides. Dozens of lifelike clay spiders scattered onto the ground like a rainstorm. These palm-sized things were startlingly fast, constantly lunging at Aizen from all directions. The abdomen of every spider flickered with unstable chakra light. Thinking of the explosion release ability, he probably knew the nature of these little things. Art is an explosion, Deidara shouted excitedly. Boom. A series of explosions rang out one after another, and gunpowder smoke instantly covered the temple. Haha, have you felt my art, HM? Deidara's face was full of smiles. Still young, he didn't think anyone could dodge his clay at all. First solve this cloaked man, then go deal with the other guy. What bullshit Akatsuki organization. Not a single one of them can fight. Such a place is even worthy of coming to invite him. Before Deidara could act, a figure suddenly dashed out from the dust. Using a chakra shield to block the clay explosions, Aizen exerted his shunpo to the fullest, turning into an afterimage and rushing toward the opponent. Little did he know, Deidara had long been prepared for a frontal assault. Quick reaction, but how about trying this move? Deidara pressed his hands together, and many small spiders emerged from the ground beneath his feet. He had clearly planned this in advance, waiting for the enemy to step right into the trap. Boom. Regardless of the explosion's result, Deidara quickly released a clay dragon. A ferocious giant dragon with a wingspan of several meters took shape, lifting its head and carrying him quickly into the air. In a ninja world where flight capability was scarce, Deidara, riding a flying dragon, was innately in an invincible position. Daring to fight me, I'll blow you all to the sky, HM. The clay dragon opened its large mouth and spat out countless fist-sized clay bombs. Like a machine gun strafe, they covered a large area. Boom, boom, boom. Not only Aizen, but even Uchiha Itachi, who was hiding on the roof, was not spared. All were caught in the crossfire of Deidara's clay bombs. His pupils unconsciously transformed into three tomo. Uchiha Itachi looked up at the sky, ready to take the other party down at any moment. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something, and the newly opened Sharingan quietly faded away. I see, so that is your ability? He no longer had the intention to intervene. This battle was already completely over. Above in the sky, a figure quickly approached the clay dragon. The howling wind in the canyon and the booming bombs had caused Deidara's hearing to be severely impaired. By the time he realized something was wrong, that figure had already approached his side. HM. Deidara was greatly shocked, completely not expecting the enemy to play such a hand. He had seen with his own eyes the other party being submerged by bombs. A clone? Aizen had no obligation to answer him. Flashing in front of the youth, he did not draw his sword, but instead placed both fists in front of the target. Sokots. A violent impact erupted, instantly causing the youth to spray blood. His body fell uncontrollably toward the ground. A ninja's body might seem thin, but it actually had extremely strong resistance to blunt force trauma. This strike would at most leave him heavily injured. It wouldn't go as far as to take his life directly, Looking at the figure that had fallen to the ground, a familiar smile hung on the corner of Aizen's mouth. Winning this battle was somewhat opportunistic. But a win was a win, and the loser could only crawl on the ground, struggling to survive, waiting for the ultimate judgment from fate. Chapter 39. After a round of clay bombardment, the dilapidated temple was completely reduced to ashes. Cough, cough. Deidara struggled to climb up, his eyes filled with resentment. Damn it, if it weren't for the wind being too strong here. He muttered through gritted teeth, trying to reclaim some face for himself. Deidara truly felt that the reason for his defeat was that the sound of the wind had interfered with his hearing. In a more open area, even with flight abilities, it wouldn't have been so easy for the opponent to hit him. But as the words left his mouth, even he felt they were somewhat hollow. A loss was a loss. The opponent had clearly utilized environmental factors, which was a skill a ninja should master. It was his lack of foresight. He hadn't expected the enemy to be so fast or to possess the extremely rare ability of flight. This defeat was not unearned. On the rocky platform, Uchiha Itachi's figure stood as still as a statue. Since the start of the engagement, his gaze hadn't shifted for a second, accurately capturing every detail. However, what he saw was not enough to determine the person's identity. The taijutsu movements showed no clues, and the flight ability was something he had never even heard of. He knew the opponent was deliberately hiding core information. This battle was won through judgment of the situation. There's no way to measure this person's upper limit of strength. Aizen had been at ease throughout the entire process, seemingly not putting in full effort. This person was like a mist. Even with his astonishing insight, he still couldn't see through the other's identity. Rich combat experience, likely an older ninja. Uchiha Itachi silently concluded in his heart. He would relay this observed information back to Konoha, leaving the rest for the third Hokage to judge. He now even suspected that the claim of being from Konoha might not be accurate. It could be true, or it could be a smokescreen. The true situation was likely only known to Uchiha Madara. In the courtyard, Deidara caught his breath. Although still defiant, the arrogance in his eyes had lessened slightly. He was already a fanatic pursuing ultimate art. Failure wasn't terrifying, as it proved there was still room for his art to improve. Given a few more years, his art would gradually mature, and at that time, the outcome of a battle between them would definitely be very different. Hey, mask guy. Deidara looked up at Aizen. What was that movement method you used just now? Just some small self-developed techniques, Aizen replied flatly. The opponent's abilities were quite good. In the right environment, he had the foundation to defeat the strong as the weak. It was just that his close combat skills were too poor. Once approached by someone like Aizen, he was basically defenseless. Such a person could easily resolve the vast majority of battles, but when encountering someone who could counter him, his combat power would immediately drop by several levels. In other words, Deidara's survivability was concerning. He might die abruptly if he encountered an unfavorable matchup. If he had a set of effective defensive measures, the result would be very different. I accept my loss. Deidara took a deep breath and straightened his back. Your organization is called Akatsuki, right? I'll join. I'll make the art of explosions resound through the ninja world, HM. Aizen nodded and took out a ring he had prepared beforehand. This is your identification. Someone will contact you regarding the specific details. The mission was completed with perfection. Aizen looked up toward the rocky platform and gave a slight nod. Uchiha Itachi looked back in silence, his figure quietly vanishing as if blending into the shadows. Having completed the mission, Aizen left Wind Howl Canyon. The matter of guiding Deidara would naturally be handled by the Akatsuki organization's reception personnel. With the mission here over, he didn't intend to return to Omega Kure, but instead headed to the Espada base located among the mountains. Upon his return, Aizen went straight to the core experimental area. Hiruko was busy in front of the energy harmonization device. His face was still pale, but the fanaticism in his eyes hadn't diminished in the slightest. This was the state a mature scientist should have, always maintaining passion, firmly believing that one's research will definitely achieve success. Seeing Aizen return, Hiruko immediately stopped his work and bowed, his posture carrying a hint of awe, not just because of the other's strength, but also because of his extensive knowledge in the field of scientific research. All of this was worth Hiruko's respect. Carry on with your work. Aizen nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. He then walked toward his private research room. During this trip for the Akatsuki organization, he had come into contact with the core plan regarding the tailed beasts. In his spare time, he had browsed through many materials, most of which were related to tailed beasts, and one entry piqued Aizen's great interest. It was a record concerning the Hiden Cloud Village. Brothers named Kinkaku and Ginkaku had once been swallowed by the Nine-Tails on the battlefield. The brothers relied on consuming the Nine-Tails' flesh to survive by chance, and subsequently gained the ability to use Nine-Tails' Chakra. This incident gave him great inspiration. He had previously discovered that the existence of tailed beasts was somewhat similar to hollows. Both were flesh and blood constructed from energy, mixed with negative emotions from living beings. Kinkaku and Ginkaku's ordeal proved that consuming tailed beast flesh could grant one chakra. Of course, there was likely a degree of luck involved. Otherwise, the Hiden Cloud Village would be full of ninjas using tailed beast power. To others, this was a 1-in-a-million low-probability event, but in front of the Hogyoku, such a small probability could be infinitely magnified. His previous thinking had mostly focused on how to absorb, analyze, and utilize tailed beast chakra to repair the Hogyoku. The example of Kinkaku and Ginkaku suggested another possibility. The tailed beast power could be viewed as a seed, much like a hollow implanted within a Shinigami's body. Through proper guidance, a ninja could be made to use this portion of power. It would become a usable system, even growing alongside the ninja's own development. Aizen named it tailed beast chakra, Hollowification technology. This technology needed to overcome several difficulties. First was the acquisition of the seed. It wasn't about directly consuming flesh, but using the power of the Hogyoku to guide it. Stripping some chakra from the tailed beast's body, purifying the most vital genetic fragments to serve as a seed to be transplanted into the ninja's body. Second was setting up the corresponding sealing jutsu. Using tailed beast chakra was itself an extremely risky method of warfare. Aizen had to design a special sealing jutsu. It needed to be stable enough to contain the rampage of tailed beast chakra. It also had to be controllable, allowing the ninja to adapt to this power bit by bit, letting the seed possess growth potential through cellular feedback. This was not an easy thing to accomplish. Even someone as strong as Aizen would need a long time to complete it. Third was how to achieve perfect symbiosis with the tailed beast chakra. As everyone knew, the selection criteria for Jinchuriki were very harsh, meaning not everyone could withstand tailed beast chakra. To complete the transplantation, or to make Hollowification as regular as possible, Aizen needed a set of effective means to forcefully modify the target's physical structure, to increase their tolerance to tailed beast chakra. Chapter 40. In this way, they would achieve a perfect symbiotic relationship. The first two were manageable. As long as there was enough time, they would eventually be realized. The real difficulty lay in body modification. This would involve highly advanced human biology. Technical issues aside, the main problem was that he didn't know how to find suitable samples. Aizen's own body might suffice. He had studied the history of the Uzumaki clan and knew they were the best candidates for being a Jinchuriki. The issue was that he didn't want to use himself as the blueprint. Leaking a large amount of one's own cells was inherently an extremely dangerous act. An enemy might cultivate those cells to obtain secrets he didn't want revealed. If he encountered an enemy with bizarre abilities, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he needed to find another way. There's no rush in this matter. Aizen decided to start with sealing jutsu formulas first. Advancing the plan step by step, he would simultaneously search for orphans of the Uzumaki clan within the ninja world. Once his technology matured, the members of the Espada organization could perfectly utilize the power of the tailed beasts. This would achieve a leap in strength by making everyone a Jinchuriki. At first, they might only be low-tier Jinchuriki, but over time, this power would gradually grow, potentially surpassing the original tailed beasts in the future. Compared to a simple tailed beast rampage, Hollowification possessed extreme controllability, equivalent to everyone being a perfect Jinchuriki. Depending on the tailed beast transplanted, they would also gain corresponding special abilities. This was a technology capable of subverting the ninja world. Of course, It was currently just a blueprint based on theoretical deduction. Every step was filled with unknown risks. Fortunately, patience was the thing Aizen lacked least. He possessed the wisdom to resolve difficult problems and the cold determination to conduct necessary experiments. He summoned the experimental team and listed the tailed beast Chakra, Hollowification technology, as the highest priority project. In the future, when he was away, the team had to allocate a certain amount of manpower to advance the experiments. Specific matters would be handled by Hiruko. This included assigning personnel, breaking down technical difficulties, and so on. Aizen would solve the sealing Jutsu formulas, leaving the technical hurdles to his subordinates. Once concrete results were researched, he could use numerous Kage Bunshins to master them quickly. In the matter of absorbing knowledge, Aizen possessed a powerful advantage that outsiders could not match. The laboratory lights burned bright while the mountains outside were silent. A forbidden technology that could completely change the power structure and even shake the existence of tailed beasts was quietly brewing in the lab. Team 7 had been away from Konoha for several days now. The squad had taken a mission to escort a client, Mr. Tazuna, to the land of waves. They trekked along the coastline. The first few days were relatively peaceful, but soon, one attack followed another. The appearance of ninja attacks had already exceeded the scope of what a C-rank mission should entail. Kakashi's drooping, dead fish eyes gradually became sharp as he sensed an aura of danger. Of course, Kakashi didn't take it too seriously either. At most, it was a few incompetent genin who could be used to train his subordinates. Based on this consideration, he chose to continue the mission. He hoped his disciples could grow quickly through actual combat. The Chunin exams were coming up soon. Perhaps he could let them give it a try. At the border of the Land of Fire, a sudden attack left Team 7 in a hard fight. Stay alert to your surroundings at all times. Kakashi shouted a warning. Not long ago, the team had arrived at a damp woodland, intending to take a temporary rest by a stream. The continuous travel had left everyone looking exhausted. Team 7 prepared to get a good night's sleep and head to the Land of Waves after recovering their strength. They were completely unaware of the approaching danger. By the time Kakashi felt the killing intent, a large blade had already slammed into a tree trunk. A figure completely wrapped in bandages appeared before their eyes. This fellow had a robust body and wore a kirigakure forehead protector. The terrifying killing intent radiating from him made the kids freeze in place. This is... Kakashi's gaze grew solemn, feeling that the man's weapon was somewhat familiar. It seemed he had seen related intelligence somewhere before. Kakashi failed to recognize the attacker, but the opponent saw through his identity at a glance. Kakashi Hataichi, I didn't expect you to appear here. The man's voice was hoarse and gravelly, matching his appearance perfectly. Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and the second user of the Kubikiribocho. He gained the title Demon of the Hiden Mist due to his brutal style during the graduation ceremony. He could recognize Kakashi Hatake because the man's look was far too distinctive. The reputation of Konoha's #1 technician was quite loud. Zabuza really wanted to know just how much this guy's head could sell for. His gaze turned toward the 3 genin behind Kakashi, and a surge of killing intent immediately sent the kids into a fit of trembling. A bunch of useless trash. Zabuza attacked the enemy, his Kubikiribocho filled with an indescribable sense of power. Since his fame only circulated within the Land of Water, Kakashi did not know the identity of the person before him. Furthermore, because of Sasuke's presence, he actually refused to use the Sharingan to fight. He had intended to show off some maneuvers, using a Kage Bunshin as a decoy to create an opening for victory. Who would have thought that Zabuza's killing experience was far too rich? Not only did he see through the Kage Bunshin's disguise, but he also used the water prison jutsu to trap the lurking Kakashi. Damn it! Realizing he couldn't break free on his own, Kakashi completely panicked. At this moment, how he envied the Hyuga clan. If he knew how to use the Gentle Fist, he could release chakra from various tenketsu and would surely find a way to break the water prison. This guy really isn't reliable. Sasuke's face was dark. His body gradually stopped trembling as he intended to cooperate with his teammates to take the opponent down. The artificial body followed quietly, eyes flickering as if hesitating over something. After a moment's thought, he still followed the original's fighting style. Naruto and Sasuke joined forces to destroy Zabuza's water clone. The process wasn't too difficult. With a simple frontal clash, Zabuza Momochi's water clone was extinguished by the two of them. Unlike the Kage Bunshin Jutsu, a water clone only possesses 10% of the original's ability. It must be said that Zabuza was far too arrogant to think he could defeat Naruto and Sasuke with just one clone. With the clone destroyed, and the original having to maintain the water prison jutsu, Zabuza was essentially an immobile sitting duck. A spinning shuriken in the air finally pierced that cage. Having broken free, Kakashi finally went all out, and the revealed 3-tomo Sharingan left Sasuke greatly shocked. How could you? However, Kakashi had no time to explain. The opponent was a very strong Jonin. He had to give his all to defeat him. Any hesitation would lead to a repeat of tragedy. I won't let anything happen to my comrades. Killing intent welled up in Kakashi's eyes. The deaths of Obito and Rin had already left him in deep sorrow. He never wanted to experience something like that again. Kakashi, whose emotions were overly agitated, seemed to sense some kind of change. The Sharingan he had long been accustomed to using transmitted a strange sensation. Before he could investigate further, Zabuza swung his great blade and slashed toward him. Chapter 41. As soon as the original body made a move, his powerful strength was immediately revealed, and the sense of oppression was completely different from the water clone that had just been defeated. Sasuke, who was still excited, suddenly darkened his face. He stared intently at the two, trying to find evidence that he could defeat them. The artificial body remained expressionless throughout, completely indifferent to the battle between the two Jonin. Defeating Kakashi would be difficult, but dealing with Zabuza Momochi should be no problem. From the moment he was modified by the Hogyoku, he possessed the level of a special Jonin. After some special cultivation, his current strength had risen to another level. He just wasn't sure yet if he had the strength to rival the original body. I know, I will wait patiently. The artificial body whispered to himself, causing Sasuke in front of him to cast a surprised look. He had long ago discovered the other's strangeness. He often talked to himself, and his words were full of content that he couldn't understand. Over time, Sasuke gradually got used to Naruto's abnormality, but he didn't expect him to dare to get distracted in such an important battle. Focus. If Kakashi can't handle it, we'll have to step in. Fortunately, his worries did not materialize. In a one-on-one situation, it is difficult for ordinary ninjas to compete with the Sharingan. Just the fact that one cannot make eye contact makes one feel hesitant and fearful during combat. Zabuza's level was not bad, but it was still within the ordinary range. The blood-sucking characteristic of the executioner's blade did not provide much help in battle. The moment Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, his defeat was a foregone conclusion. Soon, the battle ended. Kakashi, who was severely low on chakra, managed to defeat the opponent by relying on copied ninjutsu. Konoha's #1 technician, your reputation is well-deserved. Zabuza wanted to say something, but a sunbon shot from a distance pinned him to a tree trunk. Haku disguised himself as an Anbu, wanting to rescue Lord Zabuza, but his little trick could not hide from the artificial body. He exposed the enemy's conspiracy on the spot, and then chased after him along with Uchiha Sasuke. The artificial body's perception was amazing, and he could sense that the newly appeared boy did not have Jonin strength. With his strength, he could completely handle it. As for Kakashi Hanaich, he could only stay where he was with a helpless expression. Severely lacking chakra, he was already unable to stand up. No matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he had no way to participate in the upcoming battle. Don't worry, we will defeat him. After saying that, the artificial body's figure disappeared. The amazing speed that erupted made Sasuke greatly surprised. Damn it! Sasuke secretly hated it. He wanted to remind the other party not to go deep alone, but in the blink of an eye, he couldn't see the artificial body's figure anymore. This guy's strength. In fact, the artificial body's speed was not fast to this extent. His disappearance was essentially related to the white Zetsu physique. Even after being modified by the Hogyoku, it still retained its original characteristics, allowing it to easily dive underground to achieve barrier-free movement. Sasuke naturally couldn't find the other's tracks. On the other side, Haku came to an open area by a stream and placed the seriously injured Zabuza behind a steep rock wall. Lord Zabuza, they are coming. Haku keenly sensed the movement behind him. He definitely couldn't run away now, so he could only choose to take the initiative to face the enemy. TSK, the Konoha brats are really persistent. Zabuza spat out a mouthful of blood, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Unfortunately, his weakened body made it impossible for him to fight again. Haku, finish him. Yes. Without hesitation, Haku turned around, let go of Zabuza, and met the speeding figure. The artificial body stopped 10 meters away from the enemy and assumed a fighting stance. He wanted to take this opportunity to verify his strength, which was why he had gotten rid of his companion behind him. The two sides looked at each other. Haku didn't waste words and completed quick hand seals with both hands. He had to settle the battle quickly to buy time for Lord Zabuza to recover. If Kakashi High-Age caught up, they would probably be doomed today. Ice release, swallow blizzard. Countless ice swallows whistled out, covering the area where the brat was. There was no friendship between the two sides, so Haku would not show mercy. Although he wouldn't go as far as killing, his swallows were enough to severely wound this brat, making him unable to pursue. Even in such a dangerous situation, Haku was still unwilling to kill. Perceiving this thought, Zabuza chose to remain silent, because he knew it would be useless to speak. The naturally kind Haku would not change easily. Facing the enemy's peculiar ninjutsu, the artificial body clapped his hands together, and the surrounding ground began to vibrate violently. Mokuton, wood-locking wall. With a roar, many thick wooden beams burst out of the ground, wrapping him up and constructing a wooden wall layer by layer. The ice swallows collided with the wooden wall, making dense sounds. They were deeply embedded in the wooden wall, but could not penetrate it, eventually exploding into ice chips all over the sky. What? A look of shock appeared on Haku's face. He didn't expect the enemy to use Mokuton ninjutsu. Isn't this the unique ninjutsu mastered by the first Hokage? This is the legendary bloodline Lamite, the supreme power used by the first Hokage to pacify the chaotic world. It had long been lost with the decline of the Senju clan. He didn't expect this Konoha genin to actually use it. Zabuza, leaning against the rock, also widened his one eye. He was somewhat incredulous, suspecting that this boy might be a descendant of Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, how to explain the power of Mokuton? The artificial body did not give the other party much time to think. He maintained his hand-seal posture, and the surging chakra in his body continued to output. The chakra of a white Zetsu clone was not low to begin with, and now that he had growth potential, his strength would naturally improve further. Moreover, the artificial body had a teacher, which was the real reason he could master Mokuton. He couldn't use high-power Mokuton secret techniques, but it was enough to deal with the person in front of him. Mokuton, smothering binding technique. From the wooden wall, vines with sharp wooden thorns suddenly extended, attacking the enemy like living poisonous snakes. Haku hurriedly jumped back and deployed an ice wall to try to block the opponent. Unfortunately, his current strength was insufficient to perfectly exert the power from his bloodline. The swallows could not penetrate the wooden wall, but the opponent's vines quickly pierced through the ice wall. The power of Mokuton lies not only in its resilient vitality, but also in its powerful absorption and suppression of chakra. It has a natural advantage against ordinary elemental releases. In the blink of an eye, the ice wall was torn apart, and Haku could only choose to retreat helplessly. There's no other way. He knew that if he didn't use a heavy hand, no one would be able to leave here today. Secret technique: demonic mirroring ice crystals. Looking at the countless ice mirrors rising around him, the artificial body still maintained his calm demeanor. He allowed the enemy's figure to shuttle quickly. Interesting body flicker technique. The artificial body smiled slightly and changed his hand-seal gesture a bit. The next second, countless vines grew wildly and began to attack all the mirror surfaces indiscriminately. The enemy's methods were strange, and his movement speed was still increasing. Ordinary ninjas would probably have no way to deal with it. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong opponent. Chapter 42. Bang! The ice crystal's secret realm shattered with a roar, as countless trees danced like wild dragons, forcibly forcing the opponent out of the mirrors. The artificial body remained stationary the entire time. This time, he once again changed to a different hand seal. Moku-tun, silent killing binding technique. A thick wooden vine rose into the sky, entwining around Haku the moment he was forced out. The ice shield condensed in haste was utterly powerless to block, only able to slightly delay the time of his defeat. After a moment of stalemate, the ice shield shattered at the impact, and the wooden spear grazed past Haku's shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground in a wretched state. Is this the power of Moku-tun? Haku groaned, staggering to his feet as a trace of despair gradually welled up in his eyes. His face was incredibly pale, and blood dripped down his arm bit by bit. The ice release he was once proud of was completely crushed by Moku-tun in terms of hardness, speed of transformation, and lethality. Those pieces of wood, full of vitality, seemed to be the natural enemy of ice release, constantly devouring, neutralizing, and disintegrating his power. Forget about him facing the enemy alone. Even if Lord Zabuza were fully recovered, the chances of winning together were not high, unless they could stall until the enemy exhausted their chakra. But looking at the opponent, there was no sign of exhaustion at all. This sole chance of victory became as ethereal as white clouds. You've disappointed me too much. The artificial body shook its head, not very satisfied with the opponent's performance. This fellow didn't even have the ability to let him test his true level. Perhaps the Momochi could, but unfortunately, the other party had already been heavily injured by Kakashi-sensei. Let's end this farce quickly. I can't let Sasuke see my Moku-tun. Just as the artificial body was prepared to deliver the killing blow, a figure rushed into the field at an unimaginable speed. The newcomer wore clothing with a black background and red clouds, and a mask with no distinguishing features on their face. Their ability to conceal their presence was extremely strong. He hadn't sensed his existence at all before he appeared. Who is it? Haku subconsciously retreated a few steps, not expecting the person to ignore him completely. With a flick of his right hand, several shuriken were fired at the artificial body from tricky angles. This blocked his path forward and bought time for Haku's withdrawal. Take him and leave. I'll block him. Haku didn't know this person's identity, but he understood he couldn't stay here for long. Thank you, he said politely, then supported Lord Zabuza as they left the place together. Reinforcements? The artificial body recognized the threat of the opponent. He didn't necessarily have to kill Zabuza. He only gave chase to verify his strength. This masked man's strength was not weak. Perhaps he could play with him for a while longer. Without answering the question, Aizen looked at the traces of battle around him. When he arrived, the battle between Haku and the artificial body had only just begun. The boy's ice release ability was very rare, but unfortunately, its development was insufficient, and his own weak chakra limited the growth of his ninjutsu. After systematic training and some reasonable modification methods, the boy's strength should improve significantly. Even if he were useless mud that couldn't be helped, at least Hiruko could steal his unique release technique. For this reason, Aizen stepped in to save him. This wasn't a gift, just a deal that Haku couldn't refuse. Aizen didn't reveal his identity, mainly wanting to see the artificial body's true level. It had been making small moves in secret, and Aizen knew all about it. Including the matter of secret cultivation, he was also fully aware. Without intervening to stop it, Aizen wanted to see how far another self could go without the memories of the Soul Society. Unexpectedly, this fellow had actually come up with Moku-tun. A bloodline limit developed independently? No, this power should originate from the identity of White Zetsu. Through his experiences in the Akatsuki organization, Aizen had a brand new understanding of the ninja world, and through conversations, he also knew the uniqueness of Zetsu. As the materials for creating the artificial body, the characteristics of the White Zetsu clone were perfectly inherited by it. It wasn't surprising that it could use Moku-tun. Looking at the shattered ice crystals on the ground, Aizen, who had an astounding spiritual sense, judged that Moku-tun had a very strong suppressive effect on ordinary ninjutsu. This strange situation didn't quite fit common logic. Or rather, the existence of Moku-tun itself seemed to have a problem. If I could study it carefully, I should be able to unravel the secret. To make an assessment in his heart, Aizen decided to hide his identity and take action personally, to conduct an extreme pressure test on the artificial body, to see where its limit was in its current state. To hide his identity, Aizen did not intend to use his signature Kido. To deal with this newborn, his battle experience alone would be enough to suppress it. Are you finally going to make a move? The artificial body initiated the attack first. If he didn't act now, Sasage would be coming over shortly. That would inevitably affect his battle. If Mokuton were truly exposed, the artificial body probably wouldn't be able to explain it, and was even more worried it would affect the original body's subsequent arrangements. Choosing the lesser of two evils, it seemed he could only kill Uchiha Sasage. At least the original body's anger should be somewhat reduced. Mokuton, cutting technique. With a clap of his hands, several wooden spikes rushed toward the enemy, instantly piercing through his body and further splitting and growing within. Bang! The struck Aizen vanished into smoke, while the original body appeared silently behind the target. Since he wanted to test the opponent from the start, what he sent out was naturally a Kage Bunshin. The attack is too straightforward. A disguised voice sounded, and the artificial body couldn't hear any anomaly in it at all. Cutting in front of the opponent in an instant, Aizen performed Hakuda techniques, every part of his body turning into a lethal weapon. His offensive was so fierce that the artificial body didn't even have a chance to form hand seals to release ninjutsu. His strength isn't that great, but the gap in battle experience and technique is too large. The artificial body tried to analyze the enemy's abilities. After a brief exchange, he made a basic judgment. This person should be a very old ninja whose physical functions had gradually begun to decline, yet decades of battle experience could still suppress him. To defeat the opponent, he absolutely couldn't compete in technique. What he had to do was use brute force to crush him. Enduring a punch and a kick from the opponent, the artificial body, bleeding from the corner of its mouth, took the opportunity to retreat a certain distance. Finally, he had a chance to use ninjutsu against the enemy. Mokuton, tree binding, eternal burial. A large number of vines erupted frantically from the ground, attempting to entwine and bind Aizen. Having witnessed the battle just now, he knew ordinary ninjutsu couldn't deal with Mokuton. Aizen's footsteps tapped repeatedly, his figure moving through the gaps in the vines like a butterfly flitting through flowers. When it was truly impossible to dodge, he would use Zanjutsu imbued with dense chakra to resolve the crisis. Due to the obstruction of the trees, the artificial body couldn't see the Zanpakuto hidden under the coat. After several consecutive slashes, causing a flurry of wood chips, Aizen, using Shunpo at full power, appeared behind the opponent in the next second, striking the artificial body heavily with one hand. At the moment of contact, yellow lightning suddenly submerged its figure. Raikoho. Chapter 43. He hadn't performed it in front of the artificial body, so the other party still couldn't see through his identity. Ugh. The artificial body let out a muffled groan, his body stumbling backward involuntarily. The moment the enemy arrived with the body flicker technique, he used Mokuton to envelop his body. If not for that, it wouldn't be as simple as just being pushed back now. Even if he didn't die, his combat power would be greatly reduced, making it even harder to win this life and death duel. Who exactly is this guy? The artificial body grew extremely vigilant. Compared to this kind of unknown encounter, he preferred to plan before acting. Unfortunately, the other person didn't give him any chance at all. Raising a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, the artificial body stumbled to his feet as a surge of chakra condensed within him out of thin air, making up for the previous combat consumption. It even made his total chakra several times stronger than it was at his peak. Haven't given up yet? Aizen smiled slightly, knowing the artificial body wouldn't admit defeat so easily. The problem was that he didn't intend to continue anymore. Even if the artificial body could still hold on, his strength was still far inferior to his. Only when he became Kage level could he truly compete with him as he was now. Don't make me wait too long. Aizen jumped onto a tree trunk and left under the other's confused gaze. It wasn't until he confirmed that he had completely left that the artificial body, while confused, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. While cleaning up the traces of the battlefield, he pondered the enemy's motives. He was only there to save someone. He never intended to fight me to the death. I've never heard of such a person. That special uniform is worth noting. Just as he finished dealing with the traces of the Mokuton, the sound of rapid movement came from the distance. Before long, Uchiha Sasuke appeared. Looking at the mess on the field, he knew Naruto had fought the opponent. The blood at the corner of his teammate's mouth seemed to explain the outcome of the battle. Did they run? Sasuke didn't say much. He knew the gap between the two better than anyone. If even Naruto couldn't stop them, there wouldn't have been any other result if he had been the one there. This encounter once again made Sasuke realize his own powerlessness. Once the mission was over, he planned to start a new round of hellish training, using the most extreme methods to increase his strength. A very troublesome guy came and rescued the person, the artificial body explained in a low voice, without any intention of shifting the blame. In fact, the opponent had nothing to do with the current mission. All Team 7 had to do was escort the target to the Land of Waves. Reaching the destination would mean the end of the mission, and what happened afterward would have nothing to do with him. However, his other teammates might not think so. Without solving the trouble here, the Land of Waves would never have a future. While the artificial body could ignore it, that didn't mean his two teammates could be so cold. On the other side, Haku had settled Zabuza-sama in a cave and was using medical ninjutsu to treat him. Zabuza lay on a simple stone bed, his breathing gradually steadying. This place isn't safe for long. We'll leave after a bit of treatment. Before Haku could answer, clear footsteps were heard outside the cave. Someone is coming. Condensing several ice senbon in his hands, Haku prepared for a fight to the death. He might not be a match for the other party, but at least he would die before Zabuza-sama. This was Haku's resolve as a tool. However, the one who walked in was not a Konoha pursuer. Looking at the man in the cloak, Haku breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the other party had repelled the Mokuton user. It was equivalent to indirectly saving him and Zabuza-sama. The kind-hearted Haku was just about to offer his thanks when he heard a cold snort from behind. Be careful. This guy is coming for us. If he were just passing by, there would be no need to specifically seek them out. It meant this person had an ulterior motive from the start. Hearing this, Haku immediately became alert, his naive appearance looking somewhat amusing. With a simple glance, Aizen saw through the nature of their relationship. The youth revealed innocence in every way, viewing those who helped him as friendly. One appeared cold on the outside but revealed concern everywhere, ready to block attacks for his subordinate at any time. Knowing that the artificial body was out on a mission, Aizen had come specifically to test his depth, and sure enough, he found that the guy had created many things behind his back. Even Mokuton had been researched. Who knew what other surprises the artificial body would produce? As for the two in front of him, they were entirely the result of a spur-of-the-moment decision. The Espada organization was short on manpower and could certainly recruit them. Although their strength wasn't great, a Jonin was a scarce resource after all, considered a top-tier expert in the entire ninja world. If properly strengthened, defeating Kakashi shouldn't be a problem. At the very least, they could become excellent experimental materials. They could help Hiruko complete the experiments at hand. The current Espada organization was in a state of neglect and renewal. When he encountered something good, Aizen instinctively wanted to collect it. Scanning the two with a calm gaze, Aizen chuckled. Kakashi is not weak. It's your luck to have survived his hands. This was an analysis based on objective facts. Of course, Zabuza himself certainly wouldn't accept that. I don't need your evaluation. The demon's eyes were cold. He clearly didn't like the other's words. In his view, he had just been careless for a moment. If he had understood the characteristics of the Sharingan beforehand, he definitely would not have experienced divided soul during the ninjutsu clash. To put it plainly, Zabuza was unconvinced. He planned to recover and then seek revenge. Kakashi Hatake was quite famous in the ninja world. Killing him would further prove his excellence. Aizen could guess the other's thoughts, but unfortunately, he didn't have that much time to wait. Join my command. He attempted to extend an invitation. Either choose to accept or become materials in the laboratory. A guy of this level wasn't worth too much of his effort. However, the demon was a guy who even dared to assassinate the Mizukage. How could he so easily serve another? Haku, kill him, Zabuza ordered. Though reluctant in his heart, Haku still completed the hand seals with one hand. Oh, Aizen seemed to have suddenly discovered something interesting. The killing move he was about to use turned into a chakra light shield. He seemed to have noticed the youth's talent. Please leave this place. Haku finished the hand seals, and the moisture in the air instantly condensed into countless Senbon. Secret technique, 1,000 flying water needles of death. The Senbon shot toward Aizen like a rainstorm, attempting to force him back. Unfortunately, such an attack could not break the chakra shield he had casually set up. Your killing intent is insufficient. Aizen defended with one hand, letting the Senbon strike continuously. Such a weak attack. Even touching me is a luxury. The other's killing intent wasn't strong enough to unleash his true strength. What Aizen wanted to do was provide guidance and see where the upper limit of this ice release youth's strength lay. Drawing the Zanpaku toe at his waist, Aizen's voice was gentle, yet his words carried a cruelty that brooked no refusal. The destruction of what you cherish will completely unbind you. Let me see your true form. Chapter 44. Haku's heart tightened inexplicably. Just as he was about to act, he saw the other party disappear from before his eyes. The next moment, he appeared inside the cave, his Zanpaku toe slashing mercilessly toward the demon Zabuzamomochi. Seeing the warm blood splatter, Haku could only let out a powerless roar. No. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The reason, docility, and kindness in the boy's mind all vanished. Intense negative emotions flooded his heart, and a scream that didn't sound human escaped his throat. His chakra, which was originally as gentle as the early sun, was now filled with a violent, cold, and dark aura. The more kind-hearted a person is, the more terrifying they often become after going berserk. Going from one extreme to another, the darkness triggered would make even evil men shudder. That's more like it. Aizen flashed away, quickly exiting the cave. The space inside was too narrow and unsuitable for combat. According to his observations, ice release was a technique that favored utilizing the environment. In an open field, the boy's secret technique would increase in power manifold. Don't think about running. Haku immediately gave chase, countless giant ice spikes condensing around him. Their appearance was completely different from the Senbon he had been playing with earlier. Demonic mirror ice killing. Senbon hell. Countless ice mirrors emerged, their range covering hundreds of meters. The irregular distribution of the mirror surfaces made it difficult to detect the boy's true tracks. As for the ice spikes he fired, they would continuously reflect after touching the mirrors. Unless they were broken one by one, the attack would continue indefinitely. With this move alone, most Chunin would die at the boy's hands. In time, taking on Kakashi alone would not be a problem. If he underwent Hollowification modification, the power of his ice release could be greatly enhanced. He was already someone skilled in chakra control, so he naturally understood what the boy's one-handed hand seals meant. In Aizen's view, Haku's talent far surpassed that of the demon. With proper cultivation, he would definitely become a top general of the Espada organization. Facing the boy's magnificent and desperate counterattack, a smile curled at the corner of Aizen's mouth. Very good, you didn't disappoint me. With a gentle flick of the wrist holding the Zanpaku toe, he swung the blade horizontally. Violent chakra erupted alongside the slash. With just this one strike, the dozens of ice spikes shooting toward him were completely wiped out. Aizen had completed the nature transformation of 5 attributes, and was currently researching the permutations and combinations between them. Just as fire and water cannot easily fuse, there are principles of mutual generation and inhibition between attributes. His superb control allowed Aizen to instantly complete 5 nature transformations and generate additional buff effects based on their arrangement. Nothing abnormal could be seen on the surface, but his slash was a transcendent attack that fused 5 natures. This itself far exceeded the domain that a Jonin could reach. Even among Kage-level powerhouses, not many could achieve this. This was Aizen's own innate talent, achieved without the help of the Hogyoku's wish-granting mechanism. In any world, he was a supreme genius who exceeded conventional understanding. Boom. With a crisp, extreme shockwave, the blade's impact frantically tore through the earth, causing the countless ice mirrors condensed in front to shatter one after another. The traces of the slash's impact extended for over 50 meters before slowly stopping. Even in a state of rage, Haku still felt a chill at the strength displayed by the enemy. This had already exceeded his understanding. Even if Lord Zabuza were in perfect condition, it was unlikely he could take this strike head-on. "Stop, Haku!" The familiar voice made the boy instantly excited. He hurriedly stopped and looked toward the cave entrance. Lord Zabuza. Seeing the light erupting from the boy's despair, the demon sighed deeply, knowing that Haku could never truly become a qualified tool. In fact, he had known for a long time that the boy had a severe dependency on him. Zabuza had always wanted to correct it, but unfortunately, it had little effect. Hearing his desperate cry just now, Zabuza suddenly realized something. Without him knowing when it started, the boy had long since become the only light in his dark world. In truth, it was he who could not leave the other's side. That strike just now seemed fierce, but it didn't actually hit any vital spots. Zabuza knew the other party just wanted to test Haku's potential. Of course, he also understood another thing. If he didn't agree to the recruitment, the next strike wouldn't be so gentle. Humph. Zabuza let out an ambiguous cold snort. He grabbed the executioner's blade nearby, used it to force his body up, and staggered to the boy's side. Staring at him for a long while, he planted the executioner's blade into the ground and lowered that head which had never easily yielded. "We are willing to join your command." This person's strength was terrifyingly abnormal. Zabuza knew he had no certainty of defeating him. With that strike just now, he would have been heavily injured if not dead, and it seemed the other party hadn't even used their full strength. It was fine to have such a person providing protection. At least the two of them wouldn't have to live a life of constant fear. If the Hiruzen Mist Pursuit Squad appeared, they could trouble this guy to take action. A wise choice. Aizen slowly sheathed his Zanpaku toe, his voice still as gentle as ever. To protect the most important person, even kindness can turn into the sharpest ice blade. Always remember today's feeling. Haku's body was still trembling, his face a mix of complex expressions. He had not yet recovered from the joy of regaining what he thought was lost. Seeing this, Aizen signaled for the two to follow him, intending to take them back to the base to settle in. Once their injuries recovered, they could participate in the organization's construction. Zabuza's strength would be hard to improve unless he could complete the Hollowification of Tailed Beast Chakra. Haku was different. The boy still had a lot of room for growth, and his future potential shouldn't be much worse. While traveling, Zabuza, having recovered some energy, briefly introduced his past. Hearing that he once attempted to assassinate the Mizukage, Aizen had to praise his courage while also offering the honest assessment that he was all brawn and no brains. As for the Hiruzen Mist Pursuit Squad, if they couldn't even handle that much trouble, the Espada organization might as well disband. By the way, that merchant named Gato seems very rich, being able to hire a ninja of Zabuza's level. After settling the two of them, he would have Saito personally make a trip. Once Team 7 defeated Gato, he would step in and take over the assets left behind. Konoha Village, evening. The setting sun dyed the streets a warm gold. Dragging slightly tired steps, the members of Team 7 finally returned safely. I'm back alive. Sakura stretched, her eyes full of the joy of surviving a disaster. As a student who had just graduated, the mission in the Land of Waves was far too exciting. Now that she was back in Konoha Village, she planned to relax properly, to live a period of peaceful and stable days. But Sakura Haruno didn't realize one thing. From the moment she was assigned to Team 7, her past peaceful days were gone forever. Chapter 45. The team split up at the intersection. Once completely out of his companion's sight, the smile on Naruto's face receded like a tide. That face, still full of childishness, was now deep in thought. He recalled the mysterious person he encountered during the mission, a seemingly ordinary ninja who had taught him a lesson through overwhelming experience. It made the artificial body realize that its strength was still far from enough. "You're getting a bit impatient." The artificial body shook its head, its voice calm and gentle. "I just find this world very interesting." The identity of Uzumaki Naruto was a natural protective layer, giving him plenty of time to develop. Even if something went wrong, the original body was there to take the heat. He, as a substitute, could be withdrawn at any time. Just 2 more years. The artificial body looked up at the sky, speaking as if it were the most ordinary thing. Once I finish accumulating strength, I won't have to live using this identity anymore. He had ample confidence in himself. Under the guidance of that person, his strength would surely surpass the original body, and even those powerhouses who dominated the ninja world. This wasn't arrogance, but an inevitable fact. Until then, the artificial body would continue to play the role of Naruto well. Seal the previous memories first, the artificial body whispered as a reminder. In the next second, a special surge of chakra welled up within the body. This energy went straight into the mind, sealing away those unspeakable memories with a forbidden technique. It was by using this method that he could avoid the original body's memory probing, although the other party hadn't checked his experiences for a long time. But the artificial body understood the principle of taking precautions very well. Disguise meant playing the preset role perfectly at every moment. Visible betrayal isn't terrifying. What's truly terrifying is thinking you're in control of everything. With a gentle smile on its face, the artificial body reached out and pushed open the door to the house. Warm light spilled from inside the house. A figure stood with their back to him, gazing at the early evening lights of Konoha through the window. The artificial body's expression shifted slightly, but in an instant, it returned to its proper appearance. Aizen slowly turned around, his gaze behind the spectacles falling upon Uzumaki Naruto. That look seemed to pierce through the exquisite disguise, seeing directly into the things the other party was trying so hard to hide. However, the adjusted artificial body showed no flaws. It walked in naturally and began to describe everything that had happened recently in great detail. He even spoke about the mission in the Land of Waves, only concealing the scene of his fierce battle with the mysterious person. You did very well. Aizen praised softly, with no intention of exposing the other party. Games are only fun when played this way. Revealing the answer too early would make him lose that sense of surprise that comes from the unknown. It is what I should do. The artificial body knelt on one knee, calmly accepting the technique's seal. While the original body was active, he could only remain in the underground laboratory. Just like a Kage Bunshin that has completed its mission, its only remaining value was to transmit memories. With a light tap of his finger, the artificial body fell into a deep sleep. Aizen used a Kage Bunshin to send it back to the secret laboratory. Returning to Konoha this time, he had one thing to do: to sow some seeds that truly belonged to him in the soil of Konoha. Under the shadow of the leaves is the most suitable place for something called hatred to grow quietly. Konoha, training ground number 15. Neji bent over, gasping for breath, his fair forehead covered in beads of sweat. Before him was a large tree that would take 2 people to encircle. Its trunk was covered in dense indentations. These were the marks left by the frantic pounding of the gentle fist. Leaves rustled as they fell, carpeting the ground at his feet, signaling the boy's inner turmoil. About 15 minutes ago, he was still in the family training ground sparring with a fellow clansman. The opponent was a clan member older than him. Neji had been immersed in the battle and failed to pull back in time, his gentle fist injuring the other's arm. Accidents are inevitable during practice. If one holds back everywhere, the sparring loses its effect. But the members of the main house who arrived upon hearing the news did not think so. Hyuga Takashi, a fellow who was extremely arrogant toward branch house disciples on ordinary days. Relying on his noble status, he bullied young clansmen everywhere and was one of the people Hyuga Neji detested most. In the past, both sides minded their own business, and the other party somewhat respected his father, who was the clan chief's younger brother. Later, after Hyuga Hizashi became a scapegoat, Neji's status in the branch house plummeted. Hyuga Takashi had been looking for an opportunity to teach this fellow a lesson. Besides finding him an eyesore, there was another very important reason. This guy lacked reverence for the main house, and even dared to glare at Hinata Young Mississippi. Such a person had to be taught a severe lesson. Having learned of the incident, Hyuga Takashi acted as if he had caught him in a major transgression. Not knowing the weight of your strikes. Are you trying to kill a fellow clansman? Without giving Neji a chance to defend himself, Hyuga Takashi formed a single hand seal, preparing to let him feel a pain carved into the soul. The caged bird seal was activated, and the intense pain made Neji scream out. Even the injured clansman couldn't help but show a look of pity, but no one dared to stand up and criticize Hyuga Takashi. simply because he was a main house member from the third elder's lineage. There is a distinction between superior and inferior. They of the branch house didn't even have the qualification to question. Since even he didn't dare to speak, the others naturally pretended not to see this scene. They let Neji wail, feeling the agony as if many red-hot iron needles were repeatedly piercing deep into his mind. Stop it. Neji knelt on the ground, his whole body convulsing, his teeth grinding audibly. He was almost about to faint, yet his consciousness was forcibly held by the pain. This is your lesson. The branch house should act like the branch house. Hyuga Takashi stood with his hands on his hips, triumphant, his gaze full of contempt. Everything you have was bestowed by the main house. Serving me is your greatest honor. Seeing that he could barely hold on, Hyuga Takashi stopped the torture with satisfaction. Before leaving, he didn't forget to warn him that he wasn't allowed to tell the clan chief about today's matter, or else next time he would be made to suffer 1,000 times more pain. With that, Hyuga Takashi departed elegantly, surrounded by a group of lackeys who were frantically flattering him. It wasn't until the other's figure completely disappeared that Neji staggered to his feet. To him, that intense pain felt like it had lasted a century. But compared to the hatred in his heart, a little pain was not worth mentioning at all. Neji slumped on the ground, like a fish out of water, breathing heavily and with difficulty. The surrounding clansmen cast sympathetic looks one after another. Only after Hyuga Takashi had completely vanished did someone offer him a helping hand. Neji could understand their fear. The ones he truly hated were the main house, and the Hyuga clan chief, who caused his father's death. He struggled to climb up, ignored the advice of others, and staggered away from the clan grounds to this remote and deserted training ground. Anyone with eyes could see that today's matter was Hyuga Takashi intentionally looking for trouble. If he went to tell the clan chief, the third elder would only symbolically punish the other party. What would wait for him instead was a whole new round of retaliation. As for whether the clan chief would stand up for him. Chapter 46. Neji was no fool. He knew very well that the commotion here would certainly be known by Hyuga Hiyashi. If he truly intended to, the clan chief would have appeared long ago to stop it. Why wait until he had been tortured beyond recognition? There were many things Neji did not understand. He could not comprehend the importance of maintaining the dignity of the main house. He only felt that his father truly died in vain. Such people were simply not worth saving. Heh! Neji leaned against the tree trunk, letting out a self-mocking laugh. He hated it. He hated why he was born into the Hyuga clan. Even though they all shared the same bloodline, just because his father was born a little later, generations had to be branded with the caged bird seal, controlled by others for a lifetime, unable to even decide their own life or death. On what basis was his hard work merely a measure of the quality of a tool in the eyes of the main house? Under the guidance of Jonin, those useless trash from the main house couldn't even use the gentle fist properly, yet he received no resource support and had to master several secret techniques solely through his father's legacy. In terms of raw talent, the heirs of the main house weren't even fit to carry his shoes. Neji could slaughter Hyuga Takashi with just one hand. Unwillingness, anger, hatred. These negative emotions burned in his chest like poisonous flames. Bastard. Neji turned abruptly and began to strike the tree trunk frantically. Only this could make him feel a bit better. Why must there be a caged bird seal? Why am I from the branch house? Why did my father have to sacrifice himself for you? The boy's roar echoed continuously, filled with a powerful indictment of fate. Completely lost in extreme emotions, Neji didn't notice at all that a pair of eyes was staring fixedly at him from a distance. The observer saw the seal on his forehead. He saw the flame of unwillingness to be bound by fate, and the raging hatred burning in his eyes. With just a little guidance, this boy could help him complete that work. A person about to drown will try to grasp at anything, even if they must pay a heavy price for it. Finally, Hyuga Neji calmed down. The despairing boy leaned against a wooden post, his eyes gradually becoming numb and indifferent. He didn't even notice the figure standing right next to him. It wasn't until he felt a trace of killing intent that he leapt up from the ground like a startled bird. Not bad. At least you've retained the instincts of a ninja. Aizen looked at him with a smile. At that moment, Neji's hair stood on end. He sprang up and assumed the gentle fist starting stance. A year of mission experience allowed him to maintain basic vigilance even in his current state. His Byakugan snapped open, and he relaxed slightly only after seeing the visitor's appearance. As a prominent figure who graduated in recent years, he naturally recognized Uzumaki Naruto's appearance, but he hadn't expected to encounter him under these circumstances. Aizen was oblivious to the boy's wariness. His gaze seemed able to penetrate the forehead protector to see the mark engraved beneath it. The overly direct gaze made Neji think of his recent loss of composure. A surge of shame and anger at having his secret peered into welled up, and his tone became somber. "Why are you peeping at me?" Judging by his posture, he was very likely to teach the other person a lesson if he didn't get a proper answer. Neji's talent was beyond doubt. Even if the other person was also a genius, he was a year older, and this gap was not something that could be smoothed over by hard work alone. If the answer didn't satisfy him, Neji wouldn't mind teaching the other a lesson while he was at it. Peeping? Aizen tilted his head slightly, seemingly finding the word interesting. "I was just passing by and saw a young bird trapped in a cage, trying in vain to strike the bars." These words alluded to Neji's most vulnerable spot. The boy immediately flew into a rage from shame and decided to teach him a lesson. "You ignorant fellow, I'll make you understand the consequences of provoking me." With that, the 8 trigrams domain suddenly expanded, as he decided to make Uzumaki Naruto realize the massive gap between them. Aizen suddenly felt a sense of pressure, as if the surrounding gravity had changed, and his movements slowed down slightly. Of course, the magnitude wasn't very large. Someone whose spiritual sense wasn't sharp enough wouldn't notice it at all. This was his first time fighting a Byakugan user. He had originally thought this ocular technique's strength lay in reconnaissance, but now it seemed the Byakugan's reputation alongside the Sharingan was indeed well-founded. The Hogyoku, in his mind, trembled slightly, and the appearance of the world immediately changed. Aizen could clearly see the 8 trigrams formation beneath the boy's feet. He knew that this was the thing affecting him. He could even see that this kind of domain barrier effect provided a boost to the caster themselves. Being suppressed by a mysterious force caused his own movement to slow. With one side increased and the other decreased, even if both sides were equal in strength, a gap would open in an instant. However, this suppression was too weak. It couldn't play a decisive role against him. If it could be expanded dozens of times, even Kage-level experts might be rendered unable to move under the heavy pressure. Of course, Aizen didn't think anyone could achieve that. At least no one in the current Hyuga clan could. If such a person truly existed, their strength would have already exceeded the theoretical upper limit of the ninja system. Perhaps the Rakuto Sunin of legends could do it. While he was lost in thought, Hyuga Neji suddenly appeared before him, striking at his chest with both hands in an attempt to cut off his chakra flow. Aizen didn't immediately repel him. He wanted to see the limit of the boy's strength. He used Shunpo to dodge, but Neji followed like a shadow, his movement speed within the domain not inferior to his own in the slightest. His short-term burst was enough to rival the swift release. Not bad. The Hyuga clan indeed has its unique points. Aizen continued his defensive stance, catching Neji's full-power 8 trigrams 64 palms with his bare hands. What? Neji's eyes widened, looking at him in disbelief. Catching the 8 trigrams 64 palms with bare hands was something even the clan chief couldn't do. On what basis could he do it? In fact, Aizen was using a high-level technique from the Hakuda system. With the body in a completely relaxed natural state, leaving the counterattacks to instinct, it was suitable for dealing with that kind of high-speed close-quarters attack flow. Perfect execution required harsh conditions. It could only be said that combat awareness refined over hundreds of years was by no means comparable to Neji's. Damn it! The boy stopped his steps, gritting his teeth as he realized the gap between them. He understood even more that the other person hadn't taken the initiative to attack from beginning to end. This kind of forbearance was exactly what Neji could least accept. Fate could not be resisted, and even his talent was inferior to a younger underclassman. An unprecedented sense of frustration enveloped him, causing the light in Neji's eyes to fade rapidly. Seeing that the suppression was sufficient, Aizen stopped his movements. People are like that. They instinctively listen to those in superior positions. The meaning of a person of low status has little weight in their words is not about what you say, but whether your words can attract the attention of others. Chapter 47. Just like Hyuga Neji before, who had considered him a powerless person and thus refused to engage in even basic communication. Now, having been completely crushed by Aizen in every aspect, he seemed much more suitable for a conversation. What exactly do you want to do? Neji asked. By now, even he could see that the other party had come specifically for him. According to his memories, Uzumaki Naruto shouldn't be the type to gloat over someone's misfortune, so there must be another reason for seeking him out. Do you want to invite me on a mission together? Neji speculated inwardly. It wasn't until the other party spoke slowly that his eyes suddenly widened, his face filled with an expression of disbelief. What did you just say? Aizen gazed into his eyes and simply repeated. I can help you remove the caged bird seal, provided you have the will to seek revenge. Revenge? Against whom? Against Hyuga Takashi, who had humiliated him. Against all the high and mighty main house members? Or against the intangible things that established these cruel rules? Anger surged in his heart once more. Neji believed the other party had heard his words and was using this method to humiliate him. Remove the caged bird seal? What a joke. If it were truly that easy, the Hyuga clan's legacy would not have lasted for 1,000 years without being broken. You make it sound so simple. What could an outsider like you possibly know? This was the fate of the Hyuga clan. It was destined from the moment everyone was born. The caged bird seal was an absolutely inescapable curse. Forget resisting the entire main house. He couldn't even resist the punishment inflicted by that trash just now. Aside from enduring in silence, Neji truly didn't know what else he could do. He vented these words through a roar. The resentment he didn't dare speak of during the day, and couldn't speak of, was now all shouted at this person who knew his secret. Even though he knew it was dangerous, Neji's mood seemed to ease considerably. People always need an outlet to vent. An inescapable fate? Aizen softly repeated those two words, the smile at the corner of his mouth seeming to deepen slightly. This time, there was no mockery in his eyes, only an almost indifferent calm. Such familiar self-deception. To attribute one's own powerlessness to an ethereal fate, and to revere the oppressor's rules as inviolable iron laws. This is merely a sedative that the weak find for themselves. His voice wasn't loud, yet every word struck Neji's fragile heart like an ice pick. The truly strong use their own will to reshape the rules. Aizen's gaze once again swept over Neji's forehead protector. A bird in a cage is not there because it was born to be in a cage, but because someone built the cage and told it that the outside is dangerous and the cage is its home. A bird's wings are born for flight. No matter how sturdy the prison, there are gaps. No matter how ancient the curse mark, it has its limits. The key lies with the bird itself. Whether it truly yearns to break through the cage, and whether it is willing to pay the price to break free from its shackles. There are not many strong people who can reshape rules, and Hyuga Neji clearly did not possess such ability. But that was fine. Learning to follow the strong was also a method. On the other side, Neji, immersed in his sorrowful emotions, was stunned. These words were completely different from the concepts he had been indoctrinated with since childhood. They were filled with a rebellious temptation, causing his heart, which had been dry for many years, to begin to race. What exactly do you want by saying all this? Neji's voice carried a trace of imperceptible trembling. He still maintained a hint of vigilance, but there was also a faint hope that had been ignited. Aizen did not answer directly, but instead looked up at the moon gradually climbing to the middle of the sky. You have plenty of time to think, whether to try to break the cage, and to what extent you are willing to go for this cause. Come find me once you have thought it all through. I will be here waiting for you. He gave Neji one last look, a gaze that had already seen through the boy's inner struggle. Accept the other party's dangerous proposal? Or continue to believe in that theory of fate and return to the Hyuga clan to be that branch house genius? It seemed there was no need to think at all. Just as Neji was about to answer, he discovered that Uzumaki Naruto had disappeared from the spot at some unknown time. Silence returned to the training ground, with only the rustling of night wind through the leaves in his ears. Neji stood frozen in place for a long time, his mind filled with 1,000 thoughts. Though he didn't know if the other party's words were true or false, The hatred accumulated in his heart was already unwilling to remain idle. He slammed a fist into the nearby tree trunk. Without using chakra for protection, Neji felt a sharp pain in his fist. But how could physical pain compare to the mental torment? Damn it! Neji returned to his small house in a daze. He lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, scenes from the past constantly surfacing in his mind. The pain of being implanted with the curse mark for the first time. His father's painful roars when facing punishment. And the resentment of being used as a scapegoat by the family. Time passed bit by bit, and Neji lay at home for an entire day like the Walking Dead. When the second night came, the boy in the darkness suddenly sat up, the struggle in his eyes finally replaced by a sense of resolution. Rather than sinking into pain, he would rather believe that guy's nonsense. Even if he had to die, he would find a way to take revenge on those who humiliated him. Silently changing into casual clothes, Neji, like a cat in the night, once again came to that remote training ground. The moonlight was cold, the tree shadows swayed, and the training ground was empty. Neji stood in his previous position, his heart pounding, as he watched the time approach midnight bit by bit. Just as he was doubting whether the other party would show up, that gentle voice sounded again. It carried a hint of expected realization. "You've come." Neji breathed a long sigh of relief and turned to look at the figure under the moonlight. Konoha village, a certain izakaya on the commercial street. The izakaya was bustling at night, the aroma of food permeating under the warm yellow lights. The table by the window was particularly lively, with several guys dressed as ninjas clinking glasses, led by an arrogant-looking young man. He was precisely a main house disciple from the third elder's lineage, Hyuga Takashi. Beside him were his two teammates, and sitting on his knees slightly further from the table was a middle-aged man whose gaze remained vigilant at all times, scrutinizing everyone who approached the young master. That B-rank mission this time really wasn't easy. Those wandering samurai actually had some tricks up their sleeves. Someone remarked about the enemies they had previously encountered. However, Hyuga Takashi had a different view. They're all just small tricks in front of the Byakugan. His demeanor was full of pride. The Sharingan can only see through chakra flow, but the Byakugan can even detect the movement of muscles and joints. His grandfather told him that the top experts can judge the next move based on muscles, thereby achieving an operation similar to precognition. In terms of insight, the Byakugan holds the top seat among the three great eye techniques. Although Hyuga Takashi temporarily couldn't reach that level, and might never reach it, it didn't stop him from boasting about his family's prowess. His teammates knew his heart nature, so they showered him with a series of flattering compliments. Seeing this, Hyuga Takashi became even more conceited. With the alcohol surging, his desire to show off was piqued, and he changed the topic to the events of the previous day. "We had a kid in our clan who didn't know the heights of the heavens or the depths of the earth, relying on his skills to bully the weak. A few days ago, I gave him a harsh lesson." Chapter 48. When he mentioned Hyuga Neji's name, someone nearby immediately said they'd heard of the guy. A member of Might Guy's team, supposedly quite talented. So what if he's strong? He was still defeated by big brother Hyuga. Hearing his teammates' flattery, Hyuga Takashi felt even more smug, claiming that ninjas of that level were everywhere in the Hyuga clan. Even if he were born into the main house, with that heart nature, he wouldn't amount to much. Unlike me. Talent, strength, status, I have the best of everything. The branch house bloodline is inherently inferior. That is an ironclad rule. The meal ended amidst the group's agreement. The night grew deep, and pedestrians on the streets became sparse. With unsteady steps, Hyuga Takashi swayed as he walked toward the clan grounds. The special Jonin followed closely behind. He was a trusted aide of the third elder and had been Lord Takashi's personal bodyguard for a long time. The third elder loved his son dearly and hoped Hyuga Takashi would succeed the family in the future, even assigning a special Jonin to accompany him on missions. It was clear how high Hyuga Takashi's status was within the family. The two crossed several streets one after another and turned into a relatively quiet alleyway. Gecko was sliced by the eaves, casting interlacing shadows on the ground. Hyuga Takashi, walking in front, suddenly stopped. Ahead in the alley, in the shadows untouched by Gecko, stood two figures draped in black cloaks. The cloaks covered them completely. Even the Byakugan couldn't see through to their true forms. The branch house member acting as a guard instantly became alert, stepping forward to shield Hyuga Takashi behind him. "Be careful, my lord." However, his long-cultivated arrogance prevented Hyuga Takashi from sensing any danger at all. It was one thing outside, but he was back in the village now. As part of Konoha's strongest noble clan, Hyuga Takashi believed he had the right to be arrogant. Letting out a heavy belch, his drunken eyes looked ahead as he spoke impatiently. "Careful of what? This is Konoha village. Who's so blind they dare block my path?" He didn't take the two dark figures seriously at all. His status as a member of the Hyuga main house was the law. Except for a few individuals, the clan chiefs of other families had to be polite when they saw him. Hyuga Takashi didn't believe anyone would dare lay a hand on him. Did they really think the Anbu were useless? Arrogant as he wasn't stupid. He knew very well that no one would dare attack him, unless they were prepared to go to war with the Anbu. While that logic held true, he didn't know that the cloaked figures had already set up a sealing barrier around them, ensuring no commotion would reach the outside world. "Let's begin." A voice came from the figure on the right. The figure on the left slowly raised a hand and pulled back the hood. The cold gecko fell, illuminating a somewhat youthful face. Pure white eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, and the diamond-shaped green caged bird seal was clearly visible on his forehead. The newcomer was none other than Hyuga Neji. Staring directly at the stunned man, Neji's calm tone betrayed a deep-seated hatred. "Are you prepared to die?" After a brief silence, Hyuga Takashi finally matched the person before him with the image of that loser. It took him a moment to understand the other's intent. A look of shock crossed his face, followed by even more boisterous laughter. "I wondered who it was. So it's you, you suicidal piece of trash." Pointing at Neji, he said to his guard, "See that? This is the branch house trash I taught a lesson to. I guess last time wasn't enough if he dares block my way at night." Hyuga Takashi's tone was filled with excitement. Since the boy had delivered himself to his doorstep, even if the punishment was a bit severe, the clan chief wouldn't be able to blame him. Since he was so forgetful, he would definitely give him a lesson he'd never forget today. "You need to learn what reverence means." Hyuga Takashi's face darkened as he focused without hesitation, activating the caged bird seal engraved on Neji's forehead. That soul-deep pain could make even the toughest man kneel and beg for mercy. Based on past experience, this brat would soon collapse to the ground, twitching and at his mercy. But this time, things were slightly different. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Neji still stood there perfectly fine, looking at him expressionlessly, without even a flicker in his eyes. Gecko fell on the seal on his forehead, as if it were just an ordinary tattoo. "This is impossible." Hyuga Takashi's smile froze on his face. He suddenly increased the intensity of the activation to a level that could kill a branch house member instantly. But his extra effort was still useless. The caged bird seal, a symbol of absolute authority, seemed to have malfunctioned. "What on earth did you do?" Hyuga Takashi screamed, his drunkenness vanishing without a trace. Chapter 49. Aizen had lost any chance of dodging and was forced to take the hit head-on. Gentle stepped twin Leon fists. Considering his years of hard work, the third elder had taught him the family's secret technique. This punch was enough to shatter gold and crack stone, causing both internal and external injuries. A single strike could beat an opponent into a state where they could no longer take care of themselves. However, at the moment he struck, he suddenly hesitated. It wasn't a sudden discovery of conscience, but rather he was thinking about Hyuga Neji's caged bird seal. This guy had somehow managed to undo the cursed seal. Was it possible for him to help others undo it as well? If so, he absolutely had to get his hands on that method. With the intent to investigate, the man slightly reduced his chakra output. He would spare his life to leave some room for the upcoming negotiations. Under the influence of the reishi cloak, he was unable to peer into the situation inside Aizen's body. Naturally, he didn't realize just how much terrifying energy was contained within that seemingly frail frame. It wasn't until the Sokotsu erupted with a boom, crushing his twin Leon fists in one go, that the man reacted after the fact. Unfortunately, his chest had already been struck by Aizen's twin fists, and his internal organs were instantly shattered by the terrifying penetrative force. "You." The man's eyes were filled with regret. If he could have seen through the opponent's internal condition, how could he have been defeated so easily? After struggling a few times, he eventually closed his eyes in helplessness. Using the Hogyoku to absorb his chakra, Aizen looked up toward the front, where Neji had easily subdued his opponent. Don't kill me. Hyuga Takashi pleaded humbly for mercy, while secretly and repeatedly trying to activate the caged bird seal. He had no idea that the mark on Neji's forehead was actually a tattoo used as a disguise. The real caged bird seal had long been removed by Aizen. The method was somewhat difficult, but such a thing could not stump him. If he could remove it for one person, he could remove it for the entire branch house. The Hyuga clan was destined to face a devastating blow. You want me to spare your life? A cruel grin spread across Neji's face. He looked vastly different from how he used to be. Often, a single change in an event can affect an entire life. Through Aizen's artificial intervention, Neji was no longer that fated scapegoat. He was now an avenger resisting an unjust fate. Striking like lightning, he broke the man's arm. Hyuga Takashi retreated with a scream, his eyes full of terror, feeling as if this guy had become a completely different person. Please, I beg you. Hyuga Takashi collapsed to the ground, watching the approaching Neji as if he were looking at a life-claiming Asura. He struggled to crawl up, but felt his chakra dissipating and his whole body weakening. Even if he were allowed to run, he probably wouldn't get very far. Looking down at this former master, a surge of indescribable pleasure welled up in Neji's heart. If the timing weren't inappropriate, he would surely have tortured the man 10,000 times over. Go in peace. Neji struck down with a palm, his chakra shattering the flesh and blood within the man's skull, bringing the screams to an abrupt halt. The alley became deathly silent, with only the faint sound of the night wind blowing through. Neji slowly straightened up, staring at his blood-stained hands. He knew there was no turning back. From this moment on, he stood completely in opposition to the Hyuga main house, on the dangerous edge of the existing order. Let's go. After Aizen finished absorbing the chakra, he simply processed the scene, ensuring that no one could trace any clues back to the two of them. Soon, he brought Neji to the underground laboratory, revealing a portion of his secrets to him. Neji's expression changed slightly, then quickly returned to normal. From the moment he saw Naruto absorbing chakra, he realized that the person before him was the culprit who had committed the previous serious crimes. If it were his past self, he might have felt some qualms, but now it was different. Neji's mind was entirely consumed with how to overthrow the rule of the main house. For this, he was willing to pay any price. After staring at the other for a long while, Neji suddenly knelt on one knee and pleaded respectfully. Please help me overthrow the corrupt rule of the main house. From now on, the Hyuga clan will follow your lead. Neji was very clever, and this was not only reflected in his ninjutsu cultivation. The other party's willingness to take risks for his private grudge was definitely not out of some classmate friendship, let alone the fact that they were just casual acquaintances. Even if they were as close as brothers, one wouldn't help with such a thing. After thinking it over, the only thing Neji could offer was his loyalty. Not just his own, but also that of the branch house members who would be saved. Only by binding the interests of both parties together would the other be willing to help. Stand up. Aizen took off his cloak, and his calm gaze behind the lenses fell upon the youth. He didn't immediately agree, nor did he refuse. His ambiguous attitude left the youth somewhat at a loss. After a long time, Aizen posed an interesting question. Are you truly certain that everyone in the branch house is willing to overthrow the rule of the main house? Neji was taken aback. He felt like this question was too foolish. Everyone had been persecuted by the main house for so long. How could there be no resentment? Naturally, everyone would want to escape the control of the caged bird seal. Seeing this, Aizen softly asked another question. As a prestigious clan of Konoha, the Hyuga have hundreds of members. How many of them are engaged in ninja work long-term? About 1/10, I suppose. This was already a very high proportion. Even during the Sengoku period, it was impossible to have every member be a soldier, let alone in today's era of peace. Most of the family members were engaged in ordinary jobs. Having talent was one thing. Whether one could become a ninja was another. Neiji's expression changed slightly as he remembered those numb, fearful, and silent clansmen on the training grounds. When facing oppression, some choose to resist, but more choose to endure in silence, even gradually becoming accustomed to it. Perhaps there was dissatisfaction in their hearts, but those ordinary clansmen had a considerable dependence on stability. Could they really be made to summon the courage to resist? Neiji suddenly lost some confidence. Some people have long since become accustomed to life in a cage, even treating the cage as a protective shell. Breaking it abruptly will not only fail to earn their gratitude, but will instead increase their fear. Perhaps they will even hate the person who broke the peace. Aizen's voice was like cold spring water, pouring over Neiji's heated mind. Regarding such matters, no one was more experienced than Aizen. Ninjas generally do not have long lifespans, so their perception of oppression is not yet that deep. Shinigami generally possess long lives, and they have witnessed more of the pedantry of the Council of 46. Even so, most people still choose to uphold it. They believe that only by maintaining the existing rules can the Seirei continue to function normally. In the eyes of many, the risks brought by change far outweigh endurance. How many people in the branch house do you think hold similar thoughts? This speech left Neiji speechless. He wanted to refute it, but past lessons forced him to accept this viewpoint. The main house members were few, and most branch house members never even came into contact with them. The ones who oppressed everyone the most on a daily basis and were most capable of preaching the meaning of loyalty were precisely the branch house members themselves. Chapter 50. Lowering his head in silence. It took Neiji a long while to finally wrap his head around it. I must go and find comrades with sufficient resolve. These people are the foundation for overthrowing the main house's rule. He finally understood. This task could not be accomplished by hot-headedness alone. He needed to patiently observe, approach, and test, searching for clan members whose hearts burned with the fire of resentment, gathering them together to slowly grow their strength. When the power of the rebels became strong enough, those wavering individuals would naturally lean toward their side. Neiji did not blame those clan members. How could a group of ordinary people who worked from sunrise to sunset resist the rules that had governed the family for 1,000 years? As a reformer, what he truly needed to do was give everyone confidence. Seeing that he had finally understood, Aizen spoke calmly. For you, this is a test. Your vision, judgment, and leadership potential will all determine the success or failure of this endeavor. Yes. Neiji lowered his head, his expression revealing firm determination. He understood all too well that if he chose the wrong person, those individuals would inevitably leak the secret. At that point, all participants would die, dying a death 100 times more miserable than Hyuga Takashi's. This was a path far more difficult and dangerous than simple murder for revenge. But Neiji was willing to try. He wanted to change everyone's fate with his own hands. Aizen nodded slightly, a faint smile that was almost appreciative appearing on his face. True reform often begins from a tiny spark. Always remember the feeling you have today. This subordinate understands. Aizen said no more. How far he could go would depend on Hyuga Neiji's own resolve. In the process of searching for comrades, errors in judgment would certainly occur. Those whom Neiji would attempt to recruit would surely be clan members he had close interactions with in daily life. The betrayal of such people is often even more fatal. When it came time to handle such troubles, the psychological torment for Neiji would also be greater. If he couldn't pull through, he would soon die at the hands of the main house. If he passed this trial, Aizen would gain a very capable subordinate. He looked forward to the boy's outcome. Over the next few days, Konoha village remained calm and peaceful. Hyuga Takashi's death was like a pebble thrown into a deep pond, stirring only brief ripples within the Hyuga clan. The outside world felt no change at all. According to Neiji's description, his death was publicly declared as an accident during a mission. Although the main house was furious, they could only let the matter drop since they couldn't catch the culprit. The incident was forcibly suppressed by Hyuga Hiyashi, with strict orders not to spread it, to prevent more people from following suit and targeting those useless main house members. The Konoha high-level officials made no statement. People like Danzo Shimura seemed happy to see cracks appearing within the Hyuga. Without the Uchiha, the Hyuga became the largest noble clan in Konoha. Fortunately, With the suppression of the caged bird seal, most Hyuga followed the rules. Otherwise, they would be the next ones to be dealt with. Hyuga Hiyashi understood this logic, so for years, he had required the clan members to keep a low profile. They absolutely could not retread the old path of the Uchiha. An event that should have stirred up massive waves vanished into nothingness under the unspoken cold treatment of multiple parties. During this period, Aizen maintained his usual life. Every day, he was either performing cultivation or wandering around, seemingly relieving the fatigue from the Land of Waves mission. In reality, he had been using Kage Bunshins to conduct experiments. After long research, he had a deeper understanding of his own recovery power. Roughly every 3 days as a cycle, he would retract the Kage Bunshins to integrate the knowledge acquired in his mind. The rest of the time, the original body would perform cultivation. He continuously perfected his Kido, enhanced his basic physical functions, and strove to touch the limits of a ninja as soon as possible. One day, Aizen left the bustling streets alone and walked toward a relatively quiet forest on the outskirts of the village. He looked as if he wanted to enjoy a moment of tranquility. In fact, he had noticed the tail behind him early this morning. Aizen wanted to give the other party a perfect opportunity to show themselves. Through his powerful spiritual sense, it was very easy to determine the identity of the stalker. He was only curious about what the other party's purpose was. Has a problem been exposed with the artificial body? Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows. The birdsong in the forest was serene and the atmosphere peaceful until a sudden surge of killing intent swept through, startling the birds and beasts into flight. A sharp whistling sound came from the rear flank, attacking at a very tricky angle. However, he could sense a slight anomaly. The attacker seemed to be intentionally holding back. Even if he didn't dodge, it would only graze his arm. A boring test. Aizen slid his feet casually, dodging the kunai by a hair's breadth. Who is it? He turned around, his face showing a timely expression of vigilance. Under his gaze, a man dressed in night-traveling gear slowly stepped out from the shadows of the trees. The newcomer said nothing. His figure lunged forward again, his hands rapidly forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball carrying scorching heat rushed toward him, covering a wide area, intending to block Aizen's space for evasion. Faced with an attack of this level, Aizen had too many ways to respond, but he could not reveal them in front of this person. Then I shall use ninjutsu to face the enemy. Completing the hand seals with unimaginable speed, a wall of water suddenly rose in front of him. It just barely blocked the incoming fireball. When water and fire met, a large amount of steam erupted, completely obscuring the vision of both men. Taking this opportunity, Aizen performed his specialized sealing jutsu. Iron pillars formed from black seal markings struck the opponent from different directions. Bakudo number 62, Hyaporon-kan. Before the steam dissipated, the masked man's figure was pinned to a tree trunk by the iron pillars. However, this battle was far from over. Poof! The opponent's figure vanished into smoke. It was actually a Kage Bunshin used for testing. The masked man's true body passed through the steam like a ghost, his kunai stabbing directly at Aizen's throat. The speed was far beyond that of an ordinary genin. This kind of technique could fool others, but it could not escape Aizen's spiritual sense. He had long seen through the opponent's intentions. He leaned back dangerously to dodge, allowing the kunai's blade to graze past the front of his neck. While leaping backward, he exhaled a powerful blast of air. Wind release, great breakthrough. The violent airflow blew away the smoke, stopping the enemy's further pursuit. The two sides exchanged blows. Aizen, who was at a disadvantage in taijutsu, frequently used ninjutsu to attack. The level of extravagance made an envious look appear in the masked man's eyes. Settling his mind slightly, he applied continuous pressure on Uzumaki Naruto, preparing to see where the other party's limit lay. Aizen, on the other hand, perfectly played the role of someone gradually falling into a disadvantage. He strove to dodge, block, and counterattack. His chakra was consumed rapidly, and his breathing gradually became labored. Perhaps unable to bear the burden, he began to constantly use the forest environment to maneuver. The two engaged in a chase, unknowingly leaving their original location. They headed toward an area that was usually deserted. Chapter 51. The battle lasted for about a quarter of an hour, and Aizen appeared to be struggling more and more. An error led to the masked man's shuriken grazing his arm, leaving a shallow bloodstain. Seeing this, the masked man, who should have followed up with an attack, stopped his movements. The coldness in his eyes faded, replaced by a familiar look of laziness. Well, let's end the test here. He raised his hand and pulled off his hood, revealing his signature silver hair and a listless face. The masked man was none other than his instructor, Kakashi H. Good reactions, and your tactical application is up to par. Kakashi gave a brief evaluation, paused for a moment, and then cautioned his subordinate to learn how to conserve chakra. That kind of extravagant continuous ninjutsu bombardment, interspersed with sealing jutsu that also consumed chakra. He wouldn't dare dream of such an expensive approach in his life. Hanging a dog's head on an earth-style wall was the limit of Kakashi's extravagance. This guy was using ninjutsu like shuriken, throwing them out one after another. With a slight sigh, Kakashi revealed the true purpose of this test. I plan to have the three of you participate in the Chunin XAMS. Chunin XAMS? Aizen showed timely confusion. Yes, it's a selection exam for Geinin to be promoted to Chunin. As he spoke, Kakashi told him that he had completed the testing for all three of them. Among them, his performance was the most outstanding. Sakura's was a bit lackluster, though she finally managed to break free from Kakashi's illusion this time. It seems the mission in the Land of Waves has made you grow. Kakashi's tone betrayed a sense of gratification. However, he did not mention anything about Sasuke H. After years of grooming by the artificial body, Uchiha Sage was no longer that simple youth. Hatred filled his heart and soul. Every day, his thoughts were focused on killing Uchiha Itachi. The artificial body had carried out its work very cautiously, and outsiders could not detect this subtle, gradual influence at all. In Kakashi's test, Sasuke H had displayed an astonishing killing intent, with almost every move aimed at taking him down. In particular, the awakening of the Sharingan had given Saichi's strength a leap forward. During the confrontation, it had even evolved into the two Tomoe Sharingan. It was evident how intense the hatred in Sasaichi's heart was. Regarding the Uchiha clan, Kakashi knew quite a bit more than others. He knew that the higher the negative emotions, the faster the Sharingan evolved. In a few extreme cases, some could even complete the evolution to two Tomo the moment they awakened their eyes. According to records, the fate of such people was generally not very pleasant. Sai, look after Sasage a bit more. Kakashi sighed, his eyes looking a bit despondent as he said, that child's heart is full of hatred. We must work hard to help him move past it. Don't worry. Aizen gave a sunny smile. For a moment, Kakashi seemed to see the figure he once relied upon. He patted Aizen's shoulder with great satisfaction. He was beyond pleased with this disciple. If everyone were as worry-free as Aizen, he wouldn't have to spend so much effort on this. Well then, do your best in the Chunin XAMS. After announcing that they would meet at the training ground tomorrow, Kakashi's figure disappeared with a poof into white smoke. This time, it was still a Kage Bunshin. Aizen stood in place, looking toward where Kakashi had vanished. The sunny smile on his face slowly faded, returning to a deep, profound calm. The Chunin XAMS, huh? His original plan was to leave Konoha soon to handle matters with the Espada or investigate intelligence within the Akatsuki organization to see if he could find clues related to the tailed beasts. Now it seemed he would have to delay it slightly. As for Uchiha Sasuke H, he was the result of Aizen's deliberate guidance, just like what he had done to Hyuga Neji. By leaving the job of comforting his teammate to him, Saichi's condition would only get worse and worse. What truly interested him was the Chunin XAMS. According to his understanding, the Chunin XAMS gathered geinin from various countries and was a highly anticipated grand event in the ninja world. The performance of the ninjas largely determined the future development of their respective villages. Especially for Konoha Village, there was an urgent need for an opportunity to prove its strength. The performance of the geinin would directly affect subsequent mission requests. This was one of the village's main sources of income, so the high-level officials' attention to it was predictable. For Aizen, this was an excellent opportunity to gather intelligence, observe various forces, and even secretly exert influence. If he encountered suitable targets, he could consider recruiting them into his organization. He was never stingy about cultivating talent. Once the Hollowification technology was perfected, the Espada organization would truly step onto the stage, participating in the games of the entire ninja world. It would be even better if I could capture a few tailed beasts. Aizen prepared to leave the forest. Just as he turned to step away, he suddenly caught a very faint energy fluctuation. This special fluctuation was not pure chakra. It was more like a distorted mental force field. He had never experienced a similar sensation in this world. It's a bit like the Queen See's absolute subordination of Reishi. Aizen felt a hint of curiosity. The forest was still within Konoha's territory, but it was close to the edge. Returning to the village required passing through 2 security checkpoints. Describing it as sparsely populated was no exaggeration. Ordinary people would never appear in such a place. He moved toward the direction his spiritual sense perceived. As he advanced, the forest became deeper and more secluded, with towering ancient trees blotting out the sun, and even the sounds of birds and insects gradually fading away. During the process, Aizen also felt a sense of oppression from a mental level. This was a very strange thing. There were probably not many existences in this world that could give him such a feeling, yet he happened to encounter one in a forest today. Something strange. When he was about 2 kilometers away from the source of the fluctuation, Aizen's footsteps paused slightly. He felt a strong gaze. It wasn't a simple visual observation, but a more direct mental probing. The other party should also be a ninja with sensory abilities, or similar means. This probing was filled with a warning intent, as if telling him to stop there. This only served to pique his curiosity further. Stemming from confidence in his own strength, Aizen stepped forward without hesitation. This could be considered his direct response. In the next second, the surrounding scenery changed without any warning. The soil beneath his feet turned into agonizing human faces covered in slime. The towering ancient trees twisted into execution racks burning with eerie green flames, with mangled corpses of various forms hanging from them. The sky disappeared, replaced by heavy leaden clouds that constantly dripped foul-smelling blood rain. The air was filled with the scent of sulfur, feeling as if he had suddenly fallen into hell. An illustration of hell had descended here. Looking around silently, Aizen could feel the turbulence in his own chakra, as if it were being influenced by an external force. This was a typical characteristic of an illusion acting upon the victim's chakra. Chapter 52. Yet he didn't understand exactly when he had fallen into the trap. It wasn't the influence of sight, nor the effect of sound. Looking back at his recent experience, he could find no trace of the enemy casting a technique. Interesting. Aizen's curiosity was fully piqued. The enemy's method exceeded the scope of ordinary genjutsu. The surroundings were incredibly realistic. No one was more familiar than him with this kind of operation that distorted perception at the level of the 5 senses. With a slight thought, the Hogyoku deep within his consciousness began to pry at the Bagua seal, ignoring the Nine-Tails' protests and forcibly drawing the tailed beast chakra into his body. Influenced by this external force, it directly disrupted the genjutsu's interference with his chakra. Consequently, it directly severed the influence the enemy had imposed on him. The hellish scenery around him began to shake violently, like a reflection into which a stone had been cast. Blood rain flowed backward, the carpet of flesh cracked apart, and the burning racks flickered uncertainly. An inexplicable wave swept through, and the sound of shattering glass echoed from all around. Aizen's chakra fluctuations returned to normal, meaning he had completely escaped the influence of the genjutsu. However, the blood rain, the mountain of flesh, the gallows, and other things still existed. They did not disappear just because he had broken free. A look of surprise flashed in Aizen's eyes. He finally realized where the problem lay. The fact that objects from the hellish vision remained meant the caster had manifested things from the illusion into reality. Even in the world of the Shinigami, this was a very high-level power. While he was studying it closely, several skeleton warriors composed of shadows crawled out from the mounds of graves. Several tentacle-like monsters dripping with slime burst from the ground nearby. They looked like evil creatures from a picture book story, filled with a sense of dissonance that differed from reality. This world is getting more and more interesting. Aizen drew his Zanpaku toe, deciding to take this incident seriously. Only by finding the person behind the scenes could he decide what to do next. Whether to kill or spare them was entirely up to Aizen's whim. Sensing his intent to resist, the monsters howled and lunged at him. The person behind the scenes was clearly intending to strike ruthlessly. It was evident that the other party was very resistant to outsiders approaching, yet this approach was precisely what most easily piqued another's curiosity. It also proved the terror the other party felt toward the act of approaching. The swords of the skeleton warriors stirred up a thick, ghostly wind. The slime of the tentacle monsters corroded the ground. But these methods were too low-level and could not affect Aizen at all. Chakra flowed along the blade, the 5 attributes complementing each other. The condensed power far exceeded a simple nature transformation. No clues could be seen from the outside, but in reality, it possessed extraordinary and terrifying lethality. With one slash, the lunging tentacle monster was sliced horizontally, its seemingly fierce attack having no effect. Large amounts of slime splattered as the monster let out a silent wail and dissipated. All style and no substance. Aizen dodged the warrior's hack, noticing that this thing's strength was not even at the level of a genin. It was completely different from the power suggested by its appearance. He didn't know if it was because their imagination was too lacking or if there was some kind of restriction on their ability. It was most likely the latter. If there were no restrictions, Konoha village would have been able to unify the ninja world long ago. Another slash passed through, easily shattering its body completely. At this moment, an accident occurred that even Aizen had not anticipated. Since forging his Zanpaku toe, he had been nurturing it with his soul, but he had never been able to awaken the power of Kyoka Suigetsu. Simply because he lacked the power of Ichibei Hyosube, he could not bestow a true name upon the weapon. This might be why the Asao-Chi remained dormant. Just now, the Kyoka Suigetsu, which had been like a dead object, suddenly vibrated. It happened the instant he slew the monster. The Zanpaku toe seemed to have absorbed some substance from them, leading to an unknown change in Kyoka Suigetsu. Is it absorbing this power? Or rather, using this person's realistic genjutsu to adapt to the rules of this world? Whatever the truth was, it meant he needed to meet the other party. Quickly clearing out the remaining genjutsu entities, Aizen walked forward briskly, stopping again a moment later. Having roughly understood the other's ability, the act of moving forward itself was meaningless. If the other party was unwilling, he would never be able to leave the illusory space no matter how long he walked. Can I be trapped like this? Aizen smiled slightly, a vivid red light rising from his body. Too naive. Boom. Tailed beast Chakra soared into the sky, and the entire world trembled before this power. Previously, drawing on the Nine-Tails Chakra was only to break the genjutsu's influence, and the amount absorbed wasn't much. This time, he intended to completely shatter the illusory space created by the opponent. No Kido was needed, no sealing jutsu was required. He would simply use pure energy to burst it open. This was also the most inescapable method. Unless the caster's chakra was stronger than his, they could only watch helplessly as the world was destroyed. This method of overwhelming others with sheer force was what Aizen was best at. As the Nine-Tails Chakra began to spread, the demon fox cloak soon emerged on the surface of his body. The red chakra seemed to have a life of its own, covering his body and providing a certain degree of protection. With its presence, an ordinary ninja could do as they pleased, completely without worry that their body would suffer too serious an injury. However, Aizen didn't particularly like this power. The energy is too dispersed. At least 30% of the chakra is wasted. It would be better to use it all to increase lethality. The essence of energy lies in control, making 80 points of power produce 120 points of effect. If you could possess 800 points of energy, under the same level of control, you would possess a power as formidable as a god's. Boom. When two tails appeared behind him, the surrounding world could no longer bear it and burst apart like shards of glass. When Aizen came to his senses, he found himself standing in a forest, in front of a somewhat quaint old mansion courtyard. Weeds were overgrown, stone lanterns were toppled, and it looked as if it hadn't been tended to for a long time. Beside a flower bed, A pale young girl sat before an easel, completely indifferent to his arrival. She had deep purple long hair and a delicate but bloodless face. Her eyes stared hollowly at the frame, her gaze revealing a pain that outsiders could not comprehend. On the canvas before her was a heart-palpitating painting of a hellish transformation. The burning racks, the distorted faces, the dripping blood clouds. It perfectly matched the scene Aizen had just experienced. He could clearly see a hideous crack splitting the center of this canvas. There were also scorched marks on the edges, as if it had been torn from within by some violent force. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the girl slowly raised her head, her hollow purple eyes looking toward Aizen. A monster lives inside you as well. Her voice was airy, like a sleep-talker's mumble. Chapter 53. A glimmer of shared suffering flashed deep in his eyes. Aizen noticed she used the word also, which might be the source of the girl's pain. To guide her appropriately, he spoke about the nine-tails fox, including the unfair treatment he suffered since childhood because of it. Their overly similar experiences made the girl feel a sliver of recognition towards his presence. After a brief silence, she imitated him and gave a self-introduction. The girl's name was Kurama Yakumo, the last descendant of the Kurama clan. She possessed the bloodline limit that could turn illusions into reality. Her ability could achieve perfect control over the five senses, even materializing illusions through painting. As soon as she detected Aizen's appearance, she tried to expel him with a hastily drawn painting. Unexpectedly, her drawing board was instead shattered by him. Kurama Yakumo had been weak and sickly since childhood. Her parents forbade her from becoming a ninja, and she couldn't even live a normal daily life. Over time, much resentment accumulated in the girl's heart, influenced by her power, forming a truly existing heart demon. She recounted this intermittently, her eyes filled with pain. It's called Iido, and my abilities have no effect on it. According to Kurama Yakumo, her power was always at risk of going out of control. Her former teacher and the village's higher-ups wanted to eliminate her. To escape death, she lived alone here, strictly forbidding any outsiders from approaching. The courtyard was silent, with only the rustling sound of wind blowing through withered grass. The girl's sorrow did not affect him. Aizen gazed calmly at her, as if pondering something. He thought of the changes in his Zanpaku toe. Perhaps this was a great opportunity to complete a crucial step. If he could awaken Kyoka Seigetsu, future plans could proceed more smoothly. Moreover, Kurama Yakumo's power was worth obtaining. This was the helper he wanted. Aizen took a step forward, his pace composed, completely ignoring the negative emotions emanating from the girl. Arriving beside her, his gaze fell on her pained eyes. Do you want to eliminate the monster inside you? Yakumo trembled violently, ripples gradually appearing in her stagnant gaze. How could she not want to? Without the heart demon, she could live like a normal person, without worrying about elimination orders from the village's higher-ups. Maybe she could even try to become a ninja. But saying it was easy. Actually doing it was extremely difficult. The heart demon hid in her inner world, and Kurama Yakumo herself couldn't deal with it. Even if someone could send it in, within the inner world, the heart demon wielded nearly infinite power. No matter how strong the youth was, he wouldn't be a match. In the end, her full expectations would still come to nothing. Seeing the girl's distrust, Aizen didn't say much, simply emphasizing one thing. I can help you. These clear, forceful words, like a demon's whisper, dropped a boulder into the stagnant lake of Yakumo's heart. Yakumo froze completely, staring blankly at Aizen, at those eyes behind the lenses that seemed to see through everything. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The smell of rotting plants in the courtyard, the bird song from the forest, the slowly moving dark clouds, all began to flicker violently under Kurama's suddenly rapid breathing. After much hesitation and deliberation, she struggled to utter two words. Help me. These two words were as faint as a mosquito's hum. Deep within her hollow eyes, a faint, stubborn flame appeared. She finally stopped hesitating, prepared to transform fear itself into desperate courage. Kurama Yakumo didn't quite believe in herself, but she was willing to trust this youth who had broken through the first layer of illusion. That's right, the place where Aizen stood wasn't reality, but a second world she had constructed on that basis. That's why the surroundings changed with her emotions. Upon realizing this, Aizen appreciated the girl's ability even more. At certain specific times, Kurama Yakumo's real illusions might be more useful than Kyoka Shigetsu. As for her frail physique, nothing was unsolvable before the Hogyoku. As long as breakthroughs could be made in cytology, the Hogyoku could fully apply the experimental results to her. In the courtyard, Kurama Yakumo held a paintbrush, continuously tracing along the existing shadow lines on the canvas, finally painting a door representing endless darkness. It's inside. Yakumo's face was as pale as paper. Continuously using high-intensity illusions was a burden for her frail physique. She was really going all out to eliminate the heart demon. Calmly gazing at the heart door before him, even his spiritual senses couldn't penetrate that barrier, proving that the girl's power level was very high. With strong enough chakra, she could even materialize a true deity. He thought once more of the Hollowification experiments on tailed beasts. This technique would have a very astonishing effect on Kurama Yakumo. "Wait here," Aizen said calmly, then stepped into that dark door without hesitation. There was no feeling of passing through a physical entity. It was more like his consciousness was dragged into a vortex with extremely high color saturation. After a dizzying spin, Aizen's figure appeared in a space that defied conventional description. This was a world forcibly pieced together from countless horrifying paintings, filled with an absurd and unrestrained style. At the center was a monster composed of shadows and blood, now roaring earth-shatteringly at the intruder. This was Ido, the materialized heart demon of Kurama Yakumo. "Intruder, you shouldn't have come here." Violent mental assaults surged like a tsunami, enough to make an ordinary ninja's head split with pain instantly. Unfortunately, to Aizen, it was just a drizzle. He endured it all without changing expression. Sensing the opponent's difficulty, Ido roared fiercely, and countless materialized illusions appeared around. Faceless painters holding dripping paintbrushes, their bodies flowing paint. Twisted light and shadows indescribable in words, including some ferocious replicas of Konoha ninja. Among them, he even saw the figure of the third Hokage. They let out intense howls, pouncing from all angles in ways that violated the laws of physics. Ordinary illusions couldn't cause substantial harm. Even Kyoka Shigetsu could only simulate pain, not truly kill from a distance. But Kurama Yakumo's power was different. Materialized monsters could cause physical damage. In other words, dying here meant truly dying. Understanding this, Aizen naturally wouldn't let the monsters harm him. He could use Kurohitsugi to wipe them all out, but his earlier discovery made him abandon this idea. Slowly drawing the Zanpaku toe at his waist, in this world constructed from illusions, Kyoka Shigetsu's form became more fluid. The blade flowed with rippling light, like water. Easily blocking the third Hokage's attack, he cut it in half with a backhand slash. Illusions were the means of attack. Chakra was the foundation sustaining everything. Not to mention a mere third Hokage. Even if she materialized Yuabaha, it would be vulnerable. Chapter 54. Aizen didn't try to communicate with his opponent. He simply swung his blade calmly, wiping out the lunging illusions one by one. Aizen's movements weren't fast, yet they carried a sense of absolute precision. During this process, the power of Kyoka Shigetsu achieved a form of completion. The powers of the two shared a certain commonality. The process of absorbing illusions could accelerate the gestation of the Zanpaku toe. Every time he cut down an illusory entity, the Zanpaku toe would transmit a slight tremor. To be honest, he now hoped Ido would hold out longer and not be defeated so quickly. Aizen slew the illusions with ease, which only served to make Ido increasingly furious. It realized that ordinary illusory attacks couldn't defeat the intruder, so it began to use its origin power regardless of the consequences. Its massive body suddenly exploded, transforming into countless pitch-black brushstrokes that moved like living creatures. The ground suddenly turned into an all-consuming black hole. The sky transformed into countless falling mountain peaks. The concepts of front, back, left, and right were blurred. Illusory attacks could come from any direction. It utilized the rules of the inner world to their absolute limit. Faced with such bizarre and unpredictable methods, Aizen remained calm. The blade light of Kyoka Shigetsu turned into a hazy brilliance, smoothing over everything in its path. The black hole was torn apart by a single strike, the peaks were destroyed by the blade's light, and those seemingly chaotic attacks were all neutralized by him one by one. The magnitude of Kyoka Seigetsu's trembling grew larger and larger. From the initial subtle hum to a trill that was now almost clearly audible. The water-like light on the blade's body became increasingly radiant, and a hazy consciousness gradually awakened. On the other side, Idoa's rage reached its peak. With a roar, Idoa's constantly shifting form suddenly collapsed inward. Screaming faces, twisted monsters, and broken black hole fragments. All sorts of illusions flooded frantically into its dark body. It was absorbing everything it had created. This meant the monster was staking everything on a single throw, attempting to use its full power to crush its opponent. A moment later, an indescribably massive figure stepped through the darkness. It was a terrifying existence that visualized the very concept of power. Its height reached from the earth to the heavens, and its body was composed of the hardest lava. Its head was like a burning star, and its eyes were swirling black holes. Infinite energy, invincible defense, and brute force that crushed rules. This was the limit of what Ido could imagine, and the most powerful form in its heart. A giant fist, large enough to grasp a mountain, came crashing down with terrifying force. Before the fist even arrived, the terrifying pressure caused the surrounding ground to crack inch by inch. This punch indeed contained nearly infinite energy, with enough power to cause natural disaster-level destruction in the real world. Faced with this world-destroying blow, Aizen didn't even have a corner of his clothes flutter. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze behind the lenses calmly looking up at the giant fist that blotted out the sky. The corners of his mouth curled into an unabashed arc of pity. What a disappointing struggle. His voice wasn't loud, yet it echoed clearly throughout the entire inner world. To waste infinite possibilities on such a crude manifestation of power is like a child wielding a divine brush, only knowing how to smear larger ink blots to frighten others. Aizen shook his head gently, as if lamenting the clumsy imitation of a work of art. He held his Zanpaku toe inverted in his right hand, the tip pointing down, emitting a cold color like shattered moonlight. Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. There was no earth-shattering chakra eruption, nor any dazzling light and shadow effects. There was only an irreversible sense of dominance, like a silent tide sweeping through the inner world. The world-destroying giant fist came to a dead stop less than 10 meters above Aizen's head. No, it hadn't stopped. In Iidoa's own perception, it had already struck its target. That hateful intruder had already been annihilated into nothingness along with the ground. But on the level of reality, Aizen still stood quietly in place, not even a strand of hair out of order. In this world already dominated by imagination, the effects of Kyoka Seigetsu's ability were infinitely magnified. There was no need to meticulously weave illusions as in the past. With just a simple thought, he could directly distort Idoa's entire perception of itself, the enemy, and the whole world. At this moment, the monster finally noticed something was wrong. Even though its eyes saw the demise of the enemy, its instinct as the dominator told it that the intruder still existed. What is going on? Idoa's massive body gave a sudden jolt, the disorder in its sensory system plunging it into confusion. You finally noticed. With a slight thought, and aided by the power of Kyoka Seigetsu, his chakra began to surge backward into the core of this world. Ido was completely unable to resist. The chakra of the two sides was simply not on the same level. It could clearly feel that its dominance over this world was being forcibly stripped away. An even more terrifying change followed immediately. Its heaven and earth-reaching body was shrinking at an alarming rate. The sky was rising infinitely, the earth was expanding infinitely, and the existence that once controlled everything was becoming smaller and smaller. Ultimately, it became an ant groveling on the ground. It struggled to lift its head, its gaze passing over dark trouser legs and the hem of a white haori, finally meeting a pair of eyes as calm and profound as a god's. Those eyes, hidden behind lenses, reflected its current ant-like, minuscule, and ridiculous state. Fear filled Idoa's mind like ice water. All of its madness, resentment, and destructive desire were crushed into the most primitive tremors before this absolute gap in status. The monster instinctively wanted to flee, only to find that its movement speed was incredibly slow. No, how can this be? I am the dominator of this world. Edo, plunged into extreme panic, failed to realize one thing. Everything it felt was actually illusory. The size difference between the two sides hadn't changed at all. It was only because its personal consciousness was affected that it believed itself to be as small as an ant. The powers of both sides to manipulate the five senses were similar, with no difference in rank. In fact, Kyoka Sigetsu's ability didn't even have as high a rank as Fantasy Manifestation. The reason this happened was very simple. Abilities are ultimately just aids. It is the person wielding the blade who determines who is strong and who is weak. Without Kyoka Sigetsu, Aizen would still be a powerhouse beyond compare. If it lost its manifestation, Edo would just be the product of a little girl's timid heart. This was the fundamental gap between the two. This boring farce should end now. The blade light fell, and a glow as cold as moonlight gently brushed over the monster. A soft sound like a bubble popping was heard. It was killed by Aizen in a single strike, and all its traces were absorbed by Kyoka Sigetsu. Yakumo's heart demon, accumulated over many years, a terrifying existence with the potential to distort reality, was completely annihilated without even letting out a proper wail. Chapter 55. The inner world shook violently, and the terrifying scenes maintained by Edo receded like a tide. Moments later, the chaotic rules returned to tranquility, and a touch of peaceful aura began to spread throughout the inner world. It meant that Kurama Yakumo had completely mastered her own power. Aizen sheathed his blade. The soft hum of the returning blade was exceptionally clear in this peaceful inner world. He turned, casting his gaze deep into the inner world. After a moment of hesitation, he dismissed the idea of taking a closer look. If he acted now, Aizen could plant a new monster, which he could use to control the girl in the future. But doing so would only give him a puppet. In the future, there was a high possibility of her breaking through from within, which would lead Kurama Yakumo to become a complete adversary. He was no longer the Aizen Soci from the Karakura town period. He would not do something that undermined his own foundation. One must always learn to take lessons from the past. The other party was just an innocent little girl, not difficult to control. Moreover, he looked forward to the day she could truly threaten him. Although he himself understood that this was quite difficult to achieve. But what fun is a life where everything is under control? Watching the doorway appear before him, Aizen stepped inside, just as composed as when he had entered. Sob, sob, sob. Returning to reality, he immediately saw the girl weeping at the desk. Once Kurama Yakumo's emotions calmed down, Aizen extended an invitation. Do you want to become a true ninja? Under Aizen's lead, Kurama Yakumo arrived at the underground laboratory in the south. First, she looked at the artificial body, feeling a hint of curiosity about their identical appearances, and then she began to examine the modern instruments surrounding her. As a major academic failure, Kurama Yakumo expressed a complete lack of understanding, yet she had a special feeling of being impressed despite her ignorance. Not only had he eliminated her heart demon, but he also promised to grant her the ability to become a ninja. Yakumo etched this kindness into her heart. Aizen stood before the experimental table, operating a bunch of machinery that she didn't understand at all. Unable to figure it out after a long while, Kurama Yakumo couldn't help but look at her other newly met companion. Do you know what he's doing? I don't know. Hyuga Neji was like a silent shadow, his pure white eyes downcast, looking as if he didn't really want to talk to the girl beside him. Ever since taking revenge personally, Neji's personality had begun to slide into darkness, his heart full of hatred much like Uchiha Sasage. However, compared to the latter, he possessed more rationality. Overthrowing the main house could not be achieved simply by killing. What Neji wanted was to save the branch house, not to completely destroy the Hyuga clan. There was a fundamental difference in their demands. Kurama Yakumo felt snubbed, clicked her tongue, and turned away to wander around. Unlike Neji, she had become much more cheerful after resolving her heart demon. The feeling of being able to control her own fate made her feel physically and mentally refreshed. If that guy's promise could be fulfilled, she wouldn't mind working for him at all. Regarding Konoha village, Yakumo had no lingering attachment. She had long since had enough of that wretched place. Moreover, the village had always harbored malice towards her. Not seeking deliberate retaliation could already be considered kind. To risk her life for Konoha was out of the question. Aizen took in their expressions, more or less understanding their mindsets. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Withdrawing his attention, he looked at the floating container in front of him, where a white biological tissue was submerged in nutrient solution. Those were specially treated white Zetsu cells. Through his conversation with Madara, Aizen recognized the uniqueness of the white Zetsu clones. Over a long period, he had gradually mastered basic cell transplantation techniques. Of course, this technology was not yet mature, and the risk of transplantation was high, especially for someone with a frail physique like Kurohitsugi. With current technical capabilities, success couldn't be guaranteed. What he actually relied on was the Hogyoku. Once basic experimental conditions were ensured, the power of the Hogyoku could maximize the probability of success. From the beginning, failure did not exist for this experiment. The only difference was whether Aizen was willing to expend a large amount of energy on her. Compared to prying open the Bagua seal, the workload for human body modification was 1,000 times greater. The weaker the body, the more the Hogyoku needed to intervene. This was also why Aizen hadn't used the Hogyoku to complete the Hollowification experiments. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he really couldn't afford it. Even with the pristine Hogyoku back then, the number of AHR created each time had to be strictly controlled. If he could modify at will, he would have led tens of thousands of AHR to flatten the Soul King Palace long ago. Lie down. Aizen looked at the excited girl. Following his instructions, Kurohitsugi obediently lay on the operating table. The girl feigned composure, but her violently beating heart betrayed her. Faced with a dream about to come true, few people could remain calm. Aizen understood her extreme thirst to become a ninja. Kurohitsugi had long lacked a sense of security, and becoming a ninja was a projection of her self-preservation consciousness. With the injection of white Zetsu cells, the modification experiment soon began. The light of the Hogyoku transformed into strange filaments of light, like a living fluid, seeping into Kurohitsugi's withered and frail body. This process was very slow. Aizen could clearly feel the stored energy of the Hogyoku pouring out like a floodgate opening. This was not just a cell transplant, but something closer to repairing the blueprint of life at the genetic level. The nearby instruments recorded the entire process. These were all precious experimental data. One day in the future, perhaps Aizen could complete this experiment on his own. White Zetsu cells contained terrifying vitality, and under the guidance of the Hogyoku's power, they perfectly fused into Yakumo's body. After an unknown amount of time, the Hogyoku's light gradually receded, finally vanishing into Aizen's palm. Kurohitsugi, lying on the experimental table, slowly opened her eyes. Trying to move her fingers, an unspeakable sense of power came to her. She felt as if her whole being was about to take flight. "How do you feel?" Aizen's voice rang out. Yakumo sat up, looking down at her palms which now glowed with a healthy luster, and said with a trembling voice, "I feel wonderful." Seeing this, Aizen stated that her body had fused with the new cells and required persistent cultivation to fully develop her potential. Perhaps due to her emotional state, after expressing her gratitude, Kurohitsugi began to recount her past experiences. The Kurama clan's bloodline limit was very powerful, and she had awakened her ability when she was young. This out-of-control power had brought panic to people. Later, Kurenai became her instructor. Initially, she was very dependent on her, until she heard that the village had issued a surveillance order to her teacher. If my ability continued to spiral out of control, she would have ended my life with her own hands. From Kurohitsugi's perspective, Konoha only wanted to control her, and even Kurenai, whom she regarded as her teacher, was the same. Chapter 56. She was fed up with this kind of life. It was even more impossible for her to feel a sense of belonging to the village. The young girl's tone carried a chill that seeped into one's very bones. Beside her, Neji remained expressionless, but he could understand this hatred born from being oppressed by the system and those in power. This couldn't help but make him feel a bit more of a sense of shared identity. Aizen listened quietly, waiting until the girl's emotions had calmed slightly before slowly speaking. Hatred is fuel. It can burn your enemies to ash, but it can also consume you. He walked over to the lab bench, picked up a pen, and recorded something in a notebook while continuing his brainwashing education of his two subordinates. Konoha is like a deep-rooted tree. The rotten leaves you see now are not the same as the new sprouts beneath the tree yearning for sunlight. Blind revenge will only make you an enemy of the entire tree. Then what should I do? Yakumo asked, somewhat lost. She wanted revenge, but she didn't know how to go about it. In this regard, she could only rely on him. You need to wear a mask. A mask that will make Konoha believe in you. Aizen stopped what he was doing and handed her a note with simple instructions. Do as it says, and before long, you'll be able to return to the normal life you desire. Yakumo listened carefully, her eyes gradually clearing from their confusion. However, she still had some doubts in her heart. Will this really be enough? Disguise is the first step to survival. Aizen didn't say more. When the time was right for her to know, certain things would naturally find their way to her. He hadn't gone to all this trouble just to let Yakumo become an ordinary person. Regardless of what she thought, that power itself would attract malicious prying. If the root found out she had overcome her heart demon, they would definitely take action immediately. If she didn't want to become a puppet manipulated by others, Yakumo had to learn to resist. Naturally, she would end up standing on his side. Yakumo pondered for a long time before finally nodding heavily. I understand. I will do as you command. Unconsciously, her tone had taken on honorifics. Even though there was an age gap between them, this dependency made her instinctively lower her stance. Noticing the change in the girl, Aizen turned his gaze toward the Hyuga genius beside her. Neji, how has your observation been going during this time? Neji took a step forward, pulled a small scroll from his robes, and presented it respectfully with both hands. Lord Aizen, these are the 3 candidates I have screened and evaluated according to your instructions. Aizen took the scroll, but didn't open it immediately. He wanted to see how the boy would handle this matter. In your opinion, how likely is it that they will become collaborators? Neji thought for a moment and replied. All 3 on the list harbor dissatisfaction with the main house system, but the depth of their resolve varies, and their tolerance for risk is unknown. I dare not make a definitive judgment on the outcome. Cautious and objective. It met Aizen's expectations for him. What do you plan to do if they fail to meet your expectations? This time, Neji answered without hesitation. Kill them. I absolutely cannot let the main house notice my actions. Very good. Let Yakumo assist you in your actions. Neji's strength was already not weak. With the caged bird seal removed, he could be considered a standout even among the Chunin ranks. Coupled with the greatly empowered Yakumo, as long as they didn't encounter a Jonin, the two could easily eliminate their targets. If they couldn't even handle such a small matter, then such trash deserved to die. Aizen wouldn't feel the slightest bit of regret. At the entrance of Konoha village, the crowds were bustling. Teams from various ninja villages, large and small, such as Sunagakure, Omegakure, Kusakure, and Otogakure, had already begun arriving in Konoha village one after another. The different styles of forehead protectors and varied clothing added a strange atmosphere to the village. Among the Konoha ninjas responsible for reception, one figure appeared exceptionally composed. That was Aizen Sosuke, who had been temporarily reassigned. A gentle and appropriate smile hung on his face, and his gaze behind his lenses calmly swept over every visitor. He answered questions and gave directions with clear and accurate speech. Observing this scene, the third Hokage gave high praise, believing the boy possessed the bearing of a great general. Unnoticed by anyone, beneath that gentle exterior, Aizen was scanning everyone with his spiritual sense. This was a good opportunity to learn about other nations, and incidentally, to see if there were any people or events worth exploiting. Among them, the team from the Hiruzen village received special attention. The first time he saw the boy carrying a gourd, Aizen could feel the unusual chakra within him. Although the manifestation of the energy was different, it was very similar to the nine tails inside him. He suspected the other was also a Jinshuriki. This was a strategic level power for any village. Logically, they shouldn't be sent to other villages. The Kazekage is either an idiot or has an ulterior motive. He suddenly felt a bit more anticipation for these Chunin exams. As the sun set, Aizen finished his day's reception work and walked slowly along the quiet street leading to the residential area. Neiji's recruitment work had concluded. Of the 3 candidates, 2 passed the test. The remaining 1 lacked resolve and refused to participate in the plan to overthrow the main house. Unwilling to contribute, yet still wanting Neiji's help to remove the caged bird seal. Such greedy behavior immediately enraged the boy. With Kurama Yakumoa's help, the 2 joined forces to kill him. The corpse was devoured by a materialized monster, leaving no trace for anyone to find. From then on, Kurama Yakumo was thoroughly on the same boat, with no possibility of turning back to Konoha village. Neiji's attitude toward her changed significantly, as he now acknowledged this somewhat naive ally. Aizen was very satisfied with their work. He wouldn't interfere in future matters, leaving it to them to see how far they could go. Konoha village was peaceful and serene in the twilight. Aizen walked alone on the street, recalling the examinees he had seen over the past 2 days. The most noteworthy among them was the representative from the Hiruzen village. As fellow military organizations of the 5 great nations, the Hiruzen village lived in harsh conditions and was constantly coveting the resource-rich land of fire. Multiple wars had broken out over the years until Konoha began to decline, at which point the 2 fellow sufferers set aside their past grievances and formed an alliance. How reliable this relationship was remained to be seen. Under normal circumstances, no village would send a Jinchuriki to participate in the exams. Intuition told him there was likely a problem here. The other side clearly intended to cause trouble in Konoha. Aizen didn't care what happened to the village, but he was quite interested in the boy named Gara. A pity, the higher-ups don't allow approaching the Hiruzen's residence. Aizen shook his head with some regret. Even if conditions permitted, attempting to subdue a Jinchuriki without being exposed was an almost impossible task. This matter would require careful long-term planning. Chapter 57. Aizen had already intended to give up, planning to make contact during the exams. Unexpectedly, he noticed a small conflict a few streets away. One of the parties involved was the delegation from the Hiruzen village. In a remote street corner, a series of deliberately lowered voices arguing could be heard. "Hey, brat, don't you know how to apologize after bumping into someone? You're the one who suddenly turned around and bumped into me." On the sparsely populated street, Kankuro glared fiercely at a little kid. The mission assigned by the Kazekage already had him on edge, and then he was bumped into by a brat. He had intended to just scold him and be done with it, but the other's attitude was exceptionally arrogant, showing absolutely no respect for him as a puppet master. If he knew that Konohamaru was the Hokage's grandson, Kankuro might have had a different attitude. Watching her brother get into an argument, Tamari stood to the side with her arms crossed, her expression full of impatience. Gara leaned against a wall in the shadows further away, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. "If I don't give you a lesson, you'll never learn manners." Kankuro wanted to show this Konoha brat who was boss. Without using a puppet, he easily lifted the brat up. Trash who wasn't even a genin wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Damn it! Konohamaru struggled hard, unwilling to bow his head to an outsider. At this critical moment, a figure swept in like a breeze, inserting himself between the two without any warning. Why bother arguing with a child? Aizen reached out and gently pressed down on Kankuro's wrist. The movement seemed casual, yet no matter how much force the other applied, he couldn't break free from the restraint. Limited by his age, Aizen's physical strength hadn't fully developed yet, but it depended on who he was being compared to. While it might be a bit difficult to go against a jonin, dealing with someone in the same age group was no problem. Such speed. Tamari's pupils constricted slightly as she instinctively tensed her body. Her attention hadn't been fully focused just now, and she hadn't even noticed the other person's movement. If he had malicious intent, she might have lost her life right then and there. In the shadows, Gara slowly opened his eyes, his emotionless gaze falling upon Aizen. The shukaku inside him suddenly vibrated before returning to silence. Gara had no idea what had just happened. At that moment, Kankuro forcefully threw off the hand, took a step back, and questioned with an ugly expression. "Mind your own business. Don't you Konoha people know anything about manners? Manners are for friends. Pulling the still-dazed Konohamaru behind him, Aizen couldn't let the third's grandson get hurt in front of him. Years of painstaking disguise couldn't be ruined by a naughty brat. Seeing the other party was struggling to save face, Aizen changed his tone and began to reason. With the Chunin XAMS approaching, we shouldn't ruin the harmony over small matters. How about we let this go? As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward Gaara, intentionally or otherwise. His plain lenses reflected light slightly, hiding a gaze full of greed. It's not time yet. Aizen shook his head slightly. Currently, it would be difficult for him to defeat a tailed beast on his own. Forcibly killing a Jinchuriki would likely lead to the death of the tailed beast. Such a massive amount of chakra would inevitably take a long time to absorb, but death would quickly take everything away. He absolutely could not tolerate such a wasteful act. The Akatsuki organization hadn't made a move against him, likely for similar reasons. Aizen understood all this. He and Madara shared similar concerns. Perhaps affected by the tailed beast's restlessness, Gaara's mood suddenly became irritable. Stop it, Kankuro. Don't cause any more trouble. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously arrogant puppet master was instantly silenced by fear. Oh, okay. Don't just get angry out of nowhere. Taemari, standing nearby, trembled and suppressed her fear as she stepped forward to persuade him. After much persuasion, she finally managed to calm her brother down. Seeing this, Aizen realized that this was a person who was very easily emotional. He was best at dealing with this type of person. Do you even threaten your own companions? He spoke up abruptly, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Or is your irritability caused by the foreign object inside your body? These words were like a stone thrown into a deep pool, making all the Tsunagakure members present become alert. Especially Gaara. He suspected that the other person had seen through his identity. But Aizen's disguise was too good. He didn't show the slightest sign of anything unusual. Seeing this, the quick-witted Kankuro came up with a lame excuse. Gaara is carrying a powerful ninja tool. How can we tell a Konoha ninja about such things? Hey, are you here to scout out the enemy situation? Taemari took a step forward, blocking her brother, and stared at him warily. She instinctively sensed the malice from this gentleman. Enemy situation? Aizen showed a hint of surprise and spoke with a smile. I thought Konoha and Tsunagakure were allies. It turns out you treat me as an enemy. Kankuro. Taemari. Damn it. Why does it get worse the more we talk? If they continued talking, the Kazekage's plan might be exposed. Kankuro was about to break down. He was even thinking about whether to kill him to silence him. Then he realized that doing so in broad daylight would be treating Konoha like fools. Damn it. I shouldn't have picked on this brat. While the atmosphere was subtle, the Tsunagakure Jonin leaders suddenly appeared. Tsunagakure and Konoha are naturally allies. Baki appeared in the field like a ghost, his Jonin-level skills fully on display. His sharp gaze swept over Aizen with a clear warning. Let's go. Don't cause unnecessary complications. He wasn't that naive. The other party's words were clearly pointed, and this matter had to be reported to the Lord Kazekage. They couldn't continue to be entangled. This brat acting as a receptionist was indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Konoha village truly produces many talents. Before leaving, Gaara gave him a deep look, making no effort to hide the killing intent in his eyes. He had completely remembered the other man. If they met during the exams, he would let him know the taste of blood. Watching the four from Tsunagakure leave, Aizen was completely certain that these guys weren't just here to participate in the Chunin XAMS. Whenever he guessed others' intentions, Aizen liked to play a little game. That was to maximize his speculation of others' malice. What would be the worst-case scenario of sending a Jinchuriki to Konoha village? There seemed to be only one answer. Tsunagakure wanted to release the tailed beast in Konoha to cause chaos, or perhaps directly launch an attack on the village. This also matched the situation of the Kazekage's sudden visit. Thinking along these lines, this small number of people definitely couldn't pull it off. The Kazekage wasn't a fool, and even if he were, the entire Hiden-san village couldn't all be stupid. Daring to do this meant they definitely had full confidence. It meant they still had a backup plan. Either a large army surprise attack, or they had found outside help. Chapter 58. Of course, these were all Aizen's conjectures. Perhaps Tsunagakure merely wanted to show off its strength. using the public Chunin XAMS to prove to the ninja world how excellent their next generation of ninja were. For Tsunagakure, which was at the bottom in terms of economic power, this was not an impossible feat. The probability of the two conjectures was 50-50. To confirm his thoughts, he needed to gather more evidence. Gaara is extremely volatile. Perhaps he will be a good breakthrough point. Knowing Tsunagakure's true objective, Aizen could adjust his strategy accordingly and see what benefits he could gain from this turmoil. If a fight really broke out, he might not be without a chance to get his hands on a tailed beast. At the very least, he had to find a way to get some flesh and blood for Hiruko to conduct tailed beast cloning research. This was a major prerequisite for the Hollowification experiment, with very high priority, and 70% of the research team's energy had to be dedicated to it. After the Tsunagakure ninja left, Aizen patted Konohamaru's head. Be careful next time. Go back now. Thank you, big brother. Konohamaru, still shaken, thanked him and scurried into the alley. Aizen returned to the room, dispelled the Kage Bunshin summon, and prepared to face tomorrow's exam in his full-strength state. His intuition told him that tomorrow would be a very eventful and exciting day. The next day, Aizen arrived alone at the Chunin XAMS venue. Each squad would complete the first round of written exams here. A large number of geinin gathered in front of a seemingly ordinary teaching building. This was the venue for the first round of exams. Aizen followed the crowd. As soon as he reached downstairs, he noticed that a simple Jinjutsu had been set up there. It used visual deception to conceal the true examination room. Naruto. Sakura walked over, winking and whispering. There's something wrong here. Yes, I know. The assessment began the moment they stepped into the building. Aside from their teammates, everyone they encountered would become an enemy. Sakura meant not to make a fuss. Perhaps they could take the opportunity to eliminate a group of people. Humph, a boring trick. Sasuke Ichi's familiar voice rang out. Ignoring Sakura's eager gaze, he looked at a group of people ahead, his eyes filled with disdain. Those who can be eliminated by such means pose no threat to us. There was much truth in that statement, but unfortunately, Sakura still couldn't change her weak mindset. Team 7 was unwilling to act, and others who could see through the Jinjutsu also kept silent. Only those geinin from small, insignificant villages kept clamoring for the assessment to begin quickly. Little did they know, their unsightly behavior had already been fully observed by the examiners. Just then, a commotion came from the direction of the stairwell. When Team 7 walked up, they immediately saw several foreign ninja surrounding Hyuga Neji, uttering obscenities, their intention to target Konoha ninja extremely obvious. Witnessing Konoha's prosperity, many people would feel jealousy. Narrow-minded individuals would then look for opportunities to vent their anger. Neji, who appeared aloof, became their target. Hey, kid, watch where you're going. Do you know you bumped into someone? A geinin with a scar on his face bumped into him with his shoulder, his tone full of provocation. Neji paused slightly, easily sidestepping the collision. Before their departure, Might Guy had set a strategy, requiring his 3 disciples to put on a show of feigning weakness to lull the other examinees into a false sense of security. Despite his displeasure, Neji still decided to accept the order, simply because Gai-sensei was one of the few people who truly cared about him. He had intended to ignore the other party, but the man's next words completely ignited Neji's fury. I heard the Hyuga are Konoha's strongest clan. TSK, what a joke. Who would wag their tail at an enemy with the clan chief's life? These words were like cold needles, piercing sharply into Neji's ears. If it were in the past, he might have chosen to endure, to numb himself with the excuse of fate. The situation was different now. He slowly stopped, without any prior warning, and rushed directly in front of his opponent. Gentle fist art, one-hit body. Neji's voice was a whisper, but his movements were as fast as lightning. He struck the man's acupoints with a single finger, instantly making the opponent kneel on the ground in pain. The scene was dead silent. Everyone was surprised that the seemingly arrogant fellow was instantly defeated with one blow. The examinees were all dumbfounded. Only Rock Lee and others knew Neji's strength, and dealing with such trash was indeed very easy. Neji. Tintin looked at him worriedly, feeling that her teammate was somewhat different from before. Rock Lee, however, didn't think too much. He was just disappointed that they couldn't play the game of playing the pig to eat the tiger anymore. Ignoring the gazes of others, Neji retracted his hand and calmly scanned his surroundings. His gaze flickered when he saw Aizen, but he remained outwardly calm, appearing as if they were complete strangers. Engrossed in shock, the crowd did not notice one thing. Hyuga Neji, who was about to enter the venue, had stopped. Only after Team 7's members entered did he unhurriedly follow behind. A mere Genjutsu could not stop Team 7's progress. Aizen and the others quickly entered the true examination room. It was a spacious classroom, mostly filled with ninja he had previously hosted. Aizen could remember everyone's chakra fluctuations. His gaze swept calmly over familiar faces like a scanner. This included the Sand siblings, who harbored hostility towards him. Suddenly, Aizen's gaze turned towards the direction of Kurohitsugi. There sat a ninja who looked to be in his 20s, exuding a chilling aura. In the ninja world, Chunin level was already considered a regional powerhouse, so many examinees' actual ages exceeded 20. Situations like Konoha sending a group of youngsters to participate were rare in the history of the Chunin XAMS. Many discerning people could see that Konoha, long dormant, showed signs of revival. However, Aizen was not concerned with age. What truly interested him were the chakra fluctuations, which were completely different from what he had sensed when he entered Konoha. Is it someone else disguised? He could only explain it this way. Yet, no trace could be seen from the outside. This disguise ability was almost comparable to White Zetsu, but unfortunately, it still couldn't simulate others' chakra fluctuations. For sensory-type ninja, once they paid special attention, they wouldn't forget. Aizen observed the other party with interest. Such blatant behavior immediately drew the attention of others. What's wrong? Sakura followed his gaze, only to see a pair of terrifying vertical pupils filled with killing intent. She stiffened, finding it hard to breathe. The instinctive fear almost made Sakura scream. At the critical moment, Aizen moved to block her, shielding his teammate from the enemy's gaze. Don't be afraid. Aizen's voice was gentle, dispelling the fear in the girl's heart. Nodding somewhat fearfully, Sakura subconsciously looked at Sasage, only to see that he was completely indifferent to her plight. Lowering her head in dejection, the girl fell into a state of sadness. Chapter 59. On the other side, Sasage also noticed that person. With just a single glance, he knew that this was a terrifyingly powerful enemy. Who was that guy? He asked. Aizen shook his head. He indeed did not know the other party's identity. The specific situation would only be known once the second stage of the exam began. Aizen had investigated the Chunin XAMS and knew they generally involved a team-based massacre. The definition of a ninja is a tool for killing. To become a Chunin, the assessment naturally wouldn't be as trivial as the Genin stage. If given the chance, he wanted to make contact with the Jinshuri key of the Hiden Sand village. He wanted to see if there was an opportunity to obtain cell samples from other tailed beasts. For this purpose, he had specifically brought along a storage device. Now, he just needed to wait patiently. Everyone. A young man wearing glasses walked over, blocking Team 7's prying eyes. This was a silver-haired youth with a friendly smile, named Yakushi Kabuto. It was said he had already participated in the Chunin XAMS many times. He could be considered a model of persistent failure. He appeared to remind everyone never to think about showing off, otherwise they would become a target for all. Enemies wouldn't show mercy just because you were young. After a bit of intimidation and deception, he successfully made the Konoha children nervous. Aizen glanced at the other man, said nothing, and simply found an empty seat to sit down. The information this person provided was of little value to him, and the fake smile plastered on his face was identical to his own. One look was enough to know such a person was certainly not simple. Unable to see through the other's intentions, he habitually hid himself. Through inconspicuous observation, he discovered something interesting. Yakushi Kabuto's gaze would always inadvertently sweep over Uchiha Sasage, appearing very interested in his teammate. Aizen possessed a pair of wisdom eyes that could see through the affairs of the world. Others might not see it, but he could perceive the faint malice within Yakushi Kabuto. This guy was clearly approaching Team 7 on purpose. His goal was likely the last Uchiha. From Aizen's perspective, this year's Chunin XAMS were truly bizarre. the Kazekage's personal attendants. The Hiiden-san village sending a Jinshuri key to participate. The Kusagaku-rei examinees who had been replaced. And now, someone was targeting Uchiha Sasuke. As expected, coming to participate in the exam was the right choice. With things being so interesting, Aizen naturally did not want to miss out. On the other side, Orochimaru, disguised as a Kusagaku-rei member, withdrew his gaze, his long tongue licking the corner of his mouth as his eyes revealed a grim chill. What a sharp little fellow. During this trip to Konoha, he had many goals to accomplish. Seizing Uchiha Sasuke was only one of them. With the vanishing facial copy technique, Orochimaru's disguise was perfect. Even that old man, the third, couldn't detect any clues. He still naively believed he was Rasa himself. As for the Chunin XAMS, to Orochimaru, they were like playing house. The main purpose was to confirm the vessel's growth, to observe how much more time Uchiha Sasuke needed to mature. Unexpectedly, the kid beside the target had actually noticed something was wrong. Even the killing intent he released was calmly withstood by the other party. This indicated that this boy was not as ordinary as he appeared. Watching the others back, Orochimaru suddenly felt the boy's profile looked somewhat familiar. In a daze, he remembered that bright and sunny young man, the genius ninja who had caused him to suffer a crushing defeat in the Hokage election. In all these years, there were only two ninjas whom even Orochimaru would call a genius. Coincidentally, he had suffered great losses at the hands of both. So it's your child. Then it's not surprising. Orochimaru restrained his killing intent, his eyes becoming misty, revealing the colors of memory. At this moment, he was no longer the conspirator intending to bring down Konoha. Past thoughts made his temperament soften slightly. It wasn't until the proctor, Morino Ibiki, arrived that the intentionally released killing intent snapped Orochimaru back to reality. He lowered his head speechlessly, and after a moment, he returned to his usual wicked smile. I have no path of return. The only thing I can do now is send you to your death, teacher. On the other side, the proctor announced the cruel rules of the written exam. It sounded frightening, but in reality, it was just a psychological pressure test. If they couldn't even handle this much pressure, wouldn't they wet their pants on the battlefield in the future? Soon, the test papers were handed out. Most of the questions were extremely profound, far exceeding the level a genin should have. For the two top students of Team 7, these small problems couldn't stump them at all. The other person, the dead last Sasuke, could only find a way to cheat reasonably. Sharingan, activate. Sasuke stared at Naruto's back, using his ocular technique to copy the other's movements, writing down the answers on the test paper with almost identical frequency. The atmosphere in the examination hall was somewhat tense. Only a few people had the leisure to observe others. Aizen was naturally one of them. Most of the examinees were using various means. Rather than a test of knowledge, it was better described as a test of information-gathering ability. How to inconspicuously gather answers under the proctor's surveillance. That was the true purpose of the first round of the exam. Sasuke was using the Sharingan to observe him, and Neji was using the Byakugan to peek at the answers. The Aburame clan released insects, and that little guy from the Hiiden-san village directly used a puppet to replace a proctor. These seemingly hidden methods couldn't hide from the eyes of an expert at all. Konoha's side was merely pretending not to see. As long as the methods were reasonable, it was fine. Suddenly, an eyeball condensed from sand emerged. It carried no killing intent, merely purely peering at his test paper. Turning his head calmly, he immediately saw Gaara's appearance. Among all the examinees, his behavior was the most blatant. Did he really think others were blind with such a large eyeball? Copying answers is shameful behavior. Aizen didn't even lift his head, pointing the index finger of his right hand, which held a pen, upwards. Hado number 1 show? An invisible shockwave spread out. Its force wasn't great, but it could easily shatter the opponent's third eye of sand. On the other side of the classroom, Gaara's body shook slightly, and he suddenly looked up, glaring at the other's back. This detestable fellow had ruined his plans again. When they met that day, the other party seemed to have seen through his situation. After returning to the lodging, his instructor had nagged him for a long time. The gist was to make Gaara remember the instructions given by the Kazekage. Thus, he chose to restrain his murderous intent and continue playing the role of an examinee. Who would have thought that even if he didn't provoke the other, this guy would provoke him repeatedly? Gaara really wanted to strike immediately and kill him. Perceiving the killing intent released by the boy, Aizen smiled slightly. He enjoyed teasing these seemingly mature youths the most. Seeing the other party condense a sand eye once more, he intended to strike and shatter it again. In this way, he believed Gaara would take the initiative to seek him out, which would save him a lot of trouble. Unexpectedly, a bizarre sensation suddenly welled up in his heart, and Aizen's movements instantly became stiff. From somewhere behind him, Ino Yamanaka made a strange hand gesture aimed at him. Mind transfer jutsu success. Chapter 60. Leaning over the desk, her consciousness had already invaded the target's body. As a classmate from the same year, Ino knew Naruto's academic grades very well. He was in existence even stronger than Sakura. Choosing to copy his answers was definitely the right move. Judgment was also a part of this assessment. However, she soon noticed that something was wrong. Roar. Just as she took over the other's body, a terrifying beast's roar echoed in Ino's ears. She was forcibly pulled into a pitch-black cage, where a pair of blood-red vertical pupils stared intently at her. Before these eyes, Ino was as tiny as an ant. An indescribable terror enveloped her, and with a loud cry, she broke away from the other's body. When Ino, who was slumped on the desk, woke up, her back was already soaked in cold sweat, and her body swayed slightly, almost sliding off the chair. Ino, what's wrong? Shikamaru, who was nearby, noticed something was amiss. Hearing this, she just shook her head to indicate she was fine. After all, now was not a good time for conversation. Glancing forward with lingering fear, Ino didn't understand why such a gentle person would have a terrifying monster living inside them. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to hold on for even 3 seconds. Even my father couldn't do something like this. Ino gave a bitter smile. Having suffered mental trauma, she wouldn't be able to move for a short while. As for answering the questions, she could only rely on Shikamaru to write down the answers by controlling her body. On the other side, Aizen nodded slightly in his mind, gaining a new understanding of the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques. Directly acting on the soul. Even I would be caught off guard if unprepared. Remarkable. For Aizen, this was considered a very high evaluation. If this power could be cultivated to its limit, even he wouldn't be able to ignore the threat of the Yamanaka clan. Unfortunately, the girl's power was too weak. Even without the Ninetales intervention, Aizen could have quickly broken free and even caused her mental damage. If on a battlefield, a single second of paralysis would lead to my eternal damnation. Aizen fell silent, firmly remembering today's lesson. He still didn't understand the ninja world enough. Many bizarre methods were impossible for even him to guard against. Fortunately, the thing he lacked least was time. There's still time for everything. Aizen put down his pen, declaring the completion of the test. While appearing to be dazed, he was actually already thinking about his next move. On the outskirts of the Forest of Death, a towering wire fence formed a boundary. The genin who passed the first written exam gathered here, the air still lingering with the tension from earlier. The 10th question was the final pressure exerted on this group of genin. After a period of intense psychological struggle, except for a few with weak wills, all the remaining genin completed the trial. The proctor for the second exam was a female ninja wearing a mesh ninja outfit, who, from the moment she appeared, displayed an extremely arrogant and unbridled style of conduct. Even now, she was still using words to intimidate everyone. The next exam won't be as simple as playing an answering game. People will die, you know? She tried to create a sense of fear this way. But in Aizen's eyes, this excessive flamboyance precisely reflected the woman's inner unease. Blustering could only scare inexperienced fledglings. Many ninjas present didn't buy into her act. Seeing that she hadn't achieved the desired effect, Onko could only helplessly begin explaining the rules. A scroll-grabbing battle, a fixed time limit, having to cross the forest to reach the central tower, and so on. During the process, she emphasized the cruelty of it again, her voice gradually becoming excited. For those with weak wills, her threats were quite effective. 5 days, and we have to snatch scrolls. This is basically trying to kill us. Sakura Haruno couldn't help but complain in a low voice, her face filled with worry. Before her voice had even faded, The sound of breaking air suddenly rang out, and a kunai flew past Sakura's cheek, embedding itself deeply into the tree trunk behind her. By the time Sakura stiffly turned her head, the fletching of the kunai was still vibrating on its own. Anko appeared beside her at some point, a dangerous smile on her face. "Little girl, it's very dangerous to interrupt while the proctor is speaking." Sakura was so scared her face turned pale, and she froze in place, somewhat at a loss. She felt that this woman seemed to have something wrong with her head. In fact, she was just a tool for Anko to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Since others didn't buy her verbal threats, she simply used action to prove her dangerous nature. She was used to using similar methods to demonstrate her own threat. This was a protective shell the woman had built for her inner self. Perhaps she was unconsciously imitating someone, something even Anko herself might not have noticed. Just as she was about to say more, the kunai she had thrown was brought before her. Looking at the stunned Anko, Aizen spoke in a gentle tone. "Everyone is already aware of the danger of the exam. There's no need to emphasize it in this manner." Anko raised an eyebrow, looking this refined and elegant youth up and down. She knew of him, the most outstanding graduate in recent years. Unfortunately, this wasn't school, and she wasn't one of those gentle ninja teachers. Feeling irritated, Anko intended to give him a lesson to let these guys know why she had become a special jonin of Konoha village. Just as Anko was about to continue picking a fight, a figure silently approached her. At the moment he brushed past Sasuke, Orochimaru's fingertips left a mark on his opponent. Originally, he wanted to take things step by step, slowly driving this kid to a dead end. But Orochimaru discovered that Minato's child was not simple. The speed at which he took the kunai just now was far beyond what a genin could achieve. Thus, he had no choice but to change his plan. Mark Sasuke in advance, find a way to separate the teams, and plant the cursed seal on the target as quickly as possible. The slightly abrupt action successfully fooled most of the candidates, yet it was still noticed by two people on the scene. He really came for Sasuke. Aizen stood in place without showing any emotion, very curious about the other's identity. The other person was Anko. As Orochimaru's disciple, she was all too familiar with her master's chakra nature. Even a slight flaw was immediately detected by her. However, Anko didn't dare to be certain yet. Forcing down the suspicion in her heart, she looked up at the person. "I hate it when people approach me from behind." "Is that so?" Orochimaru licked his lips, the familiar movement making her shudder. "I'm just reminding you not to delay the assessment time." After saying that, he blended back into the Kusagakure team. Anko's mind was in turmoil, but she had to continue the work of distributing the scrolls. Soon, all teams received their scrolls and rushed into the forest of death through different entrances. Not until the last team disappeared did Anko tell the others about her discovery. Hearing that Orochimaru might have appeared, the surrounding atmosphere immediately grew tense. Anko, are you sure?" Someone expressed doubt.